Playing cards with a few brothers in the dormitory, Ning wore a worried expression, his mind wandering even as he played. It was too difficult. Due to the promotion of the double reduction policy, the tutoring jobs he had relied on for a living were now virtually impossible to find. His biological father had heartlessly abandoned his wife and child when Ning was still in swaddling clothes, leaving his mother to single-handedly raise him through hardships. After supporting him through college, his mother finally collapsed from exhaustion and passed away, leaving Ning alone in the world. During his university years, the strong-willed and optimistic Ning had always supported himself by working as a tutor. Despite the harsh conditions, he had at least gritted his teeth and made it through. But now that he could no longer tutor without a source of income, even living expenses were a struggle, let alone tuition. That was why Ning was worried, fretting over how to earn tuition and living expenses. Third brother, don't take it too hard. I have a relative whose company is hiring part-timers. You can start anytime. Flexible working hours, decent pay. Enough to cover your tuition. The eldest brother, Huosiefeng, patted Ning's shoulder reassuringly. Huosiefeng came from a well-off family. Not extremely wealthy, but definitely upper middle class. The brothers had always looked out for Ning, and now that they knew he could no longer tutor, they wanted to help him. Ning forced a faint smile, but shook his head. I can still manage. If I'm truly at my wit's end, I'll definitely ask. The brothers all knew Ning's proud nature and didn't insist. After a few more words, they each went to wash up and prepare for bed. Lying in bed, Ning's mind wandered as he pondered what part-time job to take next. But just then a strange chime suddenly rang in his mind. Crazy money-making experience system activated. The host can choose a money-making method each month. The harvest depends on the choice. Warm reminder: during the money-making experience, the probability of encountering corresponding bizarre events greatly increases. The first money-making experience options are limited to health product sales, real estate agent, designated driver. Please choose your first money-making experience as soon as possible. Instantly overwhelmed with joy, his resilient personality allowed him to quickly accept the fact that he had been bound by the system. He quickly got a sense of the system's overview. Just as the introduction said, the system would let Ning continuously choose new ways to make money. A new money-making trick every month. Each money-making experience period would last 1 month. If he gave up before a month was up, all rewards would be canceled. And within a calendar year, he must experience at least 3 money-making methods. If he failed to complete the experience of 3 money-making methods, not only would all rewards be canceled, but the system would also unbind and leave. Ning, who had suffered a rough fate since childhood, never imagined that one day he would also catch a windfall that fell from the sky. After calming down, he prepared to choose the first money-making occupation to experience. These 3 options are interesting. Health product sales. Hovering around elderly people in old neighborhoods, tricking them out of their pensions. Ning could never do such a morally corrupt thing. So this option was completely out of the question. Real estate agent looked pretty good. Suit and tie eloquent, and as long as he was willing to work hard, he could achieve something. Real estate agent was so good, so I choose. Designated driver. No other reason. He couldn't meet the working hours of a real estate agent. He still had to work on his graduation project during the day. Although most house viewings with clients were at night, during the day, he had to organize listings and constantly call clients. So comparatively speaking, the designated driver profession suited Ning's current situation best. He had a driver's license, his driving skills were passable, and the job had flexible hours. He could work harder and sleep less at night. Just hold on for 1 month. For Ning, who could endure the most hardship, this was undoubtedly a piece of cake. Decision made happily. Host chooses designated driver as money-making method. The host will receive a 100,000-fold boost on all earnings from designated driving. Seeing the latest prompt from the system after making his choice, Ning felt like he was going crazy. A 100,000-fold reward. If he earned 300 yuan a month as a designated driver after the 100,000-fold boost, wouldn't that be 300 million? Absolutely insane. Ning was so excited that he jumped straight out of bed, threw on his clothes, and rushed out of the dorm. His whole face was now written with 4 big words. I want to make money. After calming down a bit, he could think rationally. First step, he needed to become a designated driver. The system would not directly provide a job, so he had to find one himself. He remembered passing by a private kitchen restaurant a few days ago on his way to a tutoring session, which had a notice recruiting an on-site designated driver. So Ning headed straight for the restaurant, called Li Ji Private Kitchen. After arriving at the restaurant, Ning learned that Li Ji Private Kitchen had previously employed an on-site designated driver who had quit for personal reasons. That was why they were hiring. Although the boss was a bit surprised that a college student like Ning would want to work as a designated driver, he didn't ask much and simply had him fill out a form before taking him on. This type of on-site designated driver had a cooperative relationship with the restaurant, not an employment one. The restaurant provided convenient designated driver services for customers, while the driver gained a stable customer base in the restaurant. a win-win cooperation. The only cost for the designated driver was a 10 yuan commission to the restaurant for each order. This was a relatively common condition, and there was nothing to be dissatisfied with. From then on, Ning became a glorious designated driver. There were 2 other designated drivers at the restaurant, both around 40 years old. One was surnamed Wang, the other Li. When the evening peak hour arrived, both drivers were already there. Though they knew the restaurant was hiring a driver, they never expected the newcomer to be such a young lad. After all, this kind of hard work was usually done by middle-aged men, and how could a young man endure such hardship? However, the 2 didn't chat much with Ning. The 3 took turns getting jobs without any need to compete. Around 8 o'clock, guests who had been drinking began to leave one after another. Master Wang left first, and soon Master Li followed. Ning's heart stirred with excitement. The next guest to call for a driver would be his. Soon a middle-aged man approached the front desk requesting a designated driver service. "Good evening, sir. It's my pleasure to serve you," Ning greeted with standard service etiquette. The man nodded, tossed the keys to Ning, and led him outside to find his car. After giving the address, the middle-aged man closed his eyes in the back seat, and Ning naturally refrained from disturbing him. Throughout the entire drive, Ning was extremely cautious. After all, it was his first time, being careful was no mistake, responsible for himself and the customer. Upon reaching the destination, Ning couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief. "Sir, we've arrived at your specified location. Is there anything else I can help with?" As he asked, Ning handed the car keys back to the man. The middle-aged man shook his head, smiled at Ning, said thanks, and handed him 50 yuan. Clearly, this middle-aged man was a regular at Lee's private kitchen and knew the standard rates for designated drivers. During the first half of the night, fares were 50 yuan within the city and 100 yuan outside. After midnight, the rates doubled. Ning took the money and expressed his thanks. Just as he took the money, a system notification sound suddenly echoed in his mind. "Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 40 yuan. A 10,000-fold amplification reward, 4 million yuan. Shocked and disbelieving, he stopped in his tracks and stood frozen on the spot. Perhaps he had been skeptical about the system before, but now that the money had actually arrived, there was no doubt left. Staring at the text message on his phone, the huge bank deposit notification seemed like a dream. He felt like roaring to the sky to vent his excitement. After a long while, Ning gradually calmed down, a faint smile curling at the corners of his mouth. He hailed a taxi, ready to return to Lee's private kitchen for the next job. Normally, designated drivers would carry a foldable electric scooter for getting back, otherwise how would you return after dropping off a customer? Ning hadn't prepared one. After all, with the system's 10,000-fold amplification reward, he couldn't care less about taxi fare. Interestingly, when he returned to the private kitchen, the other 2 drivers still hadn't come back from their deliveries. Order didn't matter then. If a customer arrived, they couldn't be kept waiting. Coincidentally, a table of young women had finished their meal and came to the reception desk for a designated driver. "Wow, the driver is so handsome. Why didn't I drive today? If I'd known there was such a handsome driver, I would have driven here too. Wei Wei is so lucky. You must tell us tonight whether anything happened." Having already drunk, the young women were a bit hyper. When they saw Ning, their eyes lit up, and they began chattering. Ning smiled professionally, not paying much attention. The car belonged to the girl called Wei Wei, but she seemed quite drunk, needing help walking from her friends. If it were someone else, their mind might have wandered by now. But Ning wasn't affected at all. He had a girlfriend. His worry was, since she was already this drunk, how would she pay the fare later? The distance wasn't far. After about 10 minutes, they arrived at the girl's residential complex. "Miss, we've arrived." Ning turned around and started speaking, only to see the girl had already fallen asleep. His mouth twitched slightly. His worst fear had come true. "Miss, we're here." Ning raised his voice, trying to wake her. The girl drowsily opened her eyes, but her gaze was unfocused, clearly not sober. Ning sighed, thought for a moment, and asked tentatively, "Which building do you live in? They'll walk you back." The girl heard him, processed it for a while, and slurred the answer. Ning breathed a sigh of relief. At least with a specific apartment number, he could take her home. He helped the girl out of the car, locked it, and supported her toward her building. Fortunately, there was an elevator, so no stairs were needed. Otherwise, Ning wouldn't have been able to carry her. He rang the doorbell, and soon the door opened. A middle-aged woman opened it, complaining loudly. "So late again. Where have you been gallivanting? Never any peace of mind. Don't find a partner when you should just playing around all day." However, when she saw her daughter being helped home by a young man, her expression changed instantly. "Oh, come in, come in." The girl's mother changed her expression, instantly beaming, as she warmly invited Ning and then helped lay her daughter on the sofa. Ning was about to ask for the fare and leave, but the mother strongly pulled him to sit on the sofa. "Young man, let me get you a glass of water." Her warmth made Ning a bit uncomfortable. "Auntie, I..." Before he could finish, with an awkward smile, the water was already in his hands. Ning could only say thank you. "How old are you, young man?" the mother asked with concern. "Where are you from? How many people in your family?" Su Ning's expression stiffened slightly. He thought, I'm just a driver. Why the interrogation? But from her demeanor, he guessed he wouldn't get out without an answer. So he answered honestly. Auntie, I'm 23 years old, a local. But there aren't many people in my family, just a girlfriend, my current college classmate. However, to Su Ning's surprise upon hearing his answer, the mother visibly erupted in fury, flames of rage practically leaping from her eyes. With a sudden movement, she sprang up and swung her hand towards Su Ning's face. If the slap landed, it would have been thunderous. Su Ning reacted swiftly, raising his hand to block it in a flash. Are you crazy? Attacking without a word. And I didn't even say anything offensive, just answered your questions. Could this middle-aged woman have some mental illness? What are you doing? After blocking the first hit, Su Ning quickly leaped back 2 steps, staring at her warily, furious and bewildered. At this, the middle-aged woman was even more enraged. Hands on her hips, she pointed at Su Ning and began cursing. You little bastard. You brat. You already have a girlfriend, and you're still after my daughter. He'll beat you to death. Her face contorted with rage, as if she truly wanted to devour him. Hearing her words, Su Ning almost failed to catch his breath and nearly blacked out on the spot. Good heavens, so that was why she started throwing punches at the slightest word. Seeing the middle-aged woman grab a cup from the coffee table and about to hurl it at him, Su Ning hastily waved his hands again and again. Don't throw it. I'm just a designated driver. At this moment, Su Ning truly did not know whether to laugh or cry. If he had really wronged her daughter, a beating would be well deserved. Yet he did not even know the girl's name and had still almost been pummeled from head to toe. What disaster had he invited upon himself? Designated driver. This time it was the middle-aged woman's turn to be dumbfounded. For a moment she failed to react. What did that mean? So he was not some scumbag deceiving her daughter. Seeing the doubt in her eyes, Su Ning hurried to elaborate. Your daughter had been drinking. I'm the restaurant's designated driver. I brought her back home. I don't know her at all, he added, his expression the very picture of innocence. Faced with something like this, he was utterly at a loss. This time the girl's mother finally understood. Her expression turned awkward, tinged with embarrassment. But when she glanced at her daughter dead drunk and oblivious on the sofa, then looked again at the tall, handsome Su Ning, a visible regret and frustration surfaced in her eyes. Such a handsome young man. Why couldn't he be her daughter's boyfriend? Sorry young man, Auntie misunderstood you, she said apologetically. Are you all right? She asked. Su Ning could only shake his head with a wry smile. At this point, he just wanted to collect his fee and leave as soon as possible. The girl's mother took out a 100 yuan bill and handed it to him, saying apologetically, a city ride for a designated driver is about 50, right? Take the 100 and keep the change. Su Ning accepted the money, thanked her, and did not find it particularly. He had already learned from chatting with the other 2 designated drivers that this job often came with tips. Many bosses did not care about such small amounts of money. However, just as Su Ning was about to take his leave, the girl's mother asked again in a hopeful tone, young man, how's your relationship with your girlfriend? Is there any chance you might break up? If you do, could you consider my daughter? I'm telling you, she's incredibly outstanding, absolutely a good girl. Why don't you leave a phone number? Come by when you have time, she went on, her enthusiasm no less than when she had first mistaken Su Ning for her daughter's boyfriend. In her eyes, a steady yet handsome young man like Su Ning was the perfect match for her daughter. Even the slightest sliver of opportunity could not be allowed to slip away. Opportunities belonged to those who were prepared. Since her daughter did not take such matters seriously as a mother, she had to. Su Ning, however, was finding it hard to fend her off. Goodbye, Auntie. If he did not run now, he really would be kept as a live-in son-in-law. Finally escaping her enthusiasm with great effort, Su Ning could not help wiping the sweat from his forehead. He had almost been captured and turned into a live-in son-in-law. Getting away had not been easy. Just then the system's notification chime echoed in his mind. Congratulations to the host for diligently working and earning 90 yuan. With the 100,000-fold amplification, you are rewarded 9 million yuan. The income for this trip was 100 yuan. After deducting the restaurant's 10 yuan cut, his net earnings were 90. After amplification, that became 9 million. Even though he had already made 4 million on his first job, faced with such astronomical figures, Su Ning was still overwhelmed with delight. He could not help but entertain an absurd notion. If he kept working like this every day, wouldn't he eventually become the richest man alive? After calming down and seeing that it was still early, Su Ning hailed a taxi and went back to the private kitchen restaurant. There was no problem at all in taking on 2 more orders. Although it was not the weekend, business at the restaurant was good, with plenty of corporate drinking engagements. The other 2 designated drivers had already received orders and headed out, and soon Su Ning also got his 3rd job. A young man who was clearly plastered, his words slurred beyond recognition. I'm not drunk. I can still drink. I swear I haven't had too much. If you don't believe me, let's find a bar and go another round, the young man insisted. Su Ning finally managed to half carry, half support him into the car, and spent quite some time coaxing him before he could even learn where the man lived. Wiping the sweat from his brow, he could not help sighing over how difficult life as a designated driver really was. Every customer a designated driver dealt with had been drinking, and a large proportion of them had drunk far too much. Once a person was that drunk with alcohol clouding their brain, they often had no idea what they were doing. Communication alone could be exhausting, and all sorts of bizarre incidents were enough to drive any driver crazy. At this point, Ning finally began to understand the system's so-called warm reminder. Perhaps it wanted him to experience the full spectrum of life's sweet, sour, bitter, and spicy moments while he farmed money. And indeed, he was already tasting them. Sliding into the driver's seat and fastening his seatbelt, Ning drew in a deep breath. He now only hoped to deliver this overly drunk young man home smoothly without any unexpected troubles. The young man's car was impressive, an entry-level sports car, most likely bought by his parents. Sitting in the driver's seat, Ning felt a surge of excitement. What young man did not like sports cars? Yet he did not forget his duty. This was clearly not the right time to seek the thrill of high speed. The principle of a designated driver was to deliver the client home safely, so reckless driving was out of the question. All the way he drove with particular care and steadiness. Yet this driving style drew complaints from the young man in the passenger seat. Can you even drive? With such a good car you're going at a snail's pace, he grumbled. Dare you go a bit faster? There was even a hint of disdain in his tone. I'm sorry, sir. My job is to get you home safely and smoothly. Safety comes first, Ning replied, evenly hands steady on the wheel. Perhaps he was simply used to driving fast, watching car after car overtake them. The young man felt so uncomfortable, it was almost a physical reaction. Brother, I'm begging you, just drive a little faster. You're crawling like a turtle, I can't stand it, he pleaded. Ning glanced sideways and saw that the young man truly looked as though his heart were in torment, and all hope had been lost, so he slightly increased their speed. At least this way they would not be casually overtaken by every car behind them. The young man brightened. Faster. Go even faster, he urged. He kept urging Ning on, but this time Ning refused to accelerate any further. The young man grew anxious, his eyes suddenly rolling as a grin curved his lips. He had come up with an idea. Brother, how about we play a game? From now until we reach my place, for every car you overtake, I'll give you an extra 10 yuan, he proposed. For every car that overtakes us, I'll deduct 10. Do you dare to play? He added, brimming with excitement, and goading Ning with his words. Ning shot him a deeply dubious look, unable to fathom the man's mindset. 10 yuan for every car he overtook. Fortunately, the distance was not far, otherwise Ning thought he could overtake until the man went bankrupt. Although Ning did not dare claim his driving skills were exceptional, nor did he presume to call himself a seasoned driver, he was after all piloting a luxury sports car. Ordinary cars on the road would instinctively keep their distance. So overtaking them would be nothing more than an easy task. Ning could not help curling his lips into a smile. Then sit tight, he said. With that he slammed his foot down on the accelerator. The sports car roared like a wild beast and shot forward in a violent burst of speed. The fierce shove against his back sent his adrenaline surging. This feeling of hurtling like the wind made him feel as if he might take flight. At last he understood why so many young people were obsessed with street racing. Yet Ning remained rational. On the elevated road with a speed limit of 80, pushing the car to nearly 90 kilometers per hour was already his limit. After all, a substitute driver had one crucial rule: never create traffic violations for the customer. Even so, the ample power and acceleration made overtaking almost effortless. Without any need to slow down, he wove left and right across the not-so-busy elevated road, passing one car after another. In the passenger seat, the young man, still heavily drunk, was wildly excited, as if this were even more exhilarating than driving fast himself. 16, 17, 18. He did not forget to help Ning count how many cars they had overtaken. After leaving the elevated road, Ning slightly eased off the gas because of the lower speed limit, yet he continued to pass one vehicle after another. Only when they reached their destination did he finally lift his foot from the accelerator and gently apply the brakes. Not bad, brother, the young man exclaimed. Fast and steady. You even overtook on the highway without breaking any rules. You've got skills. The young man staggered out of the car and walked over to Ning to take the keys, his face still full of excitement. Without needing any reminder, he had already pulled out his wallet ready to pay Ning. I'll count your driving fee as 100. I was keeping track for you. You overtook 35 cars along the way. I'm too drunk to do the math. I'll just give you 500 in total. We'll call it done. Without giving him a chance to refuse, he stuffed several red banknotes into Ning's hand. In that instant, a chime sounded in Ning's mind. Congratulations to the host for earning 490 yuan through hard work. With a 100,000-fold increase, you are rewarded 49 million yuan. The number left Ning frozen on the spot, utterly stunned. Good heavens, almost 50 million. While Ning was still inwardly reeling, the young man noticed his expression and reaction and assumed he thought the money was too little. What, not enough? then I'll give you another 100. As he spoke, he shoved yet another red banknote into Su Ning's hand. As expected, the system chimes sounded again. Congratulations to the host for earning 100 yuan through hard work. With a 100,000-fold increase, you are rewarded 10 million yuan. Su Ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably as he looked at the young man with an indescribably strange expression. Good heavens. Please keep going. Don't stop. In his heart, Su Ning was shouting, begging him not to hold back. Of course that was only a joke. Su Ning had his pride. He could not abandon his dignity for money. Tips he could accept, but to let a drunk man keep pulling out money without end. He truly could not bring himself to do such a thing. That's enough. It's plenty, Su Ning said, waving his hand to stop the young man from shoving more money at him. Still, the look he cast at the young man was as if he were gazing at a walking god of wealth. And how could he not? He had just earned nearly 60 million off him alone. The thought was incredible. He could not help wanting to press his palms together in prayer. Make customers like this come by the dozen. No wonder the system had hinted that the chance of encountering bizarre events during the money farming experience would greatly increase. So this was what it meant. Next time I drink, I'll call you to drive for me again, the young man said with a wide grin. Su Ning's eyes lit up despite himself. He had not even started praying, and his wish was already being granted. If you hire me as your driver again, next time I'll give you a supercar, Su Ning replied with a laugh. The young man froze for a moment, then curled his lip in disdain, thinking Su Ning was boasting shamelessly. A substitute driver claiming he would give him a supercar. It had to be some toy model. He turned away, waved his hand, and walked off without another word. Little did he know Su Ning was truly not bragging. A non-limited edition supercar cost only several million at most. Su Ning had just earned nearly 60 million from him. Compared to that, a fairly ordinary supercar of around 10 million was hardly anything at all. He took a taxi back to the private home-style restaurant. It was already past 11, and only one table of customers remained inside, still drinking and chatting. The other two substitute drivers had already returned and were ahead of him in the queue, so Su Ning estimated that he probably would not get any more orders that night. Sure enough, after the last table dispersed, one customer requested a driver, and Master Li took him home. Su Ning and Master Wang had no more work. On the way back to the dormitory, Su Ning began to tally the night's earnings. 3 jobs, 720 yuan in cash, and after the system's amplification, a staggering total of 72 million. The income made Su Ning feel as though he were dreaming. Even with the very real figures displayed in his bank account, he remained deeply shaken. Just like that, he had become a rich man. At this rate of income, about 70 million in a single day, he would make roughly 25 billion in a year. That would put him within reach of the threshold for the top 100 richest people in the country. The wealth of the richest tycoon was only about 400 billion. Simply by working as a substitute driver, he would not even need 20 years to become the richest man in the nation. It was absurd to the point of ridiculousness. Yet after calming down and thinking rationally, he knew that today's numbers were somewhat inflated. From chatting with the other 2 drivers, he knew they could earn more than 5,000 yuan a month from substitute driving, and in the New Year period, if things went well, they might even make over 10,000. With 2 or 3 jobs a day, after subtracting the restaurant's commission, their actual income averaged around 200 yuan daily, which naturally added up to 5,000 or 6,000 a month. Today had been an exception for Su Ning. That first job with only 50 yuan for the fee was the true normal. A bizarre client like the young man with the luxury sports car was something one could only hope to encounter, never count on. By a normal estimate, earning 5,000 a month would translate, after the system's amplification, into about 500 million. Even so, it was still an astonishingly outrageous figure. What more could Su Ning possibly be dissatisfied with? Just then, as he was tallying his gains, a sudden system notification arrived. For the host's convenience, the system can help convert the host's monetary assets into various forms of property. Su Ning blinked, and after a moment's thought, he understood what the system meant. It was essentially saying, if you do not know how to spend it, the system will spend it for you. It was surprisingly considerate, very much looking out for its host. Money sitting in a bank account was only numbers. Only when spent did it truly become one's own. So what should he turn this 72 million into? A luxury home. That was not impossible, but in the great imperial capital, a 72 million yuan property might not truly qualify as a mansion. Better to wait until his funds were more abundant and make an ancien purchase. Earlier that night, when he had tasted the thrill of the sports car, while driving a client, Su Ning had to admit that his heart had been moved. What boy did not like supercars? Given his previous family circumstances, Su Ning had never dared to dream of owning one, but a person should at least have dreams. His favorite supercar was the Koenigsegg one, famed as the Ghost Fighter, with only 6 units worldwide. That alone meant countless rich second-generation heirs, even with money to spare, had no way to buy one. Its original price had been only around 10 million, but several resales had already driven the actual cost up to 50 million. In that case, he might as well convert the money into a supercar. The more he thought about it, the hotter his blood ran. Unable to restrain his excitement any longer, he directly chose to convert his cash into a Koenigsegg 1. The system was incredibly efficient, completing the conversion in an instant. A virtual Koenigsegg 1 hovered quietly in the system's space, ready to be manifested into reality at any moment. At the same time, the cash balance in his card decreased by 50 million yuan, leaving only 22 million. So expensive. Finding a spot with no people and no cameras, he excitedly manifested the supercar. Instantly, the supercar's ghostly silhouette, with its striking and sci-fi dreamlike design, made Su Ning's breath quicken. He sat in the driver's seat, started the engine, and the thunderous roar of the mechanical sound waves seemed to merge with his heartbeat. Speeding all the way, he arrived at the parking lot outside the dormitory apartment. As he got out of the car, a faint smile involuntarily curved at the corners of Su Ning's mouth. So exhilarating. So thrilling. This is the charm of a supercar. He raced unrestrainedly on the ring road, indulging in the unique experience brought by the supercar. After having his fill of fun, he drove toward the school. Returning to the dormitory, his 3 roommates had already gone to sleep. Su Ning quietly washed up and then went to bed. Despite a bit of insomnia from the unexpected adventure, it didn't spoil his good dreams. The next morning, Su Ning called his girlfriend Wang Yingying, planning to have breakfast with her at the adjacent art academy. Wang Yingying was a junior in the acting department at the adjacent art academy. The two had come together serendipitously last year. Recently, however, a rift had appeared in their relationship. Wang Yingying had become lukewarm toward him. She constantly complained that her best friend's boyfriend would buy her bags and phones, and always surprise her with romantic gestures. But for Su Ning, who had to work multiple part-time jobs just to afford tuition and living expenses, all this was far too extravagant. But now that he had the money-spending system, all problems would be solved. He drove to the art academy. Since there were no parking spots left downstairs, Su Ning simply parked a bit farther away. Arriving at the dormitory building, as usual, many boys were squatting downstairs, their gazes fervent. Needless to say, these were the so-called simps and yes-men. Su Ning felt a bit sympathetic toward them. Although he was also waiting downstairs like them, he was no simp. Because he was waiting for his girlfriend, not for an unattainable goddess forever out of reach. Wang Yingying hadn't come down yet. Just then the roar of an engine grew from far to near. A red Porsche 718 Roadster parked arrogantly right in front of the building. Watching the young man step out of the sports car, the surrounding people couldn't help but show envious looks. After all, for students still on campus, the appeal of a sports car was overwhelming. Maybe in the past, Su Ning would have felt the same, appreciative and envious. But now that he was driving a Koenigsegg 1, he naturally wouldn't care about an entry-level sports car. Even the sports car he had driven for a client last night was of a higher grade than this Porsche 718 before. The young man who got out of the car held a bouquet of flowers in his hands, exuding confidence from head to toe, which made the acne on his face seem somehow distinctive. Su Ning slightly curled his lips. No need to guess, he must be here to chase after some girl from the art academy. Not to mention a sports car alone was something most girls couldn't refuse. At that moment, Wang Yingying walked out of the dormitory building. Su Ning smiled and stepped forward to greet her. But just as he moved, the young man in the sports car also moved. Wang Yingying's face was full of smiles, her steps brisk, as she approached, looking so eager. But just as Su Ning was about to give his girlfriend a hug, a scene that made his eyes flicker occurred. Wang Yingying actually walked up to the young man with the sports car, shyly taking the bouquet from his hand. At this moment, Su Ning couldn't help but frown as countless thoughts flashed through his mind. What does this mean? Why should Yingying accept someone else's flowers? Could it be that this young man is Wang Yingying's brother? Although there had been some friction between them recently, he still couldn't bring himself to believe this was Wang Yingying's betrayal. Yingying. Wang Yingying and the young man turned around together, both looking at Su Ning with smirking expression. But in Wang Yingying's eyes there was more disdain, while the young man's gaze was more condescending and contemptuous. Wang Yingying wanted to say something, but was stopped by the young man. It's as you see. I'm Wang Hao. Now I'm Yingying's boyfriend. You, a toad who got lucky enough to taste swan meat, should be content. Don't pester Yingying from now on, or he'll make you pay. Wang Hao warned Su Ning in a contemptuous, stern tone. Su Ning narrowed his eyes, his gaze gradually turning indifferent. He hadn't expected that when he heard words infuriating enough to provoke anyone, he wouldn't be as angry as he imagined. Perhaps without realizing it, his feelings for Wang Yingying had truly faded. However, the way they had shown up today and almost humiliated him still made it hard for him to stay calm. Yingying, give me an explanation. Su Ning spoke in a calm tone. Wang Yingying seemed to feel guilty about what she had done and was about to speak, but Wang Hao stopped her again. She doesn't owe you any explanation. You really think a toad like you can keep feasting on swan meat forever? Broke, bastard loser. You can't even afford to buy Yingying an iPhone. See this sports car of mine. He turned around, patted the hood of the sports car, and said with extreme sarcasm, this car. You couldn't afford it in a lifetime. So what right do you have to keep babbling here? With that, without waiting for Su Ning to respond, he pulled open the car door for Wang Yingying to get in. Wang Yingying seemed to quickly emerge from that glimmer of guilt, joyfully getting into the sports car. Su Ning squinted as he watched the departing sports car and the two figures faintly visible through the rear glass. Surprisingly, no great waves stirred in his heart. Perhaps the feelings for his girlfriend had truly faded, and he was glad to have seen Wang Yingying's true color. The only thing that irritated him was probably the insulting attitude. With a cold smirk, a mocking curve formed at the corner of Su Ning's mouth. Bastards! There will be a chance to pay back. Ignoring the murmurs and pointing around him, Su Ning slowly walked toward where he had parked his car in the distance. At that moment, the Ferrari 718 had parked right next to a Koenigsegg 1 supercar. Wang Hao got out, helped Wang Yingying out of the car, and excitedly began introducing it to her. Yingying, look, this supercar belongs to my friend. Koenigsegg 1 limited to 6 units globally, only this one in the country. Even in the capital, it's nearly worth a villa. They'll borrow it one day and take you for a spin. You'll be the envy of all women. Wang Yingying didn't know much about sports cars, but she understood one thing: the more eye-catching the exterior, the higher the value likely was. Compared to Wang Hao's entry-level Ferrari 718, the supercar in front of her was simply stunning. Although the supercar does not belong to Wang Hao, simply being able to sit in it and go for a spin would be enough to satisfy a materialistic woman's vanity to the extreme. Seeing the way Wang Yingying's eyes were practically melting with desire, Wang Hao could not help but chuckle to himself. Whether this supercar truly belonged to his friend was something only he knew. His family background was decent, with assets worth tens of millions, otherwise they would never have bought him a sports car. Yet this Koenigsegg 1 alone was already equivalent to the entirety of his family's wealth. He had no qualification whatsoever to be acquainted with the kind of ultra-privileged young master who could own such a top-tier supercar. It was just bragging. No one could expose him anyway. Even if Wang Yingying brought it up in the future, he could always fob her off with some random excuse. Just then Su Ning walked over, frowning as he looked at the lovey-dovey pair. Wang Hao also noticed Su Ning. He turned, his expression playful as he looked at him like a god high above, gazing down upon an ant. Did you see this? He said. This Koenigsegg 1. Oh, you mongrel probably don't understand supercars at all, so I won't bore you with the details. If my Ferrari is something you could never afford, even after a lifetime of struggle, then this supercar is something you wouldn't qualify to touch, even if you toiled as a beast of burden for 10 lifetimes. Envy won't help you. You'd better spend more time figuring out which brand of electric scooter suits you best. With that, Wang Hao burst into loud laughter, the derision thick in his voice. Su Ning was not the least bit angry, and the look in his eyes at Wang Hao was as if he were watching a clown perform. After you've said all that, what exactly does this car have to do with you? He asked. Hearing Su Ning's question, Wang Hao curled his lip in contempt. The car belongs to my friend, he snorted. Su Ning was speechless, feeling not only helpless, but a sense of absurdity that defied words. It's not even yours, so what are you so pleased about? Su Ning said with a cold snort. Wang Hao looked at him with an expression that said you understand nothing at all, and spoke with even greater disdain. What do you know? He snapped. In this society, connections are a kind of capability. Even if you're picking trash for a living, as long as you have a friend called Ma Baba, no one would dare belittle you. The fact that I know friends like this is my capability. As for you, you're not even worthy of carrying their shoes. That's the gap between us. The more he spoke, the more excited Wang Hao became. How about this? Come be my lackey, and I'll be your connection. I won't promise you untold riches, but as long as you serve me well, I can at least show you the wider world. Well, what do you say? He said it not because he lacked followers, nor because he saw any particular value in Su Ning, but because his peculiar awakening had given him such twisted ideas. If Su Ning became his little lackey, wouldn't that be equivalent to stealing his brother's woman? The thrill of playing with the sister-in-law while the younger brother was away made his blood race. The thought alone was intoxicating. Wang Yingying, of course, had no idea what bizarre notions were running through Wang Hao's mind. She simply agreed wholeheartedly with everything he said. 2 years with Su Ning had brought her nothing at all. After just a few days with Wang Hao, she already had the chance to ride a 50 million supercar for a joyride. The gulf between them was staggering. She felt as if the past year of her life had been wasted on a stray dog. Her jade-like fingers gently caressed the hood of the supercar tenderly, as though she were stroking a lover with deep affection. In that instant, she felt as though she already possessed the entire world. She had shed her old skin. When she turned to look at Su Ning again, her eyes were filled with pride and disdain, and even a hint of disgust. Stop pestering me, she said. We belong to completely different worlds. What I want is something you can never give me. Half an hour later, another monster rampage point. The level of the outer monsters reached 30, and he saw no senior students, nor any new students. Carrying a different worlds. It did seem that from now on they truly would be people from 2 separate worlds. He smiled with faint amusement, whether there was mockery in that smile depended on who was watching. This car belongs to your friend, he asked. Funny, I don't recall having such a friend. As he spoke, he pulled a key from his pocket and pressed the button. The Koenigsegg immediately responded. The headlights flashed twice, the doors slid outward, and then swung upward, opening in an incredibly dazzling motion. The sight nearly made Wang Hao and Wang Yingying's jaws drop to the floor. Especially Wang Yingying. Her hand was still resting on the car's body, and as the door moved, she almost leapt up like a startled cat. Under their utterly incredulous gazes, Su Ning slipped into the driver's seat with calm ease and started the engine. He floored the throttle once. The explosive roar and gust of displaced air made their hearts pound violently. Su Ning lowered the window, and looking at Wang Yingying's nearly hysterical expression, gave a faint smile. "It seems we really are people from two different worlds now," he said. "I certainly won't pester you, and likewise don't come pestering me. It's better for both of us that way, wouldn't you agree?" He returned her own words to her. If Su Ning had been sitting on an electric scooter while saying this, it would have been nothing but self-inflicted humiliation. But now that his ride was a supercar worth $500 million, those words carried a devastating impact. Without waiting for either of them to respond, Su Ning slammed the accelerator and surged away, driving the furious beast of a car off into the distance. Wang Hao and Wang Yingying stared at each other, faces drained of color, utterly unable to believe what they had just seen. The scene before their eyes shattered their understanding and crushed all their pride. Especially Wang Yingying. Her mind had gone completely blank. Impossible. Absolutely impossible. How could a penniless nobody like Su Ning possibly be driving a supercar? She knew all too well how hard Su Ning had worked at part-time jobs and saving every penny. "Is it possible that you were mistaken?" she asked. "That this car isn't actually worth that much? Or maybe the car doesn't belong to him at all, and he's only renting or borrowing it to put on airs? Didn't you say this car was your friend's? Ask your friend whether he lent the car to Su Ning. If he didn't, then the car must have been stolen by Su Ning, and we should hurry and call the police to have him arrested." After a long moment of shock, Wang Yingying could no longer hide her amazement and desperate hope as she questioned Wang Hao. By now, however, Wang Hao was already seething with anger. Because of Wang Yingying, he had just offended a young master capable of driving a top-tier supercar. With someone of that level, he wouldn't even need to act personally. Others would gladly make sure Wang Hao suffered for it. The thought made him shudder involuntarily, and when he looked back at Wang Yingying, his expression had turned outright hostile. "Mistaken?" he snarled. "Mistaken, my ass. If you're that ignorant, go online and look it up yourself. See what kind of car that is and how a globally limited supercar like that is nothing but a toy for top-tier tycoons and young masters. How could they possibly rent it out? Even if he borrowed it, he has the kind of connections I still can't afford to offend. Call the police on him. You really are heartless like a soulless whore," he spat. "Enough. Someone as poisonous as you is trouble I can't afford, and I'm done playing with you. Goodbye." Without giving Wang Yingying any chance to react, he got into his own car and drove off. She stood there stunned, and then her entire world collapsed. 5 minutes earlier, she had been fantasizing about owning the entire world. 5 minutes later, she had lost everything. Su Ning did not feel sorrowful or distressed after leaving the Academy of Arts. Perhaps his emotions had already grown faint, or perhaps more importantly, he had finally seen through Wang Yingying's true nature. Such a woman was better parted with as early as possible. Back in the dormitory, his 3 roommates were engrossed in a video game. Su Ning simply stripped off his clothes and climbed into bed for a long overdue nap. After all, most chauffeur services operated at night, daytime rest was inevitably scarce. The 3 roommates exchanged glances and instinctively lowered their volume. When Su Ning awoke, it was already afternoon. He spent some time refining his graduation project on his laptop in the dorm, then headed to the canteen for dinner. Around 7 o'clock that evening, peak dining hours, he arrived at Li's private kitchen. Master Li and Master Wang sat idly near the front desk, bored and listless. With Su Ning's arrival, their idle solitude expanded from 2 to 3. Alas, though it was dinner time, it was not yet peak chauffeur demand. Drinking sessions often dragged on for hours. Guests would likely not begin calling for chauffeurs until after 8. "How did yesterday's assignments go?" Master Wang asked with a smile. Recalling yesterday's incidents, Su Ning's expression flickered oddly. Was it unsuccessful? Hardly. The night had netted him over 70 million yuan. Yet was it truly smooth? Hardly. He'd nearly been slapped, and one passenger had even pressured him to overtake recklessly. Utterly absurd. Seeing Su Ning's peculiar expression, the other 2 chauffeurs were unsurprised. In this line of work, one encountered every kind of person imaginable. Buy a voice recorder when you get the chance. Keep it running during every assignment, just in case disputes arise. Master Wang offered the advice kindly. Su Ning nodded, recognizing its wisdom. Indeed, some customers were utterly unreasonable. Without evidence, truth could easily be buried beneath accusations. You'll grow accustomed to it the longer you do this job. We've been at it for years, met every sort of patron imaginable. Some tales would make you doubt your own ears. Once I picked up a man, so drunk he slurred, "Take me to find a girl." Another time a tipsy passenger sat in the back seat, and somehow donned a full wig ensemble mid-ride, startling me half to death. After reporting him, he admitted he'd done it solely to scare me off and dodge the fee. Tell me, does that sound bizarre enough? Seizing the moment, Master Wang regaled Su Ning with absurd anecdotes from his chauffeur days. Before Master Wang could continue, Master Li eagerly seized the thread. That's nothing. What I've seen is truly extraordinary. I once ferried a gay man. I was driving perfectly. Then out of nowhere he reached from the front passenger seat and groped my thigh. I jolted, nearly caused an accident. Ever since, even in scorching summer heat, I refused to wear loose shorts while on duty. Su Ning had been listening rapt, until he burst into laughter. Yet within 3 seconds his mirth faded, his face stiffening into quiet unease. His heart fluttered with apprehension. Now that he himself was a chauffeur, might he too encounter such men? After all, the system had explicitly warned the probability of encountering bizarre incidents would rise dramatically. The more he pondered it, the more plausible it seemed. So much so that he shuddered involuntarily. To be groped by a predatory man. He'd rather vanish from existence. Goosebumps prickled his skin. Tonight's peak demand arrived later than usual, only beginning around 8:30, when patrons started approaching the cashier to request chauffeurs. In order of rotation, Master Wang departed first, then Master Li, leaving Su Ning last. His client was a middle-aged man who had barely touched alcohol, a level of sobriety so pronounced that Su Ning suspected the man could have driven home unassisted. The man exercised admirable self-restraint. The adage "never drive after drinking" had long since taken root in public consciousness. Better safe than sorry, no matter how remote the risk. This assignment unfolded with uncanny smoothness, calming Su Ning's earlier anxiety. His earning: "Congratulations, host. You have earned 40 yuan through diligent labor. 10,000-fold amplification reward, 4 million yuan. Compared to yesterday's exhilaration, Su Ning now met the news with serene composure. Moreover, 4 million yuan paled beside yesterday's staggering 72 million, hardly warranted. Returning to the restaurant, he found Master Li present, but Master Wang absent. Upon inquiry, he learned the latter had already departed for his second assignment. Shortly thereafter, a beautiful woman approached the cashier requesting a chauffeur. Master Li shot Su Ning a glance, half teasing, half smug, before rushing forward with eager courtesy. Su Ning rolled his eyes, muttering inwardly, "This old fox spends his days dreaming of romance." Su Ning understood Master Li's implication perfectly. A beautiful, intoxicated client might open doors to unexpected intimacy. Yet online anecdotes always featured young, handsome chauffeurs, not men like Master Li. Did he ever pause to examine himself in the mirror? A lecherous 50-year-old, plain and unremarkable. What desperation, what delusion would compel a woman to seek passion with him? Su Ning had almost blurted a warning: "Don't overstep. Her initiative is acceptable, but yours would constitute coercion, pure and simple." He hoped for decency's sake that the old man retained some modicum of self-awareness. Just then a new client arrived, a man of about 40, arm draped possessively around a woman in her 20s. The man's appearance was unexceptional, slightly plump, yet lacking a protruding belly. The woman was striking, though heavy makeup dulled her natural distinctiveness. Their age difference evoked father-daughter dynamics, but their intimate gestures betrayed a far different relationship. Su Ning speculated silently, careful not to betray curiosity. After all, it concerned him not at all. Once seated, Su Ning drove steadily, his attention focused ahead, ignoring entirely the murmurs drifting from the rear seat. Let no misapprehension arise, those sounds held no illicit heat, no compromising intimacy. They were merely exchanging tender, affectionate banter. Some topics veering toward boldness, yet still falling well short of impropriety. "Honey, you were incredible last night. I want more tonight." "Darling, not tonight. Be good. I'll make time for you soon. Remember that handbag you admired? Next time it's yours." Su Ning feigned deafness, absorbing nothing. Thankfully, the couple refrained from physical contact. Had they not, his frequent glances into the rearview mirror would have rendered the ride deeply awkward. He thought this ride would go as smoothly as the last one, but the system had other plans for him. Just as they were about to reach their destination, a figure suddenly darted out from the roadside near the entrance of the community. Fortunately, Su Ning was focused and quick to react, slamming on the brakes just in time, otherwise an accident would have surely occurred. In an instant, he was drenched in cold sweat, filled with a lingering sense of dread. The two passengers in the back seat, not wearing seat belts, were propelled forward by the sudden brake, their heads crashing hard against the front seats. "What the hell?" The sounds of surprise and pain erupted simultaneously. Su Ning quickly turned around to check on the two. Although this incident wasn't his fault, he didn't want his customers to be hurt. But at that moment, the person who had suddenly appeared and almost got hit came right to the driver's side and yanked the car. "You know how to come back. Where have you been messing around? You're never home. Do you treat our house like a hotel?" The middle-aged woman shouted at Su Ning like a fierce tigress, but then she realized something was off. "Who?" Su Ning was a bit taken aback and instinctively responded, "I'm the designated driver." The middle-aged woman stopped her tirade and went to open the back door. In the next second, the middle-aged woman exploded with rage, jumped into the car, and began swinging her fists at the middle-aged man's head and face with ferocity. "You bastard. You really found a mistress, didn't you? You're really asking for it. I won't let this go." The punches were so fierce that Su Ning watched in shock. The man was getting dazed from the blows, but knew he had to escape. He couldn't just keep taking hits, so after enduring a few more strikes, he squeezed out of the car. Perhaps feeling that just hitting the man wasn't enough, the middle-aged woman dove back into the car, grabbed the young woman's long hair in the back seat, and yanked her out with force. "You little slut. You shameless thing. You're a mistress, and I bet your whole family is involved in this. I'll beat you to death today, you vixen. You filthy bitch." The middle-aged woman was so fierce, especially since the young woman couldn't escape with her hair being pulled. After just a few moments, her face was already bleeding. Su Ning didn't dare to intervene, fearing he would attract trouble. "I'm just a designated driver, not a world police officer." He wanted to leave, but the payment had yet to be settled. After the system's calculation, it was 4 million. Surely, even the wealthiest tycoon wouldn't casually throw away 4 million, right? Perhaps the middle-aged man felt guilty and didn't dare speak loudly. He could only softly persuade her. "Honey, stop hitting her. If you cause her even minor injuries, it'll be considered intentional harm." The middle-aged woman actually listened. It would be too disadvantageous for her to get involved with a situation like this. If she ended up in prison sewing while these two were out having fun, it wouldn't be worth it. However, she still had to throw out some harsh words. "Intentional harm. You wish. I'll deal with you two first, then I'll turn myself in. No one is leaving here alive today." Su Ning stepped back 2 paces, raising his hands in innocence. "I haven't done anything." He had no idea that this fierce woman was just talking tough. If she really went into a blind rage and started indiscriminately attacking, he'd be the one wronged. The middle-aged man knew his wife's temperament and would clearly not act impulsively. As long as he sincerely admitted his mistakes and soothed her, things would probably blow over. But who would have thought that the lousy designated driver would be so oblivious? "Get lost. What are you doing here?" The middle-aged man yelled at Su Ning, seemingly venting all his frustration on him. Su Ning immediately felt displeased and huffed, annoyed. "Do you think I want to watch your mess? I'm afraid it'll hurt my eyes. The ride's over, so hurry up and pay me. Stop wasting my time." The man was furious and wanted to confront Su Ning. Su Ning grinned, thinking, "Do you really think I'm afraid to fight back? If you dare to throw a punch, I'll hit back until you're missing teeth. At worst, we'll just be labeled as mutual fighting and detained for a few days. I have the system. I'll be a billionaire one day. Why should I put up with your nonsense?" The middle-aged man initially wanted to take his anger out on Su Ning, viewing him as just a designated driver, a lower-class nobody, someone crushed by life's pressures who wouldn't dare to resist, deserving nothing but disdain. But seeing Su Ning's eager expression and his fist clenching, he immediately backed down. At middle age, one often feels powerless, especially when faced with a strong young man. The one likely to suffer would be himself. As he was looking for a way to back down, his wife realized that family shame shouldn't be aired publicly, and she quickly took out 200 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Ning. "Here's your designated driver fee. You don't need to give me change." Su Ning accepted the money, nodding slightly in thanks. The tip felt quite satisfying. "Congratulations, host. You worked hard to earn 190 yuan, with 100,000 times reward of 19 million yuan. Just then a taxi pulled up nearby, and Su Ning directly waved it down and got in, leaving. As for the remaining couple and the mistress, whether they continued their quarrel or went their separate ways, Su Ning didn't care. It was better to avoid trouble. Besides, this matter had nothing to do with him. He had enjoyed the spectacle, satisfied his curiosity, and even earned 19 million. Oh, what more could he ask for? Back at the restaurant, he handed the cashier 10 yuan, the agreed-upon commission for each ride. Although he had to pay a commission, he still earned more than if he registered with several platforms, so Su Ning was naturally willing. After a while, Masterly returned. Su Ning couldn't help but want to laugh at the displeased look on his face. Perhaps the wonderful romantic encounter he had fantasized about had fallen through. He wanted to tease him a bit, but then thought they had only known each other for 2 days and weren't that familiar, so he dropped the idea. After waiting a bit longer, customers started coming in for designated drivers, and Su Ning received his third order of the day. 2 fashionable young men dressed casually yet flamboyantly. They gave Su Ning an address, saying they would first pick someone up at that address and then head to a bar. Although the distance wasn't too far, such situations usually required a 100 yuan designated driver fee. Once in the car, the 2 young men chatted in the back seat, mostly discussing how to pick up girls at the bar and sharing their romantic escapades, even talking about their body retrieval experiences. Su Ning focused on driving, pretending he couldn't hear anything. He had been taken to bars by a few buddies from the dorm before and wasn't really interested. As for the chaos in bars, he had heard some stories. Still, it was the same old saying, if it doesn't concern you, don't get involved. He arrived at the pickup address, shut off the engine, and waited. After a few minutes with no one in sight, the 2 young men, unable to contain themselves, began phoning to hurry the passenger. "Are you asleep at home? Can you hurry up? If you don't come soon, there won't be any seats left. All the attractive girls have already ran off to other tables. Obviously, they were picking up a brother, not a woman, though otherwise they would not be so blunt and crude. After 10 minutes, even Su Ning was growing impatient. The restaurant had been busy tonight, and correspondingly the driving for our business was good. A typical Incite designated driver job took less than half an hour to deliver the car. With the return trip added, the whole job could usually be finished within an hour. If he dawdled and delayed subsequent orders, it would be like losing the fare for another job. Especially since Su Ning's fee had been amplified by the system 100,000 times. Losing a single order would be a real loss. Waiting like this was not impossible, but it required extra pay. It was the same principle as taxis charging for waiting time. Sir, the wait has already exceeded 10 minutes. According to our policy, every additional 10 minutes will incur an extra 10 yuan. Or you could urge your companion. Su Ning kept smiling as he spoke. He did not expect that the two young men, already a little irritable, would be instantly inflamed. Their tempers flared up at once. Shut your mouth. Annoying much. All you ever think about is money, money, money. Are you blind to anything else? Damn it, I have plenty of money. Come on, bark like a dog now. One woof, and he'll give you 200, another woof, and another 200. Let's see how many you can do. As they spat insults at Su Ning, one of them rummaged cash from his pocket. He specialized in humiliating people with money. Su Ning froze for a moment. When he registered it, he almost laughed with anger. Damn, using money to shame me. You think you can? Without a word, he reached for his own pouch and pulled out 2 thick stacks of bills. It was the cash had withdrawn that day and kept in his bag for emergencies. He had not expected it to be useful. 200 per woof. Come on then. Bark for me, and he'll give you 2,000 for each woof. Let's see how many you can do today. If you think that is not enough, we'll go to the bank and withdraw more. 2 stacks of bills might not be shocking, but Su Ning's sudden, unshakable presence cowed the 2 young men in the back. They had assumed they could take advantage of a provincial driver, which was why they acted without restraint. Even if they spent 10 or 20,000 for the laugh, they would not care. But they had never imagined this driver would be so unyielding, so fierce. They dared to offer 200 and the driver countered with 2,000 per bark, an outrageous escalation. They could not accept it. Ridiculous. A driver who toiled all month could hardly earn a few sums of 2,000. Their anger and bravado rose higher at that thought, as if a designated driver could intimidate them. 2,000 per bark. They'll make you bankrupt today, force you to sell. If you don't pay, he'll call the police and have you locked up for years. After hurling threats, one of the young men glared at Su Ning, and in his fury actually began to bark. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Woof, woof, woof. Su Ning was amused watching them imitate dogs. Such a rare, ridiculous spectacle deserved full attention. The young men barked for a full 5 minutes until their breath failed them, and only then did they stop. They glared at Su Ning with savage eyes and thrust out their hands. Give the money. I've barked 200 times. That's 400,000. I dare you not to pay me. If you can't come up with it, it'll make you kneel here until dawn. Drunk and reckless, they could do anything in that heat of the moment. As for the shame of barking like dogs, they convinced themselves it would not matter later. They fancied themselves, and if Su Ning refused to pay, they had ways to torment him. If he did pay, how could a single driver possibly produce such a sum without being at their mercy? As they imagined crushing this poor driver, their excitement mounted. But at that moment, Su Ning merely smiled and pulled out his phone. For 100,000. That's not much. Spending 400,000 on such entertainment is worth it. But the banks are closed and ATMs have withdrawal limits, so we'll just transfer it to you directly. The scene they had pictured, of the driver panicking, begging, and kneeling, did not appear. Su Ning's calmness left them momentarily speechless. After a long pause, they regained themselves. I don't buy this trick. Come on, let's see how you transfer the money. They gave Su Ning their bank account. One of them ground his teeth and said he would make the driver show his hand. They were certain Su Ning was bluffing and vowed to expose him. Not even a minute later, the young man's phone chimed. A text from the bank arrived, plainly stating that an amount of 400,000 had just been credited to his account. A scam text. A fake transfer. Even then, they clung to the hope it was some trick. But when he logged into his mobile bank, the young man felt as if struck by lightning and lost the power to think. His companion leaned over and was stunned too. The 400,000 was truly there. The sight hit them like witnessing extraterrestrials lining up with guns to invade the Earth. It was ludicrous. Although they could scrape together 400,000 themselves, the idea of a mere driver casually producing that sum as a joke made no rational sense. If at this point they still failed to realize that 400,000 was nothing to Su Ning, then they had truly wasted. When the shock subsided, the two young men could only manage wry smiles. That money was probably gone for good. Had they barked in vain? It was not entirely wasted. After all, they had walked away with 400,000. For them, it could fund a month of extravagance at the nightclub. But the source of that money, earned from their own degraded performance, filled them with a shame so deep they wished they could bury themselves. For a moment, the air in the car seemed to congeal into silence. Su Ning snorted softly and could not help but speak. In society, one must learn to respect others. Although designated driving is a service industry, service work is not inferior. Honest people are easy to bully, but if an honest person fights back, you cannot bear it. If it had been another driver tonight, and you had humiliated them like this, the driver might have driven straight into the river. Then you would be left waiting for bodies to float up. The fact was undeniable, his feelings were genuine. Although he had only been working as a designated driver for 2 days, he had already noticed that most car owners regarded chauffeurs with condescension, assuming themselves superior and offering little respect. This was almost ubiquitous in the service industry. But in truth, why should serving others be deemed inferior? Clients purchase a service, not social standing. The two young men nodded earnestly, as if they had suddenly grasped the problem. So about the money. Su Ning snorted softly and waved his hand. Keep it. Otherwise I'd really be worried you'd call the police. At that moment the friend they were waiting for finally arrived, late and flustered. As he climbed in, he immediately felt the atmosphere in the car had shifted. He wanted to ask, but seeing the two brothers hanging their heads like unlucky souls, he realized something must have happened. But it was hardly the right time to discuss it. Better to wait until they were inside the bar with a drink in hand, when anything could be said more easily. About 10 minutes later the car pulled into a space outside the bar. Standard driving service fee is 100 yuan. You waited 20 minutes, an extra 20. 120 in total. Su Ning collected the fee as a matter of course. The two young men, however, found the scene unbearably incongruous. Throwing away 400 without a blink, yet insisting on charging them 120 yuan. They nevertheless paid the driving fee obediently, then watched Su Ning take a taxi away. Congratulations to the host for earning 110 yuan from hard work. A 100-fold multiplier granted a reward of 110 yuan. The money printing system kept delivering its rush of dopamine, and it was intoxicatingly addictive. Because of that delay, there were no more driving service customers when he returned to the inn. After the last table paid and left, the three on-duty driving managers said their goodbyes and departed as well. Today as yesterday, he had completed 3 trips. Compared with yesterday's mind-boggling 72 million, today's income of 34 million didn't even reach half. Su Ning knew, however, that today was actually a normal income level, arguably even a little generous. Had it not been for that client, who loved overtaking in a supercar yesterday, his take might well have been lower than today. With the remaining 22 million from yesterday's supercar purchase, the figure in Su Ning's account rose to 56 million. This time he had no intention of touching it. He would save and aim directly for a grand mansion. Earlier that day, when he had a spare moment, he had scoured the web for villas. Each one captivated him. Compared with a cramped dormitory, even an ordinary 2-bedroom felt spacious, let alone a grand villa. After much choosing, Su Ning narrowed it down to 2 estates. One in the renowned Longhu Yihuan in the imperial capital, and another in Yuanyang Levy. The former, by its very name, sat beside Yihuan, designed as a royal garden. Its architecture echoed classical imperial styles arranged in the grand courtyards befitting noble clans. To live there was almost indistinguishable from being a member of the imperial clan in old times. Naturally, the price was equally splendid. The villa Su Ning fancied measured 200 square meters and carried an asking price of 300 million yuan. Though the Yuanyang Levy villas offered a different style, their prestige was no less. The entire estate ringed the Wenyu. Even the smallest villa occupied 7 acres, akin to a private island. The particular property Su Ning admired spanned 360 square meters and demanded an astonishing 600 million yuan. Even with his daily income, now reaching tens of millions, purchasing such top-tier villas would not be accomplished in a few days. Perhaps he would have to complete the full cycle of... Suddenly, he felt a clear ambition, a burning urge to drive and earn without restraint. He walked to the Koenigsegg parked not far away, started the engine, and headed straight for campus. Driving his own supercar felt entirely different from chauffeuring someone. He rolled down the window and let the strong wind brush his face, as if his heart might take flight with it. Waiting at an intersection for the light, another car eased up beside him. That car had not initially caught his attention. When the light turned green, a single thunderous roar and the Koenigsegg's unparalleled acceleration sent it rocketing forward like a rocket. Inside the other car, several people gaped in simultaneous astonishment, their jaws practically falling to the floor. My God! He actually drives a Koenigsegg one. No wonder he cared so much about 400. Good grief. A top-air moonlighting as a designated driver, trying to hide his identity and play the wolf in sheep's clothing with Cinderella. Indeed, the occupants were the two who had extorted 400 yuan from Su Ning by making him bark like a dog. They never expected that the man who had taught them a bitter lesson would be driving a globally limited supercar, the Koenigsegg one. The shock hit them so hard it verged on delirium. After the initial stupefaction, both men immediately let their imaginations run wild in the worst way. Surely a young master of his standing would not take on a miserable job like designated driving for no reason. So what could his motive be? Could there be benefits to being a designated driver that they had never considered? Suddenly inspiration struck the clients who needed designated drivers had all been drinking often heavily and might be completely passed out. If the client was a woman, wouldn't the designated driver have free reign? It was not unlike picking up someone at a bar who had drunk too much. The odds would even be higher in that scenario. Enlightened, they understood why the young master would quietly take on such work. There might be opportunity to play this game. They glanced at each other, and the same thoughts surfaced unbidden. Why don't we become designated drivers too? We could wait outside bars for beautiful women to call for a driver. We won't earn anything honest. We'd do it for the thrill. The exquisite rush of it can only be known by those who try. Ning, of course, had no idea he was being misjudged. If he had, he would only have smiled and let it pass. When he returned to the dorm, it was nearly midnight. The three brothers were already asleep. Though Ning crept carefully, his quiet movements still woke the fourth brother, Deng Zihao. Third brother, you're back way too late. You must take care of your rest. Even as a designated driver, you can't wreck your health. Deng Zihao mumbled drowsily, his voice threaded with concern. Ning smiled. I know. He'll make. Deng Zihao mumbled something else and turned over to sleep. After a quick wash, Ning climbed into bed, determined to get some rest. Lying awake, he wondered whether he should stay in a hotel or rent a place. The driving service life meant long nights and early mornings, as shifts could stretch into the small hours. Returning late to the dorm every night would be too much of a disturbance for his brothers. Although he planned to buy a place soon, moving in immediately might not be possible. As a transitional solution, he needed a temporary place to stay. Renting or living in a hotel would solve but the thought of renting brought the risk of troublesome landlords and petty quarrels. Ning hated hassle and preferred to keep things simple. Besides, this money-grinding stint as a designated driver might only last a month. His next money-making profession might not require late nights at all. All things considered, a hotel would be most convenient with cleaning staff to tidy up. When he woke the next day, he found the three brothers already lined up at the computer playing a game. Third brother awake. We'll go out for drinks at noon. Hua Xiefeng greeted him without turning away, maneuvering his on-screen character toward the enemy's stronghold. Ning replied casually, accustomed to their banter. The four roommates often went out to eat together. The three usually looked after Ning, and he was the one who paid the least often. So he decided he ought to treat the three brothers better from now on. The fourth brother, Deng Zihao, had probably just finished a game, turning around with a puzzled look at Ning. Xiaosan, have you broken up with Wang Yingying? Ning chuckled, shrugged, and replied nonchalantly, yeah, we broke up. Hearing Ning's words, the three of them instantly dropped their computers and gathered around, speaking all at once. Xiaosan, what's going on? Why did you break up with Wang Yingying? Didn't you two get along quite well? Is it because you can't tutor anymore, feeling like you have no money and didn't want to hold her back? There's no need for that. University couples know each other well. They make good partners. Who knows how many men have pursued that woman once they enter society? Listening to their chatter, a question mark slowly appeared above Ning's head. Break up with her? Were they How did you guys find out? Ning asked in surprise. Deng Zihao pointed to the phone on the table. Wang Yingying called me this morning crying and saying you broke up with her yesterday. She said she felt wronged and sad, wanting to talk to you again. She doesn't want to break up. If it weren't for Ning, they would have definitely thought that the man who proposed the breakup was a scumbag based solely on Wang Yingying's sob story. But since it was Ning, they naturally thought differently. They understood Ning. He was someone who valued emotions and wouldn't break up with Wang Yingying for no reason. They guessed it was probably because Ning was feeling financially strained and a bit insecure, hence the breakup. He might naively think it was for the best for everyone. In that case, they felt they had to persuade Ning. However, Ning was currently feeling both amused and exasperated. Who would have thought Wang Yingying was really a schemer? Clearly, she had latched onto a wealthy man and kicked him to the curb. Yet now she pretended to be the victim, acting all pitiful. She was really good at this. After what happened yesterday morning, that Wang Hao who drove a Porsche 718 probably didn't look at her favorably anymore, right? And now she wanted to reconcile with him. Did she really think he was so infatuated that a simple gesture could win him? Just block her. When I went to find her yesterday, she left with a guy driving a Ferrari. Right, that's the Ferrari that she claims he'll never be able to afford in my lifetime. I don't think I need to explain the Ning briefly explained the situation and indeed didn't want to dwell on it too much. The three brothers were immediately filled with righteous indignation, eager to teach that scumbag woman a lesson. Good Lord, what's wrong with us brothers? We have height, looks, and good character. The only thing is our family background is average. But family background can only be a reference. What's more important is personal effort. They believed that with Ning's intelligence combined with his diligent work ethic, his future was bound to be limitless. But what about Wang Yingying? From the looks of it, she was nothing but a vain gold digger. Did she really think she could achieve social elevation by latching onto a wealthy man? Or did she think she could sell her soul for a few handbags? Such a woman is better off being separated from as soon as possible. Otherwise, who knows how badly Xiao Xin might get taken advantage of in the future. Xiao Xin, don't be sad. We don't need women like that. I haven't told you before, but we all felt you two weren't a good match. She doesn't deserve you. There are plenty of beautiful women everywhere. After the breakup, you will find that you have a whole forest of options. Come on, let's go out tonight and have some fun. Quickly forget about that woman. Faced with the comfort and goodwill of his brothers, Ning felt warmth in his heart, deeply moved. I'm really not sad. Maybe the feelings just faded before. As you said, good girls are everywhere, haha. He smiled and told them he was actually fine. By the way, I don't have financial pressure now either. I just found out that I have a second granduncle overseas. He has no heirs, and after his passing he left all his inheritance to me. So, I won't be lacking money in the future. This was the explanation Ning had prepared. After all, it's better not to reveal the system. With a movie as a basis, this seemingly absurd situation was easier for people to accept. Sure enough, the three brothers stared wide-eyed at him, their faces full of disbelief. Second granduncle. Inheriting an estate. You must be joking, right? Such matters were indeed, but once they accepted this setup, many things became clear. At least Ning no longer had to struggle with how to tell them that he would soon become a super-rich man. After all, no matter how much money he had in the future, he could always say it was given by his second granduncle. Surprisingly, the three of them genuinely felt happy for Ning. Although they weren't clear on how much money he specifically had, they knew he wouldn't have to worry about tuition and living expenses anymore. To celebrate, the four of them had a little barbecue for lunch and drank to their heart's content. Of course, Ning only had a little, as he had to be the designated driver that night. The brothers found it strange. Clearly he had inherited an estate, so why was he still being a designated driver? Ning explained that he loved his job, and that being a designated driver was quite interesting. Hearing Ning's explanation, the three brothers nodded in agreement, thinking that perhaps Ning needed to keep himself busy after the breakup to avoid dwelling on unnecessary thoughts. The next four of them drank happily, but since it was still daytime, they knew to stop. They returned to their dorms feeling a bit tipsy, and after a nap woke up feeling sober. After all, he hadn't drunk much, he still had good self-control. If he were to drive drunk, it would be a joke. Such things had happened before, and the internet had exposed them. Clearly the car owner had been drinking, just wanting to find a designated driver to return home safely, but the designated driver ended up drinking too. When stopped by the traffic police for a sobriety check, they were completely dumbfounded. When they arrived at the restaurant that evening, the cashier gave Ning a knowing glance. Ning blinked, indicating he didn't understand. At that moment, Masterly stood up and spoke to Ning with a somewhat displeased tone. Xiao Su, I think we need to follow some rules. The first customer you picked up yesterday is my regular. I always drive him home. In this situation, you shouldn't be taking the order. Next time there's a situation like this, if you take it, I want half of the designated driver fee. Seeing the other person's righteous demeanor, Ning couldn't help but furrow his brow. A regular, taking orders, splitting the designated driver fee. What kind of nonsense was this? He realized that Masterly was trying to take advantage of him because of his youth and lack of social experience. Masterly has been at the store for a long time, making him the most qualified among the drivers, which often gives him an advantage, sometimes even appearing overbearing. For instance, he is always the first to accept orders. Do not underestimate the significance of this order sequence. If there are 3 drivers and 6 orders tonight, it is naturally evenly distributed, with each person getting 2 orders. However, if there are a total of 7 orders, the first driver to accept will end up with 1 more than the others. Moreover, he often picks and chooses. For example, he refuses to take a drunken man who is completely wasted, often pushing such customers onto others. But when a beautiful woman requests a driver, he eagerly jumps at the opportunity. It seems Master Wang is reluctant to stir up trouble, so he generally tolerates it. However, Ning did not expect that this guy would come after him today. Do I really look so easy to bully? With a slight smirk tinged with mockery, Ning scoffed and spoke up. Just because you say they are your clients, does that make them yours? Did the client sign an exclusive contract with you? Besides, even if they are your clients, you aren't at the restaurant. Are you going to make them wait here for you to return? And you still want half the fare? What a joke, he retorted without hesitation. This is how society works. Nice people get taken advantage of. If you are weak, others will bully you. If you are strong, others will naturally not dare to provoke you. Perhaps he did not expect Ning to not be afraid and dare to stand up to him. Master Li was somewhat flustered, pointing at Ning, but too angry to speak. Ning swatted his hand away, snorting, "Stop pointing at me, or I will break your fingers." As the two seemed on the verge of conflict, the restaurant manager hurried over to separate them. What's going on? Can't you people keep it together? Are you going to cause a scene in front of the customers? If you can work, then work properly. If not, I will find someone else. While saying this, the manager shot Master Li a disapproving glare. Although he was still unclear about what had happened, he understood Master Li's character and guessed he was probably bullying the younger Ning. If it weren't for the fact that Master Li had some distant familial ties to the restaurant owner, he wouldn't want to deal with this trouble at all. Just then a customer came looking for a driver, and Master Li shot Su Ning a glare before heading off to assist the customer. After Master Li left Master Wang's side and tried to comfort Su Ning. Don't waste your time with someone like him, it's not worth getting worked up over. He has some relationship with the restaurant owner, so we usually let him have his way with minor issues. After all, we still have to work here, it's better to avoid extra trouble. Su Ning knew Master Wang meant well, but he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. No wonder this guy was so arrogant. It turns out he had connections in the restaurant. In fact, if he weren't being overly difficult, Su Ning wouldn't want to bother with him at all. For example, he couldn't care less about the order of accepting jobs or selecting orders. But now wanting half of his driving fee was no different from outright robbery. For such shameless demands, he needed to learn why the flowers are so red. However, he had to think carefully about how to deal with him. Simply beating him up would be too low-level and change the nature of the conflict. It still had to hurt deep enough to be unforgettable. While Su Ning was pondering this matter, someone approached the front desk to request a driver. He had to send a customer. As a driver, it had become second nature for him to observe the customers. One must think like a practitioner of this profession, it's part of his insights. From his 2 days of experience as a driver, the first order typically goes smoothly, while the later ones might reveal increasingly bizarre situations. And indeed, today's first order was smooth sailing. The customer was a man in his 30s, tall, with a rugged face and a sense of righteousness. If he had to guess, he might be a public servant or a recently discharged soldier. "Hello, sir, I am here to serve you." Su Ning greeted him with the standard service language. The man nodded with a smile, leaning back against the seat and headrest, appearing somewhat fatigued as he closed his eyes to rest. Halfway through the journey, the man's phone rang. "What? Okay, I will be there soon." After hanging up, a look of helplessness appeared on his face, and he turned to Su Ning. "Brother, please turn around and go directly to the Hanjiang Road police station." Su Ning complied, reducing speed to turn at the intersection ahead, but he asked with some confusion, "Did you encounter some kind of trouble?" The man smiled wryly, sighed, and appeared quite fatigued. "No trouble, I'm just a police officer at the station. Originally, I was supposed to be the best man at my brother's wedding tomorrow. I asked for 2 days off, but the station has an urgent case, so I have to rush back. No time to explain. I need to call my buddy right away to see if I can still be the best man tomorrow." Su Ning couldn't help but shake his head. Being a grassroots police officer is not easy. Long hours on duty mean that even when you go home to rest, you are still called back immediately if something comes up. With no time for your wife or to care for your children, life becomes a blur. But there's no way around it. In peaceful times, some people have to give more. "Thank you for your hard work," Su Ning sincerely expressed. The young officer smiled, seemingly finding all the effort worth it due to that simple praise. Upon arriving at the police station, Su Ning intended to waive the fare, but the officer insisted on paying him. "Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 40 yuan, with 100,000 times reward, that's 4 million yuan. Be careful driving at night. If anything happens, call us immediately. Even if you're not in our district, we can still reach." After saying this, he hurriedly entered the police station, likely to participate in an operation soon. Su Ning looked down at the police contact card, then up at the officer's retreating figure, and couldn't help but sigh. After taking a taxi back to the restaurant, both Master Wang and Master Li were there. Master Wang waved at Su Ning, while Master Li merely snorted, giving Su Ning a cold shoulder. Su Ning chuckled lightly. On the way back, he had already thought of a plan. Today he would let it go, but starting tomorrow, Master Li should consider a different job. At least he wouldn't be able to work as a driver for Li's private kitchen anymore. After waiting for a while, the second order of the day finally arrived. Helping the passenger into the car, Su Ning settled into the driver's seat and began to pray silently. Hoping that this order would go smoothly, he wished that the system wouldn't cause any more trouble for him. Perhaps he heard Su Ning's prayer, and then predictably an unexpected incident occurred. The first half of the journey went relatively smoothly, but as he turned right at the intersection on Nanshan Road, a young man suddenly dashed out from behind a parked car. Su Ning's pupils contracted sharply, and in a critical moment, he slammed on the brakes. Just before hitting the person, the car came to a halt. The massive inertia caused Su Ning and the car owner to lurch forward abruptly. Fortunately, they were both buckled up, otherwise they might have shattered the windshield. However, just as the car had come to a stop, the suddenly appearing pedestrian let out a terrible scream and collapsed to the ground. Su Ning was taken aback and hurriedly got out of the car to check the situation. He was certain that he hadn't hit the person at all, but how had this person fallen? The car owner hadn't drunk much and was coherent at the moment, panic-stricken as he followed Su Ning out of the car. "Oh, it hurts." "Ah." The young man lying on the ground clutched his leg, wailing in agony, sounding as if he was enduring unbearable pain. Seeing this situation, the car owner panicked further and quickly took out his phone to call for an ambulance. Su Ning did not hastily go to help, narrowing his eyes slightly as he observed the young man on the ground. This was too strange. Gently nudging the car owner, Su Ning lowered his voice and said, There should be a dash cam in the car, right? Let's review the footage. I sense something is off because I didn't hit him at all. The car owner was taken aback, his expression shifting slightly. Perhaps he had been flustered earlier, but now that he was calming down, he too began to sense that something was amiss. Recalling the moment of the accident, he indeed hadn't heard any sound of impact. As an experienced driver, he understood what that meant. Either he hadn't hit anyone at all, or it was a very light touch that couldn't possibly cause such a dramatic reaction from the person struck. With this thought, the car owner immediately got back into the car to retrieve the dashcam footage. But just a few minutes later, the car owner's face turned pale as he got out of the car and shook his head at Su Ning. The dashcam seems to be broken. There's no footage. Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling that things were getting a bit troublesome. He turned around, crouched down, and asked with a tone of concern, "Are you all right? Can you stand up?" The injured young man, though not wailing as he had before, still grimaced, his face contorted. Hearing Su Ning's question, he gritted his teeth as if bearing immense pain and opened his mouth. "How do you drive like this? Now you've hit me, what do you plan to do about it?" Su Ning squinted, and hearing the tone of the other party, he had basically made a firm judgment. This guy was a scammer. But before he could say anything, the car owner spoke up anxiously. I'm sorry. We'll take you to the hospital. First, I won't evade my responsibility. Since I have full insurance, medical fees and compensation for lost wages will all be covered." Hearing this, the young man on the ground struggled to get up slowly, moving his legs, limping as he started to walk. "How about this? You don't need to take me to the hospital. After all, you both are busy. I don't think this will be a big deal. Just give me some money and I'll go get checked myself. Quite troublesome. How about this? You don't need to take me to the hospital. After all, you both are busy. I don't think this will be a big deal. Just give me some money and I'll go get checked myself." The injured young man appeared to be acting resigned, yet considerate of others. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle coldly. This was clearly a reveal of his true intentions. Just then, to his surprise, the car owner actually agreed. "I only have 600 yuan in cash. Is that enough?" Su Ning was about to intervene, but the car owner gave him a glance. The injured young man seemed to hesitate for a moment before putting on a "I'll let you off this time" expression. "All right, 600 it is. That should be enough for my checkup. The rest for any medical expenses or lost wages, just consider it my bad luck." Saying this, he quickly took the money handed over by the car owner. Both the car owner and Su Ning silently watched as he limped into the nearby community, momentarily speechless. "He's definitely scamming us." Su Ning took a deep breath and spoke up. The car owner's expression was one of exasperation. How could he not know that? "No matter whether he's scamming or not, I guess it's just my bad luck. Who told us this road has no surveillance and my dash cam just happened to be broken? Without proof that he was scamming, it's better to spend a little money to avoid trouble." Su Ning was puzzled. "Then why not report it? We can't let scammers be so brazen." The car owner smiled at Su Ning, and at that moment Su Ning felt a bit like his younger self when he had just entered society. So young, so naive. "Indeed, we can report it. But as long as he insists he was injured and needs to go to the hospital for a checkup, the traffic police will definitely let him go. Even if nothing is found during the checkup, as long as he claims to have a headache, the doctor won't kick him out. Besides, in a traffic accident with injuries, the traffic police need to impound the vehicle and conduct an accident assessment. There are many subsequent troubles that an ordinary person really can't afford to deal with. I have a business trip the day after tomorrow. I can't waste my time on this." Listening to the car owner's explanation, Su Ning fell silent. It seemed that there was indeed some truth to this. He had never handled such matters, and it was likely the car owner had experienced them. In such situations, spending a little money to avoid trouble seemed to be the best approach. After all, how coincidental was it that his dashcam was malfunctioning at such a critical moment? In silence, they drove the car owner to the designated location and received a 100 yuan driving fee. "Congratulations, host, for working hard to earn 90 yuan, with a reward of 9 million yuan for a 100,000-fold increase." On the way back to the hotel, Su Ning began to ponder. Having only a voice recorder on him seemed insufficient. He should also get a sports camera or something similar to record video to attach to himself. He truly hadn't expected that in just a normal driving job he would encounter such people. Back at the hotel, the annoying Master Li had left while Master Wang was still there, so Su Ning began to discuss this matter with him. After hearing the story, Master Wang appeared nonchalant. After all, having worked as a driver for so many years, he had encountered far more bizarre situations than Su Ning. There are indeed some people who specialize in scamming. You don't take it too seriously. Remember, if the car owner tries to push responsibility onto you, just call the police. As long as the car owner doesn't push responsibility onto you, it's fine. It's better to avoid trouble. Listening to Master Wang's comfort and reminder, Su Ning's eyes flashed. Specializing in scamming. That means they wouldn't just act once. Perhaps he might have the chance to deal with them after all. After waiting for a while, the third order of the night arrived. As he was about to leave, Su Ning noticed that there were still 4 tables of guests remaining in the restaurant. He felt that if he hurried there and back, he might still have a chance to take the 4th order of the night. In the previous 2 days, there were only 3 orders each night. The car owner was a middle-aged man nearing 50, exuding a strong aura, clearly a successful individual. His car could also attest to this, as it was an Audi A8. "Good evening, sir. I'm here to serve you." After the polite exchange, Ning adjusted his seat while asking. The car owner sat in the back, slightly opened the window, and gazed outside, appearing quite profound. "There's no destination, just drive randomly." Upon hearing the car owner's words, Ning paused for a moment. Drive randomly? What a peculiar request. Turning his head slightly to look at the car owner, he felt that the man didn't seem drunk. Why was he speaking nonsense? "Sir, this." The car owner turned to Ning with a faint smile. "I'm not in a hurry to get home, just consider it a drive to enjoy the breeze. I'll sober up while admiring the city's nightscape. Don't worry, I won't skimp on your driving fee." Upon hearing this, Ning suddenly realized and had a vague suspicion. It seemed that the most relaxing moment for a middle-aged man during the day was parking the car downstairs at home and quietly sitting inside for a while. There are pressures at work and at home, but only this moment belongs to him. It appeared to be the same for the man before him. Even though he was a successful person, he still faced worries and pressures. Didn't he also need to relieve stress by enjoying the city's night view in the quiet of the night? Men have it tough. "Then let me drive along Riverside Road. The night view by the river is quite nice," Ning said as he started the car. Skillfully and effortlessly driving the car, he maintained the most suitable speed since there was no specific destination, allowing the car owner to better appreciate the night view. They would have to pass through an overpass, and after getting off the overpass, they could enter Riverside Road. However, at that moment, Ning squinted his eyes slightly. It was already deep night. Although there were still cars on the road, it was much quieter compared to the usually bustling streets. Even if there were cars, they sped past in a rush. At this moment, however, he noticed something was off. A car was trailing behind them, neither too close nor too far, maintaining an almost constant distance. When he first left the restaurant, Ning hadn't paid attention, but after driving for a while, he noticed the car that was following. They passed many intersections, and Ning even deliberately turned at a few of them. Yet that car consistently stayed behind at a distance. After a few tests, Ning finally confirmed it. There was no doubt that they were being followed. It couldn't possibly be aimed at him, it was definitely targeting the car owner. Ning glanced at the car owner, and found him still wearing that profound expression, silently looking out the window, as if the wind passing through could carry away his inebriation and all his worries. Did he know that he was being followed? They couldn't go onto Riverside Road, it was not a main road, and would likely have no cars at this time. Such a secluded place was the best spot to make a move right. Therefore, Ning decided not to take Riverside Road, and not to put himself in danger. He couldn't even drop the car owner off at home. Otherwise, what would happen if the people behind made a move as soon as he got out of the car? At this moment, Ning even felt an impulse to call the police. "Sir, I need to tell you something. You please stay calm. There's a car following us from behind, and it's been a while. I've tried several times to shake them off, but it's very likely they are after you. For your safety, I need to drive to the nearest police station right now. Or do you have a better idea?" Ning took a deep breath and lowered his voice. The car owner in the back turned to look at Ning through the rearview mirror, a smile on his face. "I know someone is following us. They aren't bad people. Oh, let's say they are a potential partner of mine. Right now they are following me to ensure I get home safely. And I asked you to drive randomly to test their sincerity. The longer they follow, the more sincere they are, and the more reliable they become. A true partner isn't about how much money they can help you make, but about how much you can really rely on them." Hearing this, Ning first felt relieved. At least it wasn't dangerous. Then he was at a loss for words, feeling it was absurd and inexplicable. Testing a partner's sincerity in such a way. So if they didn't follow you to ensure you got home safely, you wouldn't cooperate with them. Driving around for several hours in the dead of night must be quite humbling. Feeling inexplicably emotional, he was glad to have the system. Otherwise, in a similar situation, he wouldn't have any qualifications to cooperate with him. Not wanting to say anything more, he just kept driving around the third ring road. He was getting sleepy. If it weren't for the fact that the fuel was almost empty and the car owner called for a stop, he might have driven until dawn. Ning didn't know if the partner following them gained anything in the end. All he knew was that he had. No matter what method a successful person used to test their partners, at least he was not stingy with the driving fee. After nearly 4 hours, he paid Ning 500 yuan for the driving service. Congratulations, host, for working hard and earning 490 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 49 million yuan. This money was hard-earned, but when he received it, he couldn't hide his excitement. 400, 900, for 900, 6,200. On the third day of driving, he earned a total of 62 million. Although it wasn't as exaggerated as the 72 million on the first day, it was almost double that of yesterday. At this time, the dormitory supervisor clearly wouldn't be able to open the door for him, so Ning simply found the nearest hotel and booked a room. He collapsed into bed. When he woke up again, it was already around noon, just in time for lunch. He went downstairs to check out, and then found a fast food restaurant to fill his stomach. While eating, Su Ning began to act according to his thoughts from yesterday. The system had a rather practical function. Whatever Su Ning wanted to buy, he didn't need to operate it himself. In reality, the system could handle it for him. For example, that Koenigsegg one. Otherwise, even if Su Ning had enough money, in reality, he might not be able to buy this top-tier limited edition supercar. This time Su Ning had his sights set on Li Ji private kitchen. Having money in his bank account was just a number, spending it was what truly mattered. He now worked as a resident driver at Li Ji private kitchen every day, so he naturally knew how the business was. I can't say it's packed every day, but there are enough customers to sustain the operation, especially on weekends when you would definitely have to wait for a table. Even though Su Ning couldn't get the specific revenue data, he estimated that the monthly profit was definitely over $1 million. Converting asset numbers into stable income is quite nice. However, Su Ning's intention to acquire Li's private kitchen is not solely based on investment considerations. After all, no investment is as reliable as the system. The key is that by acquiring Li's private kitchen, he can get rid of the annoying Master Li. Otherwise, this guy relying on his distant familial ties with the boss constantly creates trouble for him, making it impossible for him to focus on spending money. Now that there is an opportunity that not only offers stable returns, but also allows him to drive Master Li away, Su Ning naturally won't miss it. Just a little help from the system. Acquisition of Li's private kitchen. Upon confirming this matter in the system, 42 million was instantly deducted from his bank account. Su Ning. 42 million. This figure nearly left him dumbfounded. He originally thought that around 10 million would suffice, but he didn't expect that he had nearly spent a day's worth of income. However, when he saw the acquisition details in the system, he finally understood the situation. It turned out that he not only acquired Li's private kitchen, but also the property it occupies. Li's private kitchen is a standalone commercial shop facing the street, covering an area of over 500 square meters, which means it actually has over 2,000 square meters of space. Moreover, there are 50 independent parking spaces surrounding the ground floor. This translates to about 200 per square meter. Su Ning knows well that commercial property prices in the capital are much lower than residential prices. Knowing that he had bought the building as well, Su Ning no longer felt it was too expensive. After all, renting is ultimately unreliable, and it's better for the property to be his own. All the necessary paperwork and property certificates had appeared in his system space, meaning that from this moment on, Li's private kitchen belonged to him. Having just finished his meal, Su Ning headed straight to the restaurant. Outside, his Koenigsegg one was parked there. He simply manifested the certificate and documents, placing them in the car. As he entered the restaurant, a middle-aged man with a pleasant demeanor greeted him. "Hello, Mr. Su." Facing the outstretched hand, Su Ning smiled and shook it. Needless to say, he was definitely the restaurant's owner, the actual proprietor. The manager and staff nearby were a bit taken aback by this scene. Originally, the owner's visit was somewhat sudden, and his politeness towards the resident driver left them genuinely puzzled. "Mr. Su is truly young and accomplished. I am in a hurry to emigrate, so I urgently need to sell the building and the restaurant. The current economic situation isn't great, and I thought it wouldn't sell in a short time. Your acquisition of Li's private kitchen has really helped me a lot." Listening to the other party's words filled with warmth and a hint of gratitude, Su Ning was somewhat enlightened. He wasn't sure if the owner really wanted to emigrate, or if the system had used its influence to facilitate the acquisition. After chatting a bit with the owner, it was time to get down to business and hand over the restaurant. The owner called the restaurant manager over. "Lao Lu, I am no longer the owner of the restaurant. This Mr. Su is the new boss of the restaurant, and now the restaurant and this building belong to him." Manager Lu was instantly astonished, his eyes widening in disbelief. Even after years of managing, this news left him speechless. Isn't this a bit exaggerated? If it weren't for knowing the owner's character, he might have thought the owner and the resident driver were just playing a prank on him. How is this possible? A resident driver actually spent tens of millions to buy the restaurant and the building. This is simply outrageous. Though he didn't know the exact amount of the transaction, he could roughly estimate the scale of the funds involved. It had to be over 30 million, possibly even higher. Bought by a driver. Do drivers make that much money? Even without much thought, he knew it was definitely because Su Ning had the capability unrelated to his status as a driver. This feels like one day when the least noticed employee of a company suddenly buys the company and becomes the boss. The absurdity of it is comparable to a day when the world's spiritual energy suddenly resurfaces. After being shocked for a long time, he finally regained his composure, although the expression on his face still couldn't hide his astonishment. Su Ning understood that such matters have a strong psychological impact, so he gave him enough time to process it. "Manager Lu, my acquisition of the restaurant is also because I see potential in its operations. Although the ownership has changed, I hope you can continue to stay and be fully responsible for the restaurant's management. As for your salary, it will remain unchanged for now, but at the end of the year, I can provide you with an extra bonus." Su Ning smiled at Manager Lu. The previous owner didn't come often, and the restaurant's operations were primarily managed by Manager Liu. He was doing a great job, so Su Ning naturally had no reason to change that. Moreover, he couldn't always be at the restaurant and needed a capable manager like Liu to run it. Manager Liu had recovered from his shock and nodded. This model works well. He was worried that the new boss might not understand anything and would just give arbitrary orders. Oh, by the way, you don't need to tell others that I am the new boss. You only need to report to me. Additionally, dismiss the resident driver Master Li and hire a new one. After sending off the former owner, Su Ning suddenly remembered something and instructed Manager Liu. Understood, Mr. Su. Manager Liu nodded, addressing Su Ning as Mr. Su. In his heart, he harbored a feeling of incredulity, and if this speculation turned out to be true, it would be too mind-boggling. Yesterday, Su Ning had a conflict with the driver Master Li, almost coming to blows. Considering that Su Ning's only request after acquiring the restaurant was to dismiss Master Li, this is an obvious cause-and-effect relationship. Perhaps Su Ning's acquisition of the restaurant wasn't because he was optimistic about its operations, but simply because he wanted to get rid of Master Li. Isn't this how wealthy people can be so willful? They throw money around at the slightest disagreement. If Master Li knew that Su Ning had spent 30 to 40 million just to get him fired, it would be hard to imagine whether he should feel devastated or honored. Upon hearing Su Ning say that he would continue to work as a resident driver here, Manager Liu was completely taken aback. Are you kidding me? You bought the restaurant, and yet you still want to work as a driver. This is no different from a beggar who, after becoming rich, buys a skyscraper and continues to beg outside. Manager Liu found it really difficult to comprehend the thoughts of these wealthy individuals. Well, if you want to be a driver, then be a driver. It's better than those rich second-generation kids who shout about starting their own businesses. It's not that he fears rich second-generation kids enjoying life, it's just that he fears them investing in business. After chatting with Manager Liu about the restaurant's operations, he disinterested went upstairs to find a private room to rest, only coming down at dinner time to wait for work. Master Wang also arrived early, and the two chatted, which made the time pass without boredom. Especially when Su Ning recounted the bizarre car owner he encountered yesterday, it had Master Wang laughing and exclaiming he couldn't take it anymore. However, upon hearing that the car owner finally paid Su Ning 500 yuan for the driving service, his amusement instantly vanished. What the hell, that's a lot. That's equivalent to my income for 2 days. If someone gives that much money, not only would I drive him around, I'd even let him ride on me. Just as the two were chatting, the annoying Master Li arrived. He first shot Su Ning a glare, then his eyes darted around, likely thinking about how to bully Su Ning. But before he could say anything, Manager Liu walked over. Master Li quickly approached him, forcing a smile on his face. Manager Liu, why is there a new sign outside the restaurant for recruiting resident drivers? Are you planning to fire that kid Su Ning? I said long ago that young people are unstable and reckless, definitely making customers unhappy. However, Manager Liu looked at him with a gaze that was cold, yet slightly pitying, leaving him utterly confused. Oldly, you should leave. The restaurant will be hiring a new resident driver to replace you. Hearing Manager Liu's words, a large question mark appeared above Master Li's head. Me leave? How is that possible? You know I'm related to the restaurant owner. I can't just leave. Knowing Master Li couldn't accept this, Manager Liu replied calmly, this is the boss decision. Master Li immediately jumped up, shouting, impossible. Absolutely impossible. He then pointed his finger at Manager Liu. Did you take that kid's bribe? Do you believe I will tell the boss? Manager Liu looked at him expressionlessly, not saying a word, as if engaging in a standoff would lower his... Although Master Li didn't know what was going on, he realized it was likely futile to expect any resolution from Manager Liu, so he directly pulled out his phone to call the boss. What? You sold the restaurant? From the original owner, he received a piece of news that was hard for him to believe. He did have a distant familial connection with the owner, but it was so distant that the owner didn't even tell him about selling. But even if the restaurant changed owners, and he had never met the new owner, why would the new owner want to get rid of him, a resident driver who was practically insignificant to the restaurant? Or was it simply that Manager Liu couldn't stand him and wanted to get rid of him? Not wanting to admit defeat, he absurdly asked, who bought the restaurant? In response, the original owner had no reason to hide anything. A young guy named Su Ning. This answer struck Master Li like a bolt of lightning. At that moment, the entire world felt insane to him. He could never have imagined that the new owner was actually Su Ning, the young man who was just another resident driver like him yesterday. No wonder the restaurant wanted to fire him so quickly after changing owners. This was nothing but blatant revenge. Is this how rich second-generation kids retaliate? To get rid of him, they would spend tens of millions to buy a restaurant. He didn't even know what to say anymore. In the end, dazed and confused, he walked out of the restaurant without knowing how. Finding a resident driver job isn't easy, as most restaurants don't want resident drivers. Although he could still register on a few driving platforms to take orders, the income from those jobs is far less than that of a resident driver. Thinking about how his income would drop significantly, he immediately regretted his past. But it was too late to say anything now. With only 2 resident drivers left, it might seem tight for the restaurant. But for Su Ning and Master Wang, it meant they might be able to run 1 or even 2 more rides that night. Su Ning didn't compete and let Master Wang take the first order. Shortly after, someone else called for a driving service. Su Ning was unfazed, as at least the first ride of the day was secure with no unexpected issues. In reality, his driving process was uneventful, but he did stop midway. "Sir, please wait a moment. I need to call the police, please understand." The car owner, who was initially tipsy, found it hard to comprehend when Su Ning said he needed to report to the police. "I didn't drive while I called for a driver, didn't I? Is the new traffic regulation that you can't even take a ride after drinking?" In fact, it wasn't the car owner's fault at all. When Su Ning reached the intersection, he spotted a familiar figure. It was the guy who tried to scam him yesterday. Though the location was different and the guy was wearing different clothes, Su Ning recognized him instantly. He had just witnessed a good show just like yesterday, as the guy sprang out and successfully tricked a small car. "Good lad, I finally caught you." Su Ning had been extremely annoyed yesterday. Although the incident wasn't his fault, the car owner still lost 600 yuan, which made Su Ning as a driver very displeased, since he had to safely deliver the car owner. Just when he was worried about how to find this guy to catch him, he didn't expect he would show up on his own. After all, habitual offenders don't take days off, they just change locations to continue their scams. Su Ning didn't directly call the police, but dialed the officer who had given him a police civilian contact card yesterday. "Officer Wang, it's the driver from yesterday. I need to report a crime." Once the call connected, Su Ning got straight to the point. Officer Wang wasn't off duty today, although he took time off to attend a friend's wedding. He hurriedly left without even getting to eat at the banquet. Having finally wrapped up his case in the afternoon, he still had to be on duty in the evening. Upon hearing Su Ning introduce himself, he immediately remembered. "Hello, what happened?" he asked with a hint of curiosity. Su Ning quickly recounted the situation to him. "You wait there, it'll be right over." Officer Wang hung up the phone and rushed out with his colleagues. Fortunately, the location wasn't far from the police station, and they arrived in under 3 minutes. Su Ning had just explained the situation to the car owner, who was also filled with righteous indignation. After all, scamming is a cancer on the road and a nightmare for all car owners. He would definitely cooperate if given the chance to catch a scammer. At this moment, the unfortunate car owner who was scammed today had already resigned himself to his fate and was about to pay. "What happened here?" Officer Wang got out of the car and asked loudly. The scammer, seeing the police, became evasive, saying, "He hit me, and we were about to settle privately. He was going to pay me some medical expenses." He had previously gotten past the police with this excuse when they were patrolling. But this time he wouldn't have it so easy. Officer Wang looked at him with a half-smile, teasingly asking, "So how many times have you been hit recently?" The scammer's heart sank as he realized something was wrong. The officer's question clearly indicated he was aware of something. At that moment, he noticed Su Ning, who was following the officer, and found him somewhat familiar. That person seems to be the one from yesterday, the designated driver. Could it be that he reported the incident? He felt a fleeting urge to run, but that thought quickly vanished. There was no way he could escape. "Come back to the station with us. Be honest when the time comes. Don't harbor any delusions of luck. Once a target is identified, it becomes exceedingly easy to investigate you." Officer Wang changed his tone, speaking quite seriously. He didn't ask Su Ning to accompany them to the police station, since Su Ning still had the receipt for the designated driving. He simply told him to find time to give a statement the next day. After all, he was an important witness. On the way back from dropping off the client, Su Ning felt quite pleased. Moreover, he hadn't forgotten one thing. When he had the chance to see the owner of the car that had been scammed yesterday, he would make him go to the police station as well, at least to get that 600 yuan back. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan, with a reward of 10 million yuan for a 100-fold increase. After dropping the owner off at home, the system notification followed. Since the restaurant's fees were all his, he naturally didn't need to give a share to the restaurant. All the designated driving fees were his. Earning 10 million felt effortless, almost faster than robbing a bank. He sighed, feeling that he was one step closer to his dream villa. This 10 million was enough to buy a toilet. When he returned to Li's private kitchen, Master Wang was not there. He had already gone out for a second job. Today, with one less designated driver, both he and Master Wang had to get busy. Before long, Su Ning's second job came in. A middle-aged man, clearly drunk, stumbled as he walked, indicating he had been drinking quite a lot. Su Ning felt a bit uneasy. According to the routine of the past few days, after a calm first job, there was likely to be trouble afterward. "Hello, sir, I am here to serve you," he greeted with the standard service language. "Hurry up and drive, no nonsense." The other party was somewhat impatient with Su Ning's polite greeting, waving his hand to urge him to drive. Su Ning was used to this and didn't want to say much more, driving straight to the destination. As long as he successfully dropped off the passenger, he didn't have high hopes for the owner's attitude. The road was relatively smooth with no signs of turmoil. Fortunately, the accident he feared did not occur. This made him feel relieved, and he finally let out a long. However, just when they were about to reach the final intersection before arriving at the destination, the passenger in the back suddenly spoke up. I need to use the restroom. Ning slightly slowed down, observing the roadside, and noticed there didn't seem to be any public restrooms around, so he patiently asked, Sir, we are almost at the destination. Moreover, there are no restrooms around here. Why don't you hold it in and use the restroom when you get home? If the passenger agreed, he would speed up. If the passenger disagreed, he would have no choice but to pull over and let the passenger relieve himself behind a tree. Although that would be quite uncivilized. Just then something that nearly drove Ning to the brink of collapse happened. The already drunken passenger gave no signal, and while the car was still moving, suddenly opened the door and got startled. Ning slammed on the brakes. Nevertheless, the passenger still fell to the roadside, nearly rolling over. Ning hurriedly got out of the car, wanting to check on the passenger's condition, cursing in his heart. Indeed, a drunkard could do anything absurd. Thankfully, he reacted quickly and had already slowed down, otherwise this guy would have surely fallen to his death right there. After all, jumping out of a moving car on a highway is almost a guaranteed death. Ning was genuinely but just as he got out of the car and rushed over to check on the passenger struggled to get up, staggered to a tree, unzipped his pants, and began to relieve himself. Ning let out a long breath, feeling a sense of relief after surviving a calamity. This was way too dangerous. If something had gone wrong, he would have been in big trouble. Although it was highly unlikely he would be held criminally responsible, after all, someone could have died. From the initial investigation to the later court hearings, he might end up spending 2 months in a detention center. Ning was so furious he could barely contain himself, and unable to hold back, kicked the passenger's rear. The passenger kicked, immediately hugged the tree, but still continued to relieve himself, soaking his pants completely. It was the bizarre passengers and odd incidents encountered during these days of designated driving that had him feeling irritable. Otherwise, Ning wouldn't have lost his temper. So be it, a kick was worth it. In the worst case, he would be detained for a few days. What could he do? Besides, even if this guy reported it, the police would probably just reprimand him. After all, who jumps out of a moving car for no reason? If he insisted he had a headache and claimed the passenger's ridiculous actions scared him into a headache, who knows who might end up in trouble. Regardless, that kick did make him feel better. He initially thought the drunken passenger would be enraged, but unexpectedly the passenger seemed genuinely dazed and didn't even realize someone had kicked him. Damn it. How can I not stand steady with this little bit of alcohol? I almost died. My pants are all wet, what bad luck. Muttering to himself, he steadied himself against the tree and began to pull up his pants. Ning slightly opened his mouth, and then a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. He doesn't know I kicked him. That's excellent, saves me some trouble. Why aren't you driving yet? What are you waiting for? The passenger walked back to the car, grumbling at Ning, his attitude still not very pleasant. However, Ning no longer cared to argue with him. After all, this guy's pants were still wet, and there was a very noticeable shoe print on his rear. After getting back in the car and fastening his seatbelt, he slowly drove forward. After passing an intersection, they arrived at the destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan, with a reward of 5 million yuan for a 100-fold increase. He didn't expect a tip, just getting the designated driving fee from the drunkard was the best outcome. Ning even considered foregoing the designated driving fee, treating it as money for washing his pants. Upon returning to Li's private kitchen, he found Master Wang was there too. With one less designated driver, when both of them were out on jobs, clients looking for designated drivers would have to find them through other channels. It seemed that the original configuration of 3 designated drivers was indeed quite reasonable. Sitting near the cash register, Ning greeted Master Wang, but noticed Master Wang seemed quite pleased. Nothing makes a designated driver happier than encountering a generous client willing to give a tip. How much tip did you get? Ning asked with a smile. Master Wang shook his head mysteriously, then extended his hand with a somewhat nostalgic expression, as if this hand had experienced some unforgettable beautiful memories. Seeing his expression, Ning became curious and leaned in with great interest, saying, "Come on, tell me more." Master Wang chuckled, and his face showed an exuberance that belied his actual age. "I just picked up a woman probably under 30. As we were nearing the destination, she even said she didn't want to pay me and asked me to touch her a couple of times in lieu of the driving fee. I've long passed the age where I can't move when I see a beautiful woman. I still need to earn money to pay off my house loan for my child. How could I just forego the fee for a couple of touches?" But just as I parked the car, that woman grabbed my hand and shoved it into her clothes. Hiss! It was so incredibly soft. At this point, Master Wang's face revealed an expression of longing and desire. Ning couldn't help but twitch the corners of his mouth. "You're just being hypocritical. You promised not to touch for the driving fee. Oh, where's your commitment? And what's this about having passed the age of being unable to move when seeing a beautiful woman? You're almost unable to move from all the touching." Perhaps seeing the disdain in Ning's expression, Master Wang quickly explained, "I wasn't the one initiating, I was forced." Su Ning snorted. It doesn't matter whether it was initiated or forced, the driving fee is gone. Who said that? Master Wang glared. I collected the money. Before Su Ning could react, he continued explaining. She wanted to get out of the car, but I wouldn't let her. I never agreed that touching meant no payment. The woman wanted to argue, so I directly took out my voice recorder. Even if she called the police, I had evidence. In the end, didn't she obediently pay up? His tone was quite smug, as if he had taken advantage of the whole world. Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips, unsure of what to say. This outcome was somewhat unexpected for him. He had touched her whether actively or passively, and the longing and reminiscence on his face were enough to indicate his satisfaction with this benefit. Asking for more money would feel a bit like trying to deny a debt after having received the benefit. Of course, Su Ning understood Master Wang. After all, at this age, he still had to pay his son's mortgage, and the economic pressure was evident. If he were to forego money for this benefit, Su Ning would actually look down on him and secretly curse him as an old pervert. Indeed, people who drink can do the most outrageous things. Do you think that woman really lacked the 50 or 100 for the driving fee? Coming to such an upscale restaurant to dine and having a car means she shouldn't be short on cash. But after drinking, one's mind is uncontrollable and the standards of public decency significantly decline, leading to all sorts of behaviors. Why haven't I encountered such situations? If I were in this situation, would I charge or not? Su Ning couldn't help but feel a bit amused. I only do this driving job for a month. I just want a smooth completion without all these bizarre incidents. I can't handle it. After a while, a customer came to the reception to request a driving service, and Master Wang left. Within less than 5 minutes, Su Ning received a new order. This customer made Su Ning's eyes light up. Tall and fashionable, she exuded the aura of a city beauty, especially with her curvy figure that made Su Ning steal a few more glances. Hello, ma'am, at your service. Taking the female driver's car key, Su Ning followed her to the parking lot. As she pressed the key, a nearby Land Rover flashed its lights a few times. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. A girl driving a Land Rover certainly drew attention. The female driver seemed a bit tipsy, swaying as she walked, and Su Ning had to assist her into the car. I must say the softness from physical contact along with the pleasant scent of her perfume made it hard for him to keep his thoughts in check. However, Su Ning still maintained his professional ethics and had his boundaries. He couldn't take advantage of the female driver just because she was drunk. Drive slowly, handsome, and feeling a bit unwell. The female driver rolled down the window, seemingly feeling the alcohol rising in her stomach, causing a sense of nausea. Upon hearing this, Su Ning immediately slowed down, trying to make the ride as smooth as possible to avoid making the driver uncomfortable with frequent acceleration and deceleration. After a while, the beauty finally felt a bit better and turned to Su Ning with a smile. Alcohol doesn't intoxicate everyone, and moreover, she was truly drunk. The most important thing was that Su Ning was already handsome and sunny, the kind of guy who could easily get a girl's phone number just by walking down the street. At this moment, the female driver found herself more and more drawn to Su Ning and couldn't help but ask, "Do you have a girlfriend?" Su Ning didn't expect the female driver to ask this, but it wasn't a difficult question, so he chuckled, "No." Immediately, the bowtie's eyes sparkled even more, feeling increasingly attracted to the handsome driver. Afterward, the beauty didn't say much, but occasionally turned her head as if she were infatuated with Su Ning. Unfortunately, because the journey wasn't long, they quickly arrived at the destination. The beauty felt extremely regretful, wishing this journey would never end. Suddenly, an idea struck her. "Oh no, I feel dizzy." When Su Ning got out of the car to help her open the passenger door, the beauty pressed her hand to her forehead, her brows slightly furrowed, looking utterly weak and unable to stand. Su Ning quickly supported the beauty. If she fell in front of him, it would be quite a spectacle. "Do you want me to call someone at home to come pick you up?" "There's no one at home." The beauty shook her head vigorously, her breath carrying the scent of alcohol as she said, "Why don't you, handsome, take me home?" Hearing this, Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling that he had taken on an undesirable order. An ideal order would be to arrive smoothly at the destination, receive payment without any complications from the driver. But that was just an ideal scenario. Reality was often not so easily achieved. Just like now, the driver wanted him to take her home. Oh, what was he supposed to do? Although a driver has no obligation to take you home, many people think that paying means they are royalty and you must meet all their demands. If there's a disagreement, they really might withhold your driving fee. Even if the driver calls the police and the officers come to mediate, what's left to do is just pay up. However, valuable driving time would be wasted, and in the end it would be his loss. Although the beauty in front of him should not be that kind of person, Su Ning still felt uneasy about leaving her alone here. If she were to be taken advantage of by someone, it would be hard to explain. Unable to hesitate any longer, Su Ning nodded. "All right, I'll take you home." The car came to a stop in the parking space outside the community, and Su Ning helped the staggering beauty into the complex. Leaning against him, the bowtie's body was light and soft. Although most of her weight rested on him, Su Ning felt no burden. "Handsome, you are so nice. Why did you think of being a designated driver? Is being a designated driver fun? Does it pay well? Are you always stationed at least private kitchen? How late can you rest when you are a designated driver at night? You must catch up on sleep during the day, right? Can you come out to play? Throughout the journey, Su Ning heard the beauty chattering incessantly in his ear as if she would be struck by lightning if she stopped speaking. In response, Su Ning could only smile and remain silent, truly unsure how to answer the questions from the female monk. Had he known this would happen, he wouldn't have escorted her into the community. He could have just left her by the roadside. Even if there were bad people, they probably couldn't handle her level of chatter. Upon reaching the entrance, the beauty unlocked the door with her fingerprint finally getting home. I don't have any change on me, you'll go get some from inside. Don't wait outside, come in. The beauty, slightly tipsy, smiled at Su Ning before heading into the coat room next to the entrance. Su Ning, suspecting nothing, stepped onto the doormat at the entrance, and to prevent mosquitoes from coming in, casually closed the door. While waiting, he glanced around the Bowtie's home. He couldn't tell if she lived alone, but the decor was warm and lovely, and the space was large. Just the living room alone must be over 30 square meters. The family situation seemed good. Oh, she was likely a little rich girl. Su Ning couldn't help but marvel at the significant differences among people. Some are born in Rome, while others are born as mules. If it weren't for his crazy money-spending system, he would likely also be a mule at this moment. Just as he was lost in such thoughts, the beauty gracefully walked out of the coat room. To Su Ning's astonishment, the beauty had changed her clothes in such a short time, now wearing a very revealing. Before Su Ning could react, she embraced him like a returning swallow, directly landing in his arms. Su Ning was stunned, losing the ability to think in that instant. What is happening? The soft body of the beauty pressed against him made him involuntarily imagine things, his heart racing wildly. His blood surged, nearly clouding Su Ning's reasoning, driven by primal impulses. Yet rationality quickly returned, bringing him back to calmness. Is this a honey trap? A woman seduces him, then suddenly several muscular men jump out claiming to be playing with his wife or girlfriend, demanding money. This kind of honey trap scheme may not be new, but it is still all too common. Even if it wasn't a honey trap, the Bowtie's inexplicable affection towards him might not be a good thing. Though Su Ning is also a man driven by primal urges, in this situation, he still had to restrain himself. He did not want to attract any trouble. As Su Ning's mind raced, the girl seemed to sense his surprise and hesitation, smiling brightly as she tiptoed closer, bringing her pink lips near. In that moment, Su Ning felt as if his head had exploded with a loud boom. He couldn't control himself. To hell with it. He would just act crazy. Like a panting bull, wild and unchecked. The beauty emotionally matched his fervor, lightly stepping forward, leading Su Ning towards the bedroom. This was destined to be a night of madness, difficult to sleep through. At some point, the two exhausted souls finally fell into a deep slumber. When the warm sunlight filtered through the sheer curtain and fell on him, Su Ning, still dreaming, felt a tickle in his nose and slowly woke up. Opening his bleary eyes, he vaguely saw a charming figure lying beside him. The girl scratched his nose with her hair's tip while giggling. Early in the morning, at the moment when everything was coming to life, Su Ning felt an uncontrollable urge. The girl immediately sensed the change in Su Ning's body, but just as she slightly parted her lips, Su Ning blocked her mouth. Naturally, what followed was another joyful morning workout, which only ended when both were breathless. Handsome, my name is Ning Bing, what's yours? The girl asked with a happy grin, her voice melodious. Su Ning felt a bit speechless. After such an absurd night, they didn't even know each other's names. After exchanging names, they were no longer the most familiar strangers. Soon after, Su Ning's stomach let out a loud growl. So they decided to go out together for breakfast, chatting about each other's lives. It turned out that Ning Bing had just graduated from university, and her well-off parents bought her a house in the capital. She herself worked in a financial role at an investment company, earning a decent income. The absurd events of the previous night were partly due to her drunkenness, and partly because Su Ning was too handsome. As for the future of their relationship, she hadn't thought that far ahead, feeling quite troubled as she tugged at her hair. I've talked so much about myself, now it's your turn. She was still very curious about Su Ning. I'm still in university, and being a designated driver is just a way to support myself while studying. Su Ning thought for a moment and replied honestly, but I recently inherited my great-uncle's estate, so I should be considered wealthy. Hearing Su Ning's completely unrelated two statements, Ning Bing burst into delighted laughter. She could easily believe that Su Ning was still in university and working as a designated driver. But what was this about inheriting a great-uncle's estate? Can the plots of movies really play out in reality? Even if he had really inherited wealth, why would he still be a designated driver? It felt as absurd as buying a Rolls-Royce Phantom and using it for ride-hailing. Could it be that he came from a poor family and made up such a lie to avoid feeling inferior in front of her? Ning Bing did not expose Su Ning, as she still had a good impression of him. At least until now, she had no regrets about the wild actions from the previous night. Where are you going? Ning Bing said with a smile, "I'll give you a ride." Su Ning did not refuse. It was the weekend, and Ning Bing probably didn't have to work. "Take me back to Lee's private kitchen. Oh, I left my car there." Ning Bing's beautiful eyes sparkled. Ooh, she hadn't expected Su Ning to have a car. It wouldn't be one of those foldable electric bikes used for designated driving, would it? After they had breakfast, they tidied up a bit before heading downstairs together. "Remember my house, don't get lost, and end up at someone else's," Ning Bing said with a giggle. "I won't get lost. I can find your home just by smelling your scent," Su Ning joked. Ning Bing laughed and playfully punched Su Ning. "Are you flirting?" Along the way they chatted and laughed, the atmosphere joyful and flirtatious. Upon arriving at Lee's private kitchen, Ning Bing, who had developed feelings for Su Ning, held him tightly reluctant. After finally calming Ning Bing down, Su Ning retrieved his car keys and strode toward his beloved vehicle. Ning Bing widened her beautiful eyes in disbelief as Su Ning slipped into an extravagantly styled supercar. Her entire world seemed to blur into a dreamlike haze. Though she had no idea of the car's price, even the most entry-level sports model would certainly command an exorbitant sum. And yet, Su Ning truly owned a car. Not just any car, but a supercar. Could he possibly be telling the truth? Had he genuinely inherited some fortune from his second uncle? In that instant, Ning Bing felt utterly disoriented, as if her thoughts had frozen mid-circuit. As Su Ning drove past, he lowered the window and waved playfully at Ning Bing, flashing a sunlit smile, before roaring off into the distance. She remained rooted to the spot, quietly absorbing the surreal absurdity of reality. Roaring all the way to campus, he parked the car and scratched his head as he entered the school gates, suddenly struck by the nagging sense that he'd forgotten something important. Mid-stride, his eyes flew wide open, his pupils contracted sharply. Oh no. He'd been so absorbed in his joyful time with Ning Bing. He'd completely forgotten to collect the chauffeur fee. Yesterday, unable to resist impulse, he'd stayed overnight at Ning Bing's place, leaving little room for additional rides afterward. If this fare went uncollected, it would mean he'd only completed 2 rides last night. His total earnings amounted to merely 15 million yuan, a sum that, while staggering for ordinary salaried workers, would take them lifetimes to accumulate. Yet for Su Ning, who had grown accustomed to nightly expenditures in the tens of millions, 15 million felt woefully insufficient. Absolutely unacceptable. He must reclaim that chauffeur fee, or suffer a genuine loss. As he walked, he opened Weisun and sent Ning Bing a voice message. "Please settle the chauffeur fee, lovely lady." Upon receiving the message, Ning Bing was utterly speechless. "We slept together, and now you're billing me for a ride. You've inherited your second uncle's fortune, bought a supercar, and you're charging me for a ride. It's like a billionaire haggling over cabbage prices with a street vendor." After a moment's reflection, Ning Bing sent him a red envelope containing 200 yuan, clearly labeled as the chauffeur fee. The instant Su Ning accepted it, a system chime resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You have earned 200 yuan through diligent work. 10,000-fold amplification reward, 20 million yuan. Yes." Su Ning clenched his fist in quiet triumph, elated. With those 20 million yuan, last night's earnings no longer felt embarrassingly meager. Overjoyed, Su Ning immediately transferred 200,000 yuan to Ning Bing via Weisun. Since the single transaction limit was 50,000 yuan, he executed 4 separate transfers. Had the daily cap not been 200,000 yuan, he might well have sent even more. He'd just earned 20 million yuan from Ning Bing, yet returned only 200,000. Still, he'd profited handsomely. After completing the transfer, he added a note: "Buy yourself a handbag." Ning Bing was driving when her phone chimed repeatedly. When she opened Weisun and saw Su Ning's transfers, her mind nearly overheated. What on earth is this? He demands 200 yuan for a ride, then sends me 200,000. Such behavior defies rational comprehension. She simply couldn't fathom the peculiar logic behind Su Ning's actions. Yet upon deeper reflection, comparing him with earlier incidents, the pattern began to clarify. After all, who among the sane would inherit vast wealth, then still moonlight as a chauffeur? Thus, such eccentricities, when attributed to Su Ning, suddenly felt almost inevitable. Unaware of Ning Bing's silent musings, Su Ning basked in quiet satisfaction. His account balance once again surged past the 100 million yuan threshold, now exceeding 110 million yuan. Though still insufficient to purchase his long-dreamed-of villa, that goal now felt tantalizingly close. Spend relentlessly. That was the only path forward. Just as he stepped into the dormitory building, his phone rang, displaying the landline number of Li Ji private kitchen. Glancing at the time, it was barely 10 o'clock, well before opening hours. Only the kitchen staff and procurement team would be on duty at this hour. Why call him, the owner, so early? "Mr. Su, this is Lu Yang," came Manager Lu's voice the moment the call connected. Su Ning responded with a non-committal hum, then asked, puzzled, "Why are you calling me?" "Mr. Su, we've just received word from the power authority. The local grid node requires maintenance. Power will likely be restored only around 8 or 9 tonight. Would you consider suspending operations today? Manager Liu reported concisely. Su Ning narrowed his eyes. Power restoration not until 8 or 9 p.m. By then dinner service would already be missed. There was simply no point in opening today, and Manager Liu certainly didn't need to consult him for such routine decisions. Manager Liu, from now on decisions like this fall entirely under your discretion. I intend to remain a hands-off proprietor most of the time. Su Ning spoke calmly. Mister. So what I actually meant was, you needn't come in tonight for show. Manager Liu wiped sweat from his brow and whispered softly. Su Ning finally understood. He'd been hinting precisely at that. Understood. Hanging up, Su Ning frowned again. With the restaurant closed due to the outage, would he waste an entire... He knew full well this frenzied money-spending phase, via chauffeur work, lasted only 1 month. No one could guarantee future methods would be equally efficient. He truly couldn't afford to lose even a single day. Lost in thought, he pushed open the dormitory door, only to find all 3 roommates already inside, predictably locked in an intense gaming session. At Su Ning's entrance, they erupted in raucous cries, nearly abandoning their match outright. Third brother, don't run. Wait till we finish this round. Spill it. Where have you been these past 2 nights? Sneaking off with some girl. Su Ning flushed, desperate to deny it, yet utterly tongue-tied. Staying out both nights for romantic trysts. Certainly not. At least the first night had been merely too late to return. But last night, yes, he'd indeed slept with a girl. So he chose silence. Let them say whatever they wished. Moments later, the trio ended their game and advanced toward him, belts in hand. Their dorm's cherished tradition: whenever someone concealed vital news, like having a girlfriend, they'd bind him to the bed with belts and conduct a mock interrogation. Our motto remains unchanged: confession brings leniency, resistance invites severity. No need to elaborate, right? Now speak plainly. Where were you these past 2 nights? Faced with this theatrical torture, Su Ning initially resolved to hold firm, but quickly surrendered, confessing everything. The 3 brothers could accept that on the first night, he had simply rented a room at the inn to sleep, because it was too late. But when they learned that last night Su Ning had actually been propositioned by the beautiful woman who had called for a designated driver, they could not contain themselves. Are you kidding me? Is that even possible? I mean, third brother, you've inherited an estate, yet you still go off to work as a designated driver. So designated driving brings romantic encounters. Third brother, you have no standards. How can you hog all the good luck? No way, I want to be a designated driver. The 3 were genuinely excited. After all, what Su Ning described lay far beyond their usual experience. It was not that they looked down on designated driving, but it was at heart an ordinary service job. Put bluntly, if you had the money, who would take a designated driver's shift? Would a woman driving a luxury car ever deign to look at a driver? Only now, after Su Ning's account, did they realize she was indeed beautiful. But she had been drunk. Under the influence of alcohol, a person's awareness and judgment warp. One can very easily do things that would be unthinkable when sober. Encounter a drunk beauty and suddenly anything seems possible. Like discoverers of a new world, the 3 men instantly grew enthusiastic. The eldest, Huasiefeng, came from a wealthy merchant family. Money had never been an issue for him, and he never contemplated work-study jobs. The second, Ding Zihui, and the fourth, Ding Ziheo, were both from middle-class families. They were not extravagantly rich, but they never lacked spending money and had no concept of having to work while studying. More importantly, none of the 3 had girlfriends. Even if an opportunity with a beauty presented itself, they felt no moral burden. Watching the eager trio, Su Ning was at a loss. Are you really aiming to be designated drivers? You are just after the women's bodies. Shameful. Let me give you some data, he said. On average, 1 in 20 designated driver calls involves a woman you might call a beauty. As for the odds of anything actually happening with her, you can figure that out yourselves. You might slave away for months and never get a chance, Su Ning said without exaggeration. After all, he was the hotel's in-house designated driver, and his clients were mostly business people. If he worked bars or nightclubs, the chance of a beauty calling for a driver might be higher. But then why bother being a designated driver at all? Just loiter at the door and pick up the passed out ones. They felt the odds of picking up were probably better than through driving assignments. After Su Ning's analysis, their illusions were deflated. Once they realized that designated drivers most often encountered were not beauties, but sloppy drunks and greasy middle-aged men, all their romantic fantasies evaporated. Are you driving tonight? Huasiefeng asked. Su Ning shook his head with some regret. The hotel lost power. It's not operating tonight. Hu's eyes brightened at the news, and he proposed eagerly. Then let's go to a bar tonight. We haven't been this. Aside from Su Ning, the trio in the dorm came from comfortable families. An occasional night out at a bar posed little financial strain. Throughout nearly 4 years of university, they had made a habit of going to a bar together each semester. Naturally, because Su Ning's finances were poor, they did not expect him to pay. Su Ning would not accept being freeloaded and always tried to decline, but in the end they dragged him into the car. Now that he had some money, perhaps this time he should treat Hearing Hua Xiefeng, Ding Zihui, and Deng Zihao all raised both hands in eager agreement, as if they could rush to the bar this instant. Indeed, a bar is an excellent place for entertainment, so long as your pocket is not empty. After some splurging, there is a good chance you will find a girl to share the night. Su Ning knew his limits and kept his distance from any girl who approached him. As for the other three, they had the carefree experience of walking out of bars arm in arm with girls and heading straight for a room. The wait was agonizing. Soon the men grew restless, even games lost their appeal. Bars only come alive after 10 at 8 or 9 people are still finishing dinner or relaxing, only later heading out to the nightlife. At dinner, the four set out together for the cafeteria, dreaming of the night's club crawl. Meanwhile, Su Ning was thinking about how to broaden his avenues of work. He could not confine himself to being the hotel's in-house designated driver. One reason was to avoid unpredictable downtimes like a hotel power outage leaving him with nothing to do. Another reason was that the hotel closed relatively early, wasting many late-night hours that could be spent driving. Should he find a bar or nightclub to be a resident designated driver? That was possible, but being tied to a venue could mean working whole nights on Indo bars and clubs, revel through the small hours. He wanted to make money fast, but he was not willing to sacrifice his health for it. If his body gave out, no amount of cash could be enjoyed. After much thought, there seemed to be only one solution: register on designated driver platforms. In fact, that was the most common way to pick up orders. For example, Didi Daija, Gata Daija, E Daija, and the like were major platforms. Su Ning did not agonize over the choice and went straight for the one with the most traffic. Didi Daija, backed by Weishu, and it might have an ugly side, but order flow was assured. He downloaded the Didi Daija driver app and quickly completed his driver registration. Reading the terms and the main way's revenue was calculated, Su Ning could not help exclaiming, "Ripoff." It was truly ruthless. On Didi Daija, the Daidu area had a detailed schedule of charges. Before 1000 p.m., the base fare was 35 yuan from 1000 to 1100 p.m., 50 yuan from 1100 p.m. to midnight, 65 yuan from midnight to 600 m, 85 yuan. The base fare applied within 8 kilometers. Beyond 8 kilometers, an additional 4 yuan per kilometer was charged. Drivers could wait free for 10 minutes upon arrival. Thereafter, a waiting fee of 1 yuan per minute applied. For trips longer than 20 kilometers, the excess portion incurred a return fee of 13 yuan per 10 kilometers. Another issue was that some trunks could not carry the designated driver's commuter scooter. In such cases, customers had to choose a driver without a commuter vehicle, and an extra 9 yuan no commuter vehicle service fee would be added. So many different charges made the whole scheme complicated. It was far less convenient than being a hotel's in-house driver. When Su Ning said the platform was shady, he did not mean the fares were expensive so much as the platform's cut from drivers was brutal. Do not assume that the fares calculated by the schedule all end up in the driver's pocket. The platform takes commissions, and the commission rate is not low. For each order, the platform first deducts an information fee of 35 yuan. Officially, it is called an information fee, but in reality, it is an insurance fee. After all, a designated driver cannot completely guarantee that no accidents will occur. This insurance fee is meant to protect the driver's interests in the event of an accident. After deducting the information fee, the platform also takes 23 from the transaction. If the car owner pays 100 yuan for this order, the platform first deducts 35 yuan. Then it takes away 23 yuan, leaving 65 yuan for the driver. Surely no designated driver would be indifferent to this. But there's nothing to be done. After all, you are using their platform, so you just have to endure it. Fortunately, Su Ning is not relying solely on the income from being a designated driver to support his family. Working as a designated driver at the shop is his main source of income, and registering for Didi designated driving is merely a backup for extra income during free time. Of course, today he planned to go to the bar with his friends, so he didn't intend to start working. He would see if he could take a Didi designated driving order tomorrow after the least private kitchen was done for the day. After finally waiting until 9 in the evening, they set off from the dormitory, with Hua Xiefeng driving his BMW 5 Series straight to the workers' stadium. After all, his family is well off. His parents bought him a car when he went to university, but he doesn't get to drive it much. Su Ning's Koenigsegg has never been driven to the school, so until now his 3 brothers still don't know he owns such a top-tier supercar. Of course, he himself wouldn't casually show it off either. Hua Xiefeng had long since made arrangements with a marketing representative. He was familiar with reserving a corner booth. This booth has a minimum consumption of 6,000, which is quite high. In fact, whenever they come, they almost always spend a little over 100 most of the time. Hua Xiefeng picks up the bill. "What Xiao, you're here. Ding Xiao, Deng Xiao, and Su Xiao, you guys have such a good relationship." The marketing representative, surnamed Li, had been waiting outside, greeting them warmly and enthusiastically. But don't think that it's common for those super-rich second-generation heirs to splurge hundreds of thousands in a bar in one night. In reality, it's people like Hua Xiefeng who are the main consumers of bars. Let's get a Martel XO set, Hua Xiefeng said as he took out his phone to prepare to pay. Boss, let me take. Su Ning smiled and also took out his phone. He had never treated anyone before when he was financially constrained, so it was about time that he got his turn. However, Hua Xiefeng stopped him, displaying a very boss-like demeanor as he said, "Don't rush, wait for next time." Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao also stopped him from paying. In fact, although they knew Su Ning inherited his great-uncle's overseas inheritance, they didn't think it was a substantial amount. So they still habitually took care of Su Ning. It was as if ordering the drinks was the boss' responsibility, while later when they ordered more drinks, it would be Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao paying. Su Ning shrugged. There was no point in rushing to pay in such occasions. After all, there would be plenty of opportunities in the future, and he didn't mind this one time. Once they settled into the booth, soon enough the drinks and fruit platters were brought over. The so-called Martel XO set consists of two 700 milliliters bottles of Martel XO, paired with 8 soft drinks. If purchased outside, the price for 2 bottles of Martel XO would only be around 4,000 yuan, while the soft drinks could be considered negligible. However, here the price shockingly reaches 11800, which is indeed a significant markup. The fruit platter and snacks are considered gifts from the marketing, as this table would fulfill the performance requirements for the night. What, Shao, do you need us to call a few little bees for you? Having spent real money, the marketing representative's attitude became increasingly warm and respectful. Hua Xiefeng shook his head, waving his hand to indicate that they did not need any little bees. Little bees is a term for the female staff in bars, and they come in several types. For instance, party girls, champagne girls, and flower girls, among others. Among them, party girls have a higher tier with requirements for body appearance and attire. They serve as high-end atmosphere creators, and may even possess certain resources, such as tens of thousands of followers on short video platforms. The job of a party girl is to roam around the venue communicating with the marketing. Any table owner who wants girls can approach them, generally costing around 800 to 1,000. Champagne girls have slightly lower requirements. When a customer shows some demand for alcohol, the marketing will call them over. If you order around 2,000 yuan worth of champagne, a girl will sit next to you. They can drink and play with you, even cuddle and sway. As for flower girls, they are basically equivalent to KTV girls maintained by the nightclubs themselves. Interestingly, nightclubs also have a special type of atmosphere girl. To ensure the nightclub's ambience, they directly recruit university clubs, needing 100 girls every night. They don't have to do anything, you just dance in the dance floor in front of the DJ, and in all the aisles moving to the music. Every time Hua Xiefeng brings them here, he never requests the marketing to get girls. After all, he has some psychological cleanliness. The concept of buying companionship differs greatly from actually connecting with someone. In any case, with 2 bottles of Martel XO sitting on the table, although they are not as eye-catching as a bottle of Armand de Brignac, they can still attract some girls' attention. As expected, before the venue got lively, several girls came over to join them at the booth. 5 girls, whether in terms of figure or beauty, were very impressive, not inferior to the champagne girls at all. Long legs, ultra-short skirts, and hot outfits made it hard to look away. It's clear that they came to the bar to dance, and not to cling to rich men. Su Ning's booth, being young and wealthy, and not lacking in looks, was undoubtedly the best choice. Surely it's better than accompanying greasy middle-aged men for a seat, right? Fortunately, the corner booth can accommodate 10 people. If it were any other booth, it truly wouldn't fit. The men and women sitting separately also indicated mutual selection. Before midnight, the bar was still in the warm-up phase, gradually welcoming guests. The atmosphere was far from reaching its peak. A group of people played games while drinking, and it was quite joyful. "Just call me Jingjing," said a girl next to Su Ning, resting her hand on his shoulder with a smile. It's hard to say if that's her real name. After all, there's a well-known joke about wanting some quiet. Su Ning didn't mind. After all, he was just out to have fun and didn't intend to develop any serious relationship. In teams of 1 man and 1 woman, the boss reluctantly embraced both girls. They were playing a dice game where the lowest roller had to not only drink, but also face a dare of truth or consequence. After a few rounds, everyone had experienced losing. They drank and faced dares that weren't too outrageous. By this time, the 2 bottles of Martel XO mixed with soft drinks were nearly finished. Having so much fun, they clearly could not stop halfway. Deng Zihao called over the marketing representative, preparing to order another round of drinks. Su Ning wanted to pay, but he was stopped, refusing to let him pay no matter what. He couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and helplessness, his expression odd and resigned. It seems my brothers still don't understand their own strength. Since that's the case, let's let it go for today. One day we'll hold a frank meeting and have some real fun. Soon the drinks arrived, and everyone continued to have fun. But at that moment, another marketer led a few people to a nearby booth and sat down. Hua Xiefeng's expression soured when he saw those people. Damn it! Why is that bastard here today? The 3 brothers followed Hua Xiefeng's gaze and frowned as well. Ji Lo. They all knew him. To be fair, Ji Lo didn't have much of a relationship with the 3 of them, but he had a deep-seated grudge with the leader Hua Xiefeng. The two families were of similar backgrounds and had known each other since childhood. They were even classmates in high school and both got into the same university. However, due to differences in personality and character, they could never get along and their conflicts only grew, making them true archenemies. That guy was extremely annoying and very arrogant at school. If it weren't for his family's wealth, he would have been beaten to death long ago. So seeing him, everyone felt unlucky, affecting their mood. At that moment, Ji Lu and a few of his sycophants also noticed Su Ning's group and instantly laughed. The leader swaggered over his gaze, casually sweeping across the booth with a playful glint before speaking with a mocking tone. "Oh, isn't this our young Master Hua? Are you out in disguise today, enjoying the commoner's pleasures? But I think the drinks on the table don't quite match your status, young Master Hua. You couldn't even get a small divine dragon set. Ladies, let me remind you, young Master Hua is usually low-key and you all are too dazzling here, which could easily expose him. So why not come play at our booth? He'll order a divine dragon set later." ITLL definitely set the atmosphere. His arrogant demeanor was truly infuriating. Hua Xiefeng's face turned extremely sour. The blatant humiliation from the other party made him wish he could punch that guy hard. Although their families were similar, their family teachings were worlds apart. Ji Lu was pampered and could spend any amount of money. In contrast, Hua Xiefeng was raised with strict discipline, with his allowance tightly controlled. This led to Ji Lu being able to order a small divine dragon set without any pressure, while Hua Xiefeng found himself unable to come up with the money. After all, a small divine dragon set included 3 bottles of Ace of Spades priced at 41999 yuan. What does it have to do with you? Get lost. Hua Xiefeng, not wanting his personal grudge to spoil the mood, angrily shouted at Ji Lu. Su Ning and the others also stood up, glaring at Ji Lu, ready to back their leader at any moment. However, the opposing group was also 4 people showing no fear. Instead, they laughed and mocked along with Ji Lu, revealing their villainous faces. "Ladies, I'm going to order a small divine dragon set right now to get the vibe going. Playing out means having fun." As he spoke, Ji Lu called over a marketer and once again extended the invitation to the 5 girls. He probably didn't really care about those 5 girls. After all, it's easy to flirt with girls in a bar. What he cared about was stepping on Hua Xiefeng's face, stealing Hua Xiefeng's girl, and enjoying the sight of him looking furious and gritting his teeth was truly satisfying from head to toe. "Get the hell out of here. Do you believe he'll deal with you?" The hot-headed Deng Zihao rolled up his sleeves, ready to make a move he had been holding back for too long. Just then, the drinks Ji Lu ordered arrived. The small divine dragon set, 3 bottles of Ace of Spades, certainly wasn't coming in quietly. 2 bar staff carried the small divine dragon set display ahead, followed by 4 stunning waitresses, each holding a light sign, and lastly 2 more carrying celebration fireworks. The showy procession reached Ji Lu's booth, and the celebration fireworks went off with a bang, capturing the attention of almost everyone in the venue. It wasn't the weekend, and the small divine dragon set was enough to make Ji Lu and his friends the most eye-catching group in the bar. Ji Lu's face flushed with enjoyment as he basked in the attention of the crowd. This feeling was intoxicating, and he couldn't get enough of it. With his head held high, his nostrils almost pointing to the sky, he looked at Hua Xiefeng with an expression and gaze filled with mockery and disdain. Meanwhile, not far from them at another booth, 3 young men were secretly observing the situation. "Isn't that the driver who gave us 400 yuan the other day?" One of them squinted, speaking in disbelief. Another quickly retorted, "What driver? He's a super wealthy young man driving a Koenigsegg. He comes to the bar too, and he's being flaunted by others. That's unlikely, right? A small divine dragon set is worthless compared to a single hair on a wealthy young man. I know my brother is Loki, but this is too Loki, right? Could he be pretending to be a pig to eat the tiger and then pull off a crazy face slap at the end?" The 3 of them speculated, believing this to be the standard answer. If the young master himself came out to face slap, it would seem a bit degrading. Otherwise, shall we buy the young master some drinks to help him face slap? The 3 of them came up with an idea and called over a marketer. On this side, the leader Hua Xiefeng suppressed his anger, stopping Deng Zihao and Ding Zihue from confronting Ji Lu. "Ignore that trash. Let's play our own game." Though he said that how could they have the mood to play, they simply couldn't swallow this anger. They could either fight or order drinks to suppress Ji Lu, but neither was feasible. While young people are easily impulsive and eager to fight, if it really came to blows, it could easily lead to trouble with the law. And as for drinks, Hua Xiefeng's allowance was far less than Ji Lu's, so they would only humiliate themselves. So even though they couldn't swallow their anger, they could only force it down. Fortunately, the 5 girls weren't too vain and hadn't left, otherwise they would have been utterly embarrassed. However, at this moment, the usually good-tempered Su Ning could no longer hold back. "Just a small divine dragon set could make you so arrogant. Do you believe I won't order him a few hundred small divine dragon sets and bury you with the bottles?" Su Ning reached out to call for a marketer. It was time to show his wealth. On one hand, it was to be honest with his brothers. On the other hand, it was to settle scores with Ji Lu and prevent anyone from being arrogant in front of them. But just then the scene suddenly became agitated. The DJ on stage grabbed the microphone and shouted passionately, "Thanks to young Master Li at booth 105 for spending 159999 yuan opening the Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set for young Master Su at booth 112. On behalf of young Master Li and Egyo Bar, I wish young Master Su and his brothers good fortune and a smooth journey." As the DJ spoke, the blessing appeared on the big screen behind the stage. Immediately afterward, a long train began to weave and swirl near the bar booths. 6 bar staff each held up a laser drink display, 8 champagne waitresses waved light signs, and behind them were 6 of the most atmosphere-boosting Gatling fireworks. If the small Divine Dragon set barely met the basic threshold for atmosphere, then this Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set undoubtedly reached the peak of the atmosphere. Bars often employ flashy superficial gimmicks to heighten the atmosphere and intoxicate patrons, not through alcohol alone, but by indulging their vanity and desire to impress. Take for instance the Divine Dragon set, and even more so the Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set. The Divine Dragon set comprises 6 distinct variants of Black Truffle, a Champagne Gold Edition, Rose Gold Edition, Violet Edition, Emerald Gold Edition, Platinum Edition, and Black Gold Edition. Each variant commands a different price, ascending from lowest to highest. The Black Gold Edition, being globally limited and exceedingly rare, means most Divine Dragon sets contain only the first 5 bottles. The Mini Divine Dragon set, just ordered by Ji Le, consists solely of the 3 least expensive variants, the Gold, Rose Gold, and Violet editions. In stark contrast, the Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set is composed entirely of 6 bottles of the Platinum Edition priced just below the ultra-exclusive Black Gold Edition. Side by side, the Mini Divine Dragon set pales into insignificance. The entire bar erupted in excitement. Few could afford the staggering 15,999 yuan Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set. Even Egyo Bar, renowned as one of the premier venues in the imperial capital, rarely sees such an order. When the DJ announced seat number 112, Huo Xiefeng and his friends froze in stunned disbelief. Their own private booth was precisely seat number 112. And when the procession of waiters arrived at their table, igniting dazzling effects and roaring cheers, the surrealism became almost unbearable. Eyes drawn to the giant screen's subtitle, they all turned simultaneously toward booth 105 across. Huo Xiefeng's expression twisted with profound bewilderment. He realized with mounting shock that he had never met the 3 men seated there who now raised their glasses in a distant courteous toast. What on earth is happening? Could it be a mistake? His pupils contracted sharply as he whipped his head towards Su Ning beside him. Only then recalling the DJ's words presented to young Master Su. "Su Ning, are they friends of third brother?" Sure enough, while Huo Xiefeng and the others stood dumbfounded, Su Ning calmly lifted his glass in gratitude toward the trio at booth 105. Yes, he truly knew them. A wry, incredulous smile flickered across his face, struck by the uncanny smallness of the world. Those 3 were the very clients he'd chauffeured earlier. The same arrogant man who'd sneered bark once, "I'll give you 200 yuan, only to be instantly countered by Su Ning's icy retort, bark once, "I'll give you 200." Back then Su Ning had humiliated them spectacularly, with a 400 yuan display of dominance. He never imagined meeting them again, here in this very bar. "Third brother, do you know them?" Huo Xiefeng asked, voice trembling with incredulity. He simply couldn't believe it. Even some of his most influential acquaintances would never dare lavish such extravagance upon him. A Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set. To casually spend such sums in a bar suggested wealth far surpassing his own. How then had third brother acquired friends of such stature? Su Ning nodded with a quiet smile. "No clash, no acquaintance," he said lightly. "I suppose we're friends now." The sheer spectacle of the Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set instantly transformed their table into the epicenter of the entire venue. Every gaze turned their way shimmered with longing and envy, especially the 5 stunning women beside them, whose delight spilled over their vanity, utterly satiated. Yet nearby Ji Lu and his group wore expressions as grim as mourners at a funeral. They had just basked in triumph, having flaunted their Mini Divine Dragon set, outshining their rivals, savoring the crowd's awestruck admiration. Then without warning, the Frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set stormed in and stole every ounce of glory. Worse still, it was gifted, not purchased, by some unknown figure, delivered directly to Huo Xiefeng. Gifted. That stung infinitely more than if Huo Xiefeng himself had bought it. There lies a chasm between acquiring something yourself and having someone else invest lavishly in your honor. Only true stature commands such deference. Ji Le couldn't fathom any of his own friends casually gifting him a Divine Dragon set in a bar. Was it not then as if Huo Xiefeng hadn't lifted a finger, yet someone else had already done the work of crushing him? His face tightened, livid and hollow, especially when Huo Xiefeng's teasing, knowing glance drifted toward him, sending Ji Li's fury spiraling toward detonation. "Don't think a Frozen Divine Dragon set makes you invincible," If you can order it, I can too. Enraged, he summoned the marketing manager. Bring me a frozen platinum divine dragon set, immediately. Crank up the atmosphere. Make it wilder than before. Fire the Gatling cannons and nitrogen cannons, non-stop for half an hour. Ji Lu had truly lost his composure, his mind ablaze with reckless impulse. While bar beverage prices are conspicuously steep, an even larger expense often lurks beneath the atmospheric props. The celebratory cannons deployed during the wine delivery were complimentary, but each blast carries a hidden cost of 500 yuan. At his current rate, half an hour of continuous firing, the final bill could rival or even exceed that of the Divine Dragon set itself. Seeing Ji Li's frenzy, his friends rushed to restrain him. Competitive drinking. Fine. But this kind of escalation. Unaffordable. Their intervention cooled Ji Li's temper just enough. A single frozen platinum Divine Dragon set would nearly drain his bank account. If he unleashed cannon fire recklessly, he might well lack funds to settle the tab. Humiliating beyond measure. Fine. Cancel the Divine Dragon set. Bring me a Grand Trinity set instead, Ji Lu declared, eyes gleaming with sudden cunning, addressing the marketing manager. He then turned back to Hu Xiefeng, sneering. Only the tasteless drink champagne. How utterly lowbrow. Black truffle, a provincial staple. Only you lot treat it like sacred wine. True connoisseurs sip cognac. With that he fixed Hu Xiefeng with a look of scathing disdain, though now it rang hollow, desperate, and painfully forced. The Grand Trinity set comprises 3 legendary cognacs: Remy Martin, Louis XIII, Hennessy Richard, and Martel Cordon Bleu Supreme. Individually, each bottle fetches over 50,000 yuan in the bar, surpassing even the Platinum Edition Black Truffle A. Together, the Grand Trinity set sells for 149,999 yuan. Ji Lu wasn't entirely wrong. Black Truffle A commands prestige, yet elite cognac undeniably occupies a higher echelon. Yet in his zeal to disparage, did he forget the mini Divine Dragon set sitting on his own table? Though Ji Li's claim was laughable, more an act of self-aggrandizement than truth, it could not be denied ordering the Grand Triple was enough to secure him at the very least equal prominence to Hu Xiefeng's private booth. Hu Xiefeng bristled with irritation. He knew full well Ji Li's character, yet still found himself seething at his words, a deep discomfort coiling in his chest. Yet he had no means to outdo Ji Lu once more. After all, his bank balance could scarcely cover even a single Grand Triple set. Surely he couldn't rely again on the gentleman from booth 105 to send over drinks. Damn it, I'd love to punch him right now. Deng Zihao snatched up the empty Black Truffle A bottle. Though their table already displayed an entire set of the iced platinum Divine Dragon collection, Su Ning calmly seized the bottle from Deng Zihao's hand and smiled. Now was indeed his moment to step forward. With a gesture, he summoned the bar manager and spoke as his 3 brothers watched, bewildered, astonished, and utterly incredulous. We'll also order the Grand Triple, 2 sets for our table. And since the gentleman from booth 105 graciously sent us drinks, we must reciprocate in kind. Send 2 Grand Triple sets to booth 105 as well. Convey our wishes for their continued prosperity and good fortune. Go on, ignite the atmosphere. The bar manager gaped, mouth agape, stunned into near paralysis. He had served Hu Xiefeng and his circle many times before, and knew unequivocally that Hua was the undisputed leader, the wealthiest among them. When Su Ning first signaled to order drinks, the manager responded with polite eagerness, but assumed without hesitation that Su Ning's budget would be modest. How utterly wrong he was! This unassuming figure, whom he had barely registered, had just ordered a staggering sum. 4 Grand Triple sets. At 15 million yuan per set, the total came to 60 million yuan. Though not the highest single customer expenditure in EGO Bar's history, it was unquestionably the largest transaction the manager had ever personally processed. Had he known of Su Ning's spending power earlier, he would have groveled without reserve. His 3 companions stood frozen, eyes wide with disbelief, staring at Su Ning as if reality itself had fractured. 4 Grand Triple sets at once. Do you even know what one costs? Not 4. Even 1 would exceed their combined savings. Could it be that third brother's inheritance was far greater than they'd imagined? Yet even so, this wasn't how one spent such wealth. Third brother, are you out of your mind? Hu Xiefeng was the first to react, lunging to stop Su Ning, only to find the payment already completed via the manager's POS terminal. It was real. The money had truly left his account. Hu Xiefeng stood speechless. Did Su Ning's bank balance actually hold such sums? Third brother, you can't do this. Even if your second uncle's estate is substantial, shouldn't you save for a home? Spending recklessly like this, no fortune could withstand such extravagance. Deng Zihao, the second brother, spoke with quiet anger. He refused to let Su Ning squander money merely to rival Ji Lu. The fourth brother, Deng Zihao, impulsive by nature, blocked the manager's path, demanding the order be cancelled outright. Su Ning smiled warmly, fully aware of his brother's genuine concern. What if my inheritance amounts to 9 digits? That question froze all three in place, stunned minds momentarily blank. 9 digits. That meant hundreds of millions, or even billions. Even a mere 100 million represented wealth beyond ordinary imagination. After all, both 100 million and 900 million are 9-digit figures. How could they presume Su Ning possessed only the former? Third brother, are you joking? Hu Xiefeng felt absurdity rise like bile. This scenario was too preposterous to be credible. Only Hollywood films dared portray such implausibility. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao wore identical expressions, disbelief etched deep into their faces. Su Ning shrugged, then pulled out a Koenigsegg key fob and tossed it to Hu Xiefeng. Koenigsegg, roughly 50 million yuan. Just purchased. Haven't had time to tell you yet. Hu Xiefeng instinctively caught the key, then nearly dropped his jaw. This key looked unmistakably authentic. A 50 million yuan Koenigsegg. Could third brother possibly own such a machine? To purchase a supercar costing 50 million yuan suggested his inheritance wasn't merely 100 million. It likely approached 1 billion. Unbelievable. Utterly insane. None of them had ever dreamed their brother might one day command a vehicle reserved exclusively for elite heirs. Under the sheer gravitational pull of the Koenigsegg revelation, the 4 grand triple sets suddenly seemed trivial, a mere fraction of a fraction. Let them be spent. It hardly mattered. At that moment, Ji Li's table received its order, a single grand triple set, once again igniting the venue's energy. Yet, Ji Li's anticipated vision failed to materialize. Hu Xiefeng did not appear enraged or humiliated. Instead, his arch-rival regarded him with amused, mocking eyes, as if watching a clown perform. Ji Li felt deeply unbalanced. His grand gesture had yielded no triumph, no satisfaction whatsoever. Before he could retaliate, the venue erupted anew, louder, wilder, more electrifying than before. This time it was a true procession. 12 bottles of premium champagne, 4 divine dragon sets, required 12-bar staff to carry in formation. And that was only the beginning. Additional performers, lighting, and choreography amplified the spectacle. A heartfelt thank you to young Master Su from booth 112, who has spent 599,996 yuan to activate 4 grand triple sets. 2 of these sets are gifted to the 3 gentlemen of booth 105. Young Master Su extends his warmest wishes for their enduring success and fulfillment. The DJ's impassioned announcement detonated across the room. The trio from booth 105 could scarcely articulate the surge of elation flooding their hearts. True elite company never disappoints. They had gifted 1 iced platinum divine dragon set, and young Master Su instantly returned double 2 grand triple sets. A gesture not merely of reciprocity, but of magnification. And this transcended mere monetary value. It was about honor. To receive 2 grand triple sets implied one's worth far exceeded their cost. They were profoundly grateful for having sent that initial round of drinks. To forge friendship with a true scion. This was karmic fortune accumulated over lifetimes. Look around. Was there a single soul in the room who didn't envy them? Meanwhile, Ji Li stood on the precipice of total collapse. He had just ordered his drink, only for Hu Xiefeng to respond with an order of his own. 1 grand triple set from Ji Li, 4 from Hu Xiefeng, and 2 sets gifted elsewhere. This was not rivalry. It was ruthless, unvarnished humiliation, blunt, brutal, and devastating. His fury exploded uncontrollably. Snatching a black truffle, a bottle, he hurled it to the floor, shattering it into glittering shards, then strode out without a backward glance. Tonight he had been utterly crushed, no redemption possible. Why remain, to endure further mockery and shame? His psyche lacked such fortitude. Ji Li's companions hurried after him, leaving only one behind to store the unopened bottles. The wine remained untouched. Waste was unthinkable. Stored safely, it would serve perfectly for next time. Another chance to command awe. With the annoying barking dog gone, Su Ning and his 3 companions could finally indulge in unrestrained. You know, watching that bastard Ji Li leave with his tail between his legs feels like having a bucket of ice water poured over my head on a hot summer day, refreshing from head to toe. At that moment, the explosive music had already started, and almost everyone in the nightclub was up dancing with abandon. Hu Xiefeng shouted excitedly in Su Ning's ear. Su Ning wrapped his right arm around the boss, without saying a word, raising his left hand high and swinging it along with the DJ's raised arms. No words were needed. What is there to say between brothers? In the past he lacked the ability, now he had it, so how could he let his brothers suffer this indignity? After a while of excitement, Su Ning didn't forget to go to booth 105 to chat with those 3 friends. Although there was a bit of unpleasantness during the designated driver process today, they handled matters openly, so Su Ning naturally had to show them respect. Ning Xiao, we're all friends from now on, just give a shout if you need anything. Having established mutual acquaintance, they continued drinking for a while, agreeing to meet again next time and then return to their booth. Because Su Ning spent money like a wealthy heir, many girls who prided themselves on their looks and figures scrambled to find opportunities to propose toasts. If they could stay and have fun together, that would be even better. Even if they couldn't, just getting familiar this time might lead to opportunities next time. The 5 girls were both relieved and on high alert, watching every girl who approached them with wary eyes. Su Xiao, you're so handsome, you're simply mesmerizing. Jing Jing quietly wrapped her arms around Su Ning's, pressing her ample bosom against him, her soft pink lips brushing against his ear. Her behavior was so explicit that she was almost saying it outright. If Su Ning suggested going to the restroom, now she would undoubtedly comply, even eagerly. However, despite Jing Jing's undeniable beauty, Su Ning didn't harbor any further thoughts. Mainly her eagerness only surfaced after he spent lavishly on drinks, as she had been somewhat aloof before that. Even if her behavior didn't exactly count as hypocritical, the stark contrast was clear. Su Ning understood what she wanted. This was an entirely different concept from Ning Bing, who was merely lustful for his body and thought of him as just a designated driver during their intimate moments. Thinking of this, Su Ning felt somewhat disinterested. It's a pleasure to meet you. Let's have fun together next time, he said with a calm smile to Jing Jing, whose eyes were almost sparkling. Jing Jing's beautiful eyes widened in disbelief, her expression faltering as if she were frozen. What did he mean? Have fun together next time? What about tonight? She was eagerly anticipating a wonderful evening with Su Ning, yet she never expected to hear such words from him. The meat was right in front of him, yet he refused to eat. Was he still a man? Meanwhile, the 3 brothers, each with a girl in their arms, looked a bit confused. None of them had girlfriends, so there was no psychological burden in hunting for beauty in the bar. Given how rare the opportunity was to indulge, they were eager to explore the mysteries of the female form, wishing they could teleport to a hotel bed immediately. But Su Ning actually rejected Jing Jing. What was going on? Did he not find her pretty enough? Hua Xiefeng pondered, and then quietly pulled Su Ning aside, whispering, "Why aren't you making a move? If you think she's not good looking enough, then we can switch." The girl beside him was indeed more attractive than Jing Jing. As the boss, he felt obliged to look out for his brother. If he had to take a loss, then so be it. Moreover, while Jing Jing might not be a top-tier beauty, she was still quite pretty. Even in the dark, she could have a fun time. Listening to Hua Xiefeng's wolfish words, Su Ning couldn't help but twitch his lips. "No need, boss, you all go. I have other matters tomorrow, and can't afford to be too tired." He could only find such an excuse, otherwise he would undoubtedly be teased by his brothers for being overly sentimental. Upon hearing this, the 3 brothers understood. After all, Su Ning was no longer the same as before. Having inherited wealth, he likely had various matters to worry about. Then take a good rest, and we'll have fun next time. Ding Zihue patted Su Ning on the shoulder before taking his girl and heading straight to the hotel. Hua Xiefeng and Deng Ziheo followed suit, bidding farewell before rushing off to the hotel. The 3 of them left in pairs, leaving Jing Jing in a state of shock. She couldn't believe that she would be spending the night alone. If she didn't realize that Su Ning was uninterested in her at this moment, she would truly be foolish. However, at this moment, she felt no resentment. Instead, she was filled with excitement. Because Su Ning had already called a designated driver driving a supercar Koenigsegg to take her back to school. After all, even if Su Ning wasn't interested in her, he couldn't just leave her there. A man's dignity still needed to be upheld. Since the Koenigsegg only had 2 seats, Su Ning let the designated driver drop Jing Jing off first before coming back for himself. For Jing Jing, whether or not she could get close to the rich heir became unimportant, and she was fully aware of her own limitations. What mattered was that she was fortunate enough to ride in a Koenigsegg. During the ride, she sat in the passenger seat posing for photos, and even after getting out of the car, she continued to take pictures around the Koenigsegg. This would undoubtedly become a source of vanity she would boast about for a lifetime. The designated driver waited there and couldn't say anything. He could only wait until this young lady was done taking photos before revving the engine to pick up Su Ning. Returning to the empty dormitory, Su Ning quickly washed up and went to bed. When he woke up again, it was already close to noon. At this time, the 3 brothers had yet to return, which was within his expectations. After all, such a rare opportunity would surely lead to a night of wild fun. Not to mention whether they were awake or not. Even if they were, they would probably want to have a round of morning exercise. After getting up and tidying himself, Su Ning went to the cafeteria for lunch and seized the opportunity to continue working on his graduation project. It was not until just before dinner that the 3 brothers returned. All 3 looked drained, as if they had been sucked dry by a Black Mountain old demon. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. How many rounds did they go through? Should I buy you a few bags of goji berries to steep in water? Otherwise, I'm really worried you might die young from exhaustion. Su Ning chuckled as he joked. The 3 brothers exchanged glances, then rushed over and pinned Su Ning to the chair, launching a brutal assault. In the dormitory, even in the hallway, his screams of plea echoed. After enough fun, Hua Xiefeng went to the balcony and lit a cigarette, feeling somewhat regretful and unsatisfied. If I had known you had such strength, we could have gone for a higher tier of girls last night. He wasn't lying. If they had initially ordered the ice-frozen Platinum Divine Dragon set, in the Grand Slam those girls probably wouldn't have caught their eye. Almost every girl in the bar would have been available for their choosing. Exactly. Why didn't you tell us earlier, third brother? Ding Zihui now felt a pang of unfairness. Judging by their spending last night, they could easily have attracted far more sophisticated women. He had already forgotten how just hours earlier he'd been calling her sweetie in the hotel bed. Men truly are fickle creatures. Su Ning shrugged, utterly speechless. I've been trying to order drinks since the very beginning. Whose hand stopped me? The three brothers blinked, then exchanged glances. Yes, it was true. Su Ning had declared at the bar's entrance that he'd handle everything tonight, but senior brother Hui Xiefeng firmly insisted it be his treat this time. Later, when ordering again, Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao jointly blocked Su Ning pooling their money to buy the drinks themselves. Well, so it was all their doing. In that instant, bitterness welled up inside them, and sighs escaped like gusts of wind. Watching his brother's flustered expressions, Su Ning burst into unrestrained laughter, utterly carefree. His smugness, however, proved short-lived. The trio promptly pinned him back onto his chair, filling the dormitory with riotous mirth. That evening, shortly after 7, Su Ning arrived at Li's private kitchen ready to continue his chauffeur-for-hire money-making venture. At the cashier's counter, he found not only Master Wang, but also another man. He soon learned this newcomer was Jiang, the newly appointed in-house chauffeur replacing Master Li. By established custom, Su Ning now ranked second in the dispatch order, while Master Jiang, having arrived last, stood at the end of the queue. While waiting for assignments, Su Ning chatted with Master Jiang and discovered the latter had previously accepted rides through a ride-hailing platform. When asked why he'd left the platform, Master Jiang cited its exorbitant commission fees and driver-unfriendly policies, both deeply unsatisfactory. As Master Jiang vented passionately about the platform's injustices, Su Ning dared not confess he'd registered as a chauffeur on Didi just the day before. Customers gradually began arriving at the restaurant seeking chauffeur services. After Master Wang departed, Su Ning's turn came swiftly. His first assignment proceeded smoothly, so smoothly in fact that he wished every ride would unfold with such effortless grace. Congratulations, host. You've earned 100 yuan through diligent work. 10,000-fold amplification reward 10 million yuan. Delightful. Who truly grasps the pure joy of earning money? Hardly had he returned to the restaurant by taxi when the next assignment appeared. Seeing the client stagger with every step, eyes unfocused and gaze vacant, Su Ning sighed inwardly. He knew this one wouldn't go smoothly. And indeed, it barely began before the nearly unconscious client collapsed against his arm as he helped him into the car. Fortunately, Su Ning had confirmed the residential complex's address beforehand, so he simply drove toward the destination. Yet halfway there, the seemingly comatose passenger erupted from the rear seat, drunkenly unruly. I'm not going home. I absolutely refuse to go home. I need a hostess. Take me to find a hostess, right now. Su Ning nearly jumped out of his skin, convinced for a split second that the man had risen from the dead. At first he even misheard, thinking the man wanted him to contact Miss Zhao. Only gradually did he grasp the true intent. His lips twitched involuntarily, then began to spasm, utterly speechless, beyond frustration. Was this raw, unfiltered truth emerging only under alcohol? Such an obsessive, bone-deep compulsion, now reduced in drunken oblivion to a single desperate demand: find a hostess. Then again, given his current state of utter inebriation, what could he possibly do even if he found one? Su Ning ignored the clamor entirely and pressed steadily onward. He wondered, how boldly would this man declare his intentions once his wife met him at the door? Fortunately, though boisterous, the passenger remained physically inert, merely shouting. Had he attempted actual interference, danger would surely have loomed. Arriving at the destination, Su Ning stepped out and opened the rear door. Sir, we've arrived. It has been our pleasure serving you. Wishing you a joyful and fulfilling life. Reciting these courteous closing phrases, he reached forward to assist the passenger out. He worried. Could he even collect his fee from someone so profoundly intoxicated? Soon enough, he realized his concern was wholly justified. I won't get out. I refuse to leave this car. I need a hostess. I must find a hostess. The passenger shoved away Su Ning's helping hands and bellowed defiantly. Black lines flickered across Su Ning's brow. He felt utterly drained. Indeed, money is never easy to earn, not even in this so-called money-grinding endeavor. Encountering such eccentricities repeatedly was genuinely exhausting. Sir, I have no idea where to locate a hostess. Moreover, soliciting such services is illegal. Wouldn't I become an accomplice if I complied? You should return home immediately and rest. Su Ning tried reasoning, but quickly recognized the futility of appealing to reason. You cannot awaken someone feigning sleep, nor can you reason with a drunkard. Your hostess awaits you at home. Please go there without delay. Desperate, Su Ning resorted to this fabrication. Yet paradoxically, though mostly delirious, the passenger suddenly seemed razor-sharp. Nonsense. There's no hostess at home. What's there is a tiger woman. Take me to find a hostess, now. Su Ning's mouth twitched violently. Is he mocking me outright? Facing such a client, he was rendered utterly mute. He could have forcibly carried him home. The man was too drunk to resist. But here lay the crux: he had no idea which building unit or apartment number the man lived in. And abandoning him was unthinkable. Worse still, he hadn't yet received his fee. With no alternative, Su Ning turned to the police. Sit quietly. I'll take you to find your hostess right now. Saying this, he climbed back into the driver's seat and started the engine. Hearing hostess, the passenger instantly fell silent, slumping contentedly into the rear seat. Su Ning steered directly toward the nearest police station. You crave a hostess so desperately. Then let's find one there. Pulling into the station's courtyard, he spotted Officer Wong, on duty that night. A familiar face eased communication considerably. Officer Wong, this is my chauffeur client. He's severely intoxicated. I don't know his exact address and cannot deliver him home. What's more, he insists repeatedly on finding a hostess. As if on cue, the passenger roared anew from the back seat. Hurry up. Didn't you promise to take me to a hostess? Why haven't we arrived yet? After decades on the force, Officer Wong had likely never encountered a man sobbing and shouting for a hostess inside a police station. And for a moment, even he was at a loss. Officer Wong said little, merely instructing Su Ning to lend a hand and usher the car owner into the inquiry room. If it were only intoxication, he would have been put in the reception room to sleep it off. But the car owner's brazen request for a prostitute suggested he might have prior offenses, so they sent him to the inquiry room to be thoroughly questioned once he sobered up. The car was naturally left at the police station. Yet Su Ning had not forgotten his driving fee. 100 yuan might seem trivial, but after the system's bonus it would amount to 10 million. Officer Wong, could you please help me collect the driving fee? Su Ning asked with a smile. Officer Wong nodded. He understood the young man's hardship. Burning the midnight oil to earn a few hard-fought yuan, it would be a real loss if this trip yielded nothing. Of course, Officer Wong could not have imagined that Su Ning was thinking not of 100 yuan, but of 10 million. This errand had indeed consumed a good deal of time, and after leaving the station, Su Ning hurriedly hailed a taxi back to the restaurant. Rushing as he was, he finally picked up the third order at the restaurant. The clients were a family husband and wife in their early 30s and a little boy of about 4 or 5. A child. Su Ning felt a pang of apprehension. Would this bring unexpected trouble? Compared with a drunken driver, a child could be an even more unpredictable charge. Still, apprehension aside, if they called for a designated driver, he could not refuse the job. One does not leave money unclaimed. Hello, at your service. After the customary greeting, Su Ning circled the car and conducted a careful visual inspection. He might have skipped that step if he had not registered yesterday with Didi's designated driving platform. It was a requirement. It made sense. The world is vast and contains all manner of people. You cannot guarantee that no one harbors ill intent. They might have you drive a car already bearing scratches, then pin any new damage on you and demand compensation. Do not rely on luck. If nothing happens, you may be fortunate, but if it does, you are simply out of luck. Some matters are hard to untangle. So Su Ning no longer neglected the precaution. Before getting in, he made a point of checking. The family's car was quite respectable, a BMW 5 Series, the same model as the boss was Yefeng's. On the road, Su Ning remained somewhat on edge, unable to devote all his attention solely to driving. Though improper, he felt compelled to reserve part of his focus for any eccentric situation that might erupt without warning. To his surprise, halfway through the journey, things remained calm. The couple did not appear to be heavily intoxicated. They were not drunk. The little boy, likely sleepy, had already dozed off against his mother's shoulder. If only the trip would continue this smoothly to the destination. As Su Ning silently hoped for a tranquil ride, the child's mother suddenly spoke. You leave on a business trip tomorrow morning. What about the child? The father sighed and shook his head, seeming helpless. I spoke with my supervisor today, asked if I could start work a little later. But the project has now reached its most critical stage. It simply cannot proceed without me. The couple then racked their brains for solutions, yet every suggestion proved unworkable. Su Ning listened carefully and grasped the outline of their predicament. Both of them were from outside the capital and had no elders nearby to help with the child. It so happened the mother would be away on a week-long business trip starting tomorrow, while the father's presence was indispensable for the company's project. Thus, the child's kindergarten drop-off and pickup became a dilemma. This was perhaps the hardship of outsiders living in a big city. Life in the capital is expensive and far from easy. Sympathy aside, Su Ning could not offer much help, so he simply concentrated on driving. Why not hire a temporary nanny to handle the daily pickups and drop-offs? The father suggested. The mother shook her head and sighed. Housekeeping services won't take such short-term jobs, and even if someone agreed, I would be uneasy. There have been so many cases of nannies abusing the elderly and children. They continued to sigh over the predicament. At that moment, the mother's gaze casually swept to Su Ning, who was driving attentively, and her eyes suddenly brightened. She nudged her husband and subtly pointed at the driver, exchanging a look. The couple clearly in tacit understanding, and the father immediately grasped his wife's meaning. They could ask the designated driver for help. He drove steadily, a sign of a dependable and earnest character. Judging by his age, just over 20, he seemed untainted by the world and likely possessed a sunny disposition. Moreover, this driver was not some itinerant on the street, but the in-house driver for Li Ji private cuisine backed by the restaurant, someone with a known affiliation and therefore more trustworthy. He would be a perfectly suitable candidate, the father thought, and then spoke up. Brother, what is your family name? Without turning, Su Ning smiled and replied, no need for formalities, I'm Su. You look just over 20. What made you decide to be a designated driver at such a young age? The father Su Ning still did not turn, keeping most of his attention on the road, and casually answered, my family wasn't well off. Driving was a way to earn while studying. But I'm about to graduate from university, so I probably won't be doing it much longer. Upon learning he was a university student, the couple's faces brightened instantly. A college student, innocent and guileless, surely someone they could trust. After collecting his thoughts, the father spoke again. Brother, I'd like to ask a favor. My wife will be away next week, and my schedule is tightly constrained, so it's difficult for me to handle the child's pickups. I was wondering if you could help us with the drop-offs and pickups. Don't worry, we won't interfere with your work or studies, and we won't let you do it for nothing. 5 days a week, mornings and evenings. We'll pay you 1,000 yuan. How does that sound? Su Ning was surprised. He had not expected the desperate couple to place their hopes on him. Would doing the pickups and drop-offs mean living like a makeshift babysitter? And did they truly trust a stranger like him so readily? Still, Su Ning felt sympathetic to their predicament. Besides, the remuneration was not insignificant. He had just checked with the system. Although that cash technically was not part of the driving fee, it was related to the designated driving task, so the system would still grant a 1,000-fold bonus. After the bonus, it would come to 100 million. Morning and evening pickups for a single week, and he could earn 100 million. Only a fool would refuse. Since you trust me, I'll help look after your child next week. Su Ning smiled, nodding. Seeing Su Ning agree, the young couple was very happy and explained their situation to Su Ning in more detail. The little boy's name is Xiaodong, and he is in kindergarten. Since Xiaodong's father has to leave home by 6 o'clock every day, Su Ning needs to arrive at their house before 6. After Xiaodong wakes up, he can supervise himself in washing and getting dressed, which he can manage on his own. Then he lets Xiaodong play by himself for a while, and at 7:30, he will take him to kindergarten. In the evening, he will pick up the child at 4 o'clock and just accompany Xiaodong to play in the neighborhood. His father will probably return around 6. It takes a bit more time than Su Ning had imagined, but it is still within an acceptable range and won't affect his driving job. Moreover, Xiaodong is very well behaved and not naughty, which is also why Su Ning agreed. If the child were naughty and troublesome, Su Ning would never agree no matter what. Once the arrangement was settled, Su Ning took the family of 3 to their destination and directly went upstairs with them. Xiaodong has a very good impression of Su Ning, this handsome older brother. Brother, can you sleep with me tonight? Xiaodong tugged at his arm, his little face full of anticipation. Xiaodong's mother coaxed him, saying, aren't you supposed to sleep with me tonight? After hearing his mother's words, Xiaodong thought for a moment, and then exclaimed, then Mom, you and I can sleep with brother together. Instantly, all 3 adults present felt extremely awkward. The innocent words of a child can be so unpredictable. See you tomorrow, Xiaodong. Su Ning quickly said his goodbyes, otherwise if he lingered, who knows what wild words might come out. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 600 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 60 million yuan. The driving fee is 100 and the other 500 is the couple's half of the payment for Su Ning, with the remaining 500 to be paid after a week.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Looking at the more than 180 million in his bank account, Su Ning felt that he was very close to his dream house. Go for it. Work hard. At this moment, Su Ning was filled with motivation. Seeing that it was still early, he planned to return to Li's private kitchen to take another order. However, just as he walked out of Xiaodong's neighborhood, his phone suddenly rang. Mr. Su, have you finished your driving trip? The restaurant is about to close. I asked the remaining tables, and no one needs a driving service. You don't need to hurry back to the restaurant. After the call, connected manager Lu respectfully reported. Su Ning couldn't help but nod, feeling that manager Lu was very thorough in his work. He even thought to ask the boss if the guests needed a driving service. If not, the boss could go home and rest direct. You don't need to hurry back to the restaurant. After the call, connected manager Lu respectfully reported. After hanging up, Su Ning did not go directly back to his dormitory, but instead opened the Didi driving app. He had long wanted to try taking orders from the driving platform. This was a key channel for him to expand his income. After logging in, he began to wait for the system to assign driving orders. It was just like waiting at the restaurant's cash register for others to call for a driving service. Patience was required. However, whether it was due to too many driving services on the platform or too few orders nearby, Ning waited for almost 20 minutes without the system assigning any orders. The competition is too fierce. Ning couldn't help but sigh. Relying solely on this for a living would be. Waiting in place wasn't a solution, so Ning simply took a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen. His Koenigsegg was still parked in the restaurant's parking space. However, after driving for a while, the platform suddenly assigned an order. Ning quickly swiped right to accept it, feeling a surge of excitement. After all, it was his first order, which wasn't easy. Looking at the details of the driving order, he couldn't help but smile. He didn't expect the starting point to be not far from Lee's private kitchen. There are several nice restaurants nearby, so naturally there would be a demand for driving services. At this moment, the starting point was less than 3 kilometers away, perfectly within the range for ordinary driving orders. 3 minutes later, the fast-moving taxi arrived at the destination. After paying the fare and getting out of the car, Ning headed towards a restaurant called Huihua Building. Upon reaching the entrance, he noticed someone there, so he directly marked the driver as arrived. "Hello, is this the driving service you called for?" Ning approached and asked the two with a smile. That person glanced at Ning and shook his head, saying no. Ning expressed his apologies and looked around, but he couldn't find anyone else. So he stepped slightly away from the entrance, took out his phone, and called the car owner who had requested the driving service through the platform. "Hello, I am the driver Xiao Su who is here to serve you. I have now arrived at your specified starting point. May I ask if you are ready to start the trip, or do you need me to wait here?" Ning asked in a service-oriented tone. He thought the car owner who called for the driving service was still inside the restaurant drinking. However, at that moment, a puzzled voice came through the phone. "I am right at the entrance of the restaurant. I don't see you." Ning looked in surprise at the restaurant entrance. Besides the person who was just there was no one else. But he was shocked to find that the person was on the phone. "Are you wearing jeans and a dark blue windbreaker?" Ning asked according to his clothing description. "Yes, did you see me? But how come I can't see you?" A puzzled voice came from the phone. Ning was speechless and felt like he didn't want to talk anymore. As expected, he always encounters these odd situations. "I clearly asked you if you called for the driving service. Are you messing with me?" Well, it's hard to judge what a drunk person is truly thinking. Or perhaps he misheard earlier. Ning could only comfort himself like this. He walked back to the entrance of the restaurant and waved his hand at that person. "Hello, it's a pleasure to serve you." Ning still smiled as he spoke. However, at this moment, that person looked at Ning with a very strange expression, as if his face was filled with question marks. Then words that Ning found hard to understand came out of his mouth. "Where's your car?" Ning raised an eyebrow and squinted, feeling it was quite absurd. "Shouldn't that question be mine? Sir, where is your car?" Ning took a deep breath and tried to ask calmly. The person was stunned by Ning's question and didn't respond for a long time. Ning was also a bit confused, wondering why this person seemed a bit slow. The two looked at each other, and for a moment it felt like the air was filled with a hint of confusion and awkwardness. After a long pause, the man spoke in utter disbelief. "My name is Didi. I'm here to drive you. Did you seriously expect me to carry you on my back?" Ning was utterly flabbergasted. "You're Didi?" In most cases, when someone says they've called Didi, they mean a ride-hailing service, not a designated driver, given the vast disparity in scale between the two. "Did you order a Didi Express ride?" Ning clung to a sliver of hope. Perhaps the driver was simply yet the driver's unflinching reply shattered that illusion completely. What else could it be? Ning took a deep breath, striving to remain calm and composed. "Sir, please check your order. Did you request a Didi ride-hailing service or a Didi designated driver?" The man froze, his face etched with astonishment and incredulity. Muttering under his breath, "How could I possibly have gotten that wrong?" He opened the Didi app. The next instant, he stood rooted to the spot. When he looked up again, profound embarrassment was unmistakable on his face. I think I ordered the wrong service. I meant to book Didi Express, but somehow ended up requesting a designated driver. What do we do now?" "Brother, I'm truly sorry. I've wasted your time." Acknowledging full responsibility, the man repeatedly apologized to Ning. Ning sighed, helplessly torn between laughter and exasperation. Was this truly how his very first designated driver assignment would unfold? He had no doubt whatsoever this bizarre sequence of events could only be the handiwork of the platform's inscrutable algorithm. According to platform policy, drivers may charge a cancellation fee of 1 yuan per minute, but only for wait time exceeding 10 minutes after arrival at the designated pickup point and before order cancellation. Below that threshold, no cancellation fee applies. And from the moment Ning placed the order until the driver's arrival, less than 10 minutes had elapsed, meaning zero compensation. This perhaps was the starkest evidence yet of the platform's user-centric bias and its systemic disregard for drivers. What other choice remained? "Brother, I sincerely apologize for holding you up. Let me offer some compensation at Genuinely remorseful, the man reflected on how the driver relied on these late-night gigs to support his family and felt compelled to make amends. No need, just cancel the order. Su Ning waved lightly with a smile. Platform rules were binding, however arbitrary they might seem. After all, if the driver filed a complaint later, Su Ning would face serious complications. As he turned to leave, an epiphany struck him like lightning. The driver hadn't driven, but he owned a car. Why not simply drive the man home himself? Turning back, Su Ning smiled and said, "My car's nearby. Shall I drive you home?" The man blinked, stunned, struggling to process the proposition. A designated driver driving his own car to take me home. What kind of arrangement is this? Sensing the man's sluggish alcohol fog cognition, Su Ning chuckled. "Just treat it as a designated driver's service. Pay me the standard fee. You'll even save on fuel." The man followed Su Ning's logic and realized it held water. After all, his sole objective was getting home. A quick mental calculation confirmed it wouldn't cost much more. In the capital city, the base fare for a taxi was 13 yuan plus 3 yuan per kilometer, and a 20% surcharge after 11 p.m. His destination lay roughly 8 kilometers away, normally costing 25 yuan, 30 yuan at night. A designated driver service started at 35 yuan for 8 kilometers, just 5 yuan more. "Fine, go fetch your car, I'll wait right here." The man grinned, readily agreeing. Relieved by his easygoing demeanor, Su Ning hurried to the parking lot beside Li Ji's private kitchen and retrieved his Koenigsegg. Its engine roared like a caged beast unleashed. Within moments, it thundered to a halt before the man. He had no idea this breathtaking hypercar belonged to the very driver who'd just arrived on foot. He simply thought it stunningly magnificent. His gaze locked onto the vehicle, unable to tear itself away. This was the Koenigsegg 1, a model limited to just 6 units worldwide. He'd only ever glimpsed such cars through screens online. Never imagined seeing one in person on a Beijing street. Was this the arrival of some billionaire scion? His mind spiraled into reverie, dreaming of owning such a sublime machine, or at least having the chance to sit inside it, even briefly. Then, the door swung open. Su Ning stepped out from the driver's seat. "Sir, please board," he said with a warm, inviting gesture. The man recoiled in shock, eyes wide, breath catching. His face flushed crimson. His inner world convulsed as if struck by a seismic cataclysm. Impossible. Could this be real? How could a designated driver possibly own a Koenigsegg? It defied reason, as absurd as an Arab royal heir begging on the streets. Yet there it stood, undeniable, irrefutable. Even disbelief could not deny reality. Dazed, he climbed in, running his fingers over the seats, the door panels, the understated yet undeniably luxurious interior. Overwhelmed by surreal disorientation. Was he truly seated inside a 50 million yuan hypercar, the Koenigsegg? If he recounted this tale tomorrow at work, his colleagues would surely dismiss it as drunken fantasy. Alas, he wouldn't get to drive it. Ordinarily, Su Ning wouldn't have minded, but given the man's intoxication, discretion prevailed. Within seconds, the hypercar's peerless acceleration delivered them to the destination. Su Ning swiped right on the order interface to conclude the trip. Simultaneously, the man's phone displayed the completed ride, and the settlement screened 35 yuan, exactly the base fare. Still dazed, the man completed payment and stumbled out of the car. "Your ride has concluded. Please collect your belongings and proceed safely. We hope to serve you again soon. Wishing you joy and fulfillment in all life's endeavors." Su Ning stepped out and offered a courteous farewell. Ordinarily, designated drivers never reminded passengers to retrieve their belongings, since the vehicle was usually the passenger's own. Yet today, fate had delivered a ride-hailing order instead. "Goodbye. I'll definitely call you next time." The customer waved, his expression still glazed with lingering awe. Su Ning started the engine and drove off, leaving the man standing motionless, gazed, distant, lost in quiet contemplation. Su Ning drove directly back to the parking lot of Li's private kitchen, where the drivers were quite bold in their action. The customer paid 35 yuan. Su Ning's personal earnings were only 25.14. How unfair. Nearly 10 yuan was deducted from a 35 yuan order. It made Su Ning's heart ache to the point of breathlessness. This income barely reached half of what he would earn for a single order as a resident driver at Li's private kitchen, which left Su Ning feeling somewhat helpless. But there was no choice at this hour. Apart from accepting orders on the driver platform, there were almost no other options. Checking the time, it was already midnight, and after waiting for a while, it seemed the platform had no intention of dispatching any more orders. Su Ning simply went to a hotel and booked a room to rest, opting not to return to his dormitory. He needed to wake up early tomorrow to send Dong Dong to kindergarten. Lying on the bed in the room, Su Ning calculated today's earnings. The first order as a resident driver was 10 million. The second order should also be 10 million, but the car owner was taken to the police station by him, so it was uncertain if he could get the money tomorrow. The third order as a resident driver, including the service fee, had already brought in 60 million, and the only order from the DD driver platform was 251. In total, he earned 72514,000. At this moment, the balance on his bank card had already exceeded 183 million. As for the villa next to the summer palace that he had his eye on, it should not cost more than 300 million. After all, buying a villa would likely not be completed in one transaction. He could first visit the house to get a sense of it. Moreover, with his speed of earning money, he might be able to pay for it in full within a week. So he planned to find a real estate agent to look at houses after sending Dong Dong to kindergarten tomorrow morning. Contentedly falling asleep in his dreams, Su Ning was already wandering in his grand villa. At 5:30 in the morning, the alarm clock annoyingly woke him up. Groggy, he got out of bed and splashed cold water on his face, finally feeling a bit more awake. After a quick tidying up, he left for Dong Dong's house, as Dong Dong's father had to leave by 6. Dong Dong, I'm here. Su Ning knocked on the door and found that it was Dong Dong, who opened it, greeting him with a smile. Brother, come in quickly. My dad is in the bathroom, and it smells really bad. Dong Dong was quite lively and not shy at all, speaking childishly. Su Ning's smile stiffened a bit. Some things didn't need to be described in detail. But that's how kids are. They speak freely without any taboo. Dong Dong probably didn't hold back on exposing his parents at kindergarten either. Just imagine when Dong Dong does his business in kindergarten today, and the teacher jokes, Dong Dong, your poop stinks so much. Will Dong Dong respond, what are you talking about? My dad's poop is the real deal. And picture this, when Dong Dong's father comes to pick him up in the evening, what kind of look will the teacher give him? While Dong Dong was playing with building blocks, Su Ning simply sat by and watched, and the atmosphere was quite peaceful and harmonious. Before long, Dong Dong's father finally emerged from the bathroom and greeted Su Ning with a smile. You arrived quite early, Xiao Su. I have to leave soon, and I'll need you to take him to kindergarten shortly. After saying that, he hurriedly put on his shoes and left the house. Working people really are like cattle and horses. Fortunately, the kindergarten provides 3 meals a day. If he had to make breakfast for Dong Dong in the morning, both of them would probably go crazy. For about an hour, Su Ning played with Dong Dong. The lively Dong Dong also shared many secrets about their family. For example, where his dad hides his stash of money, how sometimes his dad secretly watches pretty older sisters dance on his phone, and how his parents sometimes fight when he is asleep with his dad, making his mom scream in agony. Su Ning quickly covered Dong Dong's mouth, his expression a mix of amusement and exasperation. This is something that shouldn't be said. Checking the time, it was almost time, so Su Ning took Dong Dong, who was dressed, out the door. Although it was less than 2 kilometers to the kindergarten, making the trip on foot would be fine, but since Su Ning had to meet with the real estate agent later, he decided to drive. When Dong Dong saw Su Ning's flashy sports car, his big eyes lit up instantly. Wow, what an amazing car. It looks just like my toy. Brother, your car is so beautiful. Even though Dong Dong might not understand the value of the car, he could still tell if it looked good. Su Ning laughed heartily, opened the car door, and placed Dong Dong in the passenger seat, fastening his seatbelt. Dong Dong cheered excitedly, as if he were not sitting in a car, but rather a spaceship. Su Ning couldn't help. After encountering so many strange situations while driving these past few days, his mood was suddenly much. Indeed, children have a healing effect on people. Upon arriving at the kindergarten entrance, it was peak drop-off. Parents gazed at the eye-catching Koenigsegg with wide eyes, unable to divert their attention from the supercar. Even the teachers at the entrance who were welcoming the children almost forgot their duties. As the scissor doors opened under the astonished and envious gazes of everyone, Su Ning helped Dong Dong out of the car. Be good at kindergarten, and brother will come to pick you up in the evening. Su Ning squatted down at the entrance and gently ruffled Dong Dong's hair, smiling. However, to his surprise, when Dong Dong saw his teacher, he turned his eyes and quietly spoke up. Brother Su Ning, do you have a girlfriend? If you don't have a girlfriend, how about letting Teacher Lu be your girlfriend? Last time I heard Teacher Wang say to Teacher Lu, with such a big chest, your boyfriend must be incredibly happy. Although I don't know what it means, I hope you're happy. Excuse me, teacher, I apologize, this child is talking nonsense. Although not Dong Dong's parent at this moment, claiming to be his temporary guardian was entirely appropriate, so he quickly apologized to the teacher. However, he had to admit that Dong Dong was not lying. The beautiful female teacher before him truly had an impressive figure, her proud assets drawing all attention. It's hard to imagine how many male parents would be peering through the fence during the morning exercises at the kindergarten. As for whether they were watching their own children, that was a matter of personal interpretation. It's fine. It's fine. Teacher Lu said shyly, her hands instinctively brushing her hair behind. Are you Dong Dong's older brother? Su Ning shook his head. Dong Dong's parents have matters to attend to this week and can't pick him up, so I'm helping out temporarily. Then he waved at Dong Dong, saying, Dong Dong, be good in kindergarten, your brother will come to pick you up tonight. After that, he drove away amidst the indescribable envy of everyone around. While driving, Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle to himself. With Dong Dong's unfiltered and candid nature, he couldn't imagine what kind of funny incidents would arise from picking him up every day. At this time, it was the morning rush hour. No matter how high-performing his sports car was, he could only drive slowly with the flow of traffic, which made him quite irritated. He decided to find a parking lot to rest and wait for the peak time to pass before hitting the road again. Just then Su Ning received a call from his dorm mate Ding Zihui. Third, come back for drinks at noon. Without even asking if Su Ning was busy, it sounded entirely like a notification. This made Su Ning realize that something might have happened. If they had simply asked if he could come back rather than directly calling him, it probably meant that a few people were just craving drinks. But now being so straightforward could only indicate that something was up. Okay, I got it. Su Ning replied, not asking any further questions. There was no need to ask. He would naturally find out everything when drinking at noon. Plans had changed. Originally intending to look for a real estate agent to view a house, now that he had to drink at noon, he probably wouldn't have enough time. Fortunately, he hadn't made an appointment with the agent, otherwise he would probably have to cancel. But he couldn't waste the morning either, so he decided to go buy a watch. Su Ning used to really like watches, but being financially constrained, it was like luxury cars. Just looking at them was enough. He couldn't actually afford to buy one. However, with such a crazy money-spending system, now buying a watch was naturally stress-free. Even a highly praised Patek Philippe was just a matter of a chauffeur's bill. However, Su Ning's preference was definitely not Patek Philippe, but rather Richard Mille, which he had favored more before. Although this brand has only been around for a little over 20 years, its rapidly rising brand value has made Richard Mille a top luxury watch brand, dubbed the ticket for billionaires. Even the most basic models are priced in the millions, making them true toys for the wealthy. The resale value is not even worth mentioning. The key is that many models are hard to come by, and even if you have money, you might not be able to buy one. Su Ning particularly liked one model, the RM2704. This watch was designed by Richard Mille to commemorate the 10th anniversary of its collaboration with Spanish tennis superstar Nadal, with only 50 pieces released worldwide. Nadal never takes this watch off during matches. Of course, the price is truly beautiful, with an official price of $9.25 million approaching $10 million. In addition, Su Ning also liked a model, the RM5601 Sapphire Crystal. This watch's case is entirely made of clear, transparent sapphire with all its intricate mechanisms fully visible inside. This watch is limited to only 5 pieces worldwide, and it is said that East Coast rap mogul Jay owns one. As for the price, it's even more outrageous, with an official price of $25 million. Of course, if someone doesn't recognize its value, they might mistake this watch for a cheap plastic one. After barely getting through the morning rush hour, Su Ning drove straight to the Intai Center, where he found that there was a Richard Mille flagship store. Hello, esteemed guest, welcome to the Richard Mille flagship store. Do you have an appointment? As Su Ning walked into the store, a beautiful female sales associate in a fitted suit immediately came to greet him. One couldn't help but marvel at the fact that after all it was a top luxury brand, the sales associates looked like supermodels. A strange thought crossed his mind: did those who didn't make the cut as Richard Mille sales associates go on to become supermodels? Of course it was just a joke, but one had to admit that the quality of Richard Mille sales associates was astonishing. No appointment. Su Ning shook his head noncommittally, slightly furrowing his brows, and said, "You can't come in without an appointment." It was his first time entering such a luxury store, and he certainly didn't understand the rules here. However, if you can't enter the store without an appointment, it was essentially driving potential customers away. Moreover, it's absurd to think that true billionaires would need to make an appointment just to enter your store. The sales associate with a spring-like warmth replied, "Of course not. If you have an appointment, we will prepare for your reception in advance, that's all." Su Ning didn't know if this explanation was true, but he wasn't particularly concerned, so he nodded and followed the sales associate's guidance to the adjacent reception area. Although there were display cases for various series, shopping here was not like casually wandering around a mall. You simply sit in the reception area, state your needs, and the sales associate will bring the watches that meet your requirements to you. This is the kind of class. Esteemed guest, I am your exclusive sales associate Jingjing. I will be at your service throughout your visit. I hope to provide you with a satisfying shopping experience. May I ask how you would like to be addressed? The sales associate, sitting on a nearby single sofa, smiled warmly at Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Oh, another Jingjing. Was that name so popular these days? Just a few days ago, he had just rejected a girl named Jingjing at a bar, and this Jingjing before him seemed even more attractive than the Jingjing from that day. However, he wasn't there to flirt. This wasn't a bar, and business was still the priority. "My name is Su Ning," Su Ning said in a calm tone. "Would you like hand-brewed coffee or black tea?" The sales associate asked with a professional smile. This is also part of the class. After all, most of the time customers sit in the reception area, so they always need to serve water to the customers. Su Ning gently shook his head, indicating that he didn't need anything. However, even though he said he didn't need anything, the sales associate quickly had someone bring a bottle of Evian mineral water and a plate of exquisite little cakes. "I have something to do later, so let's skip these formalities," Su Ning said nonchalantly. The sales associate maintained her smile, but inwardly she couldn't help but feel delighted. As a sales associate for a luxury brand, they had long honed their ability to read people with a keen eye. Despite Su Ning being dressed in ordinary brands rather than high-end or luxury products, his calm demeanor was not something that could be feigned. This meant that Su Ning definitely had the capability to purchase a Richard Mille watch even if it was just a basic model. If he didn't have enough money in his pocket, no matter how well he feigned calmness, he would still show some signs of unease. This is the distinction. So there is no doubt that Su Ning would definitely be a premium customer for their store. I wonder if you are familiar with our Richard Mille brand, Mr. Su. If you don't have a specific series in mind, I can provide you with a detailed introduction. Or do you have a preferred series? The female sales associate maintained a perfect service attitude, making it hard for anyone to feel dissatisfied. As for the RM56, it's the one with the sapphire crystal. Can you get hold of it? Su Ning nodded and asked with a smile. Although he knew it was unlikely after all, this model was limited to only 5 pieces, but what if? Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the smile on the sales associate's face momentarily faltered. Her heart stirred like a tempest. The RM56 sapphire crystal model. Is he asking for the top series of Richard Mille right off? She had initially thought Su Ning had enough means to purchase a basic Richard Mille model worth $1 million, and if the deal went through, her commission would be quite substantial. But she didn't expect that she had underestimated the capabilities of the seemingly low-key young man in front of her. Let's not even mention whether the RM56 is a limited edition or just its official price of over $20 million is not something everyone can aspire to. This sufficiently indicated that the young man before her was truly a wealthy individual. After all, without sufficient means, one cannot treat Richard Mille as a mere toy. However, after the initial shock, she couldn't help but smile bitterly. The truth is, their store couldn't possibly obtain the RM56, given that only 5 pieces exist worldwide. Gritting her teeth, she vowed to keep Su Ning this quality customer in the store. I'm sorry, Mr. Su, the RM56 is a global limited edition and has already sold out if our store really cannot find it. However, you can take a look at other series and models. Well, I believe we at Richard Mille will surely have a watch suitable for you. For example, RM62, RM50, and RM88 series. Saying this, she swiftly operated on her tablet and showed Su Ning several watch pictures and 3D. Su Ning glanced at the images and frowned slightly, as these series of watches failed to evoke the same sense of amazement that the RM56 had given him. Especially the RM88, with a very conspicuous yellow smiley face on the dial, made Su Ning find it quite ridiculous. Although many people like this model, like young Master Wang, Su Ning truly couldn't appreciate it. Returning the tablet to the sales associate, he couldn't help but show a hint of impatience, which made her heart skip a beat. It seemed the young master did not like these watches. What to do? What to do? Just as the sales associate was anxiously pondering how to retain Su Ning, I don't like any of these. Bring me the RM27 to have a look, the one in collaboration with Nadal. Hearing that Su Ning still wanted to see a watch, the sales associate felt a surge of joy, her face flushed with excitement. Although the RM27 Nadal collaboration model is also a global limited edition and they don't have it in stock, there is a chance to arrange for one to be brought over. If they could sell it even with the official price plus an added premium, they would still make a decent profit. I'm sorry, Mr. So we don't have the RM27 Nadal collaboration model in stock. However, we can request stock from the headquarters. As long as you pay the full amount up front, we will do our utmost to negotiate. If the negotiation is successful, the delivery time will be about 2 months. However, we cannot guarantee that it will definitely be successful. One more thing I must tell you, since it's stock requested from the headquarters, there will inevitably be some cost issues involved. The price you will have to pay will be somewhat higher than the official price. The sales associate, barely able to contain her excitement, still managed to maintain a smile as she addressed Su Ning. However, Su Ning couldn't help but frown again. Although the added premium was distasteful, the principle of rarity made it so that many times one has to pay more to obtain their desired item. Moreover, in the automotive sales industry, the added premium for certain brands has long become an unspoken rule. So while Su Ning was displeased, he could still accept it. But a delivery time of at least 2 months combined with the requirement to pay the full amount up front without a guarantee of successful negotiation seemed a bit ridiculous, didn't it? If it were something else, paying in advance could be understood. After all, what if the customer changes their mind and doesn't want it later? But Richard Mille's RM27 series would definitely not struggle to sell. If there were stock, one couldn't say it would be a mad rush, but many people would surely be eager to buy. Is this just a case of a large store bullying the customers? Extra charges are acceptable, but paying in advance is not. They'll pay for the watch when it arrives at the store. Su Ning shook his head, his tone no longer as cordial as before. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, the sales associate felt troubled and anxious. Although she knew their rules were unreasonable, almost all highly regarded luxury brands operated this way. They imposed terms. If you could accept them, you could buy, or if not, you could leave. After all, they wouldn't struggle to sell their items. Even if she sought the manager for approval, there was no chance of success. Su Ning saw the expression on the sales associate's face and guessed the general idea, letting out a cold laugh. Since he couldn't even buy the watch he wanted, there was no point in staying, so Su Ning prepared to stand up and leave. But just as he was about to rise, a bolt of lightning seemed to flash across his mind, suddenly awakening him. Right? How could I have forgotten about the system? At that moment, Su Ning felt a bit foolish for forgetting that the system had a very special function. Whatever he wanted, he could directly purchase through the system. Just like the previous Koenigsegg 1, which was bought directly through the system. Otherwise, with only 6 units of the Koenigsegg 1 globally, even if Su Ning had money, he wouldn't be able to buy it. Since the system can make the purchase, there was even less reason to stay in the store. Since you don't have what I want, then so be it. The sales associate panicked, almost wishing to reach out and stop Su Ning from leaving. However, before the sales associate could persuade Su Ning, a mocking female voice came from another sofa nearby. The style of Richard Mille is lacking. Anyone can just waltz in here pretending to be a customer. Had I known it would be like this, any Tom, Dick, or Harry could come in, we wouldn't have come. Darling, why are there so many thick-skinned people nowadays? Deliberately asking for the most expensive limited edition, then justifying it by saying the store doesn't have it instead of admitting they can't afford it. It's just too funny. I think this kind of person is just here to mooch off the food and drinks, right? Don't you think so? The tone was exaggerated, as if deliberately raising her voice to sound girlish. This round of sarcastic remarks instantly filled the store with a strange atmosphere. The sales associates dared not speak, for they knew that any customer in the store was not someone they could afford to offend. This was a conflict among customers. If they could mediate, that would be great, but if not, they certainly couldn't involve themselves. Su Ning narrowed her eyes slightly and turned to look at the man and woman on the sofa beside her, her gaze sharp as a sword. Is this about me? Unable to help the corners of her mouth from curling up in a slight arc tinged with a hint of disdain and even self-mockery. She had originally thought that visiting a luxury brand store would lead to the cliché of being looked down upon by the salespeople. However, although Richard Mille, like other luxury brands, has its own unspoken rules, their attitude towards customers is commendable. This led Su Ning to think that the scenarios depicted in novels and films are purely fanciful. Yet to her surprise, just as she was about to leave, something vulgar actually happened. Moreover, it was not the salespeople who looked down on her, but other customers in the store. I haven't offended you, have I? Su Ning smiled lightly, as if to validate the other party's claim of taking advantage of others' kindness, and took a sip of her Evian mineral water. Hearing a snicker from the side, Su Ning's expression remained calm. The woman speaking was in her 20s, had a good figure, and was dressed fashionably, but her face looked suspiciously modified, typical of internet celebrities. The man beside her was probably in his early 40s, seemingly with a bit of wealth, but his aura could not be compared to that of a true rich person. True wealthy individuals often remain low-key. Only those who have just crossed into the realm of wealth flaunt their arrogance. A middle-aged man and his mistress. Interesting. So, I want to know, what watch did you choose if you are not here to take advantage of others? Su Ning spoke with a smile, as if chatting with friends, without a hint of sarcasm in her tone. The internet celebrity woman deliberately pinched her voice and giggled a sound that made Su Ning uncomfortable, almost giving her goosebumps. RM011, the Platinum Diamond version. Official price $1.49 million. We are charging an extra $200. How about it, are you envious? The woman picked up the watch and gestured to Su Ning, her face filled with mockery and ridicule. Su Ning smiled lightly, struggling to hold back a grin. After all that talk, she thought this couple had bought one of those classic models worth tens of millions. Unexpectedly, it was still a basic model worth $1 million. Perhaps $1.7 million could buy a mid-range model in other luxury watch brands, but at Richard Mille, it was truly just an entry level. What's so funny? Can you even afford it? The woman, seeing Su Ning's smile that seemed to mock their ability to buy only the basic model, felt offended and began to shout at Su Ning in an almost hysterical manner. The middle-aged man beside her pulled her down, but also turned his blame towards Su Ning. Young man, although her tone is unpleasant, she does not seem to be wrong. Hard words to hear. At your age, you should strive harder, not pretend to be a rich kid in a luxury brand store. People should not be vain, they should be more down-to-earth. Don't you agree? His words, though slightly more pleasant than the woman's, still carried an air of superiority, looking down on Su Ning completely. Su Ning smiled brightly. Since you all have put your faces right in front of me, if I don't strike back a little, wouldn't that be unfair to your antics? With that thought, Su Ning immediately entered her mental system and directly purchased the RM5601 Sapphire Crystal version. A dazzling RM56 quietly floated in the system space, ready to materialize in reality at any moment. However, the cash in her card did not decrease accordingly, because Su Ning chose the in-store transaction method within the system. Just then, the flagship store manager quickly walked out from the office inside, and at the same time, a few capable-looking individuals entered the store carrying a password box. Manager Hao, this is the quota from headquarters. Please check it as soon as possible. The newcomers addressed the store manager directly. Manager Hao immediately called over several salespeople along with the store's watch adjuster to inspect this batch of watches. After all, even the most basic Richard Mille models are worth millions. Being cautious is never too much. Such a commotion drew curious glances from several groups of customers. Many styles of Richard Mille do not have stock and require reservations, while headquarters uniformly distributes quotas. Clearly, they had encountered this rare delivery. Manager Hao opened several password boxes and carefully checked each watch, being extremely meticulous. However, at that moment, he suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, his tone filled with disbelief. RM56. The Sapphire version. How is this possible? Isn't this model limited to only 6 pieces worldwide? How could it be allocated to our store? Our store didn't even make a reservation. His exclamation attracted the attention of everyone in the store. Those who can afford Richard Mille must be familiar with several of its top series, and the RM56 is among the best, extremely sought after. Hearing that the store actually received the RM56 Sapphire version, the level of surprise was almost comparable to that of Manager Hao. Unable to contain their astonishment and curiosity, everyone surrounded them. Having the opportunity to see a watch limited to only 6 pieces, in reality, they certainly did not want. The couple from earlier was also very amazed, feeling as though even a glimpse of the RM56 was a privilege, making their trip worthwhile. So beautiful. The sapphire watch cover is even more dazzling than the British Queen's crown. I really wonder who will be lucky enough to own such a top-tier watch. Darling, if only you could buy it. The internet celebrity woman looked at the RM56 with eyes that seemed. The middle-aged man, hearing the woman's words, nearly choked and coughed a few times before recovering. Buy it. Are you kidding? Stop joking. The RM56 is about to be auctioned for 30 million and no one will sell it. This kind of top limited edition watch cannot simply be bought with money. In fact, the middle-aged man also found it strange and could hardly understand why the Richard Mille headquarters suddenly delivered an RM56 to this flagship store. At this moment, Manager Hao was already on the phone with headquarters, confirming the details and information regarding this RM56. After hanging up, the shock in his heart was beyond measure. It turned out that this watch was ordered directly from the Richard Mille headquarters by a Mr. Su from the capital through a channel. That's why Richard Mille would deliver it to the Intai Center flagship store where the transaction would take place. The problem is purchasing a watch in this way eliminates the so-called markup. How much influence does one need to order directly from headquarters? Moreover, it is a limited edition like the RM56. It's truly absurd. After so many years in the industry, this is the first time he has encountered such a situation. In that case, let's quickly call Mr. Su to come to the store to pick up the watch. When the store manager called headquarters, everyone overheard. Their reactions were almost identical, stunned and incredulous. After all, being able to order directly from headquarters without any markup and have it delivered to the shop speaks volumes. And anyone who can spend 20 million on a watch must be a major figure. To claim no envy would be a lie. To reach such heights in one life is to have truly lived. The store manager immediately began calling Mr. Su. At that moment, Su Ning's phone rang. He already knew it was the store manager, so he lifted the phone and signaled. The manager did not notice and continued waiting for the call to connect. Others frowned at the ringtone emanating from Su Ning's phone. Su Ning stepped forward 2 paces, held the phone close so the manager could see the screen, and spoke with casual composure. My name is Su Ning. Manager Hao stared stunned as his own number was clearly displayed on Su Ning's screen. He could no longer deny that the young man before him was the very Mr. Su he had been trying to reach. He hastily ended the call, then greeted him with a tone equal parts reverence and eagerness. Hello, Mr. Su. It is a pleasure to meet such an outstanding young talent. I have wondered what sort of person could order a Richard Mille limited edition straight from headquarters, he continued. You are far younger and far more refined than I imagined. Indeed, you are the very type of elite Richard Mille would suit. Su Ning smiled faintly. The flattery was clumsy and obsequious, but who does not enjoy praise? Very well. Since the watch has arrived, let us conclude the sale promptly. Manager Hao bowed and gestured for Su Ning to the reception area. Every customer in the store widened their eyes, struck dumb with disbelief. The young man who had seemed so ordinary aside from a touch of handsomeness was the very person who had ordered that limited Richard Mille from headquarters. There was no sign of wealth about him. He wore plain clothes, nothing that spoke of designer labels. He did not even wear a status watch. They had taken him for a freeloader, just as the couple had mocked. Who could have imagined he had bought a top-tier Richard Mille, the RM56? Only 6 of them exist. It was not merely a question of scraping together 20 million. This watch was not something money alone could guarantee. Could the young master really be so low-key? Unlike the other customers who were simply astonished, that couple seemed to wilt as if they had swallowed flies, visibly ill and uneasy. Even the dimmest among them understood they had offended someone beyond their reach. They had struck a hard iron place. The middle-aged man had some assets, perhaps fixed holdings approaching 100 million, and even buying an entry-level Richard Mille would have pained him. Could someone who could nonchalantly spend 20 million on a Richard Mille be within his provable reach? Moreover, Su Ning had already demonstrated his influence. Imagine paying a premium even for a 1.5 million entry-level Richard Mille, while this young man needed no markup for the globally limited RM56 and had it shipped from headquarters. Recalling their earlier scornful remarks, he wished he could swallow his tongue. At his age and station, he knew precisely what mattered to survive in this world. If that man chose to deal with him, he would not need to lift a finger. Countless others would gladly finish the task. His modest company could be crushed in an instant. He turned to the woman at his side with murderous eyes. Damn her, that wretched woman. He wanted to tear her mouth. Originally a woman with an influencer face and an enhanced figure was merely a plaything. If she tended to him well and remained obedient, it was only natural he would grant her favors. But now she had caused trouble by crossing someone he could not provoke. Wishing she would die, he shuddered at the thought of bankruptcy or ending up on the street. The woman went pale, as if several scavengers had dragged her into a thicket. She understood the terror of power better than the man did. The man beside her was not the first she had been attached to. Her first patron had been a true heavyweight. When that powerful benefactor was offended, he was wiped out in an instant. From that moment, she truly grasped the force of influence. So when a patron discarded her in boredom, she did not dare make a sound. She feared she might not live to see the next sunrise. And now she had provoked such a presence. Apart from the Richard Mille, Su Ning had shown no other power. But was that watch not enough? She was genuinely terrified. Even if Su Ning appeared indifferent, who could read the mind of such a magnate? Perhaps with a mere twitch of his finger, he could destroy you 100 times over. They had countless methods to make you neither live nor die. At that instant, she felt all her strength drain away and nearly collapsed. Yet the middle-aged man fared worse. Suddenly, he was seized by a violent pain in his chest. A crushing near-death panic overwhelmed him. Clutching his chest, he fell slowly, gasping for help. The woman was terrified and helpless, only able to scream as panic overtook her. Manager Hao, who had intended to receive Su Ning personally, watched with eyes nearly bulging. He rushed forward to give aid and shouted for assistance. Whether the man lived or died was not for them to decide, but please do not collapse in the shop, they thought. The bystanders murmured, curiosity is a primal instinct. Su Ning stood among them with an odd expression. Were they truly frightened of him? He considered himself a decent citizen, at most he might strike a cheek. Nothing more severe. What fantasies had they conjured? After a while, an ambulance took the couple away. No one knew whether the man could be saved. Su Ning felt little turbulence of the heart and no burden of conscience. They had brought this upon themselves and no one else was to blame. The consequences, however, were undeniably severe. When Su Ning stepped out of the Richard Mille flagship store, a striking watch had already adorned his left wrist. RM5601 Sapphire Crystal Edition. The saying goes, the poor play with cars, the rich play with watches. There's some truth to this. At least for those who can afford such a watch, any car is merely child's play. Once in the car, Su Ning didn't start it immediately, but instead played with the watch as if he were a child who had just received a cherished toy. Of course, Su Ning had spent a fortune on this toy. It cost 25 million, which had just been charged to his card at the flagship store. His bank account balance still stood at 163 million. Suddenly, Su Ning felt something was amiss. He had clearly planned to save money for a large villa. How did he end up buying a watch? Although 20 million might just cover a night of a chauffeur service and wouldn't impact the big picture, such whimsical spending habits needed to be curtailed. Otherwise, who knows what impulse purchase he might make tomorrow. Yes, he must control himself. Checking the time, it was already past 10 in the morning, so Su Ning simply decided to drive back to school. He had no idea what was going on that required drinking at noon. He would find out soon enough. As usual, he parked the car outside the school to avoid drawing attention. With graduation approaching, there was no need to leave any legends behind at school. Upon entering the dormitory, Su Ning immediately noticed the atmosphere was unusually tense. Normally at this time, about 3 people would be engrossed in their computers, passionately absorbed in their tasks. But at this moment, the leader Hua Xiefeng lay on the bed in a daze, his eyes vacant. The second Ding Zihui and the fourth Ding Zihao pretended to work on their graduation projects at the computer, but kept sneaking glances at Hua Xiefeng, concern evident in their expressions. It was obvious that something must have happened to the leader. As Su Ning entered, he pondered in silence. But he didn't have a steady girlfriend. What kind of breakup could it be? Apart from relationships, what could possibly leave a young man in such a disheveled state? Su Ning couldn't fathom it, so he turned a pleading gaze towards the second and fourth. You're back. We've been waiting for you. Let's go drink. Hua Xiefeng seemed to snap out of his stupor and sprang up from the bed. Su Ning glanced at the dormitory clock. It was only 1040. Were they really going out to drink already? It seemed something serious was afoot. However, whether he could help with his brother's troubles was another matter. If he couldn't even accompany him for a drink, that would be truly unbrotherly. Let's go. Let's go. Let's go. The three of them echoed in unison. They exchanged glances and smiled their thoughts. The more composed Ding Zihui led Hua Xiefeng forward, while Deng Zihao pulled Su Ning along from behind. It seems the real estate company at Hua's home is in trouble. If things go badly, they might go bankrupt, unable to pay off debts. Deng Zihao quietly explained the situation to Su Ning, who frowned, feeling skeptical. It was one thing for large real estate companies to face issues, but Hua Xiefeng's family owned a small-scale real estate firm limited to their hometown. How could it possibly be that significant? Although Hua Xiefeng had never gone into detail about his family's business, the three brothers generally understood it. Hua Xiefeng's father was a retired soldier who started as a construction contractor and gradually developed the. Due to his stable personality and cautious approach, he never adopted the aggressive strategies of other real estate companies, so the scale of the business never grew significantly. At most, they developed 2 properties simultaneously. They certainly had loans, but it never reached a point of insolvency. How could they suddenly be facing a crisis? Perhaps Deng Zihao couldn't provide more specifics. They should just ask Hua Xiefeng directly later. Upon arriving at their usual restaurant, Hua Xiefeng immediately shouted for the owner to bring out the drinks. After 4 years, the owner was familiar with them, and now looked at Su Ning and the others with a strange expression, seemingly questioning what was going on with Hua Xiefeng. It's nothing, boss. Just bring us the drinks. And the dishes the usual will do. Ding Zihui cheerfully told the owner, then helped Hua Xiefeng pull out a chair for him to sit. The dishes were being stir-fried while the drinks were brought to the table first. Young people definitely didn't have the habit of drinking strong liquor. When they went out for drinks, they often started with beer. After popping open 4 bottles of beer, they didn't bother with cups and drank directly from the bottles. Cheers, Hua Xiefeng said, tilting his head back and gulping down the beer. The other 3 didn't say much, they just accompanied him. One could see the helplessness and sorrow in Hua Xiefeng's heart at that moment. With his family business in trouble, he felt utterly powerless, which was nothing short of a brutal display of society's harsh realities for someone about to enter the workforce. Brother, what exactly is going on? After finishing a bottle and putting down the empty one, Su Ning continued pouring drinks while tentatively asking. Talking it out is better than bottling it up. However, just then 3 people emerged from a small private room in the restaurant, each holding a glass and heading towards their table. Huolada brothers. We just saw you came in from the private room. Come, let's toast to Huolada. They cheerfully filled their glasses and indeed offered a toast. These 3 were classmates from the same major, but different classes. They had some interaction, but weren't particularly close. Just acquaintances. Since they came to toast, as long as they weren't enemies, it was natural to reciprocate. Sure, let's all drink together. Hua Xiefeng also poured a drink, lifting his glass with gusto. Once the drinks were down, conversation flowed easily. Well, out of the 3 of us haven't signed any suitable jobs. With graduation approaching, it's really stressful. How about we work at your family's real estate company? The atmosphere at the table had been lively, but this suggestion instantly cooled it down. Setting aside the fact that Hua Xiefeng's family company was in trouble, even without that, this request was a bit excessive. The job market was tough for graduating students, and many were struggling to find work. If one's classmate had a company, and they were on good terms, of course they could work there. However, the premise was that the classmate should initiate the request, not the other way around. The problem was these 3 had no particularly close relationship with Hua Xiefeng. They were merely casual acquaintances. How could they have the audacity to ask directly? The most impatient of the group, Deng Zihao, abruptly stood up, unable to contain his urge to confront them. Yet the serious-looking Hua Xiefeng reached out to stop him. Then he turned to face the 3, managing a forced smile. As he spoke, sorry, my family's company is also facing difficulties right now, so I'm afraid we can't take in anyone. Hua Xiefeng carried something of an old-fashioned chivalrous air. When someone came to him with a request, he usually refused only if it lay beyond his power. Had this matter not occurred, he might truly have nodded and arranged for the 3 classmates to work at his family's company. But now the family firm was on the verge of collapse. Whether it could be saved was uncertain. How could he possibly still let them come work there? He could only offer an embarrassed apology. Yet his explanation failed to win their sympathy. The company's in trouble. You can't let us work at your firm. Nonsense. If you don't want to help, just say so. Why invent excuses? The 3 who had once brimmed with hope now wore ugly expressions. Perhaps the dream had been too beautiful and reality too cruel. The shock left them furious. Your family runs such a huge enterprise, and you're short of 3 hires. If it's impossible, just say so. Stop talking nonsense. Everyone says you're the most loyal. If there's trouble, you always fix it. So you've been flattering yourself all along. I can see your true colors now. You're nothing but a hypocritical little. I'm done asking you. Your lousy company isn't worth my time. We'll see who succeeds in the end. Just wait. The 3 had torn off the mask of civility. Their faces were so vile one wanted to smash them with a fist. Bullshit. The quickest-tempered Deng Zihao snatched up a beer bottle and stood. In the next instant, he was about to bring it down on their heads. But the calmer Deng Zihao reacted swiftly and grabbed him tight. If the bottle really struck someone, things would get serious. With those three's characters, it would be no surprise if they called the police. Once it's in the station, it won't end well. Even if the injury wasn't severe, assault can still result in administrative detention. That stain on one's record could see the school expel you. To be expelled near graduation would render 4 years of study wasted. There are many ways to deal with someone. Resorting to violence is the basest. Don't stop me, second brother. I'm going to kill them. Deng Zihao raged, struggling like an enraged beast to break free of Deng Zihua's hold. As Deng Zihua's grip began to fail, Su Ning stepped forward and blocked Deng Zihao. He gave Deng a look that said, "Leave it to me," and the corner of his mouth lifted in a barely perceptible smile. These 3 clowns in front of him needed a lesson they would never forget. With the system backing him, Su Ning had many ways to ruin them without physical harm. For example, he used the system to instantly purchase a Richard Mille RM35 series wristwatch. It was one of his preferred styles, a step above the base models, with an official price reaching to 1 million. But this model required a markup. Customers often paid over 2.5 million. He decommissioned the RM5601 from his wrist into the system, and in its place the RM35 materialized. Silently completing the sequence, Su Ning sneered, held out his left hand toward the 3, and scolded them sharply. "How dare you shamelessly open your mouths asking for work? Give a stray dog a bone, and it'll wag its tail in gratitude. You turn on someone the moment they can't employ. You really have no shame. Is boss will what you're entitled to, or what he owes you? Or is boss will your father, and everything must revolve around you? I can't predict who will make it in life, but men like you will only drift aimlessly and eat themselves into ruin. Get out of here as far as you can." Su Ning's invective felt satisfying, and it enraged the 3 across from him. The one in the middle flew into a rage and reached to swat Su Ning's pointing hand away. Su Ning did not dodge, as the other's hand brushed the corner of his mouth could not help but twitch. At that moment, the planned accident occurred. The strap of the watch on Su Ning's wrist suddenly gave way under stress, and the watch fell to the ground. Of course, this mishap had been arranged by Su Ning. When he materialized the watch, he had intentionally left the clasp unsecured. When the other hand swiped across, the watch would naturally be knocked free. Su Ning hurriedly feigned distress and bent to pick up the watch. Unsurprisingly, it was smashed beyond recognition. "You." His acting flared. Su Ning's face mixed indignation and fury. But the 3 still hadn't grasped the gravity of the situation. They still thought they knew Su Ning, a student from a family so poor he had to work his way through school. He certainly couldn't afford a fancy watch, or at best he'd wear a cheap digital one that cost a few dozen yuan. "So it's broken. Big deal. Get out. Go earn your wages. Be careful you don't default on your student loan and fail to graduate. You pauper. You follow Hua Xiefeng like a dog begging for scraps, and he's never given you anything. You're just a fool everyone plays with. Huh. You'll be hauling bricks at construction sites from now on." The 3 turned their ridicule towards Su Ning and mocked him mercilessly. Yet at that moment, instead of exploding in anger as they expected, Su Ning smiled. Hua Xiefeng and the others were baffled. They had no idea what Su Ning was up to. Su Ning had always been the most level-headed in the dormitory. His words and actions surely had purpose, so they chose to trust him. The 3 still did not sense the depth of the trouble, not until Su Ning took out his phone and called Officer Wang. "Officer Wang, I want to report a crime. Someone deliberately damaged my watch. The watch is worth 2.1 million. I think this should qualify as intentional damage to public or private property, right?" Officer Wang, who had answered, had assumed Su Ning was calling about the fare from yesterday's drunken driver who'd sought a prostitute. But as he listened, he became stupefied. "What did you say? Your watch is worth 2.1 million, and someone deliberately damaged it?" If Su Ning's description was accurate, it was indeed intentional damage, which carries a sentence of no less than 3 years and no more than 7. But the problem was, did he really have a 2.1 million watch? The notion was absurd. If anyone else had said it, Officer Wang might have believed them. But hearing it from Su Ning, he doubted it. He knew Su Ning was a college student who worked as a driver to scrape together tuition. Tell me, could a student from such a humble background who struggled for tuition possibly wear a watch worth 2.1 million? He must be joking, right? Although Officer Wang felt that Su Ning had exaggerated the value of his watch infinitely, he still had to respond after the report was made. At this moment, as Su Ning hung up the phone, the 3 people opposite could no longer suppress their laughter, their mirth laden with mockery. "Did you hear what he said? He said that this broken watch is worth 2.1 million. Is he trying to make us laugh ourselves to death? I initially thought he was a fool, but now it seems he's not only a fool, but also a lunatic. What do you think? Should we keep our distance from him to avoid being infected by his foolishness?" Ha ha ha. Watching the 3 of them laugh recklessly, Su Ning wore a faint smirk, showing little other. "You all seem to be having fun, huh? Just wait and see if you can still laugh later." Hua Xiefeng stood up, frowning as he walked over to Su Ning, taking the damaged watch from his hand to examine it closely. The more he observed, the more shocked he became, his expression growing increasingly incredulous. "Is this watch genuine?" Hua Xiefeng asked Su Ning with uncertainty. He could certainly recognize what kind of watch it was, but he couldn't determine its authenticity. In fact, Hua Xiefeng was the one who loved Richard Mille watches the most. Strictly speaking, Su Ning's interest was influenced by him. This is the RM35, officially priced at 2.1 million with a market value exceeding 2.5 million. How could the third one wear a Richard Mille that even he dared only to dream of? Even though he had accepted the fact that Su Ning had suddenly become wealthy in the past few days, he still couldn't believe it at this moment. Well, there was no denying it now. After all, since Su Ning even owned a Koenigsegg, one a Richard Mille RM35 would truly be child's play. Of course it's genuine. Su Ning shrugged, answering the older brother's question. Act. Keep acting. Let's see how long you can keep. The three people opposite once again burst into reckless laughter, feeling invincible, filled with mockery. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle, narrowing his eyes as he spoke. He'll return your words. Laugh. Keep laughing. Let's see how long you can keep this up. After saying that, without waiting for their furious reactions, Su Ning went straight to find the restaurant owner. Boss, please pull up the surveillance footage and send it to me. Familiar with the boss, Su Ning didn't need to beat around the bush. Retrieving the surveillance was to solidify evidence in case the other party denied it. Moreover, keeping the evidence in his own hands could also prevent any accidents from occurring. The boss looked deeply at Su Ning and then proceeded to do as he requested. After a segment of surveillance footage was saved on Su Ning's phone, he turned to give a thumbs-up signal to his three dormitory brothers. Done. At this moment, Officer Wang also arrived. Upon seeing Su Ning, Officer Wang nodded as a greeting. Just as he was about to ask, he was interrupted. Officer, they reported a false alarm. Deliberate defamation, shouldn't that be classified as libel? And the amount involved exceeds 1 million. That should be enough for a sentence, right? The three of them spoke first as the villains. Whether they understood the law or not, they had at least heard of libel, so they decided to throw that accusation out there. Officer Wang immediately understood that these three were likely the ones who had damaged Su Ning's watch. He couldn't help but frown, feeling it was quite absurd. These university students really knew how to stir up trouble. On one hand, they firmly claimed the watch was worth over 1 million, trying to pin a charge of intentional damage to public and private property on the other hand, they insisted the other party was exaggerating, aiming to accuse them of libel. You could say they didn't understand the law, yet they could accurately name several charges. If you say they understood the law, then how could they be so ridiculous? How much did you say your watch is worth? How much was it again? Do you have any evidence? Officer Wang looked at Su Ning, asking somewhat helplessly. The receipt for the watch is in my car, we'll go get. Su Ning nodded with a smile, turned, and walked out. No one carries the receipt for a watch around, so he had just left it in the car parked not far away. Officer Wang exchanged glances with the auxiliary police officer beside him, who immediately followed Su Ning outside. A short while later, Su Ning returned holding a receipt. At the same time, the auxiliary officer also returned, but his expression was incredibly strange, as if he had seen a ghost. Officer Wang took the receipt from Su Ning and examined it closely, quickly determining it was genuine. 2.1 million. The amount on the receipt was indeed 2.1 million. Could it be that this watch is genuine and worth as much as 2.1 million? He looked at Su Ning with an expression of utter astonishment, as if filled with unspeakable confusion. A chauffeur wearing a 2.1 million watch. Was the chauffeur making too much money, or was currency depreciating too quickly? Why did it seem that the absurdity of the reality before him was comparable to encountering aliens? However, even more absurd things were about to unfold. The auxiliary officer's lips twitched as he leaned close to Officer Wang's ear, whispering, "He just pulled the receipt from a Koenigsegg supercar." Officer Wang froze, suddenly feeling unwell. What did you say? A Koenigsegg? This chauffeur owns a Koenigsegg. You're joking, right? That's a Koenig. Don't mention limited editions. Even the cheapest Koenigsegg CC costs over 10 million. This is simply outrageous. However, Officer Wang also knew that the auxiliary officer couldn't be joking with him. With a Koenigsegg backing him up, it became much easier to accept the Richard Mille before him. If at this moment Officer Wang still didn't realize that Su Ning couldn't merely be an ordinary chauffeur, then he would be very foolish. The look he gave Su Ning remained one of shock, yet filled with indescribable peculiarity. Why would a rich young heir stoop to the boredom of being a chauffeur for thrills? Since the watch is genuine, this matter cannot be taken lightly. Did you intentionally damage the watch? Officer Wang turned to the three and asked in a very serious tone. The three of them sensed something was amiss and did not dare to take it lightly, so they told the truth. It wasn't intentional. He pointed at us and I just swatted his hand away. I didn't expect the watch to fall and break like that. Officer Wang raised his eyes, scanning the surroundings until he spotted the camera, then went to find the boss to pull the surveillance footage. The footage showed the entire process, even with sound. After watching the footage, Officer Wang began to feel a bit sympathetic towards the three people opposite. Although it could prove they did not intentionally cause damage, their actions leading to the watch falling and breaking were indisputable facts. There was no criminal liability, but they could not escape civil liability. This meant they had to compensate for whatever losses they caused. Given the current state of the watch's damage, it would be difficult to repair. Even if it could be repaired, it would likely require at least several $100,000, right? Although Officer Wang suspected that Su Ning might have some schemes involved, the outcome was evident likely enough to serve these 3 university students a hefty dose of reality. The facts were clear and no further investigation was necessary. Therefore, after taking multiple angles of photographs of the damaged watch to assess the extent of the harm, he gave his conclusion on the spot. Because this does not involve public security or criminal cases, it is merely a civil dispute between you all. You can choose to pursue legal action later to seek compensation for your losses. The remaining matters are no longer related to our precinct. Officer Wang, after speaking to Su Ning, turned to the other 3 and kindly reminded them a few things. The invoice is genuine, which likely can prove that the watch is authentic. Even though it's just a civil dispute, you did indeed damage the watch, so he probably won't give up on seeking compensation. Either you reach a consensus or prepare for a lawsuit, but the final outcome is likely that you will need to compensate him. It would be best to avoid unnecessary trouble. After that, Officer Wang left the restaurant next to the school with his assistant. At that moment, the person who had broken the watch was utterly stunned, staring at the watch in Su Ning's hand, as if his soul had left him. Is the watch genuine? 2. 1 million. With it damaged like this, whether it can be repaired is debatable. Wouldn't that mean I have to compensate him too? 1 million. Even if it can be repaired, the costs would likely be substantial, far beyond what a single student could afford. Thinking of this, his legs went weak and he trembled uncontrollably. What was even more amusing was that the 2 people beside him took a step back in unison, waving their hands and shaking their heads, pointing fingers at the middle companion. It was him who did it. We didn't lay a finger. How clever. When the situation became critical, they immediately distanced themselves. What brotherhood? The truth is they just didn't want to pay. The person in the middle widened his eyes in disbelief, looking at his 2 companions with horror, unable to fathom that they would sell him out at this moment. You guys. But before he could say anything, the 2 quickly cut him off. What do you mean you? Just admit it. Did we lay a hand on him? It's a matter of justice. It has nothing to do with us. Su Ning, when you sue, just... After saying this, the 2 turned and left without looking back, and after a few steps they began to run, fleeing in panic. Only the middle person stood there dumbfounded, as if the whole world had collapsed. Su Ning couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Not being able to drag them in was indeed a pity. But the guy in front of him was the mastermind, and he had just been sarcastically mocking and insulting him, so bringing him down would still be a satisfying conclusion. Without caring whether the other party had even come to their senses, Su Ning coldly smiled and spoke. Right now I'm sending the watch to the Richard Mill After-Sales Center for inspection. Once the results are out, I will send you the repair cost list or a proof of irreparability. If you do not accept the appraisal results, you can also seek inspection from a national authoritative evaluation institution. Just wait for the court summons then. Luckily, this is just a civil dispute, so the school won't expel you. After saying this, Su Ning shrugged, smiling in a way that made the other party's scalp tingle. The guy seemed to have turned into a walking corpse, stumbling several times along the short distance, almost tripping into a tree. The 3 brothers looked at Su Ning with complicated expressions, momentarily at a loss for words. Did they perhaps go a bit too far? A loss of over $1 million, how could that guy come up with such money? Not everyone from an ordinary family can casually pull out $1 million. However, it must be said that it was truly satisfying. If the 3rd brother had not been there, they surely would have reacted to the other party's petty behavior and gotten into a fight. At this moment, the consequences of a fight would undoubtedly be severe. They could easily be expelled and would not even receive their graduation and degree certificates. Su Ning's approach was a complete dimensionality reduction attack, more torturous than murder. While such a petty person didn't deserve any sympathy. When you are in power, you bow and scrape before them. When you fall from grace, you become arrogant before them. They flatter you when they can gain benefits, but switch to the most venomous expressions when they cannot. Such petty individuals deserve the most painful lesson. After this not-so-small episode, the dining table returned to its lively atmosphere, and the 4 continued to drink. Of course, Su Ning still needed to drink less, as he needed to be a designated driver that night. Although feeling a bit embarrassed, once the month of designated driving was over, he would definitely treat the brothers to a good drink. The most important thing right now was to comfort the eldest brother, Ho Xiefeng. Eldest brother, can you tell me what happened? When he felt the drinking atmosphere was about right, Su Ning raised his glass to Ho Xiefeng. Ho Xiefeng was already a bit drunk, and gradually opened up, finally expressing the things he had bottled up in his heart for the past couple of days. After listening to his story, Su Ning gained a general understanding of the situation. His family's real estate company was developing a residential project, and during the construction process, due to inadequate supervision, the quality of the concrete brought in was problematic. In fact, this was not particularly serious. It just required the relevant parties to redo the work. However, the local housing and construction department had issued a regulation stating, if the use of substandard construction materials, components, and equipment leads to serious quality hazards in the main structure, the project is not allowed to proceed to pre-sale. The pre-sale system is crucial for real estate companies to ensure healthy cash flow. If they cannot proceed with pre-sales, they would not be able to repay bank loans, promptly leading to a series of funding chain issues. Currently, his family's real estate company was facing such a problem, relying on selling houses for cash flow, which was simply not enough to repay the loans. The bank was pressuring them for debts, and the suppliers and contractors below sensed the trouble and also demanded payments. The project had even been suspended due to lack of funds. If nothing could be done, they would have to transfer the project at an extremely low price. However, this would mean that the foundation they had built over many years would also vanish. In fact, as long as they could secure some funding, they could overcome this crisis. Huo Xiefeng's father even considered borrowing money from loan sharks. However, the risks involved were too great. If anything went wrong, it would not only mean losing their home, but potentially lives as well. Looking at the disheartened eldest brother, Su Ning blinked, and with a hint of uncertainty asked, "Eldest brother, how much does your company need to overcome this crisis?" He had told his brothers that he inherited a fortune worth billions. Yet seeing that the eldest brother's family was in such a dire situation, without mentioning it to him, it seemed the funding gap was far greater than just a few billion. If that's the case, the over $1 billion in his account might not truly solve the problem. Simultaneously unsettled and puzzled, he found himself questioning his earlier assumptions. Having long believed his eldest brother's company operated on a scale of mere hundreds of millions, he had vastly underestimated its true magnitude. Huo Xiefeng couldn't help but sigh deeply and spoke candidly, "We'll need at least 200 million. He had indeed considered approaching Su Ning for help, but even he doubted whether Su Ning could resolve such a staggering shortfall. True, the third brother had mentioned inheriting an estate valued in the hundreds of millions, but everyone knew that wealth of this scale rarely existed as liquid cash. Instead, it was overwhelmingly tied up in fixed assets. Even an inheritance worth several hundred million could never yield 200 million in ready cash on demand. If the problem couldn't be solved, why broach it at all? At that moment, upon hearing 200 million slip from Huo Xiefeng's lips, Su Ning instantly straightened his spine, his expression shifting to one of amused disbelief. "So that's all it is? Only 200 million. Then it's settled?" Though his bank account certainly didn't hold 200 million at that very instant, after spending 1 million to acquire the Richard Mille RM35, his balance still exceeded 160 million. He stood just shy of the 200 million threshold. No exaggeration, provided his ride-sharing shifts went smoothly, he could close the gap within 2 nights. With the system behind him, Su Ning possessed unshakable confidence. "Brother, you truly underestimated me. Didn't I tell you I inherited several hundred million? Why didn't you ask outright? You made me think the deficit was bottomless. Wasting my emotional investment. You owe yourself a drink." As he spoke, Su Ning shot Huo Xiefeng an exasperated glare and began pouring him a glass of liquor. Huo Xiefeng's eyes widened in shock. He leapt to his feet, stunned beyond words. What? Can the third brother really cover this shortfall? That means he can produce 200 million, just like that? This is utterly unbelievable. A torrent of emotions surged through Huo Xiefeng, astonishment rendering him speechless. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao reacted much the same, disbelief warring with sheer incredulity. Knowing his brothers wouldn't believe him without proof, Su Ning wasted no time. He pulled out his phone, opened his mobile banking app, and displayed his balance, 169242. 00, a daunting string of digits. They counted aloud, then fell silent, each staring at the others, their eyes reflecting pure visceral. Over 160 million in liquid cash. Then raising 200 million wasn't impossible after all, nor was rescuing the eldest brother's family enterprise. Few could have imagined such an astonishing reversal. The seemingly terminal collapse now miraculously averted. Amidst their dazed wonder, only one question remained: just how vast was the third brother's inheritance? They half joked about rushing home to inquire whether they had an estranged second uncle overseas, because if so, they wanted one too. Third brother, no more words. All said in this cup. Relieved of crushing pressure, Huo Xiefeng downed a full glass of beer in one go. He never once questioned whether Su Ning would lend him the money, not even for such an astronomical sum. Had their roles been reversed, he would have extended the same trust without hesitation. After clinking glasses and drinking heartily, Su Ning transferred 160 million directly into Huo Xiefeng's account. Why such a massive transfer was possible in a single transaction? Simple, he was a VIP user. Big brother, the remaining 40 million. I'll secure it within the next couple of days. Su Ning smiled, adding lightly, just a bit of financial maneuvering. In truth, he meant to earn it through ride-sharing. Hua Xiefeng immediately called his father and wired the funds over. For days his father had been unable to eat or sleep, his hair falling out in handfuls. His life's work teetered on the brink of annihilation, despair had even driven him toward thoughts of ending it all, until impossibly salvation arrived from his son's dormitory brother. His son's friend could lend his family 200 million. The notion struck him as absurd, unthinkable. What kind of celestial sibling was this? He'd had friends and brothers-in-arms for decades, sharing meals, laughter, and revelry. But when crisis struck, each vanished faster than the last, utterly unreliable. Yet his son's dorm mate, without fanfare, without condition, had simply delivered 200 million. How bitterly ironic that he'd once cautioned his son to choose friends carefully. The realization left him hollow, his own judgment eclipsed by his son's. With the matter resolved, Hua Xiefeng, drunk and buoyant, was escorted back to the dormitory by his three brothers. Su Ning drank over a bottle of beer and slept soundly in the dormitory to sober up. Though he felt no lingering intoxication, prudence dictated he refrain from driving. Legally, it would still constitute drunk driving. First, he visited the local police station to see Officer Wang. Not about the wristwatch, but regarding yesterday's ride-sharing fee. Officer Wang, spotting Su Ning at the station, raised an eyebrow in mild confusion. "What brings you here? Didn't I tell you this matter no longer required police involvement?" Su Ning waved dismissively and smiled. "It's not about the watch. The client I brought in yesterday, the one who kept demanding female companionship. Did you say you'd help me collect my ride-sharing fee?" Officer Wang's expression turned profoundly bewildered. "You're here for your ride fee. Wearing a watch worth millions, driving a Koenigsegg worth tens of millions. Working as a rideshare driver was already surreal enough. Yet now he'd come all the way here for 100 yuan. Do the wealthy truly possess this much idle time? Is frugality ingrained so deeply, even amid abundance, that saving a trivial sum feels instinctive? Could his own lack of fortune stem precisely from lacking this mindset? After a long pause, recovering from speechless astonishment, he continued, "This morning after he sobered up, we discovered his prior record of soliciting escorts. He's now detained. We've secured your ride fee, exactly 100 yuan. Just register and collect it." Su Ning sighed inwardly. This hard-earned income wasn't stolen goods. Why require registration? Still, he dutifully completed the paperwork and received the 100 yuan note. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 100 yuan through diligent labor. 10,000-fold amplification, reward 10 million yuan. Better late than never." Another 10 million yuan had just landed, leaving 30 million short of the 40 million still owed to his elder brother. Tonight he'd push harder, aiming to close the gap in a single night. Leaving the police station, Su Ning hailed a taxi straight to Yingtai Center and left the damaged RM35 at the boutique. Though he couldn't fathom how the system orchestrated it, both the store manager and sales staff firmly believed Su Ning had purchased the watch there. "Young Master Su, I'll dispatch this timepiece to our authorized repair center immediately to assess necessary repairs. Leave it entirely to me. I'll notify you the moment I receive the evaluation." Manager Hao bowed with deference. Serving a patron of Su Ning's stature promised generous returns even from mere crumbs of favor. And thus networks are forged, not through grand gestures, but quiet consequential acts. After leaving the Yingtai, Su Ning hailed a taxi and headed to Xiaodong's kindergarten. It was time to pick up. Xiaodong ran out of the classroom and leaped into Su Ning's arms, who had already crouched down. "Say goodbye to the teacher," Su Ning said with a smile. "Goodbye, Teacher Liu." Xiaodong obediently waved goodbye to his teacher. Teacher Liu originally wanted to say a few words to Su Ning, but at that moment other parents came to pick up their children. By the time she sent her child out, Su Ning and Xiaodong had already walked far away. "Big brother, why didn't you drive your cool car?" Xiaodong asked curiously as Su Ning took his hand and walked towards his home. Su Ning ruffled Xiaodong's hair and smiled. "I had a bit of alcohol at noon, so it's not suitable for me to drive right now." Xiaodong nodded, partially understanding, and then asked with a bright smile, "Can you drive me tomorrow, big brother?" "You want big brother to drive you?" Su Ning looked at Xiaodong's face and smiled, asking, "Why is that?" "They all say your car is a transformer. We agreed today that if big brother's car transforms in front of them tomorrow, they will give me all their snacks. Big brother, is that okay?" Hearing Xiaodong's simple request, Su Ning really wanted to give him a playful slap. "Do I look like a transformer to you?" Su Ning asked. "How about I transform for you?" Seeing Xiaodong visibly dejected, Su Ning quickly changed his tone. "All right, it is a transformer. But you have to understand, even a transformer shouldn't transform carelessly and they need to hide their identities. They only transform during special missions, otherwise they are just ordinary." Xiaodong nodded, partially understanding, and his mood improved. When they reached Xiaodong's neighborhood, he began to play with his friends downstairs. At this moment, Su Ning didn't need to do anything. He just had to keep an eye on Xiaodong and make sure no bad people took him away. After all, how many bad people could there be? At 6 o'clock, Xiaodong's father finally returned. "Little brother, thank you for your trouble. Is Xiaodong a good child? Su Ning smiled and nodded. Xiaodong is quite obedient. I didn't need to take care of him much, right, Xiaodong? He felt quite experienced in taking care of children now. For kids this age, adult approval mattered more than anything.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
At this time, he planned to go directly to a restaurant to find a lounge and rest while waiting for the evening's peak for ride-hailing. After he left, Xiaodong looked at his father with eager eyes. Dad, can we buy a transformer car for our family? Xiaodong's father thought he was talking about a transformer toy and smiled while ruffling his hair. Come on, since we have nothing to do now, I'll take you to buy one. Xiaodong immediately jumped in joy. Yay, I can ride in a transformer from now on. Xiaodong's father smiled, thinking how easily satisfied children are. However, when they arrived at the toy section of the mall, Xiaodong looked at the transformer toy his father handed him with a confused expression. Dad, I want a transformer car. Xiaodong's father blinked. Yeah, isn't this a transformer car? Dad, it's a car, a real car that can drive, not a toy. Xiaodong felt his father was fooling him and pouted about it. Xiaodong's father was bewildered and didn't quite understand what Xiaodong meant. Don't cry yet, Xiaodong. Tell Dad properly what you really want. Xiaodong waved his little hands, repeatedly emphasizing that it was a transformer car. It's the car that Big Brother drove when he picked me up this morning. It's a transformer. Hearing this, Xiaodong's father suddenly realized and made a guess. Xiaodong must be talking about Su Ning's car, the one he drove to drop Xiaodong off this morning, and now Xiaodong had remembered it. Perhaps the car's design was special, making the child think it was a transformer. He comforted Xiaodong while pulling him out of the toy section and sat down in the middle of the mall. After pondering for a moment, he realized that their BMW 5 Series had been bought for 5 or 6 years, and it was about time to consider changing cars. Both he and his wife considered themselves progressive parents. Since they had a child, they should respect the child's thoughts and opinions on family matters. Now that the child had a car he liked, they could definitely take that into consideration. With that thought, Xiaodong's father opened the car app on his phone and showed the model list to Xiaodong. Look at which car you like. Xiaodong took the phone and slowly scrolled down, but his expression grew increasingly anxious. Why do all these cars look so much like Dad's car? I don't want this kind of car. I want Big Brother's transform. Xiaodong's father quickly switched the options from sedans to SUVs, but Xiaodong still shook his head repeatedly. Could it be an MPV or a camper van? But when he showed those models to Xiaodong, Xiaodong still denied them. No. Dad, why don't you? I'm talking about the transformer car. Xiaodong's father was almost in tears. What is a transformer car? It can't be an electric car, can it? In helplessness, Xiaodong had no choice but to call Su Ning. Xiaosu, what car did you drive when you took Xiaodong to kindergarten this morning? Xiaodong keeps yelling at me to buy him a transformer car like yours. Hearing the helpless tone of the dad, Su Ning couldn't help but laugh. However, there was nothing to hide, so he quickly answered honestly. Koenigsegg 1. I drove the Koenigsegg 1 this morning to drop Xiaodong off. I don't know who told him that this car is a transformer. Xiaodong's father was not a sports car enthusiast. He felt like he had vaguely heard of the brand, but didn't know much about it. After hanging up, he immediately searched for it on the car app. A second later, his eyes almost popped out, and he felt like he was in disbelief. Koenigsegg 1. A limited edition supercar. 50 million. Xiao Su drove a 50 million supercar to take Xiaodong to kindergarten. At that moment, it felt as absurd and incredible as witnessing an alien invasion on Earth. Xiaodong, is this the car? He couldn't believe it, and quickly showed Xiaodong the photo on his phone. Yes. It's this car. It's a super transformer. Everyone says it can turn into an Autobot. Dad, can we buy this car for our family? Xiaodong excitedly jumped up and down, waving his hands. But his father was completely stunned, shocked to the point that he couldn't even speak. Buy this car for our family. How about I sell you instead? It's no wonder that Xiaodong's father reacted this way. Although both he and his wife have decent incomes, and even own a house in the capital, their total assets, including the house, amount to just over 10 million. If converted to cash, it wouldn't even be enough to buy a Koenigsegg 1. Let alone the Koenigsegg 1, even the cheapest model from the Koenigsegg brand would still be out of reach. It's truly absurd. Who would believe that the university student they hired for 1,000 yuan to drive their kids around is actually driving a limited edition supercar worth 50 million? It feels as ridiculous as if the cleaning lady from their company were actually the landlord of the entire building. However, there is now a pressing problem at hand. That is how he would explain to Xiaodong that their family can't afford a transformer toy. During the dinner rush, requests for designated drivers began to come in. Su Ning's first order went smoothly as usual, earning him 50. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan, with 100,000 times bonus of 5 million yuan. However, the second order immediately started to pose difficulties for Su Ning. First to Wuzhou Garden, then to the neighboring Yinggu. Two middle-aged men got into the car and directly told Su Ning the destination. These are probably the names of two residential areas which Su Ning was not familiar with, so he opened the navigation on his phone. The journey was relatively smooth, although it seemed the two had consumed quite a bit of alcohol. At least no one was completely out of it. About half an hour later they arrived outside Wuzhou Garden. Once the car was parked, Su Ning got out to help open the door for the passengers in the back. However, at that moment both men got out and started saying their goodbyes. Su Ning paid no mind, as most people tend to chat a lot after drinking. If they started to gossip it could go on for so he leaned against the car waiting for the two to finish their farewells. However, after waiting for almost 10 minutes, he began to sense something was off. Where are they? Where did they go? Just a moment ago there were two of them here. Fearing they might have gotten into an accident, Su Ning hurriedly locked the car and ran toward the spot where the two had been talking. Nothing. He searched around the vicinity, checking any possible hiding places. There truly wasn't a soul in sight. Su Ning was almost going crazy. What the hell is going on? How could two living people just disappear? If they hadn't been drinking, Su Ning wouldn't be. The key issue is that both had been drinking, and quite a lot. If something were to happen, Su Ning would certainly bear the responsibility. In a panic, Su Ning ran towards the entrance of the community to inquire with the security guard. Excuse me, did two drunk people just enter the community? The guard scratched his head, looking a bit puzzled, and said, it does seem like two people came in who had been drinking, but they separated at the entrance. One went into the community, and the other headed east. Su Ning looked in the direction the guard pointed, and saw another residential area. Is that Yinggu? The guard nodded. Yes, that's Yinggu. Su Ning took a deep breath, feeling utterly defeated. When they got in the car, the two had mentioned their destinations. One was Wuzhou Garden, and the other was Yinggu. It was highly likely that they lived in those places. Now it seems they've both gone home without a care for the car. It's truly laughable. What a bizarre situation he's found. What should he do now? He had no phone, and didn't know the specific unit where the two lived. How could he return the keys? He tried to ask the security guard, but the guard shook his head, repeatedly indicating he didn't know which unit the owners lived in. Then he also refused Su Ning's request to review the surveillance footage to track their whereabouts. Surveillance footage cannot be accessed casually. Our property company has regulations, only the police can access it. Su Ning felt a deep sense of helplessness. Aside from the first order of the day, it was incredibly difficult to successfully complete subsequent orders. He couldn't just wait here until the next day for the two to come back to collect the car keys, could he? In utter frustration, Su Ning had no choice but to drive the car back to Li's private kitchen and hand the keys to Manager Liu. The car owner forgot all about the car. Just wait for them to come looking for it tomorrow. However, when they do come, don't forget to remind me to collect the driver fee. Not a single penny should be missing. Su Ning reminded Manager Liu. Manager Liu nodded in agreement. Although he still found it hard to understand Su Ning's insistence on doing designated driving, he would follow the boss orders. While waiting at the cashier for another order, Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. What kind of trouble have you encountered this time? Master Wang could tell from Su Ning's expression that something must have gone wrong with the previous order, and he asked with a chuckle. Su Ning recounted the situation and vented his frustrations. Master Wang couldn't help but burst into laughter, and after calming down he reassured Su Ning. Once you've been doing designated driving for a while, you'll realize that anything can happen. It's still the same saying, there are no limits to what you can imagine, but there's no telling what you'll encounter. By the way, let me tell you something interesting that will definitely surprise you. At this point, Master Wang's face took on a somewhat lewd expression. Su Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. You can't possibly be talking about driving, can you? Sure enough, it was indeed related to driving. We, the old designated drivers, have a group chat. Yesterday there was news in the group that there's now a designated driver fast food service in the capital. This fast food isn't about food, you should know what I mean, right? Now there are female designated drivers dressed in black stockings and office lady outfits, and after getting in the car, male drivers can touch them freely. You can even ask them to find a place to park so you can have a bit of fun together. It's easy to imagine that after drinking, most men can't control their urges and will definitely look for a secluded spot to indulge. However, their charges are much higher than ordinary designated drivers. You can't get away with less than 1,000 or 800. This is an alternative flesh trade. Su Ning blinked, feeling utterly shocked. Is it possible to do it this way? Good heavens, people really are creative. It's essentially just a safer way of engaging in illicit activities. The police can't possibly catch them unless they catch them in the act, so they can easily claim they are providing designated driving services. I remember there was a heated discussion online previously about courtesans delivering food using this new method of transaction. Who would have thought that designated driving would develop into this? Thankfully, they aren't in the same industry, or they really would snatch business away from regular designated drivers. At that moment, a customer approached the cashier asking for a designated driver, and Master Wang cheerfully went to take the order. It wasn't long before Su Ning received an order himself. Before heading out, he silently prayed that nothing unusual would happen. Ba, may the Almighty bless me. Su Ning had prayed to every deity he could think of, both Chinese and foreign, yet the trouble still arrived as scheduled. Hello, I am here to serve you sincerely. Still greeting with the standard service language. However, the response he received was a grumpy reprimand. Stop the nonsense and get in the car. Can't you see the child is tired? Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. It was yet another self-righteous upper-class individual who saw service staff as less than human. The elderly couple had brought their grandson out for a meal. The grandfather had been drinking and the grandmother couldn't drive, so they called for a chauffeur. The grandson looked about 4 or 5 years old, similar in age to Xiaodong, but for some reason Ning felt he was probably a troublesome child. He didn't want to say anything more and just hoped to finish this trip quickly. However, just as Ning settled into the driver's seat, the troublesome child began crying incessantly from the back seat. Don't touch my family's car. I won't let you touch my family car. Grandpa, hurry and get rid of him. Ning initially didn't plan to engage, thinking the child's grandparents would be able to quiet him down. But just as he pressed the gas to start, the child reached out from the back and grabbed his collar tightly. Startled, he quickly hit the brakes and switched to the park gear, feeling a wave of fear wash over him. Thankfully, he hadn't accelerated too much, otherwise such a sudden move while driving could have led to catastrophic consequences. However, what left Ning incredulous was that the elderly couple did not try to calm the child, as if the previous scene had never occurred. Why did you stop? Hurry up and drive. Can't you see the child is throwing a tantrum because he's tired? The grandfather said sternly to Ning. Ning felt a surge of anger and turned his head, suppressing his indignation. I am the chauffeur. Providing service to you is no problem. But I am not your servant, and you have no right to bark orders at me. If you think that paying for the chauffeur makes you the master, then I'm sorry, I won't serve you. You can find another chauffeur. His tone was very unfriendly. Since you don't respect me, then I have no need to respect you. Losing this fare won't impact my life. I won't serve you anymore. After saying this, Ning unbuckled his seatbelt and intended to get out of the car. Hey. Why are you so angry, young man? We've been in leadership positions for so long, we speak like this. Forget it, don't take it to heart. Seeing it was already so late, the grandmother realized it would take time to find another chauffeur, and with the child this tired, she couldn't let it go on. So she said a few soft words, hoping Ning would start driving. The grandfather didn't think he had done anything wrong and was about to speak, but was pressed down by the grandmother. Ning genuinely wanted to leave and not care, but realizing the other party had shown some attitude, he thought it wouldn't be right to leave them stranded on the road late at night, so he buckled his seatbelt again. Little friend, Uncle knows you're tired. But if you stay quiet, I'll be able to take you home very soon. If you behave, Uncle has lollipops for you. Although he still had to drive to prevent the troublesome child from causing more chaos, Ning smiled and coaxed him. The lollipops were leftovers he had prepared for Xiaodong earlier in the day. However, the little boy didn't respond to him. Instead, the grandmother grew displeased again. Hurry up and drive. We don't need you to coax the child. We don't care about your lollipops. Ning was almost furious, wondering what kind of people this family was. They didn't know what was good for them. Forget it, let's get you there quickly, out of sight, out of mind. With this thought, Ning pressed the gas pedal and sped towards their destination while staying within the city speed limit. However, the more he wanted to get rid of such a customer quickly, the more things went wrong. While driving, the little boy started acting up again, suddenly jumping from the middle of the back seat to the front and grabbing the steering wheel. Although the little boy wasn't strong enough compared to Ning, when driving, Ning naturally wouldn't grip the steering wheel tightly. This led to him being caught off guard as the steering wheel turned sharply. The car suddenly swerved towards a road. Ning was shocked and reacted quickly, immediately pressing the brakes in succession. Thankfully, he didn't slam on the brakes completely, which prevented the car from rolling over, but the braking distance was insufficient, and they still crashed into the tree. Fortunately, everyone in the car was fine. Ning and the elderly couple in the back had their seat belts fastened, and the little boy was tightly held by his grandfather at that moment. Hurrying to check on their condition and finding no major issues, Ning got out to assess the car's damage. The front hood was deeply dented, and it seemed that the internal components were damaged, as well, likely rendering the car inoperable. It seemed he could only call for a tow truck. At that moment, the grandfather and grandmother holding their grandson got out of the car, already furious. How did you drive the car? Do you want to die? With your kind of driving, you call yourself a chauffeur. You wait. If anything happens to my grandson, I'll make you pay with your life. Seeing the unreasonable elder, Ning almost laughed in anger. A surge of unnamed fury arose, and he couldn't help but clench his fists. If it weren't for their advanced age, Ning would have truly wanted to show them what it means to reap what you sow. How did I drive? Didn't you see the child grab the steering wheel? Does being old give you the right to twist the truth? The old who refuse to die are thieves. You must be one of those who refuses to mend your ways. I want to see how you make me pay with my life. Respecting the elderly is conditional on them being worthy of respect. With such people, where is the need for respect? Therefore, Ning didn't hold back anymore and retorted directly. You? The grandfather, burning with rage, pointed at Ning, his face contorted. Stop the nonsense. Hurry up and call your insurance. If this isn't settled, don't even think about sleeping. Su Ning snorted coldly and replied with irritation. Only then did the grandfather remember he had to handle the accident and instinctively reached for the insurance company's number. However, just as he dialed, a flash of inspiration struck him and he hung up the phone. His car only had mandatory insurance and no commercial coverage, which probably wouldn't cover the damages. So he would still need to find a scapegoat to foot the bill. You were driving, as the chauffeur you should ensure safe driving. Now that there's an accident, why should I file an insurance claim? You should pay for the repair costs, and all of our medical checkup fees, nursing fees, etc. are on you. Hearing the grandfather's tone, which was both determined and condescending, Su Ning almost laughed in anger. You want me to pay? And on top of that you want to charge me for this and that. It's blatant extortion. Ridiculous. I'll be damned if I pay for you. Not wanting to waste more breath on such people, Su Ning directly dialed the accident hotline 122. After explaining the accident location and situation, he waited at the scene for the traffic police. Calling the traffic police won't do any good. You were the one driving, so you must pay. Anyone who comes will say the same thing. The old man put on a bluster, fierce in tone, yet timid at heart, and stubbornly refused to back down. Su Ning snorted and said sharply, if the traffic police assign me the fault, I won't argue, but for now shut up. The elderly woman, seeming at a loss, hurriedly called her son. Before long, a police cruiser arrived with a traffic officer and an auxiliary officer stepped out. Who was driving? Please explain the situation. Though he harbored a suspicion, the officer had to follow procedure and record the account. Just as Su Ning was about to answer, the old man jumped in. He was driving. He's a designated driver. Look at what he was driving. He frightened us to death. Before the old man could finish, the officer interrupted him. Hold on, I'll ask him now. Officers detest those who speak out of turn and hog the conversation. It only delays the handling of the case. The old man, used to giving orders, glared defiantly and showed no sign of restraint. Why can't I speak? I'm the victim. What's your badge number? He'll file a complaint. The officer was speechless. Incidents involving elders were always awkward and exasperating to manage. They could not be spoken to harshly, yet they persisted in unreasonable wrangling. There was nothing to be done. All right, speak, the officer said, helpless. The old man, triumphant, continued with relish. I drank at dinner and hired a designated driver from the restaurant. But this designated driver had poor skill and worse character. If the car hadn't already been moving, I wouldn't have used him. He kept driving and suddenly veered off, crashing into a roadside tree. If you can't drive, don't be a designated driver. This is tantamount to endangering lives. Make him pay right away the repair costs and all expenses for the three of us. The officer felt suspicion. A person hired as a designated driver should at least be competent. How could one simply drive straight into a tree? Such an error was not one even a novice would make. Looking at Su Ning standing there composed, the officer began to form a hypothesis. You were the designated driver? Then tell us what happened. The officer approached Su Ning and spoke in a businesslike manner. I was driving normally when a child in the back seat suddenly reached forward and grabbed the steering wheel, causing the car to swerve and the accident to occur. In a single sentence, he offered a complete account. The officer suspected that if fatigue or drunk driving were ruled out, this was likely the truth. The old man immediately protested, don't listen to his lies. My grandson never grabbed the steering wheel. It's simply his poor driving. Make him pay now. The officer felt a headache. His duty was to determine liability, not to adjudicate whether the accident stemmed from the designated driver's incompetence or the owner's grandson grabbing the wheel. Sir, I cannot make that judgment here. For now, call a tow and have the car removed. It's late, you should go home and rest. Come to the traffic police station tomorrow or arrange another time to handle it together. After registering the details, the officer told the old man this. That won't do. What if he runs off later? Where will I find him? He must pay today. I just asked my nephew, who runs a repair shop. A dealership would charge at least 30,000 yuan in a case like this. Also, my wife, my grandson, and I need to go to the hospital for checks. No matter how much he resists, give us 40,000 and he can leave. The old man was unyielding, as if everyone were obliged to follow his orders. The officer was at a loss for words and was about to reply when Su Ning intervened. Officer, perhaps I should handle this. After saying that, he turned and smiled at the old man. Are you certain your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to pay 40,000? He asked without accusation, as casual as asking, did you? Before the old man could react, the officer already understood Su Ning's intent. Whatever came next no longer concerned him, so he kept silent. The old man did not grasp Su Ning's meaning, only that Su Ning surely had mischief in mind. He believed that even Sun Wukong could not outmaneuver the Buddha's palm, and he doubted Su Ning could make any waves. Yes, that's right. Su Ning smiled brightly. Ignoring the old man, he took out his phone and dialed 111. I want to report a crime. After the accident, the other party is falsifying evidence and extorting me for a large sum. My current location is. After finishing the call, Su Ning sat down on the curb, smiling, waiting for the police to arrive. The traffic officer blinked and thought as expected. He had guessed that the designated driver would report that the old man was extorting him. Reporting such extortion was not a foolish move, but could very well put the old man in legal trouble. For example, when two cars collide and one driver is drunk, that driver will often try to settle privately rather than involve the traffic police to avoid severe punishment. If in that situation the other party proactively demands compensation far exceeding the true loss, it constitutes extortion. Even if the drunk driver paid at the scene, they could later report you for extortion. In the present case, even if the designated driver were ultimately at fault, the old man's demanded compensation clearly surpassed actual damages and could strictly speaking amount to extortion. Moreover, the designated driver might possess evidence proving he did not cause the accident. In that event, the old man would be suspected of concealing facts and fabricating testimony. It was a textbook case of courting trouble. Soon another police cruiser with flashing lights arrived, and soon he recognized the officer who stepped out and had dealt with him recently. "Officer Wong, you were dispatched. Is this your precinct's area?" Ning greeted Officer Wong with a smile. Wong looked puzzled, his expression odd. "You in trouble again? You seem to have a knack for this, like Conan." After the greeting, they proceeded with formal questioning, and soon Officer Wong understood the situation. He asked the very questions Ning had already posed. "Are you certain your grandson didn't grab the steering wheel? Are you sure you want me to pay 40,000? Like the earlier officer, Wong had essentially deduced what was happening and did not want the matter to be made irreconcilable. Yet the old man remained oblivious to the subtext. "Ning, do you have evidence proving his grandson seized the steering wheel?" Officer Wong approached Ning, and Ning nodded, but he had no intention of showing it to Officer Wong just yet. He planned to unveil this decisive evidence in court, irrefutably establishing the elder's guilt. "I know you're furious and want him locked away, but this won't be that simple. Even if it goes to trial, success is highly unlikely. First, the 40,000 demand, though vastly exceeding actual damages, could still be justified by claiming ignorance of precise repair and inspection costs. Second, even if you present your evidence, the elderly couple could plausibly deny having seen it. In the end, criminal liability would almost certainly not be pursued." Hearing this, Ning faintly furrowed his brow. Though reluctant, he had to admit the analysis held merit, yet surrendering without recourse left a bitter taste. "Here's a compromise: release the evidence, and I'll negotiate for higher compensation. How does that sound?" Officer Wong had pinpointed Ning's vulnerability and smiled knowingly. Ning's eyes lit up. Defeating the elder might be impossible, but securing greater compensation was certainly worthwhile. After all, thanks to system-enhanced amplification, 100 yuan equaled 10 million. Why court? Indeed, learning from prior experience, Ning had purchased a GoPro-style miniature camera and affixed it discreetly to his chest. Fortuitously, it proved indispensable today. The footage clearly captured the child's hand lunging for the steering wheel. With such irrefutable proof, Officer Wong now held full leverage over the elder. Summoning the elder aside, Officer Wong laid out facts and logic, swiftly stripping him of all grounds for evasion. One remark struck hardest. "Since responsibility rests unequivocally with your grandson, and you as legal guardian bear full liability, imagine if this ride-hailing driver insists he suffers severe headaches and checks in a hospital. The hospital won't discharge him prematurely. Consider carefully how much will mounting medical bills and lost wages cost you if he remains hospitalized indefinitely. I've clarified everything. Now decide." Had the vehicle carried commercial insurance, the elder would face no personal burden, all costs covered by insurers. But with only mandatory traffic liability insurance, every cent would come from his own pocket. Thus, however unwilling, he had no choice but to settle privately with Ning. 1,500 yuan. Not proposed by Ning, but voluntarily offered after Officer Wong's sobering persuasion. Initially, the elder had even attempted to offer only 200 yuan, deeming it excessive. Ning, refusing to indulge such arrogance, clutched his head and feigned intense headache, threatening to call emergency services. The elder panicked and immediately raised his bid. After all, ambulance dispatches alone cost hundreds. The moment 1,500 yuan landed in his palm, a system chime resonated in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You've earned 150 yuan through diligent work. 10,000-fold amplification grants 150 million yuan. Compensation was profit." Flawless logic. Nearby, the elder looked as though his heart might give out, forced to pay both for vehicle repairs and the ride-hailing driver's compensation. A stroke of catastrophic misfortune. Even with 150 million yuan secured, Ning still felt simmering resentment, until a sedan suddenly screeched onto the scene, hurtling straight toward them. A prolonged, ear-splitting screech sent everyone scrambling for cover. With a thunderous crash, the speeding car slammed into the earlier impacted vehicle, still parked beside the roadside tree. What an astonishing coincidence. A secondary collision. Fortunately, the driver braked in time. Damage was serious, yet not catastrophic. The sedan's door swung open, and a man in his 30s stepped out, shouting loudly, "Dad, Mom, where are you? Let me see which ride-hailing driver thinks he's so invincible. Instantly, all realized. The couple's son had arrived to back his parents up. Ning remained unflustered. Police presence aside, even without officers, what threat could this man pose? He sought no conflict, but if provoked, self-defense was non-negotiable. Yet what unsettled Ning most was the man's unsteady gait and slurred, thick-tongued speech. Had he been drinking? Officers noticed too, and grinned. A fresh case. They swiftly retrieved their standard breathalyzer and pressed it before the man's face. Traffic police, alcohol test. Please cooperate, and blow. The man froze, instinctively leaning forward, then recoiled, shaking his head violently. I refuse. I wasn't driving. I won't blow for anything. His retort left officers momentarily stunned, amused yet exasperated, half tempted to curse aloud. True, you're not driving now, but you literally just stepped out of that car. Please comply with my duties. I am conducting an alcohol test on you, now. True, you're not driving now, but you literally just stepped out of that car. Please comply with my duties. I am conducting an alcohol test. Third warning. After 3 formal warnings, 1 traffic officer and 1 patrol officer jointly subdued the man, pinning him firmly to the ground. Hey, what are you doing? Can't we talk civilly? Let him go right now. Seeing her son pinned, the elderly woman shrieked, her panic escalating to fury, nearly lunging at the officers. 2 auxiliary officers intervened instantly, restraining her to the side. I'm filing a complaint against you. You'll regret this. None of you will get away with this. The elder raged, bordering on hysteria. Meanwhile, Ning watched, grinning. This spectacle outshone any drama series. Ning could already envision the aftermath. The son, intoxicated beyond measure, would undoubtedly meet the legal threshold for drunk driving. Per current regulations, such offenses carry detention terms of 1 to 6 months, and given the resulting accident, sentencing would surely reflect the maximum penalty. For the next half year, the boy who loved seizing steering wheels would likely see neither hide nor hair of his father. Beyond incarceration, the family would face substantial financial ruin. Both vehicles sustained damage. Repair costs would be staggering. Crucially, because the second collision resulted from drunk driving, insurers would deny coverage, even under commercial policies. This lesson would scar them for life. And frankly, deserved. At that moment, Ning felt nothing but serene satisfaction. Pure, unadulterated vindication. Only after police escorted the bizarre family away did Ning hail a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen, ready to accept his next ride-hailing assignment. Returning to Lee's private kitchen after waiting for a long time, no orders came in. This left Ning somewhat helpless. If it weren't for this peculiar family wasting so much of his time, he might have been able to take another order today. However, just thinking about the $150 million he had just earned instantly dispelled his dissatisfaction, leaving only a sense of delight. Yes, even if he took another order, it wouldn't amount to $500 million. A 1,500 yuan ride-hailing order wouldn't it require him to drive all the way to Chalu? Don't forget to ask me for the ride-hailing fee when the owner comes tomorrow. As he was about to leave the restaurant, Ning reminded manager Lu once more. Then he walked to his car, logged into the driver interface of the ride-hailing platform, and awaited an order. Although he didn't know the platform's order distribution logic, he certainly wouldn't be prioritized as a driver who logged in for only a short time every day. And indeed it was as expected. After waiting for nearly half an hour, he finally received an order. He quickly swiped right to accept it and glanced at the trip details, feeling a surge of joy. It was quite far, almost 20 kilometers, and the ride-hailing fee would definitely not be low. He silently prayed, hoping this order would go smoothly. He quickly started the car and prepared to head to the starting point 3 kilometers away. However, just as he started the engine, his phone rang, displaying an unknown number. Since he had just accepted the order, Ning guessed it must be the car owner calling to confirm something. Hello, are you the ride-hailing driver? As soon as the call connected, the other party spoke, without waiting for Ning to say anything. Yes, I am the ride-hailing driver. I am on my way to you now. I should arrive in about 5 minutes. Do you have any specific requests? Ning asked politely. Initially, he thought the car owner just wanted to confirm the order, or perhaps ask him to bring a bottle of water. But unexpectedly, as soon as the other party spoke, he completely caught him off guard. Can you drive a crane? Ning, what on earth is a crane? Perhaps realizing Ning was taken aback, the other party added, it's a hoisting crane, a 500-ton one, the type that can lift heavy objects. Ning was utterly perplexed and didn't understand why the other party was asking such questions. What exactly do you mean? What I mean is I drive a large crane. If you can drive, then come on. If you can't drive, I'll cancel the order. Ning slightly opened his mouth, but made no sound, falling into silence. He truly didn't know what to say. At that moment, he felt that the entire world was absurd. He cried out from the depths of his heart, can't I just have a smooth ride for once? What kind of nonsense is this? Is this for real? A crane? Is this something a normal person drives? Why not ask me to fly a fighter jet? With just a C1 driver's license, how could I possibly handle that? This was truly outrageous. Goodbye. After saying that, Su Ning hung up the phone. Then he began searching on his phone, finally arriving at a conclusion. Driving a crane requires a B2 license, as well as a tower crane operation certificate, which is a special work operation license. He didn't even know how to complain about this crane driver. What kind of alcohol are you drinking to drive a crane? Even if you were drinking, why would you need a ride-hailing driver? Can't that broken crane just wait there until tomorrow for you to drive it away? Do you really believe that someone who drives for ride-hailing has a B2 license and a tower crane operation certificate? If they did, why would they be driving for ride-hailing? They could just go drive a crane directly. Driving a crane definitely pays more than driving for ride-hailing. It's truly laughable. This crane driver has probably called several ride-hailing drivers already, but none can drive a crane. If things go poorly, he might spend the entire night going back and forth between calling for a ride-hailing service and saying goodbye. Checking the time, it was almost midnight. Su Ning decided to wait a little longer, at most until 1210. If he still hadn't received an order, he would just go to sleep. Just then, at exactly midnight, a new order suddenly popped up on the ride-hailing app's driver interface. Su Ning was already feeling drowsy, but he was suddenly invigorated and immediately swiped right to accept the order. He didn't even check the details of the order, as it was the last one. He would run it and then go to sleep. He started the car and headed toward the starting point. He silently prayed, hoping this order would go smoothly, and added a wish that the car owner wouldn't be driving a crane. Arriving near the starting point, he finally found a parking spot to park the Koenigsegg, and then got out to look for the car owner. The car owner was a middle-aged man around 50 years old. Although he wasn't very tall, he had a strong presence, giving off the impression of a successful person. Of course, the Rolls-Royce beside him was a good testament to that. "Hello, are you the ride-hailing driver I called?" Su Ning asked politely with a smile. The middle-aged man happily nodded and even enthusiastically put his arm around Su Ning's shoulder. Yes, I call for the ride-hailing service." After saying that, he handed the car keys to Su Ning and pointed to the Rolls-Royce behind him, saying, "This is my car, go ahead and drive it." Su Ning was a bit unaccustomed to the other party's enthusiasm and wanted to discreetly pull away, but failed. The other party held on to him quite firmly with a grip that was definitely abnormal. His heart began to race, and he suddenly felt like he was on a pirate ship. Was he being coerced? Was he going to be taken to a desolate place with many people lying in wait, only to have his kidney harvested there? It wasn't surprising he thought this way. After all, the system had long warned him about encountering many unexpected events. Danger certainly falls under unexpected events. Taking the keys, he pondered a lot while looking around, but found no one else, which made Su Ning even more confused. Was this middle-aged man so capable that he thought he could handle Su Ning alone? Otherwise, how could he guarantee that Su Ning would definitely get in the car? While Su Ning was lost in thought, the middle-aged man voluntarily opened the driver's door for Su Ning, then released his hold on his shoulder and climbed into the back seat while also speaking. "Oh, I'm so troubled. I called several ride-hailing drivers just now, and when they saw it was a Rolls-Royce, they all said they dared not drive it for fear of damaging it. I assured them repeatedly that as long as it wasn't intentional, they wouldn't have to pay if there was a collision, but they still refused to do anything. I was really worried you would run away too. I'm so sleepy, I just want to get home and quickly go to sleep." Su Ning was both amused and exasperated, never expecting things to unfold this way. However, upon reflection, it was indeed reasonable. If he truly had to rely on ride-hailing to make a living, facing a luxury car like a Rolls-Royce would surely be daunting. Even if the car owner said he wouldn't have to pay for unintentional damage, you know how wealthy people are. If they wanted to make things difficult for you, there would be no way to resist. Thus, often the safest choice would be to abandon such orders. Of course, this was of no concern to Su Ning. Even if he had to repair the car after a collision, he wouldn't bat an eye at buying another. This was the confidence that the system had given him. If the vehicle is a Rolls-Royce, it must belong to a remarkably successful boss, otherwise such ostentation might not bode well. However, the boss was quite down to earth, chatting with Su Ning along the way without any air of superiority. In contrast, those who have recently come into wealth often look down on the common folk, feeling themselves to be above others. Indeed, there is a reason for their success. This is something he should learn from. One cannot become arrogant simply because of sudden wealth. Of course, with such a wildly extravagant money-spending system at his disposal, in a sense, he could also be considered a financial prodigy. I have no intention of provoking anyone, but I am certainly not afraid of anyone. Perhaps the greatest function of the system is to allow him to act more freely. After delivering the Rolls-Royce owner to his destination, Su Ning received the largest tip he had ever earned since starting his job. "I had no choice but to call for a chauffeur on the DD platform for half a day. I'm getting a bit old and can't figure out some of the functions on my phone. How about this, you cancel that chauffeur order and I'll pay you in cash here." Saying this, the Rolls-Royce owner took out several red 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Su Ning. "Today has truly been a hassle. I called for several chauffeurs who were too scared to drive. If it weren't for you, I would probably still be out there in the wind. Consider the extra money as your reward for your hard work. Ning didn't expect to receive a tip for taking orders through the platform, and he couldn't help but feel pleasantly surprised. After thanking him several times, Ning canceled the order on the Didi platform and took the money from the other. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 500 yuan, with a 100-fold reward of 50 million yuan. According to the billing on the chauffeur platform, he only needed to pay 67 yuan. To his surprise, the other party actually handed him 500 yuan. While 500 yuan might not be significant to a wealthy person able to afford a Rolls-Royce, for an ordinary chauffeur, it could represent 2 nights of hard labor. Giving is a gesture of goodwill, not giving is merely a matter of obligation. This was the largest tip Ning had ever received. Although a young man who had him drive a sports car once eventually gave him 600 yuan, that couldn't be considered a tip. It was merely a bet. Suddenly earning 50 million without considering the fluctuations in the company's market value, there probably aren't many people who can make money so madly. His bank card balance unexpectedly broke through the 200 million mark historically. After lending 160 million to his boss Wasiefeng during the day, his account balance was almost emptied. Yet after one night, not only had he earned back that 160 million, but he also had some left over. After transferring 40 million to his boss tomorrow, he would still have 1.6 billion. Ning truly didn't know how to express his feelings at this moment. Initially, after lending all his money to his boss, he had some regrets about postponing his villa plans. But now it seemed that not only did he not need to postpone, but he might even complete it ahead of schedule. It was getting late, and Ning thought about it and decided not to return to the dormitory, opting instead to find a hotel nearby to book a room. After a quick wash, he fell asleep in a daze. Fortunately, the alarm clock woke him up in the morning, otherwise he wouldn't have made it to Xiaodong's house in time. In a hurry, he even skipped washing up and rushed towards Xiaodong's house. He finally arrived just as Xiaodong's father was about to leave. At that moment, Xiaodong's father looked at him with an incredibly strange and complicated expression. It was truly hard for him to accept such an outrageous reality. A young chauffeur actually drove a limited edition sports car worth over 50 million, which would be hard for anyone. What he couldn't understand even more was, with so much money, why would he work as a chauffeur? He remembered Ning initially saying it was to earn money through hard work, but with such wealth, how could that be called working and studying? It was clearly a case of going incognito to experience the hardships of the common people. Well, regardless, at least he took good care of Xiaodong, and Xiaodong was very willing to play with this big brother. After Xiaodong's father left, Ning simply washed his face at Xiaodong's house to perk himself up. After all, he had several things to do during the day, as per his arrangement. Big brother, why didn't you bring the transformer today? Upon finding out they were walking to kindergarten, Xiaodong immediately pouted, feeling that Ning had broken his promise. Ning slapped his forehead. He had forgotten about it. After finishing his last chauffeur order yesterday, he had parked the car downstairs at the hotel and didn't want to drive this morning, so he just left it there. Oh dear, I forgot. It's my fault. How about this? I will definitely have the transformer pick you up tonight, okay? We can make a pinky promise. This time I won't forget. Ning ruffled Xiaodong's hair and smiled as he extended his hand. Xiaodong happily made a pinky promise with Ning and even stamped it. Then it's settled. He then waved goodbye to Ning and turned to enter the kindergarten. At that moment, he could feel many gazes lingering on him, filled with curiosity, envy, and even jealousy. Needless to say, it was definitely the aftereffects of him driving the supercar to drop off Xiaodong yesterday. Although this is the capital where wealthy people are common, the significance of a supercar is something many cannot deny. After all, even the most expensive house in the capital could be exchanged for several sets of houses with a single Koenigsegg. Ning didn't pay attention to these gazes, as he had long realized that with the crazy money-making system, he needed to get used to being in the spotlight. After dropping off Xiaodong, Ning hurried back to his hotel room to rest for a while before driving to Yingtai Center after the morning rush. Young Master Su, welcome. Knowing Ning was coming, Manager Hao had already been waiting at the door, greeting him with enthusiasm and respect. After a bit of small talk, Ning got straight to the point. Manager, how has the loss assessment and repair list come out? Manager Hao immediately handed Ning a beautifully crafted document bag. It has already been assessed. Inside you will find the loss assessment report, the repair list, and the relevant notification letters, all stamped by the Richard Mill After Sales Service Center, bearing legal effect. If there is anything you need from us afterwards, we will certainly cooperate fully. Providing good service to wealthy clients is a necessity for luxury brands, and a young master like Ning, who buys million-dollar watches without batting an eye, is undoubtedly a client they must cultivate well. Ning nodded happily, thanked him, and then opened the document bag. The language in several documents was quite official, clearly formatted as official documents. The first document on the damage assessment confirmed that this watch could be restored through repairs and would not be completely scrapped. The The second document listed the parts that needed to be replaced and the associated costs. What Su Ning was truly concerned about was this figure. 74000 yuan. The total cost for replacing parts and processing is 74000 yuan. Compared to the watch's selling price of 1 million yuan, it is not considered high. The maintenance of a watch is quite different from that of a car. Often the cost of car parts can exceed 300, and for luxury brands it can even surpass 600. It can be understood as dismantling all the parts of a car and selling them separately with prices often exceeding 3 times the price of the whole vehicle. However, the parts for watches do not have such a high ratio, and the total cost of the components is not much more than that of the finished watch. That's fine, at least Su Ning feels that 74000 is a very reasonable amount. It can give that guy an unforgettable lesson for life without pushing him to his death. Leaving the Intai Center, he headed straight to the law firm he had made an appointment with yesterday. Indeed, he planned to leave all subsequent compensation matters to the lawyer. With money, there's no need to handle everything personally. It's better to leave some matters to professionals. Hello, young Master Su, please take a seat. One of the partners at the law firm, a lawyer surnamed Hua, received Su Ning in the office. In fact, such a small case, especially a civil case, often does not require a big lawyer to handle it. The reason a partner lawyer was able to receive Su Ning was merely because the assistant lawyer had just seen him get out of a supercar. If the administrative car was purchased due to business needs, it is very likely that someone is just trying to keep up appearances, but the supercar is undoubtedly a toy for the wealthy. Being able to drive a supercar means there is definitely money in the pocket. Perhaps this case is small, but once a relationship is established, there may be more opportunities for cooperation in the future. Sitting on the client's sofa in the office, Su Ning picked up the hand-ground coffee brought by the assistant lawyer, took a sip, and appeared quite indifferent. Although he had not experienced it, he still believed in the saying that matters that can be resolved with money are not real matters. He didn't care about the lawyer's fee, everything else was secondary. Handing the document bag to lawyer Hua, Su Ning leisurely initiated the conversation while lawyer Hua was reviewing the documents. He is unlikely to compensate directly, so we need the lawyer to step in. I will send you the relevant video evidence shortly. Perhaps he will argue that I deliberately lured him into breaking his watch, and you will need to worry about how to refute that. I think this shouldn't be very difficult for you, right? After lawyer Hua reviewed the documents and watched the video, Su Ning sent him a look of surprise crossed his face, as if he was deep in thought. A Richard Mille watch worth 1 million yuan has a maintenance cost of 74000 yuan. This fee is indeed not outrageous, and with the stamp of the Richard Mille after-sales service center, it is certainly reliable. The issue does not lie here, but in the process of the other party damaging the watch. Although it was indeed the other party who opened Su Ning's hand and caused the watch to fall, how could a watch worn on the wrist fall so easily? I'm afraid this matter can't be pushed further. Especially after lawyer Hua inadvertently noticed the Richard Mille RM56 on Su Ning's wrist, he became even more certain. That's quite ruthless. If he still didn't understand Su Ning's intentions at this point, then all those years of being a lawyer would have been in vain. Young Master Su, rest assured. This case entrusted to our law firm is absolutely no problem. As long as you sign an authorization letter, we will represent this case fully, and you won't need to worry about a thing. As for the fees, typically for cases involving property relations where the amount is between 5,000 and 1 million, our fee standard is 4 to 8. This time we will charge at the minimum standard of 4. How does that sound? Lawyer Hua put down the document bag, patted his chest to assure, and finally promised to charge at the lowest standard. Lawyer fees are often quite high. For example, divorce lawyers may demand a lawyer fee of 10 for property.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
That's really not high. It seems the other party is intentionally giving a discount to maintain a good relationship. Well, then I will trouble you. Once the case is over, I will treat you to a meal. Su Ning unhesitatingly signed the authorization document and the agency agreement, then stood up to shake hands and bid farewell to lawyer Hua. He originally planned to return to school to finish his unfinished graduation project, but halfway through he received a call from Ning Bing. I'm in a bad mood, take me out for a drive. As soon as the call connected, a tired, yet helpless voice from Ning Bing came through. Who has offended our miss? Tell me, I will help you take revenge. Su Ning pulled over and said with a smile, Isn't it that old witch, the investment director from the company? Relying on her connections with the LP, she is being arrogant. Especially because she doesn't like me, she bothers me every day. It's so annoying. Ning Bing spoke through gritted teeth, clearly having suffered quite a bit. Su Ning had known last time that Ning Bing worked in finance at an investment company. He initially thought the finance industry was glamorous, but judging by Ning Bing's current state, it seemed to be just a shiny exterior. What does LP mean? As a good student, I must ask if I don't understand. Ning Bing then realized that Su Ning was not in the industry, so she briefly explained. GP is general partner equivalent to running a company together. LP is limited partner, which means putting money into the company for it to operate and waiting for dividends, contributing money without working. Ning realized, so that's what it meant. Is that old witch your superior? If she really targets you, then you should just... Anyway, if they don't want me, there are places that will. I won't put up with that nonsense. Ning comforted her with a smile, but he really couldn't offer any good suggestions regarding Ning Bing's company situation. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes beautifully. What kind of suggestion is that? Thanks for the consolation. If I quit, will you support me? Ning laughed and joked, if not, you can work as my chauffeur. It's quite profitable. Ning Bing was speechless. Driving indeed pays well enough to afford a supercar. All right, hurry up and come pick me up. Ooh, I must relax properly today. After saying that, Ning Bing hurriedly hung up the phone. Ning smiled and turned the car towards Ning Bing's house. Unlike those frivolous girls, vain women, or fake socialites who always want to cling to rich men, Ning Bing is a very independent professional woman. Although Ning has not yet figured out how to develop their relationship, he does not reject having more contact with her. Let everything take its natural course. 20 minutes later, he arrived downstairs at Ning Bing's house. From a distance, he saw Ning Bing dressed very casually. She was wearing an orange short-sleeved shirt, which was proudly accentuated on her chest, clearly trying to attract attention. Her slender jeans made her legs look long and straight, and she was wearing a pair of trendy sports shoes. This outfit was truly for relaxation. Beautiful lady, would you like to go for a spin together? Ning parked the car in front of Ning Bing, jokingly speaking to her with a rascal-like demeanor. Ning Bing made an angry face, revealing her adorable little tiger teeth, and shook her small fist at Ning, ready to give him a piece of her mind. Unable to hold back, she laughed heartily as he opened the car door for her. Miss Ning, where do you want to go to relax? Ning Bing clearly had a plan and blurted out, first let's grab a bite, then watch a movie, and then head to the hotel. However, right after saying that, she felt something was off, and her face turned red in an instant. It was truly both embarrassing and awkward. How could she have mentioned the hotel? Ning was also taken aback by Ning Bing's sudden driving, and then burst into laughter, happily banging on the steering wheel. No laughing. No laughing. I said no laughing. Ning Bing acted like a cat whose tail had been stepped on, frantically hitting Ning with her little pink fists. What a charming woman. All right, stop messing around. I need to drive. Ning pleaded. Although Ning Bing's punches didn't hurt, they made it difficult for him to drive properly. Finally, after Ning Bing stopped hitting him, the daring Ning raised his eyebrows and said, how about we skip ahead and go straight to the hotel? Ning Bing swore that if Ning hadn't been driving, she would have definitely wanted to take him down with her. How embarrassing. She wished she could find a hole in the ground to hide in. Tell me about the investment company. Ning quickly changed the subject. Of course, he truly wanted to understand it. However, no matter how much money he had, keeping it in a bank account was just a number. Aside from evoking awe, it didn't grant him more influence.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Only by transforming this money into investments or real enterprises could it truly convert into a measurable influence. And indeed, this was the case. If it were just about money, it would still be easy for powerful individuals to trouble you. But if your every move could influence the fates of countless families, then others would think twice before acting against you. Although he wasn't necessarily in a hurry, it was always good to start planning ahead. With Ning Bing an industry insider, he could first learn about financial investments. Ning Bing twisted open a bottle of mineral water and took a sip, finally easing her embarrassment and awkwardness, then asked curiously, you want to learn about financial investments? The clever Ning Bing immediately guessed Ning's thoughts. Ning nodded and gave her a thumbs up. All right, then let me give you a brief overview. The company I work for is called Wolfsong Capital, currently managing assets around 600 million, with 2 GPs and 6 LPs. Our company focuses mainly on angel investments and VC, with VC being venture capital aimed at early to mid-stage projects. After all, our company's strength isn't particularly formidable, and we can't compete with top-tier investment firms on some good projects. Additionally, besides capital investments, we also have trust-type wealth management, but that's not our main line of business. Ning nodded along as he listened, gaining a general understanding of Ning Bing's company. Managing assets of 600 million was still a bit below his expectations. Originally, he thought such an investment company should be at least at the billion level, so he asked, what was the amount injected by the LP related to the old witch investment director you mentioned? Dingshire Financial is our company's largest LP and invested about 120 million. However, Dingshire Financial has a much larger overall scale than our Wolfsong Capital, and their investment channels are also diversified. Hearing the mention of the old witch, Ning Bing couldn't help but snort, clearly still furious. Ning fell into thought, coming up with an intriguing idea, and spoke with a tempting tone. What if I also invested 120 million as an LP in your company? Wouldn't that allow you to take the position of investment director and avoid the old witch's nonsense? Ning Bing's body froze, her expression turning strangely as she looked at Su Ning's shock and confusion written all over her face. You have 120 million. Su Ning nodded. More than that. Upon hearing this answer, Ning Bing took a deep breath, feeling a stronger sense of absurdity. However, considering that the car she was currently sitting in was worth 50 million, it seemed not so hard to accept after all. She felt a mix of laughter and tears in her heart. With all her heart, she truly had no intention of taking Su Ning's money. How could she have imagined that a young and handsome chauffeur was actually a rich young master? These two identities were worlds apart. Taking a few deep breaths to calm herself, she waited until her mood settled before slowly speaking. If you have 120 million, why bother being an LP? Just start an investment company yourself. As an LP, you only provide funds and have little say in investment decisions. Isn't it better to start your own investment company and make your own decisions? Her tone was somewhat exasperated, but thinking of Su Ning's ignorance, all that remained was a bitter smile. Su Ning pondered, realizing that this was indeed a direction worth considering. However, he still wanted to settle his big villa first before discussing anything else. The two watched a comedy movie, and Ning Bing seemed to have a low laugh point, laughing throughout the entire film. But after laughing, her mood improved significantly, and she almost forgot about her work worries. Su Ning didn't need to ask anything. After the movie, he directly took Ning Bing to find a hotel room. Naturally free-spirited, their time together in the room was filled with the beauty of life. Afterward, Ning Bing lay on Su Ning, still basking in the afterglow, her face glowing with a genuine sense of satisfaction. Oh, by the way, the money you transferred to me last time, I bought a handbag, and then I bought you a belt. Suddenly recalling something, Ning Bing quickly got up from the bed to find her bag. She soon took out a beautifully packaged box with a very eye-catching logo on it. Although Su Ning wasn't interested in these luxury brands, he at least had some knowledge of them. An Hermes men's belt costs around 40 to 50,000. Su Ning really didn't expect that Ning Bing had actually spent a large sum on a belt for herself. This was not like those vain girls who would do anything to empty your pockets. The only thing that made Su Ning smile bitterly was that he really didn't need a belt. He was still a student, mostly wearing sports and casual pants, so such a belt would probably be more suitable for elite business professionals. But since it was Ning Bing's heartfelt gesture, how could Su Ning possibly ruin the mood with useless comments? It's great, I really like it. Su Ning embraced Ning Bing, smiling as his right hand began to wander. Su Ning's actions drew a playful pout from Ning Bing, full of charm. Without a doubt, the next moment would be the pinnacle of their duel atop Mount Hua. I must say, such activities are quite physically demanding. By the time Su Ning left the hotel in the afternoon, his legs were still weak. After driving Ning Bing home, he checked the time and headed straight to Xiaodong's kindergarten. In the morning, he promised Xiaodong he would arrive in a transformer, and he certainly couldn't go back on his word. When he picked up Xiaodong, the child was incredibly excited, bouncing around, as if he were about to regress to an earlier state. Brother, you really came in a transformer. Hurry up and let it transform. I promise my friends they all want to see the transformer transform. Does the transformer have the ability to fly? Can we ride it up to the sky for a spin? Not just Xiaodong, but even a few of his friends nearby displayed eager expressions, clearly longing to ride in the transformer. Su Ning slightly parted his lips, wanting to say something, but unsure of what would be appropriate. It was a situation that left him both amused and exasperated. You can't reason with children. The world they perceive is entirely different from yours. However, he understood these children's thoughts well, as he too had once fantasized about owning a transformer. Breaking a child's innocence and imagination is a cruel act, so Su Ning decided to protect their childhood. Xiaodong, haven't I told you before? Transformers must hide within human society and cannot be exposed at will. How could you forget? Do you still want it to transform? Do you really wish to see it transform and reveal its identity only to be captured by evil organizations? Su Ning deliberately spoke in a mysterious and serious tone. No transformation, no transformation. We will definitely keep this secret and never let the transformers be exposed. We will fight against the evil organization. No transformation, no transformation. We will definitely keep this secret and never let the transformers be exposed. We will fight against the evil organization alongside the transformers. Indeed, in the hearts of children, there is only justice, leaving no room for evil. Su Ning gave them a thumbs up, saying, "You are all amazing." Such praise left the children unable to resist. They puffed out their chests and held their heads high, as if they had just saved the world. Nearby, a few parents couldn't help but chuckle. They hadn't expected this young man driving a supercar to be so adept at entertaining children. After picking up Xiaodong, he played with him downstairs for over an hour, leaving only after Xiaodong's father returned. Su Ning first returned to his dormitory and transferred the remaining 40 million to his boss Hua Xiefeng. No need to count my investment. Money isn't urgent, we can discuss repayment whenever you recover. Seeing Hua Xiefeng about to say something, Su Ning quickly reassured him, not wanting to hear any sentimental words. Among brothers they should avoid such things. Deng Zihao and Ding Zihue understood Su Ning's thoughts and deliberately started acting silly. Third brother, my family's business has hit a bit of a snag. Hurry up and transfer me 7 or 8 billion for emergencies. Deng Zihao draped his arm around Su Ning's shoulder, chuckling. Ding Zihue was not to be outdone, adding, I have a great project, recently invest 400 million and it'll pay you back 600 million in 6 months with a 100 annual return. Third brother, why not invest with me? The somewhat sentimental atmosphere was completely shattered by the two of them. Su Ning of course knew their intentions, but he still laughed and teased them. Fourth brother, your family has a company. Isn't it just a shabby restaurant? Why don't you say you're going public instead? Second brother, listen to me. Thanks, but I can't handle a project with a 100 return rate. You can keep it to yourself. After joking for a while, Su Ning left the dormitory and headed straight to Li's private kitchen. Owning the restaurant was great. He wouldn't have to eat in the cafeteria at night, just ask the kitchen to prepare a couple of dishes. As soon as he arrived at the restaurant, manager Lu came to report. Young Master Su, the customer who left the car yesterday, has come to pick it up. He asked me to convey his apologies and left a 100 yuan driving fee. Speaking of which, he handed Su Ning a red 100 yuan bill. He knew exactly what Su Ning wanted, although he didn't understand, he still promptly handed the money over to Su Ning. Congratulations, host, for working hard to earn 100 yuan, with a 10,000 times reward of 10 million. The moment Su Ning took the money, the system's prompt sounded in his mind. The corner of his mouth involuntarily lifted. The feeling of money flowing in was simply exhilarating. After chatting with manager Lu for a few moments and encouraging him, Su Ning had a quick bite in the break room before returning to the cashier to prepare for work. Hey Xiao Su, how about you take the first order starting today? Master Wang said with a smile as soon as he saw Su Ning. Although he couldn't grasp the specific situation, Master Wang could at least sense some clues. At the very least, manager Lu's respectful attitude towards Su Ning was telling. Moreover, Old Li had been driven away, even if he hadn't understood it at the time. Upon careful reflection, Old Li had just attempted to bully Su Ning before being chased away. Perhaps this unassuming young man has some connection to the new boss. Master Wang did not want to follow in Old Li's footsteps, so he took the initiative to step back, seeking stability. Su Ning was a bit surprised, but later appreciated Master Wang's cleverness. Sometimes taking a step back truly opens up a vast horizon. Su Ning was certainly not the type to stir up trouble. He was willing to adhere to reasonable rules. Therefore, after purchasing Li's private kitchen and becoming the boss, he still did not change the order of taking driving jobs. However, now that Master Wang had brought it up, regardless of whether it was genuine or not, Su Ning naturally had no reason to refuse. After all, being the first to take an order could potentially result in an additional job later that evening. Calculating that on average he could take an extra job every 3 or 4 days, he could complete 7 or 8 additional jobs in a month, which would amount to an extra income of about 500 yuan. After the system's reward amplification, that would directly transform into 50 million. Even with Su Ning's current frenzied money-making, he would never underestimate 50 million. After all, that 50 million could buy a Koenigsegg 1. However, while accepting it, Su Ning also couldn't let the honest people suffer. Master Wang's income would decrease by around 500, so he would find a way to compensate him. With a quick thought, Su Ning already had a plan. Calculating an average of 3 jobs a day, that would amount to 150 jobs a month, and the restaurant's cut for Master Wang would be 1500 yuan. He decided to waive Master Wang's cut altogether. Although the restaurant would incur a slight loss, it was negligible compared to the size of Li's private kitchen. Having made a decision, Su Ning smiled and nodded. All right, thank you, Master Wang. Seeing Su Ning agree so quickly, Master Wang felt somewhat complicated yet relieved. Giving up this portion of profit would allow him to work more securely at Li's private kitchen, right? After all, working as an in-house driver at this restaurant earns significantly more than taking orders on a ride-hailing platform, and it is much more stable. However, the loss of several hundred yuan over the month still made him feel a bit pained. At this moment, Su Ning had already approached manager Lu to arrange things directly. From now on, there will be no commission taken from Master Wang's driving fees. Manager Lu was unsure of what had happened, but since the boss had spoken, what else was there to say? If it were an unreasonable arrangement, as a frontline manager, he would naturally need to voice his opinions. However, waiving the commission for an in-house driver was such a trivial matter that it was absurd for him to challenge the boss' authority. Manager Lu quickly called in Master Wang and explained the situation to him. Master Wang was instantly filled with mixed feelings of joy and surprise, never expecting such unexpected gains. He understood such simple accounts quite well. What he gained would certainly outweigh what he lost. It goes without saying that this must have been a special arrangement by Su Ning. Indeed, his speculation was correct. Su Ning had a deep connection with the restaurant. After all, who else would have the authority to waive his driving fees? Returning to the vicinity of the cashier, Master Wang excitedly shook Su Ning's hand, conveying his gratitude through his eyes and expressions, but he didn't say anything. After all, there were new drivers who might not have their commission waived, so it was best for him not to let anything slip. Su Ning smiled and nodded, saying, "It's a small matter, no need to take it to heart." Just then a customer called for a driver, allowing Su Ning to withdraw his hand, which had been pinched painfully by the overly excited Master Wang. "Hello sir, I am here to serve you with all my heart." The first ride went surprisingly smoothly, so much so that it felt like a standard textbook example. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 50 yuan, with a 10,000 times reward of 5 million yuan. Unable to help, but Su Ning thought how nice it would be if every ride were this smooth. However, Su Ning knew very well that this was simply impossible. Having already made a fortune, if there were no small obstacles, it wouldn't make sense. In any case, he had gradually gotten used to it. After encountering so many strange events, it all became, after returning to the restaurant, perhaps due to the good business that day, the other two drivers had gone out to work. After waiting a short, while Su Ning received his second order of the day. Looking at the time, it was nearly an hour earlier than usual for the second order. After a series of service processes, Su Ning was now steadily driving an Audi A6 on the road. As a driver, there is a stipulation in the DD platform's service requirements that aside from polite service language, you should not initiate conversation unless the customer speaks to you. Although this restriction did not apply to in-house drivers, Su Ning still adhered to this rule, trying his best not to speak unless necessary. Of course, since this was already the second order, strange incidents could easily occur, so he tried to be as honest as possible to avoid trouble. The car owner was a man in his 40s, and he did not seem to be in good condition in the back seat. Su Ning had gained some insight and experience as a driver. He had just asked the waiter from the dining room, where the man had eaten, and he had indeed drunk quite a lot. In this society, if you want to achieve something, you probably have to pay a price. Who doesn't want to enjoy a leisurely drink with a few good friends? However, in a business drinking situation, especially when you are the one seeking help, how you drink is not up to you. Come, let me toast you a glass, I'll finish mine, and you do as you wish. Thank you for your care, I toast you, and I'll down 3 glasses in a row. Drinking like this is truly helpless and humble. This man was just like that, which is why he drank too much. If it weren't for this crazy money-making system, Su Ning would probably have to face similar experiences and encounters in the future. He might not even have the chance to feel so humble. Fortunately, with the system, it gave him the confidence to say no to many things. Just then the car owner's phone. The car owner groggily answered the phone, his tone helpless and dejected. "Mr. Wu still hasn't." In his words, our company has a basic principle for film investment. The producer and director must have successful projects behind them. Neither of us has the experience to operate independently, let alone Mr. Wu won't help even if he does. His company probably won't agree. Sai, why is it so hard to make the movie we want to make? No. No way, the director must be you. This is the dream and pursuit of the two of us brothers. If you were replaced, what would be the meaning of me being a producer? Just focus on polishing the script well. Tomorrow, I'll arrange to have a good chat with Mr. Zhang from Huahua Entertainment. Don't worry, we will definitely get this project off the ground. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning could clearly see the sense of helplessness that the car owner had just disguised through the rearview mirror. However, he did get the gist of it. The car owner was a producer and his friend was a director. The two were preparing to create a movie and were currently seeking investments. Although he did not understand the various rules in the entertainment industry, Su Ning knew that while big directors are sought after by others to make films, small directors often struggle to find opportunities. There is nothing unfair about it. After all, not everyone has a stage to showcase their talents. However, at this moment, Su Ning became interested. At least the car owner sincerely wanted to make a good movie rather than being a producer who just wanted to pull investments and line their pockets without caring about the quality of the film. However, just as he was about to speak, the car owner suddenly said urgently, "Stop the car." Su Ning immediately slowed down and safely pulled over. Normally, a car owner wouldn't call for a stop without reason. It was likely he wanted to vomit or needed to use the restroom. Sure enough, as soon as the car stopped, the owner quickly got out, bent over to hold onto a tree, and began to vomit intensely. Su Ning took out a bottle of mineral water from his bag, got out of the car, and patted the owner's back, waiting until he stopped throwing up before handing him the water. "Rinse your mouth, wash up." The car owner was not polite. He twisted open the bottle and gulped down a big mouthful, rinsed, and then spit it out before pouring water to wash his hands and face. "Thank you. I really drank too much. My stomach feels like it's turning upside down. I really envy you for being so young. When I was your age, this amount of alcohol was nothing at all. But now that I'm in middle age, some things are really not doable." The car owner expressed his thanks while lamenting. However, as soon as he finished speaking, he felt something was off and quickly corrected himself. After getting back into the car, Su Ning tentatively spoke up. "Are you a film producer? I have quite an interest in the entertainment industry. Why don't you tell me about your film project?" The driver, seemingly unprepared for Su Ning's question, shook his head vigorously, his eyes blurred by intoxication as he looked towards Su Ning. I must say this young driver is quite handsome. Even amidst countless handsome men in the entertainment circle, he still stands out. Perhaps signing with an agency and getting some packaging could launch his career. Although the era of fleeting popularity has passed, it remains fairly easy to carve out a niche in showbiz. However, for filmmakers, these fresh-faced idols often become a cancer to cinema. What films need are true actors, genuine talents. My friend and I have been struggling in the film industry. I started as a production assistant, and now I'm mostly fixed as an assistant producer. It's unlikely I can independently helm a movie. My brother also has experience as an assistant director on several films. This time he's written a script that I believe has the potential to be a box office hit. We want to produce the film ourselves, take control of the project. But as you might have heard, no one is willing to invest. We put all our money together and even mortgaged our house, barely gathering 20 million. Some fools spend hundreds of millions on bad films, yet no one wants to fund our modest tens of millions project. While the entertainment industry is truly a damn mess. His tone was filled with fury, even slipping into profanity. Ning absorbed more information and fell into deep contemplation. A small budget. That means just a few tens of millions. And the driver and his friend have already pooled 20 million. So if I were to invest myself, even a total loss would only be in the tens of millions. For someone like me who earns money rapidly as a driver, it would be like losing just 2 days' income. Although I don't fully understand this producer, I can sense from his words that he genuinely wants to make a good film. I am merely a driver, why would he pretend in front of me? With an idea forming, Ning slowly pulled the car. The driver looked surprised and asked, "We haven't arrived yet, why are you stopping?" Ning turned around and smiled at him. "How about I invest in your film?" Seeing Ning's playful smile and unserious demeanor, the driver thought he was joking and teasing him. "You don't mean to count your driving fee as an investment, do you? Hurry up and drive, I don't have time to joke with you." The driver leaned back irritably. "I'm not joking." Ning shrugged and rolled up his sleeve, slightly revealing a Richard Mille RM56 watch. The driver's blurred eyes immediately recognized the Richard Mille on the young driver's wrist. He suddenly sat upright and leaned forward to examine the watch. At first he thought it was a fake, but the more he looked, the more uncertain he became. Why does it look so authentic? Although not an expert on watches, he was knowledgeable enough, especially since he had a friend who sold Richard Mille watches, making him somewhat familiar with the brand. "Where did you buy this watch?" "I must admit it's quite well made. But as far as I know, this RM56 is a globally limited edition. It's not easy to get." "Young man, listen to me, even if you wear a fake, don't make it so obvious. No disrespect to drivers, but anyone seeing a driver wearing this kind of limited edition luxury watch would assume it's fake. Even if it looks genuine, the driver's identity makes it impossible to own such a rare and extravagant timepiece. So it can only be counterfeit." Ning was used to such suspicion and merely smiled calmly. "I bought it at the Richard Mille flagship store," and his words made the driver burst into laughter. "I'll give you a chance, find another store. I have a friend working at the Richard Mille store in Tycoon Center." Caught off guard, the driver was certain Ning must be embarrassed. Yet Ning only smiled lightly and shrugged as if unconcerned. The driver grew a bit angry. How could he not appreciate the hint? He had already offered the driver a way out, yet the latter stubbornly refused to back down. Normally, he wouldn't bother with such matters concerning a driver and would just laugh it off. But now, clearly a bit drunk, he took out his phone and called a friend. "Old, how I just met someone wearing your Richard Mille RM56, the Sapphire Limited Edition. He insists he bought it from your store. Isn't that interesting?" Coincidentally, his friend was manager Hao from the Richard Mille flagship store at Tycoon Center. Upon hearing RM56, a manager Hao immediately knew it was Ning and quickly responded, "Old Chin, you must mean young Master Su, right? The RM56 Sapphire is indeed limited edition. Only one was sold from our store, and that was to young Master Su. You're quite impressive to have connections with him. Aren't you trying to raise investment for your film? If you can persuade young Master Su, that kind of investment is just a trifle." The driver was stunned, his heart stirred as if waves were raging. "Your surname is Su?" he asked in disbelief. Ning nodded and took the phone, greeting the person on the other. "Manager Hao, I am Ning." Manager Hao was pleasantly surprised that his friend had actually made contact with young Master Su. "Greetings, young Master Su. What a coincidence you even know old Chun. This world is truly small." After some small talk with Manager Hao, Ning suddenly remembered something. "Manager Hao, please reserve 3 RM35 watches for me. Can they be delivered within a month?" He intended to give the RM35 as graduation gifts to 3 brothers. If they couldn't arrive within a month, it would be too late. Manager Hao was delighted indeed. Having connections with a wealthy heir meant that million-yuan watches were as easy as toys to reserve. Ordering 3 identical watches certainly meant gifts. Thinking of graduation season, they must be for classmates. Such classmates he wished he had them too. "No problem, young Master Su. I guarantee delivery within a month." Ning nodded. "I'll find time to pay in the next couple of days. The rest I leave to you." After ending the call, he handed the phone back to the driver, who was still reeling from the shock, giving him time to process. Then Ning smiled and said, Shall we talk about investing in the film? Bang! A dull thud sounded. The driver, excited, tried to stand up, but instead banged his head against the... Ning proved his strength, and everything followed naturally. The car owner introduced himself, stating that his name was Chen. He then began to elaborate on the film project. The script is titled The Nameless, which revolves around a lost old gun and tells a series of absurd stories involving a pair of underwhelming robbers, a down-and-out security guard, and a sharp-tongued woman with a disability. Ning listened with great interest. While it wasn't very professional, it sounded quite good at least. The film production budget is 50 million, with an additional 10 million for post-production and promotion. I and Lao Shi have pulled together 20 million, but there is still a gap of 40 million. Of course, 30 million would also work, but without our own promotion budget, we would have to rely entirely on the distributor. Su Xiao. Chen-Yi looked at Ning with keen anticipation, and though he didn't say it, his eagerness for Ning's investment was palpable. Ning fell into a brief contemplation. 40 million. It really wasn't too much. One night wouldn't suffice, but 2 nights would definitely be enough. Even if it ended up losing everything, it wouldn't cause him too much heartache. And if by chance he succeeded with a small investment, there was still a chance to make a profit. Even if it was not as fast as his previous reckless spending, who would ever complain about having too much money? Moreover, such an investment would in some way increase his influence. Why not? I will invest in this project. After making up his mind, Ning revealed a bright smile. Chen-Yi instantly fell into a frenzy of joy, gripping Ning's hand excitedly. Thank you, Su Xiao. Thank you, Su Xiao. Lao Shi and I will make sure to produce a perfect film. You definitely won't lose money, I guarantee it. He felt like crying. In order to secure the project and attract investments, he had lost count of the docks he had bowed to, nor how many film companies he had begged, many of which had left him drunk at the table. But reality was unbearably cruel. The repeated bowing and scraping only brought about righteous refusals from others. It was too difficult. Just as his ideals were being crushed by reality, Ning appeared like a ray of light, illuminating the path ahead. No nonsense, no unreasonable demands, and certainly no jumbled mess. He invested. He did it so decisively. In that moment, Ning seemed like a deity in Chen-Yi's eyes. Watching the nearly tearful middle-aged man, Ning smiled in understanding and began to comfort him. All right, let me take you back. Let's exchange numbers and discuss more details when we have time tomorrow. By the way, investment aside, the driver fee still needs to be paid. Ning said the last part as if joking, yet in reality, he was not joking at all. An investment of 40 million, as long as the project wasn't a complete failure, it was unlikely he would lose 10 million. But if Chen-Yi didn't pay the driver fee, Ning would directly lose 10 million. Chen-Yi nodded repeatedly, thinking Ning was just lightening the mood. After all, he had invested 40 million without batting an eye, and how could he be bothered about such a small driver fee? However, it still needed to be paid. Oh, perhaps that would make the young master happy. Upon reaching the destination, Chen-Yi handed Ning the only 400 cash he had in the car. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 400 yuan, with a reward of 40 million for 100,000 times increase. Ning was taken aback. He didn't expect Chen-Yi to give him 400 yuan for the driver fee. He hadn't even invested the 40 million yet, and he had already made his money back. It was like getting something for nothing. Even if the film ended up losing everything, Ning wouldn't be at a loss. It was truly ridiculous. Ning happily patted Chen-Yi on the shoulder and shook hands to bid farewell. Though he didn't know if investing in the film industry was a good investment channel, he had the space to experiment, so the pressure wasn't too great. He took a taxi back to Lee's private kitchen, continuing to wait for the driver order at the cash register. Not long after, a table of friends settled their bill, and a young woman holding a child came to the counter to find a driver. The young woman was dressed as a professional woman, but perhaps due to her youthful face, unless she was holding a child, Ning would have thought she had just stepped out of school. The child in her arms seemed to be only a few months old, probably unable to walk yet, and could only be held. Sucking on a pacifier, the big eyes curiously surveyed the surroundings, taking in this new and fascinating world. Good afternoon, ma'am, I am at your service. Ning greeted her with standard service language, and then helped the young female driver, who was not too convenient, to open the rear door. She smiled at Ning, and then began to play with the baby in her arms. During this trip, Ning drove very cautiously. After all, the child was still small, and there was no child seat in the car. The child was being held by the mother. If he had to make a sudden stop, or worse, had an accident, the child's safety could not be guaranteed. He silently prayed, hoping nothing unusual would happen. Perhaps hearing his prayers, or maybe some deity intervened. Ning encountered no oddities during the... Upon reaching the destination and parking the car, he felt it was unbelievable. Alright, the system seemed to lose its power in front of the cute baby. Ning thought to himself. He got out of the car to help the mother and child in the back open the door. Just then, the young mother's phone rang. Holding the child in one arm, she fished her phone out of her bag with the other and answered, "Hello, hubby." I just arrived and am getting ready to go upstairs. The document bag. It's in the trunk. Okay, let me find it. After hanging up, the young mother walked to the back of the car, opened the trunk to look for something. However, holding the child, she couldn't bend down to search for things. Could you please help me find it? Never mind, could you help me hold the child instead? The young mother initially wanted Su Ning to help her find something, but seeing how messy the trunk was from being rummaged through, she simply handed the baby over to Su Ning, asking him to hold the child. Su Ning quickly and carefully took the baby into his arms, but appeared somewhat at a loss. The child was so soft that Su Ning was afraid to squeeze too hard, so he was extra cautious. However, to his surprise, while he was being careful, the child did not shy away from him at all. Su Ning suddenly felt warmth in his arms as the baby seemed to have an accident, and he noticed his shirt becoming warm and wet. At first, he didn't even realize what had happened. The baby suddenly started crying, and even the pacifier he had been sucking on fell out. Hearing the cries, the young mother quickly turned around, looking both amused and exasperated. "Oh, baby, why did you wet yourself?" Su Ning froze for a moment before realizing what had happened. "Wet himself? On him? Good baby, you're real." The young mother quickly embraced her child, repeatedly apologizing to Su Ning. I'm so sorry. He had peed before getting into the car, so I didn't put on a diaper for him. I didn't expect that just holding him for a moment would make him pee. You should clean up first." While apologizing, she took out some tissues and wet wipes to hand to Su Ning. Su Ning felt the child's urine on his arm and his shirt clinging to him from being wet, leaving him utterly disheartened. Am I a car seat? Does it also have diuretic effects? Just when everything was going smoothly, he ended up in this situation. The key point is that the one causing the trouble is a baby who can't even walk, leaving him with nowhere to vent his frustration. Taking the tissues, he hurriedly wiped himself down, but it felt ineffective. After all, both his clothes and pants were wet, and a few wipes wouldn't suffice. Forget it, a wash at home will do. Su Ning waved his hand, helplessly looking at the young mother, who was full of regret and embarrassment. Could he really hold a grudge against a little baby? He just wanted to hurry home and change into a dry outfit. Thankfully, the baby had only peed and hadn't made a bigger mess, or he would truly be going insane. I'm really so sorry. How about this'll give you an extra 200, just consider it as a cleaning fee for the clothes. Saying this, the young mother took out 300 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Ning. After all, the driver in front of him was wearing ordinary clothes that could still be washed and worn again, so a 200 yuan compensation seemed reasonable. Su Ning naturally had no reason to refuse, and his feelings of helplessness from being soaked in urine eased considerably. Congratulations, host, for working hard to earn 300 yuan, with a 10,000-fold bonus reward of 30 million yuan. 30 million is really enticing. However, if he had to earn money this way, being soaked in baby urine, he would rather not. At that moment, Su Ning suddenly came up with an absurd guess. The system meant for him to experience various professions and earn money frantically through different jobs. For instance, this month, he was a driver. So is it possible that one month he would be made to work as a nanny or in early childhood education? That would be too embarrassing. Hopefully the system isn't that malicious. Yet Su Ning didn't hold out much hope for the system, especially since even selling health products had shamelessly made it onto the candidate list. After completing this ride, Su Ning didn't return to his dorm to change clothes, because at this time one could enter but not exit. So he took a taxi back to Li's private kitchen. Manager Lu, please find me a set of waiter uniform. Su Ning instructed Manager Lu. Manager Lu, though unsure of what this young boss was up to with his undercover visit game, promptly took action. After receiving a waiter uniform that was roughly his size, Su Ning went to a nearby hotel to open a room and rushed into the bathroom to clean himself. After washing repeatedly, Su Ning still felt like he wasn't clean. He felt dirty. Of course, it was probably more a psychological effect. After finishing his shower and putting on the waiter uniform, he returned to Li's private kitchen to wait for work. However, due to the time wasted from back and forth, by the time he arrived at the restaurant, only 2 tables of customers remained. Moreover, the waitstaff had just asked, and these 2 tables had no need for a driver. Though regrettable, it wasn't too disheartening, as he had earned much more today than usual. The first ride earned him 50, the second ride the producer directly gave him 400, and the third ride, despite being soaked in urine, earned him 300. After the system's 10,000-fold reward, it was already 75 million. What more could he want? With no work at the restaurant, he opened the Didi Driver app in his car to wait for orders. Within 10 minutes, he unexpectedly got a job. Immediately swiping right to accept the order, he saw that the starting point was just down the street. Su Ning decided not to drive and quickly walked over. Waiting for the ride was a young lady, beautiful and alluring with a very fashionable style. If he had to pick a flaw, it would be the subtle signs of cosmetic surgery on her face, though they weren't very obvious. Minor adjustments those in the know would understand. The young lady was holding a selfie stick, leaning against a Jaguar car, seemingly talking to herself. From her slightly affected voice and delicate tone, one could guess she was either on a video call or live streaming, with the latter being more likely. As expected, when Su Ning walked over, he found that the young lady was indeed live streaming. "Hello ma'am, are you the one who called for a driver?" Su Ning asked politely. The young lady turned her head upon hearing this, sizing Su Ning up and revealing a delighted expression. "Everyone, I'm so lucky. Guess what kind of driver I got? Tata. Look, isn't this driver guy more handsome than a star? This is not scripted, I really didn't expect this." While showing a very surprised expression, the girl spoke in the live stream, handing the car keys to Su Ning. Once in the car, sitting in the passenger seat, the girl, without Su Ning's consent, turned the camera to face him, capturing both their images. "I'm not lying, right? The driver guy is indeed handsome. If anyone wants his number, just type 1 in the chat. I shall Fong guarantee that I will definitely get you his number. But whether you can ask him out depends on your charm." At this moment, the live stream was indeed very lively. Xiao Fong is not lying, the guy is really handsome. Is it a waste for such a handsome guy to be a driver? Go be a gigolo. Earning 100 a month is not a dream. Xiao Fong, hurry and get the number. I want to ask the guy out too. Right, I also want to ask, but please ask Xiao Fong first if he minds being asked out by a man. Don't think Xiao Fong is so kind. With such a catch, she must want to keep him for herself, and who knows, they might just head to a hotel together later. Then please don't stop the stream during their hotel segment. My friend loves to watch. Su Ning, of course, had no idea about all this, and just felt uncomfortable being filmed in the live stream. "Please buckle your seatbelt. Oh, we're about to set off." Seeing the car owner focused on the live stream, and not even buckling her seatbelt, Su Ning frowned, and reminded her. The influencer, named Xiao Fong, casually buckled her seatbelt, but still pointed the camera at Su Ning. The atmosphere in the live stream was quite lively. "The young man is so aloof. Xiao Fong, you should flirt with him, but I feel like with your skills you can't charm him at all. Let me try." Xiao Fong, quickly share the driver information from the driving platform. I want him as my driver from now on. Or let's fast forward to the hotel segment. Xiao Fong was originally troubled about the content of her live stream. If she couldn't capitalize on the trending handsome driver, she would definitely regret it. Thus, she sweetly opened her mouth to Su Ning. "Does the handsome guy have a girlfriend?" Su Ning's mouth twitched. He really didn't want to answer her. However, since this was an order from the driving service platform, if the other party made a complaint, even if he was not at fault, the platform would likely punish him. So Su Ning endured and replied, "I don't have a girlfriend." Xiao Fang's eyes lit up, and she immediately started flirting. "Handsome guy, have you heard of love at first sight?" As she spoke, she blinked her big eyes and stared at Su Ning, deliberately pretending to be deeply attracted to him. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. All he wanted was to be a good driver and make some money. Why was it so difficult? Thus, when he answered again, his tone showed signs of impatience. "In my opinion, love at first sight can be equated with lust." This statement not only stunned Xiao Fang, but also made the live stream room burst into laughter. The handsome guy is so humorous. There isn't that much love at first sight, it's just lust. The handsome guy is so clear-headed. Xiao Fang, your level isn't high enough. It's better not to humiliate yourself. Your already slack gaze has fully proven the correctness of the handsome guy. You're truly just lustful. Xiao Fang, though stunned, felt a bit pleased despite being rebutted. Regardless of her pride, the driver was indeed entertaining, which was great for the live streaming effect. "Handsome guy, how can you say that? There really is love at first sight in this world. Haven't you heard that saying by when you see someone and your temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, that's love at first sight?" Quick to react, Xiao Fang continued to flirt sweetly. Su Ning didn't let her down and immediately retorted without much courtesy. "I've never heard Shakespeare say that, but I have heard Lu Sun say something. If your temperature reaches 38.6 degrees, you better go to the hospital immediately." At this point, Su Ning slightly turned his head, smiling. "Do you need me to turn around and take you to the nearest hospital?" Xiao Fang nearly turned green with embarrassment, as she didn't expect Su Ning to rebut her so sharply. Even though that was the effect she wanted for the show, she still felt very ashamed. Meanwhile, the viewers in the live stream were having a blast. "Yes, Lu Sun said that. Oh, I can prove it." Xiao Fang, hurry and retreat. You really can't match the handsome driver. You asked for it. You asked for it. You must be speechless now. I'm now sure this isn't scripted. A Xiao Fang wouldn't design a script that would make her look so embarrassed because of her idol persona. What a cute handsome guy. I want him to hold me while I sleep. At this moment, Xiao Fang was starting to lose her composure, realizing she had been outmatched by a driver, igniting her competitive spirit. "Am I being too sentimental? You're really heartless. As a big internet celebrity, don't I deserve your attention?" Her tone was filled with deep grievance, partly intentional and partly genuine, as if Su Ning slightly turned his head and asked with a smile, "Are you an internet celebrity?" Xiao Fang puffed out her chest playfully and proudly, saying, "Aren't I just an internet celebrity? I've been famous for over a week." Su Ning couldn't help but laugh, but still retorted without holding back. "To be an internet celebrity, you need to be famous for a year. To be a star, you need to be famous for 10 years. You've been famous for a week. Did you get your period? Xiao Fangfang was genuinely taken aback by Su Ning's sharp words. Are you sure you're a driver? An offensive supporting role doesn't even roast people this hard. In the live stream, the audience was laughing hysterically. That's right, I don't hold back, go all out against her. I kind of want the handsome guy to roast me like that. Am I a masochist? Handsome guy, are you trying to make me laugh to death? Who can resist a handsome and humorous driver? Who can lend me a car? I want to find the handsome guy to drive me. Yes, I can prove it. Oh, Xiao Fangfang is definitely not an internet celebrity. She's just having her period. It seems like there won't be any hotel segment later. Xiao Fangfang's face turned beet red, her emotions flaring. The show was doing well, but she truly couldn't handle it. Just then, while deliberately posing as if she was going to take Su Ning down with her, Xiao Fangfang suddenly felt a sharp pain in her lower abdomen, quickly followed by a warm flow starting from her abdomen. With 10 years of experience, she knew all too well what this feeling was. It was her period. Instantly, her face turned pale, and she began to panic. Stop the car. Quick, pull over. Her voice was filled with urgency, as if time was running out. Su Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. He wanted to stop, but couldn't she see where they were? Sorry, you can't stop on the highway. Xiao Fangfang was almost in tears as it had already started. However, Su Ning was still unaware of what was happening and curiously asked, is there something you need to stop for? I got my period. Xiao Fangfang said in a voice as soft as a mosquito, her face flushed red. Su Ning thought she was just trying to be funny for the show. As he instinctively looked over, he found Xiao Fangfang busying herself trying to place a tissue under her, and the tissue had indeed turned red. Goodness, it's the real deal. Meanwhile, the atmosphere in the live stream was about to explode. She really got her period. This is outrageous. Did the handsome guy's mouth get blessed? Your words are like spells. Handsome driver, quickly say a word. Wish me success in my postgraduate entrance exam. Handsome driver, can you tell me the winning numbers for the next double color ball? Handsome driver, quickly say a word. Wish me to find my ideal wealthy lady, the kind that doesn't need steel wool. Xiao Fangfang isn't looking for a driver. She's clearly going through tribulations. Xiao Fangfang, you're going to trend. The internet celebrity got her period on live stream. At this moment, Xiao Fangfang didn't care about the live stream at all. At that moment, she wished for less trouble. Su Ning, seeing the situation, actively accelerated and quickly exited the highway, stopping next to a public restroom. Xiao Fangfang didn't wait for the car to come to a halt before rushing out and running over. Su Ning clearly saw the color on her jeans at the back. While he also felt like his mouth had been blessed, whatever he said came true. After a long wait, Xiao Fangfang finally shyly got back into the car. Even though she had been live streaming for so long, this incident still made her feel embarrassed. Su Ning opened his mouth about to suggest they could leave by car. But before he could finish, Xiao Fangfang frantically waved her hands. Her expression a mix of urgency and fear. Don't even open your mouth. Big brother, I'm sorry, okay? From this moment on, I won't say another word. Please stop teasing me, all right? If you speak again, I swear I'll hemorrhage. Su Ning burst into laughter, fell silent, and simply drove off. Meanwhile, viewers in the live stream were nearly convulsed with mirth. Xiao Fangfang, the master manipulator of live streams, has finally met her destined nemesis today. If this young man keeps going, Xiao Fangfang might truly become the first streamer to collapse from excessive menstrual flow. The host is actually live streaming menstruation, a niche so obscure it defies categorization. I'm genuinely afraid Xiao Fangfang will be so humiliated she'll vanish from the internet forever. Why don't you, the designated driver, go live too? We'd love to watch. Inside the car, an awkward silence settled. Su Ning remained utterly unfazed, but Xiao Fangfang felt mortified, barely daring to glance at him. After a while, they arrived at their destination. Xiao Fangfang hurriedly paid, completing the transaction. At that very moment, having just settled the fare, she bolted from the car, dashing away as if fleeing a bill. Su Ning frowned in bewilderment. She's already paid. Why run? Yet as he pulled open the car door to get back in, he froze instantly, utterly dumbfounded. Don't run. What about your car? Su Ning shouted after her retreating figure, frantic. So now you've mistaken me for a ride-hailing driver. Su Ning had no intention of driving the car straight to the police station again. Not when Officer Wang would surely brand him a walking calamity. Only upon hearing Su Ning shout did Xiao Fangfang recall. This was her car. She hadn't hailed a ride-hailing service, she'd hired a designated driver. Amid torrents of raucous laughter and merciless ribbing from the livestream audience, she returned, face burning crimson, head bowed low, to retrieve her car keys from Su Ning. Su Ning had half considered teasing her further, but seeing her flustered, mortified state, he thought better of it. He couldn't risk her committing spontaneous suicide out of sheer embarrassment. Having completed the job, he checked the time. It was already past midnight. Su Ning logged off, ready to head home and sleep. Though earning money brought joy, physical well-being mattered just as much. After all, how much is enough? That night, Su Ning had earned over 80 million yuan. What more could he possibly want? At long last, his account balance had climbed above 200 million yuan. It had been no easy feat. He'd briefly crossed that threshold before, but funds swiftly dwindled below 200 million due to various expenditures. Now, even if he finalized the investment deal tomorrow with producer Chen Yi and wired 40 million yuan, his balance would still stand at 203 million. For the first time, he dared dream of his grand villa. Compared to his dormitory, the hotel room offered far superior comfort, so he slept soundly. Were it not for his desire to savor these final days in the dorm, he'd have moved out immediately. The next morning, he rose early, tidied up quickly, and headed straight to Xiaodong's residence. To fulfill a trust is to honor a duty. That principle Su Ning held inviolable. Though he worked late as a designated driver, yet rose before dawn each day, the thought of earning 100 million yuan per week left him thoroughly content. Soon after dropping Xiaodong off at kindergarten, Su Ning received a call from Chen Yi. Young Master Su. Chen Yi's voice trembled with nervous anticipation, like one glimpsing dawn's first light, yet trembling lest hope shatter into darkness. Su Ning understood that anxiety perfectly. Hadn't he himself felt just as unsettled when first receiving the system awaiting its validation? Let's meet somewhere to discuss, Su Ning said with calm amusement. How about Starbucks on Fumin Road? Though Starbucks hardly qualified as elite, its 20 yuan coffee placed it beyond Su Ning's former means. Now, however, no venue was too expensive, though at this hour few suitable options remained. Yes, I'll be there immediately. Chen Yi hung up, and he and Shi Wenxiang nearly embraced in jubilation. Brother Shi, young Master Su has agreed to meet. Our investment is secured. Once the contract is signed, polish the script thoroughly, and we begin filming. Above all, we must honor young Master Su's trust. Success is non-negotiable. We must succeed. Chen Yi gripped Shi Wenxiang's shoulders, tears welling in his eyes. Yet Shi Wenxiang, somewhat calmer, voiced a quiet concern. Brother Chen, could young Master Su be like those coal tycoons of old, investing merely to elevate his own protege? What if he insists on casting a particular actress as the female lead? Shi Wenxiang's words plunged Chen Yi into deep reflection. He harbored that very fear himself. After all, the screenplay demanded extraordinary talent from its principal cast, especially the heroine. Even seasoned actresses lauded as rising stars would likely fall short, not to mention untrained newcomers. Shaking his head, Chen Yi seemed to reassure his friend, and perhaps himself. Let's not borrow trouble. Young Master Su hasn't said a word yet. No need to fret prematurely. Perhaps he holds no such intention at all. Yet even as he spoke, doubt flickered behind his own eyes. Before long, the two arrived at the appointed spot, ordered coffee, and sat restlessly awaiting Su Ning. Not long after, Su Ning appeared. Apologies for keeping you waiting. Smiling warmly, Su Ning greeted them and shook both their hands. Young Master Su, this is our film's director and screenwriter Shi Wenxiang, Chen Yi introduced hastily. It's an honor to meet you, young Master Su, Shi Wenxiang said, devoid of scholarly pretension or impoverished pride, offering a respectful bow. Su Ning clasped Shi Wenxiang's hand firmly and praised warmly. Director Shi, mastering both screenwriting and directing, is truly exceptional talent. Seeing Su Ning's affability and absence of aristocratic arrogance, they relaxed considerably. Next, they handed Su Ning the screenplay and elaborated on the film project. Su Ning, unfamiliar with cinematic production workflows, had originally decided to invest for two reasons: to diversify his investments, and because producer Chen Yi struck him as genuinely passionate about filmmaking. Today, however, reading the script ignited genuine interest. The story itself captivated him. This project, I, Su Ning, am investing. In truth, there was little room for negotiation regarding the investment details. After all, the 40 million yuan had been secured through producer Chen Yi, and even if the entire sum were lost, Su Ning would hardly feel the sting. As for whether the counterparty would allocate the full amount to film production, Su Ning could only remark, water that is too clear holds no fish. Even if neither the producer nor the director harbored ulterior motives, it remained inevitable that someone on set would siphon funds for personal gain, a practice so widespread it had long since become an open secret. So long as such impropriety remained within reasonable bounds, he was prepared to tolerate it. After concluding negotiations, Su Ning immediately phoned lawyer Hua to review the contract. He had deliberately chosen the Starbucks on Fumin Road precisely because it lay close to lawyer Hua's firm. The lawyer arrived swiftly and with palpable excitement. Indeed, once a connection was forged with a scion like Su Ning, a steady stream of high-value assignments would inevitably follow. Barely a day had passed before his first new mandate emerged. Mr. Su, the contract presents no issues, lawyer Hua affirmed after a meticulous reading, nodding respectfully. Su Ning paused in thought. He resolved not to disburse the funds from his personal account. Since he had already planned to establish an investment firm, why not launch it now? Lawyer Hua, I'd like to retain your firm as legal counsel for my new company. What are your thoughts? Su Ning asked with a gentle smile. Overwhelmed with delight, Lawyer Huan nodded eagerly, agreeing on the spot, without even broaching further terms. Mr. Su, rest assured our firm possesses the expertise and rigor to safeguard your legal interests. Su Ning offered a quiet, knowing smile. Then I'll entrust you with the formation of the investment company. Surely this falls well within your firm's capabilities. Lawyer Hua raised his coffee cup, exuding confidence. Mr. Su, consider it done, flawlessly executed. Having settled that matter, another issue surfaced in his mind. Mr. Su, regarding the compensation claim for your Richard Mill timepiece, I issued a formal conciliation proposal to the opposing party yesterday. Yet given their stance, reaching an amicable settlement appears unlikely. Accordingly, I have already drafted the complaint. A litigation will commence immediately should conciliation fail. You need not concern yourself further. I guarantee full restitution. Su Ning nodded. Having delegated the matter entirely to Lawyer Hua, he intended no further involvement. He confirmed with Chun Yi that funds would be transferred upon company registration, enabling the crew to formally assemble. Mr. Su, may I ask, do you have any preferences regarding casting certain roles? Sure, Wen Xiang ventured hesitantly, his tone edged with quiet anxiety. Su Ning did not grasp the implication at first, until he observed the wary expressions on both men's faces. A wry amusement stirred within him. Do they think I intend to promote someone? That thought instantly summoned the image of Wang Yingying, the vain, calculating ex-girlfriend who majored in acting and dreamed obsessively of stardom. Had she not rushed to sever ties the moment she attached herself to a young heir, he might never have discerned her true nature. In that alternate reality, wouldn't such an opportunity have been hers to seize? Fate indeed moves in mysterious ways. She could scarcely have imagined then what she was discarding. Rest easy, Su Ning replied firmly. I have no one to insert into the cast. Your discretion is absolute. Yet he paused, then shifted course. However, I do request final veto authority over casting decisions. That should present no difficulty, correct? Though mildly surprised, Chun Yi and Shi Wenxiang assented without hesitation. Inserting favored actors bore no resemblance to retaining casting oversight, a distinction fundamental and unambiguous. Perhaps Mr. Su simply held strong aversions towards certain celebrities, an entirely reasonable stipulation easily accommodated. Moreover, their intended cast comprised low-profile seasoned performers, individuals unlikely by temperament or reputation to provoke Su Ning's disfavor. Declining their invitation to drinks that evening, Su Ning hurried back to his dormitory to resume work on his graduation thesis. With commencement looming, delay risked jeopardizing his degree altogether. No sooner had he entered the dorm than he engaged in light-hearted banter with his roommates. Yet before he could settle into focused work, his academic advisor summoned him to the office. His class advisor Yu Chang oversaw classes 3 and 4 of their major. At 35, he was precisely one zodiac cycle older than his students. In truth, Yu Chang was a deeply conscientious educator, at least in Su Ning's experience. Upon Su Ning's enrollment, Yu Chang, learning of his modest financial background, immediately assisted him in securing scholarships and work-study grants. Even Su Ning's first tutoring assignment had been arranged by Yu Chang himself. Thus Su Ning regarded Yu Chang with profound gratitude and genuine respect. When summoned urgently to the office, he wasted no time, heading straight there without delay. Professor Yu, you asked to see me. Su Ning knocked, entered, and greeted warmly, reverent yet familiar. This office was shared among advisors for classes 1 through 4. Before Yu Chang could speak, Wu Mingxiang, the advisor for classes 1 and 2, interjected with biting sarcasm from across the room. Well, look who's here, the paragon of diligence and self-reliance, Comrade Su Ning. Tell me, how does a student reliant on financial aid afford a million-yuan wristwatch? Could it be your modest circumstances were merely a ruse to secure scholarships? Professor Yu, you may have overlooked critical verification. Should the university investigate, both of you might face disciplinary action. Or perhaps the watch is counterfeit. Or did you simply find it somewhere? Is it not excessive to press a peer relentlessly over a timepiece that never belonged to you? Let me remind you, our university fiercely protects its students. We will not stand idly by while one suffers injustice. I urge you, drop this matter. Otherwise, institutional intervention may cost you your diploma and degree certificate. The AI Wei he referenced was the classmate who had shattered Su Ning's watch, a student in class 2 whose advisor was none other than Wu Mingxiang. Moreover, a deeper familial tie existed. Wu Mingxiang was AI Wei's maternal uncle. Unlike Yu Chang, Wu Mingxiang showed no dedication to student mentorship, frequently skipping duties and offloading responsibilities onto Yu Chang. Consequently, students across all 4 classes, including those in classes 1 and 2, held him in open disdain. Watching Wu Mingxiang's smug, threatening countenance, Su Ning's expression remained impassive, though the faintest trace of irony curled at the corner of his lips. Who does he imagine he is? Sarcasm dripping like poison. As if I deigned to acknowledge him. Su Ning remained silent, gazing at Wu Mingxiang with a faint, enigmatic smile, as if watching a clown perform in a circus. At that moment, Yu Chang, ever protective of his students, couldn't help but furrow his brows. Old Wu, don't frighten him. What nonsense, school or no school. AI Wei is a student here, so why isn't Su Ning? Disputes over private property fall outside the school's jurisdiction. If you persist with this attitude, I'll send Su Ning straight home. Su Ning couldn't resist giving Yu Chang a mental thumbs up. Though the teacher was usually mild-mannered, he drew the line when it came to defending his students. Wu Mingxiang, growing visibly irritated, raised his teacup and took a long sip to quell his rising temper, his eyes locking on his Su Ning with venomous intensity. Seeing Wu fall silent, Yu Chang turned his gaze towards Su Ning. Teacher Wu claims you deliberately let AI Wei break your watch, and then demanded 70 or 80,000 yuan as compensation. What's the real story? Yu Chang had summoned Su Ning precisely because of Wu Mingxiang's accusation. Though skeptical, he found himself shaken. Wu spoke with such unwavering conviction that even Yu Chang's confidence wavered. Wu Mingxiang made it unequivocally clear if the matter remained unresolved, he would escalate it to the department, even to the university administration, ensuring Su Ning would face severe consequences. With no alternative, Yu Chang reluctantly called Su Ning in for questioning. Upon hearing the allegations, Su Ning nearly laughed aloud. He'd anticipated exactly this, Wu Mingxiang twisting facts and sowing discord. Teacher Yu, here's what actually happened. Su Ning recounted the entire incident calmly and meticulously. When Yu Chang learned that AI Wei and his two companions had verbally assaulted Hui Xiefeng after being denied employment, his temper flared instantly. Utterly despicable. They had the audacity to demand jobs, then upon refusal revealed their ugliest selves. To have nurtured such individuals was nothing short of a disgrace to the university. Indeed, that old saying held true: academic credentials screen out the academically weak, not the morally bankrupt. And upon learning Su Ning had just inherited his late grandfather's estate, Yu Chang was left utterly stunned, as if witnessing a plot twist reserved for silver screen dramas. It's true, AI Wei broke your watch. It's true, the repair cost amounts to 7,800 yuan. Can you guarantee the absolute truth of your account? Yu Chang asked solemnly. Su Ning nodded, composed and resolute. I possess surveillance footage from the time of the incident, and an official repair invoice from Richard Mill. These fully substantiate my testimony. Yu Chang slammed his palm on the desk, his expression unexpectedly relieved. Since you have irrefutable evidence, I guarantee the university will not intervene in this private dispute. Moreover, having only recently inherited your estate, your prior applications for financial aid or scholarships remain entirely legitimate. Those who err must bear the consequences. Hearing Yu Chang's unyielding declaration, Wu Mingxiang erupted in fury, jabbing his finger toward both Yu Chang and Su Ning. You? A sardonic smile flickered across Su Ning's face, his voice dripped with mockery. You point your finger at me. Do you wish me to break it off? Though I notice, you're not wearing a watch on your wrist. Wu Mingxiang seethed inwardly, yet forced himself to suppress his rage and speak through clenched teeth. Su Ning, Yu Chang's assurance means nothing. The university will intervene. No institution abandons its students in crisis. Let me be clear, if AI Wei takes this online, public outrage will mount, and the university won't withstand the pressure. Besides, mercy has its place. You've just inherited wealth. Surely a single wristwatch holds little significance for you. Let this matter end here, for everyone's sake. Watching Wu Mingxiang grit his teeth while struggling to rein in his fury, Su Ning smiled broadly. I hardly believe this serves everyone's interest. I simply ask, by what right? If we drop this, will you personally reimburse my losses? Don't dare claim I shouldn't care, just because I'm wealthy. Such reasoning is laughably absurd. Countless affluent people exist, yet no one dares tell them, since you're rich, hand over your mansion or your car. My wealth remains mine. I decide how to spend it. I'd rather burn it all than let you profit from it. As for wielding the university as leverage, that childish ploy ends now. Do you truly imagine I fear it? Would the university waste breath meddling in students' private affairs? By all means, let AI Wei amplify this online. But who'll be left scrambling when the dust settles? And Teacher Wu, permit me one reminder. Today I stand before you as a student, so you may address me thus. But once I graduate, you'll learn firsthand how effortlessly wealth can dismantle an ordinary life. Your cousin AI Wei stands as the perfect cautionary tale. With that, Su Ning shrugged, his expression serene. Wu Mingxiang's pupils contracted sharply. Terror surged within him. He truly trembled. As Su Ning implied, ruining an ordinary person required scarcely any effort for someone of means. Though he served as a university counselor, ostensibly backed by institutional authority, he couldn't forget Su Ning was also a student of the same university. Would the university truly favor one party over another? Once stripped of institutional backing, Su Ning could manipulate him at will. He didn't doubt the young man's capability in the slightest. His cousin faced a 7-8 yuan settlement. Surely something far more intricate lay beneath that figure. Wu Mingxiang cast one final piercing glance at Su Ning, then departed the office without uttering another word, humiliated beyond endurance. At that moment, Yu Chang's gaze upon Su Ning brimmed with quiet pride. He saw nothing wrong in Su Ning's conduct. Kindness untempered by principle invites exploitation. He'd once worried this steady, earnest student might falter in the harsh world beyond campus. Yet today's display of incisive resolve erased all doubt. Now it was others who risked falling short. Pay him no mind. Pursue your claim your way, Yu Chang said, clapping Su Ning on the shoulder. Su Ning nodded. I've entrusted everything to a law firm. No further involvement required. Just then a stack of documents on the innermost edge of Yu Chang's desk caught Su Ning's eye, the topmost file arresting his attention. Notice regarding preparations for the 60th anniversary commemoration, 60 years. Su Ning blinked, drifting into memory. Yes. The university had indeed been founded 6 decades ago. The history of their school pales in comparison to those prestigious institutions that have flourished for over a century, lacking a certain depth. Yet the school has consistently strived to enhance its teaching and research in hopes of one day reaching greater heights. Su Ning feels a strong sense of identity and belonging towards the school, with its upright ethos naturally wishing for his alma mater to thrive. Curiously picking up the document, he skimmed through it. To his chagrin, the school anniversary would be held at the end of September next year, just before National Day, by which time he would have already graduated and left. Of course, as a notable alumnus, he should have the opportunity to be invited to participate in the anniversary events. However, despite having a money-making system, now Su Ning's influence was virtually non-existent, making him hardly a well-known alumnus. Thus it seemed highly unlikely that he would be able to attend the anniversary celebrations. Just then the office door opened again, and Wu Mingxiang returned. Yu Chang, how is your fundraising initiative going? TSK tisk. It wouldn't still be just a few tens of thousands, would it? Who would care for such a meager amount? You might be at the bottom among all the counselors. Aren't you competing for the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office? Everyone's qualifications are similar. It ultimately comes down to who can rally more donations. Don't hold on to such unrealistic hopes. By the way, since Su Ning is here, you can ask him. Didn't he just inherit a fortune? There's a chance he might actually contribute a few tens of thousands. Upon opening the door, he was met with the same sardonic demeanor and tone. Yu Chang couldn't help but frown, glaring at Wu Mingxiang with irritation. In fact, the document Su Ning was reviewing contained calls from teachers and counselors urging enterprises and successful alumni to donate to their alma mater. It wasn't that the school was in dire financial straits. After all, the annual budget of the Beijing Institute of Technology exceeds 2 billion. The key issue was the school's reputation. Every year, statistical agencies compile lists of donations received by various universities from enterprises and alumni. Among them, the 2 top-tier universities, Tsinghua and Peking, received donations exceeding 2 billion annually, nearly matching the entire budget of the Beijing Institute of Technology. Other prominent universities do not lag behind, either with donations in the tens of millions or even hundreds of millions, all of which are quite impressive. Unfortunately, the Beijing Institute of Technology does not rank in this regard, receiving donations of no more than 100 million annually, and as a 211 university, it falls short compared to many ordinary double non-universities. Part of the reason is that the school's foundation is somewhat lacking, and another is that its alumni have not produced many notable entrepreneurs. For the upcoming 60th anniversary, the school has indeed put in considerable effort in this regard. Last year, during the 80th anniversary of the Beijing Institute of Technology, they received a total of 36 billion in donations from various sectors and alumni. Although they are a 985 university, while the Beijing Institute of Technology is merely a 211 university, the gap is significant. However, if the difference in donation amounts is too vast, it would be quite embarrassing. It would almost seem to announce to everyone that the Beijing Institute of Technology has failed to nurture any successful talents. Thus, the school has virtually mandated all faculty and counselors to actively reach out to alumni, urging successful graduates to generously donate. As a counselor, Yu Chang has indeed guided 2 graduating classes. However, since these 2 classes graduated only recently, most are still working diligently in various companies, with few having truly ventured into entrepreneurship. Moreover, even those who have started their own businesses cannot be considered highly successful. After some mobilization, only 1 alumnus pledged a donation of 1,000. On the other hand, Wu Mingxiang had a significant gain this time. One of his former students entered the cryptocurrency sector and struck it rich thanks to good fortune. Perhaps due to the cryptocurrency sector's historically poor reputation, this graduate is keen to donate to improve his public image. He has promised a donation of 20 million. Although he may not be the one donating the most for this anniversary, it is enough for Wu Mingxiang to stand out among all the counselors. After all, alumni donations are generally channeled through mentors rather than through counselors without teaching responsibilities. Originally, Yu Chang would not have particularly cared about this matter. However, as Wu Mingxiang pointed out, with the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office vacant and internal competition for the role, Yu Chang was on an equal footing with others, but failing in this task would significantly diminish his chances. Wu Mingxiang is also competing for the position, and that 20 million donation is his greatest bargaining chip. Whether I can get the position has nothing to do with you. You should focus on securing that 20 million donation. Yu Chang suppressed his anger and snapped. Su Ning blinked, sensing some underlying meaning. Casually flipping through the document, he stumbled upon the section regarding the mobilization of graduates to donate to the school. Teacher, can he really secure a donation of 20 million? He couldn't help but feel puzzled and surprised, as both Wu Mingxiang and Yu Chang had guided 2 classes of graduates, and realistically, even if they ventured into entrepreneurship, it would be challenging to achieve significant scale. 20 million is not a small sum. Some poorly managed public companies might not even earn that much in a year. Yu Chang nodded, his expression somewhat unnatural. Su Ning couldn't help but smile slightly, looking at Wu Mingxiang's smug expression, his smile growing ever more radiant. This matter I can handle. If he lacked the capability, he naturally wouldn't step forward. However, while his total assets might not compare to those capital tycoons, his daily cash flow is enough to make most public companies feel embarrassed. As the saying goes, issues that can be resolved with money are not real issues. Not to mention, he is willing to contribute to his alma mater. The opportunity to help Teacher Yu advance through donations is well worth it. After all, responsible teachers like Teacher Yu are rare. Giving him a chance to rise is beneficial for both the school and the students. If someone like Wu Mingxiang were to assume a leadership role, it would be quite tragic. Teacher Yu, since that's the case, I'll donate 40 million. Su Ning said this with a calm smile, using the most casual tone to announce something that left the 2 present utterly astonished. What? 40 million? Yu Chang's eyes widened in disbelief, looking at Su Ning with incredulity. That was 40 million, not just 4000. Such a joke could not be taken lightly. Wu Mingxiang reacted even more strongly, initially shocked, then openly scoffing. What a boast, it's thunderous. Ha ha ha, you're killing me with. A low-key young master, calm and composed with a gentle demeanor. He rarely got donating 40 million. Do you know how much 40 million is? That's just ridiculous. Otherwise, should I report this right now and let all the faculty and students see how hypocritical and ridiculous you both as teacher and student truly are? Wu Mingxiang laughed heartily, as if he had heard the best joke in the world. Su Ning looked coldly at Wu Mingxiang, having already sentenced him to death in his heart. Such clowns from online novels are rarely seen in reality. If it were in a bar or similar setting, Su Ning wouldn't find it strange or abrupt. But in a university, the fact that someone in the position of a counselor could act like a clown is simply a tragedy for the school. Such people, if not removed from the teaching staff, are irresponsible to the school and the students. Su Ning, the teacher, knows you might have inherited a fortune. But 40 million is certainly not a small amount. It's already ranked second among the confirmed donations, only behind an alumnus who is the CEO of a listed company with a donation of 50 million. Don't act on impulse. Yu Chang understood Su Ning's character and knew he would never brag. Since he said he would donate 40 million, it must be because he has 40 million. Thus, he had to stop him, not allowing Su Ning to be too impulsive. At that moment, however, Su Ning's eyes lit up slightly. Was the largest donation for the school anniversary really only 50 million? I must say the industrial sector in the capital is indeed much inferior to the Polytechnic University. He had seen the news. During the anniversary of the Polytechnic University, the largest donation was a staggering 600 million. Su Ning initially thought that someone like him would have no chance, but unexpectedly the largest donation was only 50 million. Does that mean that if he donates 60 million, he would be the top donor of the school? That would be a great deal. Those rich people who casually tip female streamers in live broadcasts to become the top donor isn't that low. We have money, so we should be the top donor in the university. Teacher Yu, I know what I'm doing. On such a grand and glorious occasion as the school anniversary, how can we as students be absent? If I couldn't afford it, I certainly wouldn't mention it. But the inheritance I received is quite substantial, and even if I donate to the school, it won't cause me any hardship. Teacher Yu, how about I do something big for you and aim for the top donor? Su Ning's calm demeanor stirred up a storm in Yu Chang's heart. Donating over 10 million wouldn't cause any hardship. And he wants to aim for the top donation for me. That would be over 50 million. How much inheritance did Su Ning actually inherit? He had always thought the exaggeration in movies was enough, but now it seems that compared to the even more outrageous reality, movies are somewhat conservative. Really, it won't have a significant impact. Yu Chang asked somewhat incredulously. Su Ning shrugged, nodded, and gave him a reassuring answer. Now it was Yu Chang's turn to shake his head in disbelief. Accepting such an absurdity was quite difficult. Wu Mingxiang next to him kept changing colors, his face alternating between green and white. Are you guys addicted to bragging, or what? Yu Chang, I think you must be going crazy wanting to be a leader. You can actually believe such ridiculous words. Just be a good counselor and stop dreaming big. And you Su Ning, don't you know your own worth? And yet you shamelessly want to be the top donor. Why not say you are the richest person in the world? That's simply a great joke. Su Ning smiled, watching Wu Mingxiang, who seemed provoked, with a slight mocking curve at the corner of his mouth. I don't know my own worth. To be honest, I really don't know. Just like I don't know if I can earn back the donation money from tonight's driving service. The richest person in the world. Maybe one day I really could be. Ignoring the clown-like Wu Mingxiang, Su Ning smiled and asked Yu Chang, Teacher, you now is a good time. Oh, let's go handle the donation directly. Oh, okay. Yu Chang, as if waking from a dream, left the office with Su Ning still wearing an expression of disbelief. Along the way, Yu Chang repeatedly confirmed this matter, with Su Ning finally feeling at ease. When they arrived at the finance office to state their intention, everyone, including the finance director, was shocked. The unremarkable counselor Yu Chang had actually mobilized a donation of 60 million for the school anniversary. Moreover, the donor was a student who was about to graduate. Isn't that too outrageous? The previous alumnus who promised a donation of 50 million was the founder of a listed company worth 10 digits. And Su Ning, a student who hasn't even graduated, suddenly donates 60 million. Is he a super rich second generation squandering his family's money? The key point is that the money was directly deposited into the school's account. You must know that such donations do not actually need to be made immediately. A promise suffices for school publicity, and the money can be transferred to the school's account within a specified time. Otherwise, a previous case of a university suing an alumnus for failing to fulfill a donation promise wouldn't have occurred. Even the alumnus who promised 50 million could only guarantee that it would be donated within the year without an immediate transfer. However, no matter what, the money has already been firmly deposited, and even if the situation is absurd, they have to accept this fact. Soon the news of a student donating 60 million for the school anniversary spread throughout the university. Just like the finance office personnel, everyone found it extremely hard to believe. Especially since they shared the identity of being students with the donor, it was truly hard to accept. Isn't this too much of a show-off? Clearly everyone else was asking their parents for money as students. Why can you donate 60 million? Doesn't that make us seem useless? They never knew that such a super-rich second generation was hiding in the school. Probably only Su Ning's 3 roommates were sure that the donor was Su Ning. At this moment, the one whose mindset was perhaps the most shattered was Wu Mingxiang. How could he have imagined that Su Ning really donated 60 million to the school? Thinking back to his cold sarcasm in front of Su Ning and Yu Chang, he felt as if he were a clown. Moreover, the most critical point is that with such an achievement, Yu Chang's candidacy for the position of Deputy Director of the Student Affairs Office is probably solidified. This is undoubtedly the hardest thing for him to accept. He probably needs to find a corner to lick his mental wound. While the school was buzzing over the donation, Su Ning had already left the school to pick up Xiao Dong from kindergarten. It was the same process. He would only head to Li Ji private kitchen after Xiao Dong's father returned home, preparing to start his driving service work for the night. Su Ning would still pray for a smooth driving process, hoping for fewer accidents. But what made him both laugh and cry was that he had to trouble Officer Wang again tonight. The first ride went smoothly, which was perhaps the only consolation for Su Ning in his peculiar job as a driver. If even the first ride had gone awry, he might have truly lost it. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 50 yuan, with a tenfold reward of 5 million yuan. The 5 million came through smoothly, bringing a slight recovery to his finances. He directly donated 60 million to the school in the afternoon, causing his balance to drop below 200 million, leaving him with only 140 million. The dream of a large villa was once again far out of reach. Calculating carefully, since he acquired the system and started driving, he had already raked in over 500 million. Let alone the 300 million villa at Longhu, and even the 600 million villa at Yuanyang Levy was almost within reach. But the reality was, he still had less than 200 million in his pocket. Supercar 50 million, restaurant 42 million, watch 20 million, alone 200 million to the boss, invested 40 million in a movie, donated 60 million to the school, plus various other miscellaneous expenses. Not counting was one thing, but once he did, he was shocked. He used to be quite frugal, so how come now he spent money without batting an eye? Well, the ease of making money made it hard for him to develop a sense of reverence for it. Wasn't it true? A supercar he once wouldn't dare dream of was easily obtained from driving for a night. How could he feel reverence for money now? Indeed, after acquiring wealth, the first thing that needed changing was one's mindset. After dropping off the guest at Lee's private kitchen, he continued to wait for the next driving order. Before long, a man and a woman came to the counter to settle their bill, and also requested a driver. The man appeared to be in his late 30s, exuding the aura of a successful individual. The woman looked to be under 30, radiating the youth of a girl and the charm of a young woman, perfectly in the prime of her life, and very well dressed, dazzlingly beautiful. The two behaved intimately, with the woman linking arms with the man, displaying a hint of girl-like affection. It was clear without guessing that their relationship was anything but ordinary. However, Su Ning did not need to know much. They were merely customers to him. Safely delivering them home and receiving the driving fee was all that mattered, and everything else was none of his concern. "Good evening, sir and madam, at your service. Please fasten your seatbelts. I will safely and smoothly take you to your destination." With the polite introduction concluded, Su Ning drove out of the parking lot and onto the road. However, not long after starting, an awkward situation unfolded. The couple in the back seat unexpectedly embraced and began kissing without a care. Su Ning heard the commotion behind him and quickly glanced in the rearview mirror, witnessing this eye-scorching scene. He swore they were really getting carried away. Were they that desperate? "I'm still in the car." The man had his hand inside the woman's clothing, groping her, and it felt like a battle could erupt at any moment. Did they truly think I, as their driver, was invisible? Avoiding the indecency, Su Ning hurriedly shifted his gaze back to the road. Feeling the escalating noise from behind, he began to question his life choices. Were they genuinely completely indifferent to his presence? Helpless, he could only slow down to avoid any bumps that might disrupt their mood. Glancing in the rearview mirror, he was utterly speechless to find the two sprawled in the back seat, ready to engage further. Taking a deep breath, Su Ning quickly pulled over and quietly said, "Sorry, I need to use the restroom." He truly couldn't stay in there any longer. It was better to give space to the two fiery individuals. Without waiting for the couple inside to respond, Su Ning shut the car door and stood smoking under a nearby tree, watching the small car shake violently. Fortunately, the area was slightly remote with few passing vehicles, otherwise it would be quite the spectacle if someone discovered the car's peculiar behavior. The car rocked back and forth. Time passed surprisingly slowly. After a while, the man finally emerged, clothes somewhat disheveled, and waved to Su Ning. "Thanks, brother." When Su Ning walked back over, the man patted his shoulder, showing satisfaction. Su Ning awkwardly smiled, now eager to quickly get the two to their destination. Fortunately, after that round, they seemed somewhat exhausted. While still cuddling in the back seat, at least they had no immediate intention of continuing. Su Ning managed to get them to their destination without incident. "Brother, here you go. No need to be polite. If you can't contain yourselves, just go to a bathhouse. It'll cover the cost." The man took out 4 red 100 yuan bills from his wallet and handed them to Su Ning with a smile. Among them, 100 was for the driving fee, and the other 300 was a tip, rewarding Su Ning for his. In his view, Su Ning, this hot-blooded young man, must have been stirred by their actions and was probably struggling to contain himself. So giving him an extra 300 was a way to suggest he find a place to relieve himself. Su Ning's eyes lit up. He hadn't expected such an unexpected gain. However, he didn't notice the playful expression on the man's face and naturally didn't understand what the man was thinking. But even if he had known, he certainly wouldn't feel offended. He might instead sincerely ask, "Could you add a bit more? I want to order a high-quality one." Of course, jokes aside, the money received was real. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 400 yuan, with a tenfold reward of 40 million yuan. "For such a big order, please give me a dozen." This afternoon, he had just donated 60 million to the school, and this order had already brought back 2/3 of it. Tonight, if he worked a bit harder, he could really earn back the donation. Hurrying back to the restaurant, he hoped to run 2 more orders. Even if the other 2 drivers were there when he returned, he was currently first in line for orders, so there was still a chance. Before long, a customer came to settle the bill and requested a driver. After getting the keys and getting in the car, Su Ning still used the standard service language first. "Good evening, sir, at your service." While praying that nothing would go wrong, he started the car. However, at the same time, a middle-aged man stood there staring blankly at the departing car, beginning to question it. "That's my car. How could he drive it away?" After standing there for a while, his mouth twitching, he turned and re-entered the restaurant. In Manager Liu's impression, Su Ning was always a low-key young master, calm and composed with a gentle demeanor. He rarely got angry and seldom acted out of character. However, today turned out to be unexpectedly amusing. The car owner hadn't even gotten into the car yet, and he had already sped off. Such carelessness. After calming the car owner, he quickly pulled out his phone to call Su Ning. Su Ning, steady at the wheel, was puzzled when he saw it was Manager Liu calling. He had just left the restaurant. Why was Manager Liu so anxious to call him? Was something wrong at the restaurant? "Manager Liu, what's the matter?" After connecting the call, Su Ning asked. "Su Xiao, why don't you take a quick look behind you?" Manager Liu's tone was somewhat hesitant. Su Ning's first reaction was that he might be followed, a chill running down his spine as he immediately checked the rearview mirror twice. But there were no cars behind him. "What do you mean?" Su Ning asked suspiciously. Manager Liu took a deep breath, checked the back seat. Su Ning turned again and was suddenly horrified. At that moment the back seat was completely empty. Where was the person? The large car owner. Su Ning panicked instantly, his mind racing with all kinds of imagined accidents. He thought he might have driven so recklessly that he flung the car owner out. Su Xiao, you've left the car owner behind. Fortunately, at that moment Manager Liu's voice came through on the phone, or Su Ning would have truly been scared to death. Quickly apologize for me. They'll return to pick up the car owner right away. Su Ning shouted before hanging up and making a U-turn. He was a bit dazed recalling the earlier process. Didn't he remember the car owner had already gotten in? This was truly embarrassing. The driver had actually left the car owner behind and driven off, and if this got out he would surely be laughed at. At this moment Manager Liu also ended the call and quickly reassured the car owner. Although he didn't know why, he understood that Su Ning cared a lot about the driving fee. Now that this unexpected situation had arisen, the car owner would definitely be unhappy and might even refuse to pay the driving fee. To avoid this, Manager Liu hurriedly worked to resolve the issue for Su Ning. Sir, I sincerely apologize. This was an oversight on our part. To express our regret, please accept this 2,000 yuan voucher. Next time you dine at Lee's private kitchen, you can use this Nostrang Sadish voucher. I believe you're not a petty person and the driver relies on the driving fee for a living, so I hope you won't be too harsh on. Saying this, Manager Liu handed a restaurant voucher to the car owner. The car owner instinctively took it momentarily. A 2,000 yuan voucher. That couldn't be considered a small gesture, especially since dining at Lee's private kitchen typically costs around that much. To apologize on behalf of the driver, the restaurant really went all out. Moreover, they specifically reminded the car owner of the driver's hard work, hoping to prevent a deduction from the driver's pay. It must be said that the restaurant not only showed compassion but also took responsibility. Although the car owner was a bit angry before, he truly wouldn't hold it against them now, otherwise wouldn't that make him appear petty. At this point Su Ning had already returned to Lee's private kitchen. I'm so sorry. I'm really very sorry. I thought you had already gotten in, so I drove off. It was my oversight and I sincerely apologize again. Su Ning kept apologizing. He had to take responsibility for his mistake without shirking. The car owner shook his head, bemused, wanting to say something, but ultimately just waved his hand. Forget it, just get in. Seeing the car owner was not holding a grudge, Su Ning couldn't help but feel relieved, though he had already been thinking on the way back about waiving this driving fee. Although he might lose 5 million or even 10 million, it was his own fault. Just then Manager Liu grabbed Su Ning's arm and quietly whispered into his ear. I've compensated him with the restaurant voucher. Su Xiao, you can charge the normal driving fee. Su Ning was slightly surprised, not expecting Manager Liu to silently help him clean up the mess. What a talent. He must get a raise. Employees who can proactively solve problems like this must be retained. Nodding at Manager Liu, he conveyed his praise with his eyes before turning to get into the car. This time he confirmed several times that the car owner was inside the vehicle before finally starting the engine and slowly driving out of the parking lot. Fortunately, this trip went smoothly without any further incidents, successfully delivering the car owner to their destination. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 100 yuan, with 100,000 times reward of 10 million yuan. This 10 million was earned without too much risk, almost slipping away. When he returned to the private kitchen, he found that only a few tables of customers were left. Given this situation, there might still be driving orders, but there might not be. As expected, after a while, Manager Liu sent a waiter to inquire with a few tables of customers about needing a driver, receiving negative responses. Today, the private kitchen only had 3 driving orders, no more than usual. However, the earnings were still decent. Although the 55 million income could not cover the 60 million donation to the school that afternoon, it was not far off. Seeing that it was still early, Su Ning opened the Didi Driver app, waiting for an order. After idly waiting for about 20 minutes, suddenly an order came in. Su Ning quickly swiped right and successfully accepted the order. However, when he saw that the starting point and destination of the driving order were the same place, he couldn't help but raise an eyebrow. Why were the starting point and destination set at the same location? What did this mean? An experienced driver might understand. But Su Ning had only completed a few orders on the Didi platform and had no idea what this situation meant. He speculated, could it be that the car owner set this to save money on purpose? But the driver accepting the order wasn't foolish. If the distance was too far, the base fare wouldn't suffice. He couldn't figure it out. Forget it, no need to think about it. Su Ning directly pulled out his phone and called the car owner who had requested the driver. Hello, Didi Driving is at your service. I see your location shows that the starting point and destination are the same. Is this a mistake on your part? Upon hearing Su Ning's question, a pleasant female voice immediately came through the phone. Yes, I called for the driver. The location is correct. The starting point and destination are indeed the same. My car is parked on a narrow road with cars on both sides very close, and there are cars blocking the road in front. I'm not very skilled and I can't get the car out. Could you please help me get the car out of this parking space? The woman's voice sounded urgent, making her sound flustered. Su Ning was taken aback, a strange thought rising in his mind. In this situation, shouldn't your first choice be to call the owner of the car blocking you to ask them to move their vehicle? Calling a driver to help you get your car out of a parking space. What a baffling thought process. Upon hearing such a simple request from the other party, Su Ning's first reaction was that there must be some conspiracy behind it. After all, no normal person would do something like this. However, thinking about the bizarre things he had encountered since obtaining the system, it seemed somewhat reasonable. Perhaps he really couldn't get out. After hanging up the phone, Su Ning hurried towards the starting point. It wasn't far, just under 2 kilometers, and he arrived quickly. Upon getting out of the car, he found that the situation was indeed as described over the phone. The car couldn't. The so-called inability to get out was simply because the female driver couldn't exit due to the cramped space. If it were an experienced driver, it would probably just require a few more maneuvers. You finally arrived. Look at how this junk car is parked, blocking me so closely that how can I get out? No one answered when I called to move the car. What an inconsiderate person. If it weren't for my urgent matter, I would definitely have the traffic police tow her car away. Upon seeing the designated driver arrive, the female driver hurriedly complained, looking genuinely anxious. Su Ning looked at the petite female driver, then at the large, imposing Land Rover in the parking space, feeling a mix of amusement and exasperation. He really wanted to ask the female driver if she could see the road ahead while sitting in the driver's seat. Moreover, knowing she wasn't skilled, why would she drive such a large vehicle? Isn't it difficult to park and maneuver? Why not drive a smaller, more manageable car? To be fair, the car in front was indeed parked a bit close, but it couldn't be said to have blocked the parking space completely. It was just a coincidence that she was a novice driver in a big car. Forget it, no need to think too much. Oh, let's just help her get the car out. He took the keys, got in the car, started it, and with a couple of turns of the wheel, the Land Rover was easily freed from the tight spot. Ma'am, do you need me to continue driving for you? Su Ning asked with a polite smile. The starting point and destination were too close to it. Had only been less than a minute since he got in the car, and he felt a bit embarrassed at how easy it was to earn this fare. However, the female driver did not share such thoughts. No need, I can drive myself. Don't worry, I haven't had any alcohol, and my driving skills are excellent. As she spoke, she completed the payment for the designated driving service on the app. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. She really had the audacity to say that. Doesn't she know her own driving skills? However, arguing with the customer was pointless, so Su Ning merely smiled and didn't respond. As long as she was happy. Congratulations to the host for working hard and earning 46 yuan with 100,000 times reward of 404.6 million yuan. The money was simply too easy to earn. Su Ning looked at the details of this order and was even more baffled by the female driver's thought process. The starting price during this time period was 50 yuan, nothing unusual there. The key point was, since she just wanted the designated driver to help her get the car out of the parking space, why did she select the option for no vehicle service? No vehicle service is selected by some drivers who don't want the designated driver to put their electric bicycle in the trunk, and they pay an additional 4.9 yuan. This service is not the default option and must be selected by the driver themselves. Su Ning truly couldn't understand what the female driver was thinking. Well, no matter what, my income has increased, so I shouldn't criticize the female driver. No, forget about the female driver, she's a goddess. After finishing this order, Su Ning leisurely strolled back to Li's private kitchen. Although the restaurant was nearing closing time and no more orders were expected, there were many restaurants nearby, increasing the chances of receiving platform orders. However, whether it was due to his short online time or the fact that there were fewer orders today, it was already past midnight, and he hadn't received any new orders from the platform. Su Ning was genuinely tired and needed to get up early the next day, so he planned to go back and sleep. He logged off from the designated driver platform and immediately ordered a designated driver for himself. Feeling tired, he didn't want to drive, so calling a designated driver was perfectly reasonable, even though he himself was a designated driver. The designated driver appeared to be only a few years older than Su Ning, clearly not yet 30. Upon seeing that Su Ning's car was a supercar, his eyes flickered slightly. Hello sir, I'm here to serve you. The designated driver used the same courteous phrases as Su Ning, but with an added tone of humility. Moreover, he seemed even more professional than Su Ning. Not only did he help Su Ning open the door, but he also put on white gloves before getting in, as if afraid of dirtying the car. Su Ning silently observed his series of actions, finding them very worthy of learning. In fact, he didn't like to wear gloves while driving, so he never wore them while being a designated driver. Fortunately, his designated driving career was only about 20 days away from ending, as some habits could be changed, and if not, it wouldn't be a big deal. Perhaps due to it being his first time driving a supercar, the designated driver's driving was not very smooth. In this regard, Su Ning was already better than him. Although various bizarre incidents occurred during designated driving, Su Ning had never had any issues with the smoothness of his driving. Just as they were approaching the hotel where he often stayed, the designated driver suddenly picked up his phone and glanced at WeChat. Oh no, something happened at home. "I'm sorry, sir, I have to hurry home." After checking his phone, the designated driver exclaimed, and without waiting for Su Ning's consent, he parked the car on the side of the road, unbuckled his seatbelt, and fled in a hurry. Su Ning was momentarily stunned and couldn't react. What was going on? Why did he leave just like that? It was simply bewildering. If there was indeed something urgent at home, they should have called instead of choosing to send a message on WeChat which might not reach him in time. However, the designated driver had already run far away, and Su Ning had no chance to ask anything. Although this journey had not yet ended, seeing that they were not far from the destination, Su Ning couldn't be bothered to fuss about it. He directly marked himself as arrived and paid the designated driver fee. Then he got out of the passenger seat, took the driver's seat, fastened his seatbelt, and drove towards the hotel. However, just as he had driven less than 50 meters, he was suddenly stopped by a figure appearing not far ahead. This figure was none other than the designated driver who had rushed away earlier. He was holding up his phone at Su Ning, and with a righteous expression he loudly said, "Do you have any awareness of driving safety? Are you driving under the influence? Just wait until I report you." Su Ning gazed at the designated driver, whose face radiated righteous indignation, as if swearing an oath to eradicate society's moral decay, and narrowed his eyes, slightly sinking into a brief silence. This time he truly grasped the other man's intent. So that sudden departure earlier had been a calculated ploy to lure him into driving while allegedly intoxicated. Was the driver secretly recording evidence of his supposed drunk driving, intending to extort him? Su Ning hadn't anticipated such brazen treachery. Had this scheme been premeditated, or was it merely opportunistic, sparked by the sight of Su Ning's ultra-luxury sports car? Regardless of motive, did the man truly have no sense of self-preservation? Did he even pause to consider that a man capable of commanding a 50 million yuan supercar would possess limitless means to crush him? Even conceding temporarily, offering hush money to avoid scandal, the man would later be erased as effortlessly as crushing an ant beneath one's heel. And what made Su Ning chuckle inwardly was the simple, irrefutable truth: he hadn't touched a drop of alcohol. "I'm simply fatigued, not inclined to drive. Apologies, but tonight resolution will not come easily." A faint sardonic curve lifted the corners of Su Ning's lips as he switched off the engine, stepped out, and stood motionless, calmly observing the self-righteous designated driver. "Didn't you say you had urgent family matters? Why return?" The designated driver, startled by Su Ning's unnerving composure rather than explosive outrage, mistakenly assumed he sought discretion. That misperception aligned perfectly with his own design. "Indeed, I had pressing family affairs, hence my hasty departure just now. But moments later, I received another call. The matter could wait. So I decided to return and resume my duty as your driver. Yet you flagrantly violated traffic regulations and dared drive under the influence. Even after my abrupt exit, you could have summoned another designated driver. Do you grasp the gravity of drunk driving? It's reckless, to yourself, to society, and a single accident could shatter families beyond repair. Let me enlighten you. Penalties begin with fines, but more critically, your license is suspended for 6 months. Should blood alcohol levels meet the threshold for intoxication, your license is revoked outright, and criminal liability follows. Tell me, how severe are those consequences?" The driver lowered his phone and launched into a fervent reprimand, yet his tone gradually shifted, morphing into an impromptu legal lecture. Notably, he made no further mention of calling the police, an omission that rendered his true intentions transparent to Su Ning. He dared not explicitly demand hush money. Even rudimentary legal knowledge dictated that such an act constituted extortion. Only if the driver himself, desperate to evade punishment, volunteered payment would the transaction carry no legal peril for the extorter. Su Ning offered a serene smile and arched a brow. "Oh, the penalties for drunk driving are truly so severe. I confess I hadn't realized. If you won't voice it outright, neither shall I, though rest assured your designs will not succeed." Assuming Su Ning had missed his subtext, the driver sighed inwardly and pressed on, veiling his demand in feigned leniency. "You hardly strike me as a habitual offender. This lapse perhaps merits clemency. Shall I withhold reporting it and grant you reprieve?" Pausing deliberately, he opened the driver interface of his designated driving app and effected a weary theatrical sigh. Tonight's earnings have been dismal, barely a profit at all." The implication hung naked in the air, no longer veiled, but shamelessly overt. Su Ning nearly burst into laughter at the man's clumsy theatrics. Such subtlety was ludicrously transparent, yet Su Ning chose to feign incomprehension, determined to force the man's hand. This man sought to extort him. Su Ning would never let him walk away unscathed. Failing to deliver him straight to prison would betray the sheer audacity of his performance. "No report to the authorities. Then my gratitude for your magnanimity." Su Ning smiled faintly, locked the vehicle, and strode purposefully toward the hotel. The driver froze, his expression darkening instantly. "Did you not grasp my meaning? Do you truly believe I'd release you so cheaply?" What naive fantasy was this? Though uncertain whether Su Ning was deliberately feigning ignorance, allowing him to depart now would render the entire evening's machination utterly futile. He rushed forward, blocking Su Ning's path, his features twisting into something menacing. Don't walk away. I haven't finished speaking. Your drunk driving is an indisputable fact. Do you imagine I'll let you off so easily? Let me state it plainly, I'll withhold reporting you, but only if you pay me hush money. I won't name a sum, but given your magnificent automobile, surely a modest sum poses no hardship. A trifling expense to evade legal consequence. Surely a bargain, wouldn't you agree? All pretense vanished, blatant, unvarnished extortion. Su Ning burst into unrestrained laughter. At last, the fox had bared its tail, precisely what he'd awaited. Pulling out his phone before the driver's very eyes, he dialed Officer Wong, a number deeply familiar to him. Officer Wong, I'm filing a report. My designated driver is attempting to extort me. My current location is. On the other end, Officer Wong listened, bewilderment and profound dissonance rippling through him. You hired a designated driver. But you are the designated driver. While he conceded inwardly, he simply couldn't fathom the neural pathways of science like Su Ning. And did Su Ning possess some uncanny Kagoro Muri aura? Within a single week, how many times had this young tycoon contacted him directly? Truly, what law-abiding citizen maintains such frequent rapport with the police? Yet duty demanded response. Without delay, Officer Wong mobilized 2 auxiliary officers and sped from the station. Strictly speaking, the incident site lay outside their precinct's jurisdiction, but direct reports to officers required immediate handling. Moreover, they welcomed such cases bypassing the 110 dispatch center. They counted toward individual performance metrics. As Su Ning waited, the designated driver stood paralyzed, stunned. He hadn't foreseen Su Ning's decisive, unhesitating call to the police. True, this jeopardized him, but then again, wouldn't Su Ning's own drunk driving violation now be irrevocably exposed? Did Su Ning genuinely disregard license revocation, or even detention and criminal prosecution? You're not actually calling the police, are you? I've committed no extortion, you're bluffing. Let me warn you, filing a report brings you no advantage. Your drunk driving offense will become undeniable. Clutching at a final desperate hope that Su Ning hadn't truly dialed but merely staged the threat, Su Ning regarded the increasingly flustered driver with a knowing, enigmatic smile, its warmth deepening, widening until it verged on mirthful triumph. The driver, unnerved by that gaze, felt his courage ebb. You? He tried to speak again, only to be cut short. What if? I haven't consumed a single drop of— Is it possible that I never drank at all? Su Ning's words froze the designated driver on the spot, his expression shifting rapidly. Didn't drink? Then why did you call a designated driver? Especially in such a dazzling supercar. Shouldn't you be tearing through the silent night at breakneck speed? Fine, you may choose not to savor the thrill of velocity yourself. But hiring a designated driver, that defies all logic. Just as Su Ning could not fathom certain people's convoluted reasoning, the driver was utterly baffled by Su Ning's actions. Su Ning shrugged lightly, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'm simply tired. I didn't feel like driving, so I called a designated driver. Isn't that perfectly reasonable? Even if I am a designated driver myself, so what? Does being a chef bar me from dining at a restaurant? Does being a taxi driver prohibit me from hailing a cab? By the same logic, even if I am a designated driver, surely that doesn't strip me of my right to hire one. Well, since you haven't been drinking, this appears to be a misunderstanding. We've arrived at your destination. The ride is complete, so I'll take my leave now. I hope to serve you again soon. The driver, regaining his wits, tried to slip away, only for Su Ning to let out a cold, mirthless laugh. You'll wait until the police tell you to go. Seeing Su Ning's unyielding stance, the driver instantly grasped the gravity of the situation. Sir, it's my fault. I sincerely apologize. Please, let's resolve this without involving the police. You've suffered no loss, and I haven't filed a report. Can't we just pretend none of this happened? I have elderly parents and young children. A life is hard enough. Do you really need to push me to ruin? I beg you. Shall I kneel before you? As he spoke, he dropped to one knee, as if truly prepared to bow before Su Ning. Su Ning laughed again, cold, disdainful, and felt not a trace of sympathy. Whether his plea held any sincerity mattered little. The very act of extortion rendered him unforgivable. You have hands and feet. Why can't you earn an honest living? Must you resort to such soulless schemes? You claim burdens of family. Do the drivers you prey upon bear none? If you'd merely stumbled upon a drunk driver and asked discreetly for silence, perhaps that would warrant some leniency. But you deliberately engineered traps, then extorted them outright. Don't those victims feel wronged? So spare me your theatrics. Your pleas for pity are futile. Su Ning's face curled into a mocking smile, yet he remained silent, unmoved, unswayed. The driver's face paled. His mind raced. What if I just run? Maybe they won't catch me. Yet he recalled, this ride had been booked through an official designated driver platform. A single police inquiry would yield his full identity without delay, so fleeing was pointless. Could he simply deny the extortion outright? Yes, perhaps that's possible. He hadn't seen Su Ning pull out a phone to record. Surely there was no evidence. Street surveillance cameras might capture footage, but rarely audio. Without sound, proof of extortion vanished. Relief flooded him. A breath exhaled, as if emerging from the jaws of death. But in the next instant he froze stunned, rigid, his mind teetering on the edge of madness. A voice recorder. He watched wide-eyed as Su Ning calmly withdrew one from his pocket. How could this be? Why would anyone carry a voice recorder? Who carries a voice recorder everywhere? Like some law-abiding citizen. Chills seized him head to toe. He felt as though plunged into glacial depths. There was no turning back now. Within minutes, Officer Wang arrived in his patrol car. As before, his gaze upon Su Ning carried unmistakable bewilderment. To Officer Wang, Su Ning seemed profoundly, unervingly enigmatic, beyond ordinary so wealthy. Yet he chose to work as a designated driver seeking raw experience. Fine, let him do that. But why did every shift unravel into absurdity? In just 1 week, how many times had they crossed paths? They were practically in daily contact. The officer half joked about requesting a dedicated officer assigned solely to Su Ning. After hearing the facts, he confirmed the driver likely faced charges of extortion. Officer Wang took both men to the station, one to file a formal statement, the other for interrogation. The evidence was irrefutable. Not only Su Ning's pristine audio recording, but also city surveillance footage showing the driver stepping aside after alighting, deliberately filming himself in a secluded corner. His family emergency alibi collapsed instantly. No prolonged interrogation was needed. The driver confessed freely. He lured intoxicated drivers into taking the wheel, then blackmailed them. This wasn't his first offense. He'd succeeded several times before, earning far more through extortion than through legitimate driving. Under current statutes for extortion, he faced up to 3 years imprisonment. Without Su Ning's intervention, he would have continued evading justice. Yet how could he have foreseen someone like Su Ning calling a designated driver despite having touched no alcohol? Truly, fate and timing conspired against him. As Su Ning left the station, Officer Wang offered an oddly solemn remark. Next time you encounter unlawful conduct, prioritize your safety before calling the police. He'd finally grasped it, given Su Ning's uncanny knack for attracting chaos. Incidents like this would recur. Today, Su Ning could easily have paid the demand, then reported him later when safe. After all, the driver was registered with a legitimate platform. There was no escape. Immediate confrontation risked desperation, violence, and peril. Su Ning understood the officer's meaning and nodded with a warm smile. Don't worry, I'll be more cautious next time. It was late, yet he declined another ride, driving himself to the hotel. He genuinely feared encountering another bizarre episode. At another hour perhaps, but now he craved nothing more than sinking into a vast soft bed and surrendering to sleep. Though the hotel was modest, exhaustion overrode all discernment. He slept soundly until his morning alarm pierced the silence. While brushing his teeth, still dazed, he mused, I'm a tycoon who earns millions daily. Surely I deserve the finest accommodations. When time allowed, he'd scout the area for something exceptional. At least until he acquired his dream villa, he refused to skimp on comfort. After dropping Xiaodong off at school, Su Ning found himself free for the day and resolved to return to campus to resume his graduation project. But barely settling into his dormitory, he was summoned by Counselor Yu Chong, whose recent acclaim stemmed entirely from Su Ning's 60 million yuan donation. Predictably, Yu Chong secured the deputy directorship of the Student Affairs Office. Upon escorting Su Ning's graduating cohort, 2 classes, to completion, he would assume his new post. Su Ning sincerely rejoiced for Yu Chong, for such an exceptional mentor certainly deserved greater opportunity. Yet this time Yu Chong had summoned Su Ning primarily because the university's senior administration and departmental leaders wished to meet him. What a fine young man. You have truly honored your alma mater's cultivation. Our university will forever take pride in students like you. You'll likely have graduated by the time of our anniversary celebration. Do remember to return and visit your alma mater. President Zhang warmly clasped Su Ning's hand and spoke with deep emotion. Approaching retirement age, he had long since abandoned ambitions for further promotion. His entire devotion was now fixed upon the university, striving to elevate its stature before stepping down. Su Ning's emergence filled him with profound satisfaction. Today I am proud of my university. Tomorrow my university shall be proud of me. This was no hollow platitude. Only someone with profound loyalty and deep affection for the institution could so generously donate 60 million yuan, while still an enrolled student. To President Zhang, this confirmed the success of the university's educational philosophy. Its graduates were not ungrateful ingrates. Several other senior administrators and department heads likewise offered Su Ning warm praise and earnest encouragement. Curiously, several professors later approached Su Ning with their research projects seeking sponsorship, an encounter that left him both amused and slightly exasperated. When he returned to his dormitory, it was nearly noon. He brought back meals from the cafeteria, rescuing his 3 roommates, deep in the throes of an intense gaming session. After lunch, Ning diligently began work on his graduation thesis. Though the department head had subtly indicated earlier that his thesis process could be merely formal, and even the title of outstanding graduate might be pre-assigned, he remained resolute. He wished to conclude his university years with integrity. His graduation thesis would be neither rushed nor compromised. After all, the system might soon offer him countless avenues to accumulate wealth, but once he graduated, there would be no second chance to complete a graduation thesis. In the afternoon, Ning picked up Xiaodong from kindergarten and escorted him back to their residential compound to await his parents' return. Today marked their agreed-upon final day, not only because tomorrow was the weekend, but also because Xiaodong's mother would return from her business trip that evening. "Brother, you've worked hard this week. Xiaodong truly took a liking to you. He's genuinely reluctant to see you go." Xiaodong's father held his son's hand and spoke with heartfelt sentiment. Xiaodong clung tightly to Ning's hand, clearly unwilling to let him leave. Ning gently stroked the boy's hair, knelt down, and extended his hand with a warm smile. "Remember our promise. You must keep the Autobots secret. Both I and the Autobots believe you can do it." Xiaodong solemnly nodded, his small face grave with commitment, and sealed their vow with a pinky swear. "Here's the remaining 500 yuan. I know it's surely insignificant to you, but it was our original agreement. Please accept it." Xiaodong's father handed the money to Ning. Without hesitation, Ning accepted it and expressed his gratitude. Who said he didn't care? He cared deeply. To them, 500 yuan might seem trivial, but to him it equaled a Koenigsegg one. "Congratulations, host, you have earned 500 yuan through diligent work. 10,000-fold amplification, reward 50 million yuan. The system's chime resonated in his mind, prompting a subtle upward curl of his lips. Indeed, aside from the elderly benefactor who compensated him with 1,500 yuan, netting him a staggering 150 million, Xiaodong's parents had yielded the highest returns. A week of chauffeuring and caring for Xiaodong had earned him 100 million yuan, a remarkably high-yield revenue stream far surpassing ordinary ride-hailing services. Though they likely perceived his ride-hailing work as a wealthy scion sampling everyday life, and thus failed to match his true worth with commensurate compensation, he had indisputably earned 100 million yuan from them. Thus, for Xiaodong's upcoming birthday next month, he resolved to give him a truly exceptional gift. Moreover, Xiaodong's parents were upright and amiable people, worthy of genuine friendship. And given the system's uncertain future monetization pathways, further lucrative opportunities with them might yet arise. After bidding farewell to Xiaodong's family, Ning saw no need to return to his dormitory and headed straight to the restaurant instead. Coincidentally, the evening rush had not yet begun, so manager Liu seized the quiet moment to brief Ning on Li Ji Private Kitchen's operational performance over the past week. It had been exactly 1 week since Ning acquired Li Ji Private Kitchen. Though he visited the restaurant nearly every day, he had never formally reviewed its financials. Young Master Su, this week's gross revenue totaled 647,860 yuan. "We lost 1 day's operation due to a water outage. Otherwise, revenue would have reached 750,000 yuan. Our gross profit margin stands at approximately 65%. After deducting labor, utilities, and other overheads, net profit remains around 45%. Ning blinked thoughtfully. Rough calculations revealed that net profit had already approached 300,000 yuan this week, despite the Onady closure. At this rate, monthly net profit would exceed 1.35 million yuan, and annual profit 16 million yuan. The figures were startling upon reflection. Ning had known Li Ji Private Kitchen was profitable, but never imagined it was this profitable. After all, he had purchased it for 42 million yuan, or at this pace, full cost recovery would occur within just 3 years. Now it struck him, without the system's intervention, acquiring such a cash-generating powerhouse from its original owner would have been virtually impossible. One must not equate premium dining establishments with fast-moving consumer goods. Franchise bubble tea chains may boast break-even periods of 1 or 2 years, superficially higher margins. But these are micro-enterprises operating on an entirely different scale from traditional fine dining institutions like Li Ji Private Kitchen. Moreover, when Ning purchased Li Ji Private Kitchen, he acquired not only the business, but also its real estate, meaning profitability would eventually encompass full property recoupment. The sheer magnitude of it all was staggering. Keep up the excellent work and maintain this standard. Next month, I may no longer be present on site. Sustaining excellence will depend entirely on you and your team. This month, allocate an additional 100,000 yuan from profits as a bonus distributed proportionally among all staff. Also inform everyone that diligent effort guarantees year-end bonuses meeting the industry's highest standards. Ning smiled as he made this pledge. Manager Liu had never anticipated that a spontaneous status update would yield a 100,000 yuan windfall for his entire team. Li Ji Private Kitchen employed fewer than 60 staff members, so the bonus averaged nearly 2,000 yuan per person. For salaried workers, this sum was certainly no trivial amount. Just as Manager Liu flushed with excitement, prepared to express collective gratitude on behalf of the staff, two radiant young women entered the restaurant. Su Ning instantly recognized both Wang Yingying, his former girlfriend, and Jing Yunting, Wang Yingying's close friend and fellow performing arts student at the Academy of Fine Arts. The two young women spotted Su Ning, and their expressions flickered rapidly across surprise, hesitation, and uncertainty. Upon encountering his ex-girlfriend, Su Ning felt no embarrassment. He smiled calmly and turned to wait for the driver service at his usual spot near the cash register. Wang Yingying displayed a complex expression with a hint of evasion, as if she wanted to say something, but was subtly pulled back by her friend Jing Yunting. "Don't move yet. Something's off. Didn't you say he inherited wealth? Why does he look like he isn't here to eat?" Wang Yingying, reminded by her friend, seemed to have realized the issue. While being guided to their seats by the waiter, she curiously asked, "What are those people by the cash register doing?" The waiter answered without hesitation, "Those three are our in-house drivers. If a customer needs a chauffeur service, they can call for it at the cash register." Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were both taken aback, exchanging incredulous glances. A chauffeur? Su Ning running to Li's private kitchen to be a chauffeur. If it were before, they wouldn't have found it strange, as Su Ning had always been looking for ways to work and study. But hadn't he already inherited wealth? He was even driving a Koenigsegg one worth 50 million. How could he be working as a chauffeur? Such a violation of logic could only mean one thing. Everything was a lie, all fabricated by Su Ning. The inheritance claim was nothing but deceit. Unable to continue with his family expectations, he was now just a wretched chauffeur. As for why he could drive a supercar, that explanation didn't hold until now. He must have been hired as a chauffeur by a drunk driver, and then he flaunted it by driving over here. With that thought, Wang Yingying's chest heaved with anger, nearly bursting with rage. Damn it! How dare he deceive me? Because of this, she had been dumped by the wealthy guy she had finally managed to. Moreover, during those days, the thought of losing the opportunity that could have led her into high society made her regret, deeply wishing she could die. When she tried to reconcile with Su Ning through his brothers, her dignity was repeatedly trampled. The more she thought about it, the angrier she became. Her eyes were already ablaze. "I didn't expect your ex-boyfriend to be such a weirdo. He actually came to be a chauffeur at a restaurant. Fortunately, you broke up, otherwise once you became a big star, having a boyfriend working as a chauffeur would have been utterly embarrassing. But I really have to admire him. How could he pretend to be a wealthy heir in front of you? Is he really that vain?" Jing Yunting exaggerated her tone, her face filled with disdain. Wang Yingying's expression darkened. Although she disliked Jing Yunting's remarks, she had to admit that it could become part of her black history. Forget it, I'll go find him later and clarify things. After the two girls sat down, Jing Yunting blinked her large eyes and looked at Wang Yingying with a smirk, saying, "You'd better talk to him before Director Ma arrives. Otherwise, if he causes trouble while we're discussing matters, it could ruin everything." Wang Yingying's heart sank as she realized the seriousness of the problem. Director Ma Wenlong wasn't a big name in the entertainment industry, but he was a seasoned veteran in various film crews. Recently, Ma Wenlong had been working as the assistant director and casting director in a newly planned film project, holding considerable power. The two of them had worked hard to establish a connection, hoping to secure roles in the movie. Even if this film project wasn't a major production, it was said to have ample funding, and the director was inviting strong actors aiming to create a quality film. If they could participate, even if not as main characters, it would be a credential worth bragging about. Not to mention, if the film succeeded, even supporting roles could lead to overnight fame. Thus, they both valued this meeting with Ma Wenlong greatly. If Su Ning came over to disrupt things now, it could easily ruin their plans. Realizing this possibility, Wang Yingying couldn't sit still. She immediately stood up and left the table, with Jing Yunting heading toward the cash register. "I didn't expect you to be this kind of person. Being poor isn't scary. What's scary is not being grounded and only indulging in vanity. Being a chauffeur and driving a customer supercar to school, don't you feel ashamed? Breaking up with you was my wisest decision. Don't bother me again, there's no chance for us. And don't claim to know me, I can't afford that reputation. Did you understand that?" Su Ning was chatting casually with Master Wang when Wang Yingying approached him, unleashing a torrent of reprimands, leaving him utterly bewildered. "Are you seriously ill or something? Am I the one pestering you? Why is your face so big?" However, Su Ning quickly caught key information from her words. Chauffeur customers, supercar vanity. He couldn't help but chuckle, thinking that now she knew he was a chauffeur here, and assumed the Koenigsegg wasn't his, but rather he was showing off by driving someone else's car to school to impress her. No wonder she had such an attitude towards him. She had been so humble when she begged him to reconcile. Indeed, this kind of tea-flower girl is really shameless. At that moment, Jing Yunting beside Wang Yingying spoke up with mocking sarcasm. Yes, don't pester our Ying anymore. Our Ying is going to be a big star. You a mere chauffeur aren't even worthy to carry our shoes. You'd better have some self-awareness. The toad shouldn't think about eating swan meat. After saying that, Jing Yunting fanned her delicate hand in front of her mouth and nose as if to imply that Su Ning stank. Su Ning couldn't help but snort, looking at Wang Ying, and Jing Yunting, a mocking smile suddenly appearing on his face. Interesting. Truly interesting. To think he was being called a toad again. Do they really have such a high opinion of themselves? He waved his hand lightly, signaling the cashier who was about to get up to speak to stay put, and Su Ning spoke with a smirk. Yes, I think you're absolutely right. A toad shouldn't think about eating swan meat. This phrase, I return it to you intact. I mean what I say, and I hope you do too. After saying that, he ignored the two women's flushed, angry faces and sat back down to continue chatting with Master Wang. The change in wealth brought about a change in mentality. He didn't want to argue with them in public, it was beneath him, so it was best to simply ignore them. The two women seemed to feel it was inappropriate to continue speaking there and angrily returned to their seats. Unbeknownst to them, a customer outside had witnessed most of the scene, wearing a bemused expression. Director Ma, you've arrived. Please take a seat. You're such a busy person, yet you still grace us with your presence. Both Ying and I are absolutely delighted. As Ma Wenlong approached, Jing Yunting and Wang Ying simultaneously stood to greet him, their faces blooming with smiles. Ma Wenlong appeared to be just under 40 years old. Perhaps due to his constant presence in production crews, his skin looked rough, giving him a rugged appearance. His eyes were small, but at this moment those little eyes seemed to squint even more as they surveyed the two girls, Jing Yunting and Wang Ying. Even though he concealed it well, the desire in his gaze was still easily detectable, and a wave of pride surged within him. Not bad. They can be considered two little beauties. With just two inconsequential supporting roles, he could have these two little beauties serving him devotedly. Such a carefree pleasure could probably only be enjoyed in the entertainment industry. No matter how busy I am, how could I miss the invitation from two gorgeous women? I must say both of your conditions are quite rare in the entertainment industry. Don't be fooled by how those female stars appear on screen looking stunning. In reality, it's all thanks to plastic surgery and makeup. Where can you find natural beauty like the two of you? After sitting down, Ma Wenlong smiled and spoke. Upon hearing Ma Wenlong praise their beauty, Jing Yunting and Wang Ying's faces brightened their excitement, causing them to blush uncontrollably. This made Ma Wenlong unable to suppress a swallow, his impatience growing. He could hardly wait to embrace the two girls and enjoy the blessings of having two companions. However, he knew that before anything he had to first win them over, so, without waiting for them to ask, he proactively made a promise. Don't worry, I guarantee your entry into the production crew. Although you may not have much experience, if you have a formal education, you can definitely play some significant supporting roles. Once the crew is officially formed, you can join right in. Of course, before that I still need to evaluate things. As he said the last sentence, it was as if the big bad wolf had shed its final disguise, his eyes gleaming with hunger. Jing Yunting and Wang Ying's gazes flickered, their faces brimming with joy, their smiles blooming like flowers. Wonderful. I never expected Director Ma to be so easy to talk to. Even though they had not yet officially entered the entertainment circle, they could not be oblivious to the rumors surrounding it. It was not uncommon for many actresses to sacrifice their bodies to land roles. There were even cases where many had been used up and left without obtaining any roles. This time they were prepared to offer themselves, but what they feared most was not reaping any benefits even after doing so. Director Ma, we toast to you. Both girls raised their glasses simultaneously, their rosy cheeks smiling sweetly, making Ma Wenlong even more eager. All right, if beautiful women are toasting, I must drink. After finishing his drink, Ma Wenlong recalled the scene he had seen outside the restaurant and smiled knowingly as he asked, "Earlier I saw you two having a conflict with someone at the cash register. Oh, what happened? Do you need me to step in?" Wang Ying's expression changed, slightly unsure of how to respond. Jing Yunting, however, reacted quickly and laughed. "Oh, it's just that Ying is too beautiful. That designated driver is a student from the school next to our art academy. He has been overly attentive to Ying, acting like a total sycophant. Ying would never like him, but he has no self-awareness and keeps bothering her. And just now he was bothering Ying again, which is really quite annoying." Upon hearing Jing Yunting's words, Ma Wenlong could not help but grunt in response. Turning his gaze towards Su Ning at the cash register, he expressed great disdain. "What level are you at to be having the same dish as me? What an audacious toad, trying to eat swan meat. Today I'll show you how your lofty goddess flatters me. Young man, don't always romanticize love too much. Once you enter society, you'll realize that power can buy everything. He's a designated driver. Then today I'll make sure to give him a lesson to let him know how cruel society can be." Ma Wenlong sneered, simultaneously waving to a waiter standing not far away. "Excuse me, sir, how can—" The waiter quickly approached, polite and attentive. Go bring that young designated driver from the cash register over here, Ma Wenlong commanded directly. The waiter thought he wanted to find a designated driver because he had drunk, but first wanted to test the designated driver. There had been similar pretentious customers before, so she ran to the cash register to call Su Ning. Su Ning was slightly surprised, but followed the waiter toward the table. When he saw that the table was filled with Wang Yingying and the others, he could not help but frown. Is this never-ending? I didn't want to bother with you earlier, but now you're pushing your luck. Seeing Ma Wenlong sitting next to Jing Yunting and Wang Yingying, he didn't need to ask to know that it was this middle-aged man who had given them their confidence. He sneered inwardly, wanting to see just how confident they really were. So you're the one constantly bothering Wang Yingying. Let me tell you, stop your infatuation. You should take a good look at yourself before speaking. Do you think you fit? I don't want to waste more words. You see those 3 glasses of liquor on the table? If you drink them in one go, I'll let this matter rest. Otherwise, you'll see what I can do. Let me tell you, I'm good friends with the owner of Li's private kitchen. One word from me can get you kicked out. Ma Wenlong was enraged by Su Ning's indifferent demeanor, standing up and shouting, "You!" Su Ning squinted slightly, glancing at the 3 glasses of liquor on the table. Those 3 glasses of liquor added up to nearly a pound. Even someone with good alcohol tolerance would find it unbearable to drink them all at once, let alone him, who had average tolerance. If he truly drank them down, wouldn't he end up with alcohol poisoning and need to be rushed to the hospital? You want me to drink as an apology? Or else you'll make me see what? I want to see just how you'll make me see. Especially when he said, "I'm good friends with the owner of Li's private kitchen." Su Ning couldn't help but burst into laughter. I don't recall having such a good friend. Under Ma Wenlong's triumphant gaze, Su Ning couldn't help but sneer in disdain while gesturing for him to proceed. Then please hurry and find the owner. If the owner tells me to leave, I'll leave immediately. At this moment, Su Ning's expression was playful, clearly looking forward to the show. The waiter beside Su Ning nearly burst into laughter. This customer is too pretentious, right? He even claims to be the owner's good friend. Our boss is right in front of you. How do you not recognize him? Then do me a favor and hurry to fetch your boss. If the boss wants me out, I'll leave immediately. Su Ning's offhand words, laced with a hint of derision, stunned Ma Wenlong, who then flew into a rage. He never expected that this young man before him would dare talk back. It was utterly unacceptable. In his view, people crushed beneath the burdens of life at society's bottom would never dare casually lose their jobs, for that might mean facing the humiliation of not being able to eat the next day. That was why he felt emboldened to flaunt his clout, believing he could humiliate the other and force him to grovel. But reality was different. The man before him paid him no heed, only displaying mockery and contempt. You? Ma Wenlong pointed at Su Ning, his hand trembling with fury. Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting wore looks of triumph, convinced that Su Ning had angered Director Ma and would surely meet a miserable end. Is this how your restaurant's designated drivers treat guests? Go fetch your boss. I want to ask him properly whether he even wants to keep this job. Seeing that he seemed to have no easy way to deal with Su Ning, while the dining hall's patrons had all turned to look embarrassed, he could only thunder at the waitress with fierce but hollow authority. The waitress bit her lip slightly. After so many years in service, what sort of people had she not seen? This fellow was clearly full of pretense. Then allow me to introduce him properly. This gentleman is not only the designated driver for our establishment, he is also the owner of Li Ji Sifengkai. If you have any complaints, address them directly to our owner. Though the waitress' face remained professionally neutral, the half-smile at the corner of her mouth betrayed her true amusement. Her words left everyone present stunned and incredulous. What? The designated driver is the owner of Li Ji Sifengkai. How could that be? Surely she was joking. You are not even surnamed Li. How could you be the owner? Are you trying to dupe me by claiming someone is the owner? Your Li Ji Sifengkai truly shows no respect for its guests. Ma Wenlong, unconvinced, snorted. At that moment, Manager Lu, having heard the commotion, hurried over. This guest is indeed the owner of Li Ji Sifengkai. If you have matters that must be discussed with the owner, you may speak now. This time, everyone was genuinely astonished. One could dismiss the waitress' words, but the regulars knew Manager Lu as the restaurant's actual administrator. He would not casually tell such a lie. So the handsome young man truly was the owner of Li Ji Sifengkai. The owner was working as a designated driver in his own restaurant. That was utterly baffling. Unlike the other diners, surprised Ma Wenlong was mortified to the core, wishing the earth would open and swallow. He had just pounded his chest, swearing they were brothers with the restaurant owner. Now the owner stood before him, and he did not even recognize him. Could anything be more humiliating than having his pretensions exposed right in front of the person he had been pretending about? Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting were pale with shock. They could not fathom that Su Ning was the owner of Li Ji Sifengkai. It turned out he had truly inherited his fortune, not merely parading in someone else's luxury car to flaunt himself. As for why he acted as a designated driver, it was his own restaurant. He could do as he pleased. Recalling how they had arrogantly told Su Ning not to bother them, they now felt so ashamed they wished to cover their faces and flee. By then Su Ning no longer wished to engage with them. If you want to eat, then eat in peace. If you do not want to eat, then get out of my restaurant. Do not presume yourself superior. There are countless people who could crush you without effort. Su Ning snorted coldly and turned to leave. In a certain sense, they were currently customers of Li Ji Sifangkai, and as guests they deserved courtesy. He arguably should not treat them so brusquely. But did Su Ning truly care? For those who sought to humiliate him, sparing them from the security guard's removal was already an act of magnanimity. Other diners would not sympathize with the offenders, rather they would give Su Ning a thumbs up. After all, everyone had watched the little-eyed man put on airs and force the designated driver to drink 3 shots of baijiu. Ma Wenlong was flushed with shame and anger, and the 2 women were equally crimson with embarrassment. Let's go. What's the big deal about a restaurant? It will never get us into high society. It is nothing. Wang Yingying, you are going into show business to become a big star. He'll call Director Sure myself, or will beg him on your behalf, and get you an important role in Nameless People. Just wait until the film is released, and you become a sensation. Then the adoration of the masses will let you buy this shabby restaurant with ease. Having been humiliated so thoroughly, they could not stay any longer. Yet on their way out, they forced themselves to spit out harsh words to mask their disgrace. Empty rhetoric, especially in such moments, is rarely believed. Yet Wang Yingying chose to believe it. Though embarrassed, now her heart brimmed with sudden hope. An important role. Her opportunity had arrived. In her mind, she already envisioned thriving in the entertainment world, which erased the humiliating scene before her. Just as they turned to leave, Su Ning halted mid-step, turning back with an amused expression. What film did you? Ma Wenlong, thinking their entertainment connections had cowed the restaurant owner, snorted dismissively. Nameless People. It is a major production about to start filming, and I am the film's assistant director. They'll be sure to expose Li Ji Sifankai's ugly face through every channel. Just wait. Your restaurant will be overrun by fans and driven to ruin. Ma Wenlong's words lit a spark in Wang Yingying. Of course, when she became a celebrated star, she could use every channel to expose Su Ning and humiliate him. Not only would she ruin his reputation, she would destroy his fortune. Imagining Su Ning besieged by zealous fans to the point of despair, Wang Yingying felt her confidence return instantly. At that moment, Su Ning could not help but laugh softly. Watching the 3 of them inflate themselves, and knew his face wore nothing but scorn. If you spoke of other films, perhaps he might have had no recourse. But if you name Nameless People, then you are mistaken. I do have something to say. A faint curve lifted one corner of his mouth. In front of Ma Wenlong and the others, he picked up his phone and, Su Xiao, why did you suddenly call me? Perfect timing. I was just about to brief you on the progress of several roles have already found their ideal actors. If you have no objections, we can officially begin filming next. You'll then. The moment the call connected, producer Chun Yi began rattling off words like a rapid-fire tornado. Hold on. Su Ning quickly cut him off, not wanting him to go on forever. Here's the situation, Lao Chun. You have an assistant director on your crew, right? I don't know his name, but he has rather small eyes. Fire that fella. Also, he must have recommended some actors to the crew, right? Dismiss those actors as well. That won't make things difficult. Although Su Ning spoke with a smile and a polite tone, there was an unmistakable non-negotiable force beneath it. Chun Yi was taken aback. He had not expected Su Ning to call about such matters. The specifics were unclear, but there was no doubt this assistant director had somehow provoked Su Ning and encouraged. From their past encounters, Su Ning was courteous and warm, by no means the arrogant, spoiled heir. Assistant director. Small eyes. Chun Yi immediately thought of Ma Wenlong. After all, the crew had only 2 assistant directors, the other being the Baijid one. Ma Wenlong had been brought onto the crew by Shi Wenxiang. Chun Yi knew of him, though not in depth. Which is more important, the financier or an assistant director? The answer was obvious. Never mind that the assistant director offended the investor. Even if the assistant director had done nothing wrong, the choice of sides was clear. We won't make things difficult. We want. Su Xiao will have him tossed out immediately. And the actors he brought in, out as well. Chun Yi vowed aloud without hesitation. After hanging up, Su Ning looked at the 3 people opposite him with a half-smile. That looked like the gaze of someone seeing a corpse made them all shudder. Ma Wenlong felt a chill in his gut, but refused to believe the young man across could casually reach the producer and wield the power to have him thrown out with a single word. Who do you think you are? Just because you 2 have some money, you think you can flaunt it. And you expect us to leave the crew? It's utterly ridiculous. Fine. I'll wait and see how you make me leave the crew. If you actually pull it off, I'll kneel and call you my grandfather. Ma Wenlong felt weak inside, but he could not show weakness now, so he shouted at Su Ning with bluster that betrayed his fear. Wang Yingying and Jing Yenting seemed to think it unlikely too, but dared not speak. After all, they had already been humiliated by Su Ning twice. They had no desire to relive those mortifying memories. Su Ning snorted coldly, expressionless. Then wait, you'll get your wish. But calling me grandfather. Forget it, I don't want a grandson like you. Rage flared in Ma Wenlong, his fists clenched until the veins stood out on his hands, craving a vicious blow to Su Ning. You? At that moment his phone rang. His heart dropped, he fumbled for it. And when he saw the caller ID, his face changed dramatically. Shi Wenxiang, the director of Wuming Jibei. Though Shi would call when he needed something, was it not an odd coincidence that he was calling now? His heart pounded as if it might leap from his chest. He dared not answer. He glanced nervously at Su Ning and saw the amused smile playing on Su Ning's face. Answer it. Ma Wenlong drew a deep breath, altered his expression, and finally bit the bullet and picked up. Director Shi, hello. Do you have any instructions? Ma Wenlong's tone was deferential and careful, a complete reversal of his earlier arrogance. Nothing special, just to tell you to seek other opportunities. Our Wuming Jibei is too small a temple to hold such a great Buddha as you. I won't indulge your underhanded deals. You've outdone yourself. You offended the wrong person, even our film's chief investor Su Xiao. I think you're courting disaster. Enough. I won't waste more words. Pack your things and be gone by tomorrow. Shi Wenqiang's tone was cold and resolute. He hung up without waiting for Ma Wenlong's reply. Having just taken a call from his old associate Shi Wenxiang had been furious to learn that Ma Wenlong had enraged Su Ning. He had wanted to fly over and tear Ma Wenlong apart. Although Shi Wenxiang had not dealt with Su Ning as often as Chun, he could still sense that Su Ning was not an unreasonable spoiled rich man. For Ma Wenlong to have angered Su Ning was tantamount to courting death. If Su Ning retaliated and withdrew his investment, wouldn't the film collapse halfway through production? So he called at once to tell Ma Wenlong to get lost. Assistant directors are everywhere, financiers are unique. Hearing the busy signal in the receiver, Ma Wenlong stood frozen, as if plunged into an ice pit. He could not have imagined that the director's call was truly to toss him out. Worse still, he learned the staggering fact. Su Ning was an investor in the film. Even in his stupidity, how could he not see he had struck iron? In an instant, it was as if someone had kicked him off a cliff into an endless abyss. I'm finished. In the film industry, reputation is paramount. Being expelled from the Wuming Jibei crew would inflict a mortal wound on his standing. Imagine other crews assembling. Upon hearing you were once fired, what would they think? Surely that your hands are not clean, or that you're untrustworthy. With such a reputation, which crew would dare hire him? How is this any different from being blacklisted? Thinking he might never again earn a living in the industry, Ma Wenlong wished he could slap himself hard several times. What on earth was I thinking to provoke him? If there were a remedy for regret, head by it no matter the cost. Damn it, it's all because of those two women. If not for you two, I wouldn't be in this mess. At that moment, he looked at Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting as if he wanted to tear them apart alive. Almost driven to despair, Ma Wenlong lost, and Halloween saw Su Ning like a last glimmer of dawn. He rushed forward, and with a thud fell to his knees. Su Xiao, I'm wrong. They are the ones who harmed me. I truly didn't mean to offend you. Please speak to Director Shi. Don't have me removed from the crew, will you? Please be magnanimous and forgive me this once. He trailed off. Remembering the 3 glasses of baijiu he had forced Su Ning to drink earlier, Ma Wenlong scrambled up, rushed to the table, and grabbed a cup. Su Xiao will drink these 3 cups. He'll down 3 glasses of baijiu. I beg your forgiveness. He said it urgently, not waiting for Su Ning's reaction, and began to gulp the liquor down. Su Ning narrowed her eyes, slightly watching Ma Wenlong, who was desperately pouring alcohol into his mouth, a mocking smile curving at the corners of her lips. Some people are truly despicable at their core. With a grotesque face looking down on those at the bottom and bowing like a servant to those at the top. Why the disparity in attitude? Drink up. But I never said that if you finish 3 glasses I would forgive you. Do you think that a wealthy man like me would take this lightly? At this moment, the terrified expressions on Wang Yingying and Jing Yunting's already pale faces were all that remained. Although she still didn't know what was said on the other end of Ma Wenlong's phone call, his drastic change in demeanor was already enough to reveal the truth. The influential figure in their eyes, Ma Wenlong, who could completely determine their fate, was now bowing and flattering Su Ning like a clown, leaving them utterly shocked. It's over. Ma Wenlong is finished. They are finished too. They originally dreamed of seizing this opportunity to enter the entertainment industry, but now it's all over. They could clearly hear that even a seasoned deputy director like Ma Wenlong was kicked out of the crew by a single word from Su Ning. What kind of power was this? One wrong word from him, and they might not even have a chance to enter the entertainment industry. Wang Yingying was trembling all over. If it weren't for Jing Yunting supporting her, she might have collapsed to the ground. The endless regret from the last time surged back strongly, engulfing her completely. If it weren't for the breakup, the Koenigsegg one would have been hers. If it weren't for the breakup, Lee's private kitchen would have been hers. If it weren't for the breakup, how could she not be the girlfriend of a film investor and the leading lady? If only there weren't so many ifs. Now she was like a toad, having lost even the courage to dream. Su Ning, is there any possibility left for us? Wang Yingying asked with anticipation and hope, as if she were deeply expressing her feelings. Su Ning laughed a wild laugh. Do you want me to repeat what you said earlier? These few sentences would suit you perfectly. I am quite thankful for the breakup, otherwise how could I witness so much drama? And don't you dare say you know me, ooh, I can't afford to lose face like that. Wang Yingying didn't know whether to feel ashamed or regretful for not seizing the opportunity with Su Ning, and she was already crying uncontrollably with tears and snot flowing. You are a man. How can you be so petty and heartless? You scumbag. You deserve a miserable end. Perhaps realizing there was no chance left, she simply tore off the mask, crying and cursing Su Ning as if that would evoke sympathy from those around her and align them with her. However, she seemed to forget that Su Ning was no longer her boyfriend. How could he continue to tolerate and indulge her? Am I the scumbag? Then I want to ask, when you drove off in a Ferrari with someone else, why didn't you call me a scumbag? When you said I was a toad wanting to eat swan meat, why didn't you call me a scumbag? When you told me to know my place and not to pester you, why didn't you call me a scumbag? Do you really think you're a noble princess and the world should revolve around you? May I ask, do you know what it means to be shameless? Fine, I am a scumbag, but you're even worse than a whore. Su Ning stood there, a cold smile laced with chilling disdain, his words leaving no room for Wang Yingying's feelings. Wang Yingying was stunned, not expecting Su Ning to truly tear off the mask, disregarding everything. Stop talking. Just stop talking. Feeling as if everyone was looking at her with the most blatant contempt and disdain, as if she were the most shameless courtesan in an ancient brothel. Unable to stay any longer, she covered her face and ran out of Li's private kitchen, with Jing Yunting following closely behind. Su Ning coldly smiled. He felt no emotional fluctuations, only a sense of exhilaration and relief. At this moment, Ma Wenlong, who had already finished 3 glasses of alcohol, was blushing and seemed to be swaying. Young Master Su, I've finished 3 glasses. Not a drop left. Young Master Su, please forgive me. From now on I will follow your every command. If you tell me to go east, I won't go west. Young Master Su. Just as he was about to cling to Su Ning's legs, Su Ning coldly tossed out a sentence. Manager Lu, handle this, throw him out. After saying that, he turned and left without looking back. Ma Wenlong watched Su Ning's retreating figure, his eyes filled with despair. Even when he was dragged out of the restaurant by the security like a dead dog, he had no awareness, as if he were a walking corpse. Su Ning returned to the cashier, where he was naturally met with the awe-filled gazes of 2 designated drivers. He was usually very polite, showing no signs of anger, but when he truly displayed his dominance, they had no choice but to look up to him. Master Wang was glad that he had voluntarily given the first order to Su Ning. Otherwise, even if Su Ning didn't mention it, others would have come looking for trouble. Su Ning certainly wouldn't pay too much attention to others' thoughts. This small incident wouldn't affect his work as a designated driver that night. Around 8 o'clock, the first designated driving order came in. Su Ning politely accepted it, taking the car owner's keys and following him out of the restaurant. The first ride was smooth as usual, and a fee of 50 yuan was easily pocketed. Congratulations to the host for working hard to earn 50 yuan, with a 10,000-fold reward of 5 million yuan. But Su Ning knew that surprises would eventually come and oddities would inevitably arise. After returning to Li's private kitchen, it wasn't long before a middle-aged couple approached the cashier asking for designated driving services. Hello, we are here to serve you, with sincerity. Su Ning greeted them politely, and then followed them to the parking lot. In fact, the journey was quite smooth and the distance was not far, making it a comfortable designated drive. However, the more it was like this, the more one could not let their guard down. Sure enough, just as they were about 1 kilometer from their destination, the woman who had been quiet all along suddenly spoke. Stop the car. I'm a bit thirsty. Oh, could you please help me grab a bottle of purified water from the trunk? Thank you. This request wasn't unreasonable, and she was quite polite, so Su Ning naturally wouldn't refuse. He slowly pulled over to the side of the road, got out, and walked to the back to grab the water. At that moment, the woman swiftly jumped from the back seat into the driver's seat. The rear fender blocked Su Ning's view, so he didn't see this process. By the time he carefully closed the trunk, the car had already sped off. All that remained was Su Ning holding a bottle of purified water, staring blankly at the departing car. What was happening? I haven't even gotten in the car. You just left me behind. At this moment, Su Ning suddenly recalled the car owner he had left behind the other day. They were probably just as bewildered as he was now. The key point was that the couple had both been drinking. Who was driving now? Su Ning did not immediately grasp what the middle-aged couple intended to do. Most likely they were heavily intoxicated, their minds utterly unmoored. You may do as you please. Even relieve yourself on the roadside. But for heaven's sake, do not drive. It endangers not only yourselves, but every passerby. Crashing into a utility pole may be your own misfortune, but striking an innocent pedestrian is unforgivable. Recalling their demeanor, the couple indeed appeared deeply inebriated. He felt profoundly uneasy. Yet this was a private ride assignment taken directly at the restaurant, bypassing any formal dispatch platform. He had no way to contact them. Seeing that the destination lay just ahead, Ning, unable to shake his concern, hailed a taxi and gave chase along the roadside. Though the incident bore no legal liability for him as a designated driver, he felt duty-bound to safeguard his intoxicated passengers. Yet before the taxi had traveled 2 kilometers, nearing the destination, they spotted flashing police lights far ahead. Years of experience as a designated driver instantly alerted Ning officers were conducting a sobriety checkpoint. His heart lurched, a cold dread seized him. Along this very route the couple would almost certainly be apprehended. He sighed deeply and shook his head in weary resignation. This situation had grown perilously complicated. Sure enough, as they drew nearer, several traffic officers surrounded the couple. The woman gestured wildly, her voice rising in frantic, impassioned protest. "Driver, please pull over. I'll get out here." Though nothing could now be undone, he still owed them an explanation. Perhaps if the distance driven under the influence proved extremely short, leniency might yet be granted. Yet even as he approached, the woman's voice pierced the air, fervent, indignant, laced with accusation. "I'm telling the truth. We hired a designated driver at the restaurant. But that driver simply parked the car by the roadside and fled. Who knows? Maybe he rushed home for a funeral, abandoning us without a second thought. What else could we do? If we didn't drive home ourselves, who knows what might have happened if we'd fallen asleep on the roadside? I swear, I drove less than 1 kilometer. Officer, please show mercy. I have children who must attend school, and an elderly parent paralyzed and entirely dependent on me. I cannot be detained." Ning listened and flared with fury. "Abandoned you? How effortlessly you twist reality." Had it ended there, he might have remained calm. But to claim he'd raced home for a funeral, such venomous slander stripped away all pretense of decency. He had even considered speaking up, hoping to mitigate their punishment. Now, however, he resolved firmly, "I will bear witness." Unflinchingly, unequivocally. The officer, having heard her plea, furrowed his brow, uncertain how to proceed. Experience suggested the couple truly had engaged a designated driver. During the initial inspection, the woman sat behind the wheel while her husband occupied the rear seat, an arrangement inherently incongruous. Verifying the hire would be straightforward, a single call to the restaurant, or reviewing surveillance footage along. Should the incident genuinely stem from an unreliable driver, clemency might well be warranted. Crucially, however, the officers discovered, via the law enforcement database, that the woman had been caught driving under the influence 2 years prior. Per statutory provisions, a first-time offense incurs license suspension for 6 months, not detention. Only repeat offenses trigger mandatory incarceration. This meant that if confirmed, she faced immediate detention. "Sergeant Luo, what do we do?" The officer, stirred by compassion, sought guidance from the deputy squad leader overseeing the checkpoint. The deputy squad leader paused, then replied, "Review the surveillance footage. If the designated driver was indeed behind the wheel when they left the restaurant, if proof exists they sought professional assistance, then let this one pass." Relief flooded the couple's faces, their narrow escape momentarily elated. Yet that joy shattered the instant Ning stepped forward.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
"Officer, he's the designated driver who abandoned us. Such reckless disregard for passenger safety. Surely you must arrest him. Hasn't he violated our fundamental rights?" She pivoted swiftly, eyes glistening with feigned grievance, pleading with the officer as though grievously wronged. "Yes, exactly him. That despicable wretch." Her husband joined in echoing her accusations with fervent indignation. The officer approached, brow furrowed, voice stern. "Are you their designated driver? Did you abandon them?" Though phrased as inquiry, his tone betrayed firm belief in the couple's story. He assumed Ning sought to defraud them. Ning merely shrugged, offering a serene, detached smile. "I was indeed their designated driver. But events unfolded quite differently from their account. I see little point in verbal explanation. Why not simply review the footage?" He removed a sports camera from his chest, swiftly transferred the video to his phone, and handed it to the officer, who accepted it with visible surprise, unprepared for such meticulous documentation. The couple's faces paled in unison, exchanging stricken glances. How? That accursed driver carried... Did this mean their drunken driving, previously evadable, was now irrefutable? Would she truly be detained? The gravity struck her like ice water. Her limbs trembled violently, her complexion turned ashen. Moments later the officer finished watching, and his expression darkened. He had nearly been deceived, abandoned by the driver. "You deliberately dismissed him to avoid the fee, then dared feign victimhood before me. Utterly shameless. Punish them, harshly, without exception. Per regulation, repeat DUI offenders face up to 10 days detention, fines ranging from 1,000 to 2,000 yuan, and immediate license revocation. Detention duration and fine amounts allow some discretion. 3 days instead of 10, or 1,000 instead of 2. Yet these two merited no sympathy whatsoever. Maximum penalties applied. No negotiation. 10 days detention. 2,000 yuan fine. Returning the phone, the officer offered Su Ning a grateful smile. Thank you for providing this evidence. He then turned, gesturing curtly to several auxiliary officers, who understood instantly. Without hesitation, they seized the woman and escorted her struggling into the patrol car. There was nothing more to say. She had been caught red-handed for drunk driving with irrefutable evidence, and her prior attempts to evade responsibility were more than enough to warrant the harshest penalty possible. She continued to struggle, clinging to futile illusions. The harder she resisted, the tighter the traffic officer gripped her wrist, until every protest dissolved into pained cries of ouch. Ouch. Her husband stepped forward to intervene, but hesitated. If he laid a hand on an officer under such circumstances, he risked being charged with obstruction of justice. Helplessly, he watched as his wife was escorted into the police vehicle. It's all your fault. And if not for you, my wife wouldn't be arrested. And you miserable substitute driver. You'll never afford 4-course meals in your entire life. Don't you dare look down on people like a toad. Just wait, I'm not done with you. In turning towards Su Ning, the man's fury erupted. Unable to vent it on the officers, he redirected every ounce of rage onto him. Su Ning met his gaze with icy detachment, his eyes glinting with chilling contempt. Selfish people like him always cast blame outward, never once confronting their own flaws. Let us begin with the root cause. Didn't you try to dodge the fare? Dressed impeccably, driving a fine car, yet unwilling to pay even this modest fee. Such conduct speaks volumes about your moral bankruptcy. Had this stretch not been under strict drunk driving enforcement, you might well have slipped through unnoticed today. And now you dare shift the blame for your arrest onto me. How utterly absurd. Did I compel you to drive under the influence? Base characters remain base, no matter the hour, no matter the circumstance. Shut your mouth now. And don't you know deep down whose fault this truly is? You even fled payment for a designated driver. What does that say about your character? You've lost all sense of shame. What separates you from beasts? Go ahead. Throw everything you've got at me. I'll stand here and see this through. And let me witness exactly how you intend to not be done with me. Su Ning spoke coldly, his rebuke resonating with unshakable authority. Though ordinarily mild-tempered, recent encounters with increasingly bizarre clients had frayed his composure, and this time he was genuinely enraged. The man glared at Su Ning, yet remained speechless. Bluster was one thing, bravado another, but when it came to action he had none to offer. Even though Su Ning appeared to be nothing more than an ordinary powerless driver, just another commoner, he possessed no means to retaliate against him. If Su Ning ran a business, things would be different. Connections could be leveraged, inspections orchestrated across departments, eventually forcing compliance. But how does one exact retribution upon a mere designated driver? The most extreme measure imaginable would be getting him blacklisted from a single restaurant. Yet even then he could simply move to another venue, or log back onto the ride-hailing platform. It was like confronting a barefoot man who feared no shoes. Of course, the man himself wore no particularly fine footwear. He merely scraped by within Beijing's middle class, owning a home, a car, and basic comfort, but little more. Had he faced someone truly powerful, no effort would be needed. A single glance would summon legions ready to act. You'll regret this. And he muttered defiantly, more out of habit than conviction, as if silence would betray weakness. Su Ning scoffed, flipping him the middle finger with disdainful contempt. Pay up your fare, first, you pathetic embarrassment. The man blinked in stunned disbelief, clearly unprepared for Su Ning to demand payment. He let out a derisive snort, his contempt deepening. I won't pay, not a cent. And what'll you do, bite me? Nah. And you beg on your knees, and maybe, just maybe, I'll toss you the fare, you penniless wretch. His smug, arrogant demeanor mirrored that of a villain from some melodramatic film. Su Ning responded with a quiet, contemptuous snort, his gaze sharpened with utter disdain. Refuse payment. Then it wasn't he who'd be unfinished with Su Ning. It was Su Ning who'd be unfinished with him. Calmly, Su Ning pulled out his phone and dialed Lawyer Hua. Young Master Su, what a pleasure to hear from you. In calling at this hour, has something gone awry? And the lawyer's voice rang out warmly over the line. Lawyer Hua, apologies for disturbing you so late. And I have a case I'd like to entrust to you. Just now I completed a designated driving assignment. Fare 100 yuan. And the client refused to pay. I'd like you to file suit, not only to recover the fare, but to ensure this despicable individual suffers consequences commensurate with his disgrace. You understand what I mean? And Su Ning chuckled lightly as he outlined the situation. On the other end, Lawyer Hua felt a sudden surreal shrinking of his own cerebral cortex. Young Master Su, designated driving. These two words belong in entirely separate universes, If you claim to be driving a Koenigsegg as a ride-hailing driver, that might at least carry a sliver of plausibility. After all, when ride-hailing first emerged, bored scions of wealth occasionally indulged in such stunts, flirting, showing off, seeking thrills. But for young Master Su himself, the very embodiment of privilege, to spend his nights laboring as a driver, the sheer absurdity threatened cognitive collapse. Yet as a top-tier attorney accustomed to extraordinary cases, he quickly regained his composure. A 100 yuan fare. Escape payment. Young Master Su certainly doesn't care about the sum itself, so clearly he seeks retribution. In an instant he grasped the intent, though only partially. Yes, Su Ning wanted consequences, but he also cared deeply about that 100 yuan. After all, amplified by the system's reward multiplier, that sum became 10 million yuan. To Su Ning, spending several hundred thousand on legal fees to reclaim it was not just justified, it was supremely worthwhile. Young Master Su, I understand completely. And leave it to me. I guarantee a flawless resolution. However, there's one prerequisite: you must first file a police report and obtain the defendant's identification details. Only then can I proceed with litigation. If that's inconvenient, I'll head there immediately. And demonstrating unwavering professionalism, lawyer Hua swiftly outlined the next steps. No need to come out so late, Su Ning replied with a smile. Filing a report, that's what I'll do right now. He ended the call and immediately dialed Officer Wang at the local precinct. At that moment, the driver sneered at Su Ning, voice dripping with mockery. This is absolutely ridiculous. Ensuing me with a lawyer. Why don't you just call the police and demand I be executed on the spot? And have you been binge-watching too many dramas, you idiot? And do you even know how much a lawyer charges? At least 10 or 20,000 yuan, minimum. And you'd spend that much just to chase down a 100 yuan fare. Now's your brain been kicked by a donkey? I'll be waiting. Let's see how you sue me. N. Su Ning looked at him with a smile that was not quite a smile, the curve of her lips carrying an undeniable mockery. Then just wait and see. I hope you'll still be in such high spirits when you receive the court summons. With disdain, she hung up the phone, which was now connected. Officer Wang had been on duty at night recently, and upon receiving Su Ning's call, his heart skipped a beat. Conan is back again. He knew Su Ning would definitely call him. He was almost becoming Su Ning's personal case officer. He couldn't understand how Su Ning, as a designated driver, always encountered such bizarre situations. After answering the call, Officer Wang sighed and asked, "Brother, what's wrong this time?" Su Ning didn't waste time and got straight to the point. Then Officer Wang felt his brain shrink. Although it's rare for a designated driver to run away from the bill, it wasn't something that shocked him too much. The key point was that Su Ning not only called the police over a 100 yuan driving fee, but also wanted to. Didn't he know what suing meant? Hiring a lawyer, drafting a lawsuit, and going through a series of pretrial process. Not to mention, just the lawyer's fees alone would be many times the designated driving fee. This is a classic case of losing a watermelon to pick up sesame seeds. Well, Su Ning, I have no problem responding to your call, but you should reconsider the lawsuit. Since he was already familiar with Su Ning, Officer Wang kindly reminded him. Su Ning, however, smiled and cut him off, saying, "I've already hired a lawyer." Officer Wang's forehead immediately broke out in black lines. Goodness, your response is too quick. You probably consulted a lawyer before you remembered to call the police, right? It's really absurd. All right, you wait there, I'll head out right away. Regardless of understanding the situation, he still had to respond to the call. But before he could hang up, Su Ning quickly added, "Officer Wang is working so hard, tomorrow he'll donate 2 police cars to your station." He wasn't joking, he was quite serious. The Hanjiang Road police station where Officer Wang worked only had 2 police cars in total, often struggling with patrols and responses, leading officers to sometimes use their private cars for cases. He had heard officers complain about this back at the station. After all, 2 police cars weren't worth much, and donating them could improve the station's efficiency. Importantly, he would undoubtedly encounter more bizarre situations in the future, and building a good relationship with the station would help him resolve issues and troubles later. It's a win-win situation. However, Officer Wang on the other end of the line was utterly stunned upon hearing Su Ning's nonchalant words. What did I just hear? He wants to donate 2 police cars to the station. He can't be serious, can he? While it's common for businesses or philanthropists to donate police cars, it's rarely done by individuals. As a designated driver, how much money can he possibly make in one night? And yet he claims he wants to donate police cars. Can he be a bit more credible with his words? Fine, I'll wait for you to donate the police cars. Officer Wang replied irritably, wishing he could discuss this with Su Ning if he weren't in a rush to respond. After hanging up, Su Ning looked at the car owner with a smile that was not quite a smile, his expression playful. The car owner seemed to realize at that moment that this designated driver was not joking. Nevertheless, he still wouldn't let his guard down too much. He could always go to court. He could apply for legal aid and wouldn't have to pay for a lawyer. Even if he lost the case, he would only have to pay the driving fee that he should have originally paid. There wouldn't be any. Thus he appeared quite confident. Little did he know that Su Ning had hired a top lawyer With their involvement, the case would not be so simple.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
Especially in a case like this, the client doesn't care about the 100 yuan, they just want to cause trouble for the defendant. They have countless ways to drag the defendant through the mud in this case. To exhaust all their energy and make them so exhausted that even if they want to admit defeat, they can't, and can only keep dragging it out. Soon a police car arrived, and Officer Wang stepped out. He gave Su Ning a speechless glance as if blaming him for the jest, but quickly turned his attention to the car owner. I am Officer Wang Sudong from the Hanjiang Road Police Station. He reported that you refused to pay the driving fee. I am now conducting a civil mediation with you. If it's just about the driving fee, is it really necessary to escalate it to a lawsuit? It was indeed a small matter, and even responding to the call felt like a waste of police resources, let alone the more precious judicial resources. From what he understood, the judges at the district court were overwhelmed with tens of thousands of various cases, making it impossible to hold all the hearings. However, the car owner completely disregarded him, maintaining his stubborn attitude of a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water. His driving service was poor, so why should I pay him? If he wants to sue, then let him sue. Officer Wang was speechless, realizing there was no need for mediation anymore, and simply pulled out the case receipt to begin documenting. Su Ning didn't waste words either. After taking a photo of the receipt, he sent it to lawyer, while leaving the rest for him to handle. Let's go. Don't forget about the donation of police cars tomorrow. Su Ning waved goodbye to Officer Wang, and then hailed a taxi to leave. Officer Wang was left even more speechless. This joke just wouldn't end, would it? I'll just wait and see how you donate the police cars tomorrow. Because he had been delayed for so long, it was already quite late when Su Ning returned to Li's private kitchen, and the gathering had mostly dispersed. He couldn't help but resent that if it weren't for those shameless men and women, he likely would have received another case. This meant that their refusal to pay the driving fee cost him 100 yuan, and because he missed out on one case, he lost out on 500 or even 1 million. Suing is the right thing to do. They must not benefit from this. He opened the designated driver platform to wait for new orders. Although orders from the platform earn less than those from restaurants, even mosquito legs are meat, and this was definitely not just mosquito legs. After waiting for about half an hour, an order finally came in. Su Ning quickly swiped right to accept the order and check the details. However, upon seeing the strangely familiar situation, Su Ning was speechless. Could it be that another inept female novice driver couldn't find a parking space? Indeed, this designated driving order was exactly the same as the last one he received, with the starting point and destination completely overlapping. Let's go take a look. The task of rescuing the female novice driver is left to me. Nearly 5 minutes later, Su Ning arrived at the pickup location specified in the ride assist order. Indeed, the driver was a woman, and a young, attractive one at that. What left Su Ning utterly baffled, however, was the complete openness surrounding her car. No obstacles, no obstructions. There was absolutely no reason she couldn't have driven out on her own. Could she have mistakenly tapped the wrong destination? Hello, Didi Ride Assist at your service. May I ask, according to the order details, both the pickup and drop-off locations are identical. Su Ning greeted politely, then voiced his confusion. The female driver appeared early 20s, strikingly beautiful, dressed not in corporate attire, but in sporty casual wear, evoking the image of a recent university graduate stepping tentatively into the real world. I didn't actually request ride assistance. No. I mean, it's not that I didn't call for assistance, or rather, I don't need ride assistance. She offered a slightly embarrassed smile, attempting to clarify, yet her words faltered, sounding oddly distraught. A giant question mark hovered above Su Ning's head. So, did she or didn't she request ride assistance? Only after her swift explanation did everything click into place. In truth, she truly had no need for ride assistance. She merely sought a driving coach. Having recently obtained her license, she'd practiced for several days and now felt confident enough to drive during daylight. But nighttime navigation still unsettled her. Thus, she decided to hire an experienced driver to sit beside her in the front passenger seat and guide her. Though specialized driving coaching services existed, it was already late, and repeated calls to several providers went unanswered. On a whim, she recalled that ride assist drivers were typically skilled behind the wheel, and so she simply placed an order through the platform. Rest assured, I'll pay you the market rate. 200 yuan for 1.5 hours. How does that sound? Her eyes sparkled with hopeful anticipation as she addressed Su Ning. That was indeed the standard coaching fee, 200 yuan for 2 hours by day, or the same sum for 90 minutes at night, a rate he'd heard before. Given the higher hourly earnings compared to ride assistance, Su Ning saw no reason to decline. Cancel the ride assist order. I'll coach you instead. Without hesitation, he walked around the vehicle, opened the front passenger door, and settled into the seat. Delighted, she climbed and flashed him a sweet smile, then started the engine and pulled away. Determined to honor the arrangement, Su Ning immediately began instructing her. detailing essential nighttime driving precautions and correcting her maneuvers in real time. On well-lit urban roads, headlights should remain on low beam. High beams would dazzle both oncoming traffic and vehicles ahead. If oncoming headlights appear blindingly intense, it means the other driver has activated high beams. In such cases, flash your own high beams twice to signal them to switch off. Should a vehicle behind you use high beams, tap your hazard lights repeatedly to alert the driver. These are unwritten, yet universally observed road courtesies. Now, what does it mean when a car behind flashes high beams at you? This is a single-lane road, and your speed is too slow. They're signaling their intent to overtake. If you prefer not to accelerate, gently steer rightward, creating space for them to pass. Exactly. But what if the vehicle behind persists with high beams, even after your warning, and refuses to dim them? Let me tell you exactly what to do. Immediately slow down and pull over to the curb, allowing that vehicle to pass. Then follow closely behind and retaliate with your own high beams until they relent. Some drivers care only for their own convenience, utterly indifferent to others' safety, and against such individuals courtesy holds no place. As he spoke, Su Ning's tone grew sharp, not quite snarling yet unmistakably unyielding. He wasn't prone to road rage. Even being cut off rarely stirred strong emotion in him. Yet high beam abuse ignited in him a visceral, unshakable loathing. Especially those who habitually blazed high beams regardless of conditions, as if no authority divine or mortal could sway them. Whenever encountered, Su Ning transformed into a street-side arbiter, imposing justice through decisive action. The girl multitasked, listening intently while steering cautiously, her hands fluttering nervously. Such fluster was inevitable for novices. Mastery demanded time and practice. Approach intersections at reduced speed. Pedestrians may dart out unexpectedly. Also remain especially vigilant for bikes. They consistently flout traffic regulations. Even if they bear full responsibility in a collision, their status as vulnerable road users often leaves you powerless. Just then, a bike shot across the street, startling her into slamming the brakes, confirming Su Ning's warning. Su Ning himself recoiled in shock, instinctively reaching for the window to shout. Riding through red lights and dashing across lanes like that. You truly have a death wish. You'd be safer leaving home at dawn, because sooner or later this recklessness will catch up with you. Trembling, she pressed a hand to her chest, pale with lingering fright. Yet her gesture inadvertently accentuated her figure, drawing Su Ning's gaze and leaving him momentarily parched. To ease the awkwardness, he urged her to resume driving without delay, giving her quiet space to focus and internalize the rhythm of the road, offering guidance only when needed. Suddenly, Su Ning spotted a bicycle drifting slowly along the rightmost lane ahead. A dedicated bike lane ran alongside the median, empty and unoccupied, making the cyclist's presence on the main roadway both conspicuous and suspicious. Glancing at the right side mirror revealed nothing unusual, but his instincts remained heightened. Just as he turned to check the left mirror, the girl signaled left, preparing to overtake the cyclist. "Don't move. Don't change lanes," Su Ning shouted urgently, his voice rising sharply. Startled, she straightened the wheel and aborted the maneuver. Before she could ask what had happened, he spoke again. "Check your left rearview mirror. Do you see a vehicle tailing you in the adjacent lane?" She didn't need to glance. It was standard practice to verify blind spots before changing lanes. "Yes, there's a car back there, but it's moving slowly, though I could easily merge." She sounded puzzled. Su Ning narrowed his eyes and let out a cold, knowing laugh. "At its current speed, yes, you'd clear the lane safely. But what if the instant you begin your maneuver it suddenly it would strike you heat-in, guaranteed." The girl blinked, bewildered, and asked innocently, why did he accelerate? Su Ning sighed inwardly. She was clearly fresh out of school, utterly unaware of the treachery lurking in the adult world. "Today I'll give you a lesson. Imagine this: the bicycle ahead is deliberately holding you back, forcing your speed to drop. Yet the car behind hasn't overtaken you at all. Doesn't that raise alarm bells already? Clearly the cyclist and the car are working in tandem, baiting you. The bicycle slows you down from the front. The moment you instinctively attempt to change lanes, the car, loitering persistently in your left rear, suddenly surges forward and slams into you. In such a collision, since you initiated the lane change, liability falls entirely on you. Whether you file an insurance claim or settle privately, you'll inevitably bear the loss." Hearing Su Ning's words, the girl's eyes widened in stunned disbelief, as if the world had just been redrawn before her. She wasn't foolish, merely innocent, and instantly grasped the chilling truth of his analysis. How could they do such a thing? That's utterly despicable. What should I do now? Her voice trembled with rising panic, prompting Su Ning to shrug lightly and smile. "You're in no rush. Just follow the bicycle at your own pace. Once you reach an intersection, simply turn right, or, if you feel playful, you could even shadow the cyclist all the way, waiting to see who cracks first." His teasing tone eased her anxiety, replacing it with quiet amusement. After all, having an experienced driver beside her lent profound reassurance. She silently marveled at her stroke of luck. Hiring a ride-hailing driver for practice had somehow landed her a handsome, unshakably reliable veteran. Had it been anyone else, unaware of this staged collision scheme, she might well have fallen victim to extortion. Now freed from fear, her playful spirit surged as she settled into a slow, deliberate tail behind the bicycle. After a long while, the perpetrators grew impatient, turning in their seats, muttering curses under their breath. Flash him with high beams. Su Ning snorted disdainfully. The girl, exhilarated, flicked the lever repeatedly, blinding flashes erupting from her headlights. The cyclist, caught utterly off guard, recoiled twice. His vision, seared white, nearly blinded. Enraged, he leapt off the bicycle and planted himself squarely in front of the car, blocking its path. The trailing vehicle screeched to a halt. Two men climbed out, faces hardened with menace as they strode forward. Alarmed anew, the girl clutched Su Ning's arm, her face paling. "What do we do?" Su Ning remained unruffled, the faint upward curve of his lips radiating unmistakable contempt. Gently prying her fingers loose, he reassured her, "Stay inside the car. Lock the doors, and under no circumstances open them, no matter what unfolds." With that, he stepped out beneath her anxious gaze. "What now?" "Planning a highway robbery," he drawled, standing squarely before the car, his expression laced with wry mockery. "You flash me with those damn high beams. Do you want to die? I'll beat the hell out of you." The middle-aged cyclist glowered fiercely, cursing as he lunged, reaching to seize Su Ning's collar with one hand, cocking the other into a fist aimed straight at his face. Su Ning's pupils contracted sharply. With his left hand, he deflected the grab, then twisted with brutal force and slammed downward, pinning the man hard against the car's hood, immobilizing him completely. "Hey, let go of me, you bastard." It hurts, hurts." The man thrashed and cursed, but as Su Ning increased pressure on his twisting arm, shrieks of agony tore from his throat. "Shut your mouth, or it'll hurt worse." A cold, satisfied smirk played across Su Ning's lips. "I've trained for this." Back in university during military training, he persistently badgered his instructor for hand-to-hand combat techniques, and practiced relentlessly over 4 years, never letting the skills fade. At one point, he'd even worked part-time as a sparring partner at a martial arts gym. Though no master, he could easily hold his own against 3 or 4 ordinary men. By then, the two men from the trailing car rushed forward. "What do you think you're doing? Release him now. I'm calling the—" They hesitated, eager to strike, yet wary of failing. Worse still, Su Ning held their accomplice in a painful lock. If they moved, his arm would snap before they laid a finger on Su Ning. Su Ning regarded them with a half-smile, his tone dripping with irony. "And what precisely does any of this have to do with you?" "You." One man lost patience, stepping forward and launching a kick at Su Ning. But his motion was sluggish. In a flash, Su Ning released his captive, snapped up a leg, and struck first, sending the attacker sprawling backward. More astonishing still, he seized the dazed cyclist mid-fall, reasserting the same crushing hold, restoring the exact position he'd held moments before. From inside the car, the girl's wide eyes shimmered with starstruck awe. "He's absolutely breathtaking. Yes, raw strength means little in modern society, but undeniable charisma. That's pure magic." Had Su Ning not strictly forbidden her from stepping out, she'd have dashed out to cheer him on with a full-blown cheerleading routine. Meanwhile, the sole remaining upright man stood frozen, face grim, eyes blazing with shock and fury. Should I charge him too? Likely I'd fly backward just like him. This man cannot be overcome by force, only outwitted. You dared assault someone. You're finished. I'm calling the police right now. Run if you dare. He snatched out his phone and dialed emergency services. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. He knew this stretch fell under the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station. If they called, wouldn't Officer Wang Sudong arrive within minutes? Sure enough, 5 minutes later, a police cruiser screamed onto the scene, lights flashing violently. Officer Wang Sudong emerged from the passenger seat, tall, stern, and unmistakably familiar. The instant he spotted Su Ning, and especially noticed him still gripping the cyclist's arm, pressing him against the hood, his composure shattered. "Brother, what on earth have you gotten into now? We parted just over an hour ago, and already you're tangled in another mess. Even Conan stumbles upon one case every few days. You've racked up half a dozen today. Release him." Now Officer Wang pleaded, weary yet trusting. He knew Su Ning didn't provoke trouble, but trouble, it seemed, always found him. Su Ning grinned broadly and let go. The cyclist scrambled upright, massaging his near-paralyzed arm as he hurried toward Officer Wang to lodge his complaint. "Arrest him immediately. Look what he did to my arm. I can't even move it." And the man Su Ning had kicked staggered forward, face contorted with righteous indignation. "Look at this boot print. He nearly made me vomit blood." Two individuals rushed to complain to Wang Sudong, acting as if they were the victims grievously bullied by the heinous Su Ning. However, it is clear that merely listening to one party's account is insufficient. Moreover, Wang Sudong possessed his own judgment. Setting aside his understanding of Su Ning, the current situation did not seem to align with their claims. He knew that Su Ning was a designated driver, and there was a girl in the car, presumably the owner of the vehicle that Su Ning was serving. Ahead, a bicycle lay fallen on the ground with another car parked behind it. Could it be that Su Ning's car collided with the bicycle, thus sparking the conflict? Yet the issue is that this does not involve the car behind. Therefore, there must be hidden truths within this matter. Now, why don't you elaborate on the details? Wang Sudong took the folder handed over by the auxiliary officer preparing to take notes. The middle-aged man who had just been riding the bicycle immediately began to speak. I was riding my bicycle on the road when a car approached from behind. I turned to look and they flashed their high beams at me, nearly blinding me. I had to get out of the car to reason with them, and then this scoundrel twisted my arm and pinned me down. Officer, you must arrest him. People like him are a danger to society. Wang Sudong narrowed his eyes slightly, instinctively sensing that this person was not telling the truth. Nevertheless, he turned to the other two individuals and, adopting a businesslike demeanor, inquired, "What about you? What is your relation to this matter?" The two quickly feigned innocence and righteous indignation, eager to speak. "We are just acting in the name of justice. We were driving by and saw an illegal act taking place, so we hurriedly stopped to intervene. But he just started hitting me without any reason, even kicking me out of the way." Wang Sudong turned to look at the car parked on the roadside behind them, unable to suppress a shake of his head in disbelief. There was no doubt this was a lie. Your car is parked behind, indicating that you were also driving behind and never passed this vehicle. So how could you possibly have witnessed the fight? And what about your claims of an illegal act? Is that how this term is used? All right, just wait here. Wang Sudong gestured for them to stay put and turned to walk towards Su Ning. Without inquiring about the specifics from Su Ning, he directly extended his hand towards him. Su Ning, momentarily confused, did not immediately understand his intention. "Give me the action camera." Wang Sudong pointed at the action camera on Su Ning's chest with exasperation. Su Ning realized, hurriedly took off the camera, but did not hand it to Wang Sudong right away, instead first copying the video onto his own phone. He then handed the phone to Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong stood there watching the video. At the moment the bicycle appeared, his keen intuition suggested that there might be an issue with it. In the video, Su Ning noticed this and advised the car owner on what to do. Next, the cyclist could be heard cursing loudly, and this scene was clearly captured. Then Su Ning instructed the car owner to flash the high beams at the cyclist ahead. Subsequently, when the cyclist got off the bike to block the way, Su Ning also exited the car, and the cyclist attempted to confront him. At that moment, Su Ning struck to subdue the person. Then the other two individuals appeared, indeed demanding that Su Ning let the person go, but there was no doubt they had rushed in to attack Su Ning first. While Su Ning was not harmed, it was an undeniable fact that the other party had initiated the attack on him. In such a scenario, it could hardly be considered mutual combat, but rather Su Ning's legitimate self-defense. Since Su Ning only retaliated once without inflicting further harm, this is a typical case of self-defense. Nevertheless, regardless of whether it was mutual combat or self-defense, it no longer mattered. What concerned him more was the possibility that the three individuals were part of a gang. Just as Su Ning had surmised, these three might be coordinating to set a trap and scam people on the road. Although the police station had not received any reports regarding such cases, there were numerous instances online. Needless to say, bringing them back for interrogation would suffice. With them present, any deeds they had committed would be thoroughly investigated. Now all of you will come back to the station for further investigation. Wang Sudong did not give them a chance to refute, directly issuing the order. Su Ning was completely unfazed. On one hand, he had indeed committed no illegal acts, and on the other, he was already quite familiar with Wang Sudong. However, the three individuals felt a surge of anxiety upon hearing that they were also required to go to the station. Normal individuals would hardly wish to go to the police station, let alone those who had something to hide. "Officer, he attacked us. You can just arrest him, and we really don't need to go to the police station, right? Yes, it's so late already, and we have work tomorrow." "I won't go to the police station. My chest hurts from being kicked. I need to see a doctor." The three of them clamored, vehemently resisting going to the police station. Wang Sudong could not help but snort coldly. "I am not negotiating with you. I have reason to suspect you are part of a gang scamming people, and you must come back with me for investigation." Upon hearing this, the three panicked, not expecting the officer to see through their scheme. "No, we didn't. You're a police officer. You can't just say things recklessly. All right, we won't file a police report. We'll take our loss, okay?" As he spoke, one person exchanged glances with the other two, turning to leave. But at this moment, it was already too late for them to try to leave. "Don't move. Get down. Put your hands on your head." Wang Sudong shouted, pulling out shiny handcuffs and gesturing towards the three. If the three did not cooperate, he would truly have to take coercive measures. Su Ning gave Wang Sudong a thumbs up. To be honest, in work mode, Wang Sudong was quite impressive. The trio of gang members dejectedly got into the car, while an auxiliary officer drove their vehicle directly to the police station. Wang Sudong turned around looking at Su Ning with a somewhat complicated expression. You truly have a knack for causing trouble. Although it was others who committed the crime, Su Ning was technically a victim. Yet was he not playing the victim role a bit too often? However, Wang Sudong also had to thank him. Cases like this could be treated as typical, providing an opportunity to write an experience summary and potentially earn commendation. Don't just stand there, you all come back with me to take statements. Wang Sudong sighed as he looked at Su Ning, who seemed inexplicably excited. Su Ning made an okay gesture at Wang Sudong and turned to get into the car. He pulled the car door, but found it. He knocked on the window, and after confirming the girl was looking at him, Su Ning shouted, "Open the door and let me in." However, he was stunned to find the girl shaking her head resolutely. Su Ning's mind momentarily short-circuited. What on earth is going on? Why won't she open the door for me? Did my earlier actions frighten her? I'm certain. Just open the door already. Su Ning spread his palms outward in an exasperated gesture. The girl lowered the window just a crack, barely wide enough for a sliver of light, let alone a hand. A colossal question mark seemed to hover above Su Ning's head. I asked you to unlock the car door, not roll down the window. The girl gazed at him with innocent sincerity, a quiet pride shimmering in her eyes, as if awaiting praise for having followed instructions flawlessly. Su Ning's lips twitched involuntarily, absurdity surged through him like a rising tide. You truly are obedient. When I told you never to open the door under any circumstances, did you seriously interpret that to mean even me wasn't allowed inside? Su Ning realized she was genuinely airhead. All right then, he said gently, carefully calibrating his tone to match her rhythm of thought. I'm telling you now, it's safe to unlock the door. Sure enough, she immediately unlocked the car, and Su Ning finally climbed aboard. Let's go to the police station. You've never given a formal statement or served as a witness before, have you? Today's your debut experience. Don't worry, it's absolutely free of charge. Fearing reluctance, Su Ning smiled reassuringly. Hearing this, the girl lit up with childlike excitement. The police station. I've never given a formal statement before. Will the officers interrogate me like a suspect? Will they haul out the tiger bench and chilly water torture next? Should I resist stubbornly, or confess fully for leniency? Oh dear, how nerve-wracking. Su Ning's mouth parted slightly. He bit his lower lip, his gaze drifting unfocused. You're far too dramatic. It's merely a routine statement and witness testimony, not a criminal trial. Tiger bench. Chilly water. Are you channeling Qing dynasty tortures? Utterly baffled by her logic, Su Ning fell silent for a long moment, then managed only a weary, resigned sigh. You may proceed however you wish. Since the Hanjiang Road police station lay nearby, they arrived swiftly. Even at the girl's snail-paced drive, the statement took roughly an hour. By the time Su Ning and the girl stepped out of the station, midnight had long passed. Drowsy, the girl instinctively opened her mouth in a wide yawn. Then, recalling decorum, hastily covered it with her slender pale fingers. The yawn ended abruptly, unsatisfying and anticlimactic. Su Ning too felt fatigue creeping in. He murmured softly, "Shall we continue driving practice? Or shall we part ways and head home?" Her large eyes were nearly shut, her voice thick with exhaustion, replied, "Too tired. No more practice, but could you drive me home instead? My eyelids are locked in mortal combat." An unexpected opportunity, Su Ning naturally accepted. After all, he was still far more alert than she. Hardly had they pulled away when a soft purring sound emerged beside him. Su Ning turned in surprise, only to find the girl fast asleep in the passenger seat, her head nodding, gently breathing, deep and serene. He shook his head, helplessly marveling at her utter lack of caution. Upon reaching their destination and descending into the underground garage, he spotted an elegantly dressed middle-aged woman waiting there. Her mother. Instantly, Su Ning braced himself, not from guilt over any misstep during the ride, but because his very first chauffeur assignment had left a searing impression. Had he not reacted swiftly, a slap would have landed squarely across his face. This scenario felt eerily similar. He needed to be ready should the woman suddenly lash out. "Mom, why aren't you asleep yet?" The moment she alighted, the girl darted forward like a fledgling swallow returning to its nest, clinging affectionately to the woman. Her mother stroked her hair lovingly, yet her gaze lingered subtly, appraising Su Ning. Just as Su Ning's heart skipped a beat, the woman broke into a warm smile. "So, you'd introduce him as your driving instructor? Or your chauffeur? I'm hardly old-fashioned. If you've truly found a boyfriend, I won't object." The girl blinked back, her expression a blend of innocence and bewilderment, utterly lost by her mother's implication. The woman sighed inwardly, deeply anxious that her sheltered daughter might fall prey to a fickle heart. After all, what about this young man's suggested chauffeur or instructor? Enough, tonight's late enough. She'd have that earnest conversation tomorrow. Off to bed now. And with that, she linked arms with her daughter and headed upstairs. The girl gave no further thought to it, simply waved goodbye to Su Ning and followed her mother away. Su Ning stood rooted in place, staring at their retreating figures, quietly questioning the very fabric of reality. They just walked off. Might we settle the driving lesson fee? He ventured timidly. Granted, the police station detour had consumed considerable time. By ordinary standards, Su Ning could easily waive the fee. Yet the moment he recalled that the 200 yuan fee amplified 10,000-fold by system rewards would become 20 million yuan waiver became unthinkable. Mother and daughter both froze mid-step, turning back. The woman wore an expression of genuine astonishment, the girl flushed with embarrassment, adorably sticking out her tongue. I'm so sorry. So sorry. I completely forgot. She hurried over, rummaging through her wallet before handing him 250 yuan. 200 for the lesson, 50 for the chauffeur service. Is that acceptable? Su Ning almost declined the 50, but doing so would feel like disrespecting 5 million yuan. Congratulations, host, you've earned 250 yuan through diligent work. Reward amplified 10,000-fold, 25 million yuan. Next time I need practice, I'll call you again. She waved cheerfully and skipped lightly upstairs with her mother. Excellent. I'll bring you a gift next time you book a session. Su Ning smiled. Having just earned 25 million yuan from her, even the most extravagant gift would cost him not a shred of hesitation. He checked his balance, 232 million yuan, safety, certainty, solidity. All he hoped now was to avoid sudden massive expenditures. His sole ambition was saving enough to purchase a grand villa. Emerging from the underground garage, he booked a room at the nearest hotel and collapsed onto the bed, asleep in seconds. He'd planned to sleep in until noon perhaps, so long as he woke fully rested. But at 5 o'clock sharp, his phone alarm jolted him awake. Instinctively, he sprang upright, ready to wash and dress, then instantly remembered and laughed bitterly at himself. That alarm had been set solely for ferrying Xiaodong. Now that duty had ended, he'd simply forgotten to deactivate. With a sigh, he sank back into bed, resuming his slumber with quiet resignation. By the time Su Ning woke up again, it was already 9 in the morning. After tidying up, he checked out and returned to Li's private kitchen to pick up his car, then drove straight to the auto trade city. He had promised Wang Sudong to donate police cars to the Hanjiang Road police station. Regardless of whether Wang Sudong believed it, he had to fulfill what he had promised. Moreover, he was quite curious to see the astonished expression on Wang Sudong's face when he found out. However, upon reaching the auto trade city, Su Ning was momentarily taken aback, unsure of which brand's 4S store to go to. He was unclear about which brand and model of car to buy as a police vehicle. Frowning in recollection, it seemed that the car Wang Sudong drove was an old model Hyundai, which was quite dated. He needed to see what models the police cars in the capital had recently procured. He couldn't let the Hanjiang Road police station be too unconventional. After some thought, Su Ning directly took out his phone and called Wang Sudong. It was better to ask someone in the know about such matters. Wang Sudong was busy preparing the case files for the scammer gang from yesterday. Hearing his phone ring, he quickly picked it up, ready to answer. But when he saw that the caller was Su Ning, his heart skipped a beat. Could something have happened again? Suppressing his shock, Wang Sudong hurriedly answered the call. With Su Ning's detective-like instincts, he was genuinely worried about any issues arising and hoped that any delay on his part wouldn't lead to more severe consequences. Officer Wang, I want to inquire about something. What models do your police cars usually use? Su Ning innocently asked, unaware of the psychological turmoil Wang Sudong was going through. Wang Sudong? Su Ning's question completely baffled him. I was so worried about you, and you called just to ask. Are you really planning to donate police cars to our station? You? Alright, let me tell you then. Currently, the grassroots police vehicles are mainly modern and Volkswagen brands, and the domestic Geely has also made it to the procurement list. However, these are all basic models. Better ones include the Volkswagen Passat, and so on. Additionally, there is a very imposing model, the Beijing BJ90, which has a presence comparable to the Mercedes GLS, but it's just that the price isn't cheap. Su Ning nodded in realization. He had indeed asked the right person. This was far more reliable than searching online himself. Alright, I understand now. After saying that, without waiting for Wang Sudong to say anything more, Su Ning hung up the phone. Listening to the busy tone on the line, Wang Sudong was utterly speechless. Did you call just to tease me? However, with a pile of tasks at hand, Wang Sudong had no time to complain, and with a clear goal in mind, Su Ning headed straight to the Beijing Auto's 4S store. Upon entering, he surprisingly did not see the BJ90 at first. After looking around, he walked to the innermost part of the showroom and finally spotted the BJ90, which should have exuded dominance, but appeared diminished due to being tucked away in a corner. Hello, sir. What car would you like to see? The sales consultant approached politely. Su Ning pointed to the car at the back and smiled. BJ90. The sales consultant, who should have managed her expressions well, could not help but show surprise. She truly did not expect someone to inquire about the BJ90. However professionally trained, she quickly regained her formal smile and led Su Ning further inside. Are you already familiar with the model and wish to see it in person, or do you have a purchasing intent? Sir, the BJ90 is a flagship model built on the Mercedes platform, directly competing with the Mercedes GLS. You should know that when the BJ90 was just released, it was priced at $1 million. To penetrate the family car market, the BJ90 has been significantly reduced in price, with the 3.0 Night version now priced at only $478,000. On top of this guide price, there is an additional discount of $1,000, making the actual bare car price only $378,000. If you like this kind of rugged and imposing vehicle, the BJ90 is definitely the best choice. Ning couldn't help but raise an eyebrow at the sales consultant's words. It was originally priced at $1 million. Who would actually buy a car for $1 million? Now it's down to around $5,000, and with another $1,000 discount, isn't that a steep cut? Well, since it wasn't for personal use, the sales strategy of the BJ90 didn't concern him much. As long as the quality of the car itself was fine, that was enough. Upon closer inspection, it indeed had a strong presence, exuding a sense of might, perfect for use as a police vehicle. Not wanting to linger longer, Ning decisively pointed to the car and told the sales consultant, "I want to pay it in full." The sales consultant was taken aback, even momentarily unable to process the information. This was it. And two of them. He had seen quick car purchases before, but never this quick. "Are you not even going to discuss the price?" "All right, sir, please have a seat over here while I calculate the price." The sales consultant, surprised and delighted, immediately gestured for Ning to head towards the reception area. The bare car price was $378,000 with a purchase tax of $340,000 and insurance of $12,000. The actual price for a single BJ90 was $425,000. For two, that would be $85,000. "Sir, our car purchase gift package includes full car film chassis armor, full car floor mats, and a trunk mat. If you have any additional needs, feel free to let me know, and I will ask my supervisor for approval," the sales consultant said with utmost courtesy. This deal was too easy. It felt like directly stuffing the commission into her pocket. Ning blinked and smiled. "Can your store do police vehicle paint jobs?" The previously smiling sales consultant was now utterly dumbfounded. "Police vehicle paint jobs? Are you buying a car to impersonate a police vehicle? I mean, who would use a BJ90 as a normal family car and buying two at once? Are you trying to create?" She couldn't possibly think Ning was looking to procure official police vehicles, as police vehicle procurement must go through government bidding processes. How could such a casual operation be allowed? "Sir, this is illegal." The sales consultant's mood was understandably affected, feeling as if the duck had flown away from her mouth. However, she could only cautiously inquire her attitude, not daring to have the slightest issue. After all, this was a person who wanted to impersonate a police vehicle. If he got angry, what good could come to her? Ning was unaware of the many thoughts running through the sales consultant's mind and assumed that police vehicle paint jobs weren't allowed to be done casually, so he nodded and pretended he hadn't brought it up. "All right, let's sign the contract and make the payment. By the way, I am only responsible for the payment, while the subsequent tasks, including picking up the car and license plate registration, will be handled by the personnel from the Hanjiang Road Police Station." Ning took a sip of the instant coffee that the sales consultant had just brought over and smiled. This statement left the sales consultant completely perplexed. A police station is coming to pick up the car and register the license. Is this car being bought by the police station? But does the police station even have the authority to purchase cars? Not to mention the police station, even a district bureau can't do that. This must go through government unified procurement. Only after Ning explained did the sales consultant realize that Ning intended to donate patrol cars to the police station. The notion was all the more bewildering. Usually corporations make such gestures on one hand to contribute to society, on the other to earn a good reputation for the company. But what does it mean for a single individual to donate police cars to a station? And he did it so quietly, as if performing good deeds anonymously. It was difficult to fathom. Nevertheless, however the wealthy behaved was none of his concern. His sole task was to sell the cars and collect his commission. The contract was signed smoothly, and Ning even paid the full amount on the spot, 85,000 yuan in total. Although 4S dealerships prefer customers to finance purchases, there was no reason to refuse an all-cash buyer. Bakey's sales did not allow them much arrogance. After ordering two BJ90s, Ning turned to the Dazhong 4S dealership and ordered two Passats. The Shinkong Longyun edition carried an official price of 219,900 yuan with a 45,000 yuan discount, making the base price 17,490 yuan. With purchase tax and insurance, the cost came to 19,700 yuan per car. Two would total 39,400 yuan, still less than a single BJ90. When he left the Dazhong 4S dealership, he did not exit the Qimao Auto Mall, but walked to the authorized Chunfeng motorcycle dealer. If he was donating, he might as well complete it in one stroke. Don't just donate patrol cars, add a few police motorcycles. Chunfeng is a domestic brand, and even offers a police motorcycle series, so Ning need not fuss over choices. In the end, Ning ordered 4 Chunfeng 650 series police motorcycles at 59,900 yuan each. Including a 10 purchase tax and compulsory insurance and vehicle tax, the total came to 272,000 yuan. Seeing that Su Ning was buying for the police station, the shrewd sales consultant immediately began to pitch their police electric scooters. Su Ning followed out of curiosity and found that the police electric scooters differed little from household models, only fitted with some police equipment and finished in official livery. According to the consultant, police motorcycles were used for rapid response, while the electric scooters were mainly issued to community officers for running errands in the neighborhood. Su Ning nodded and purchased 5 of the police electric scooters at 4,000 yuan apiece, totaling 2,000 yuan. By the time he left the auto mall, he had procured 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats, 4 Chunfeng police motorcycles, and 5 Chunfeng police electric scooters. All told, Su Ning spent 154,000 yuan. He did not even blink. While he was not entirely indifferent to the sum, to say he felt distressed by it would be far from true. After all, a single chauffeuring job at Li Ji Private Kitchen could easily start at 5 million yuan. Not to mention the over 200 million yuan sitting in his bank account. The only thing that bothered him was how tedious it was. Visiting 3 dealerships in succession, though decisive in placing the orders, had nevertheless been cumbersome and time-consuming. In that moment, he realized he needed a personal assistant. With an assistant, there would be no need for him to run around auto malls and handle petty matters himself. Entrusted with the task, a personal assistant could handle everything properly, leaving him entirely worry-free. Although his current assets did not yet make him a super tycoon, with the system continuing to accelerate, his wealth would inevitably increase in a steady linear fashion, and he would unavoidably invest in various industries. After investing, he could not possibly be a completely hands-off proprietor. Relying solely on himself, he would be exhausted and unable to manage everything. Thus, a personal assistant, or even a team of assistants, was essential. He would need to pay attention to suitable candidates. A role of such importance could not be treated lightly. After leaving the auto mall, Su Ning took out his phone and called Wang Sudong. In fact, Wang was on leave that day. After so many consecutive shifts, if he did not rest, he might well work himself to death. When Wang had received Su Ning's call that morning, he had been utterly speechless. Now seeing Su Ning calling again made his heart drop. As before, he had an inexplicable sense that Su Ning had gotten into trouble again. Yet the moment he answered, Su Ning's words left Wang stunned, as if the situation were utterly absurd. "Officer Wang, the cars are bought. Have your station come to the auto mall to pick them up. 2 at the Beiki shop, 2 at the SAIC Dazhong shop, and the Chunfeng motorcycle dealer. Handle the subsequent paperwork yourselves. I truly have no time, and I don't know your internal procedures. That's it, no need to thank me." He hung up without giving Wang any time to respond. Listening to the busy tone, Wang felt as if he had the cars bought, several brands and multiple vehicles. This is not a joke. Teasing him might be harmless, but you cannot make a mockery of the police station. From beginning to end, he had never believed Su Ning would truly donate patrol cars to the station. If the roles were reversed, few would have believed it either. Wang was about to call Su Ning back, but then he paused. "Didn't you say the cars were bought? Then I'll go to the auto mall and take a look." Besides, his household had recently drawn a license plate number, and he needed to buy a commuter car, so he could say he was going to the mall to look at cars. He left without bothering to eat and headed straight to the auto mall. After all, 4S dealerships usually provide lunch at noon. He could mooch a meal. Half an hour later, Wang arrived at the auto mall and entered the Beiki 4S dealership. "Good day, sir. Are you here to look at a car? Do you have an appointment or a familiar sales consultant?" the receptionist asked as she began to assist him. "I'm not here to look. I want to ask if someone named Su Ning ordered police cars here," Wang asked somewhat nervously. The receptionist immediately realized it must be the Hanjianglu police station coming to pick up the cars, and hurried to fetch the sales consultant who had served Su Ning. "Hello, are you from Hanjianglu police station?" "Mr. Su Ning did indeed order 2 BJ90s at our dealership and has paid in full. We were just waiting for you to handle the paperwork and pick them up." The sales consultant, who had been eating upstairs, hurried down upon hearing the news to greet them warmly. Hearing her words, Wang nearly went weak at the knees and almost stumbled. They really bought them. How could that be? At that moment, his heart felt as if a monstrous wave had risen, overwhelming him almost to the point of losing the ability to think. As a police officer, he was naturally familiar with the BJ90, a model often procured as a patrol car. The sub-Euro already had 3 U. During major events, they were commonly used as lead vehicles. He could not imagine that Su Ning would order 2 BJ90s for their station. Those cars cost over 400,000 yuan each. How could he, a chauffeur, possibly earn that kind of money? Wang Sudong felt as if his worldview was about to be overturned. It was as if the trajectory of this world had completely transcended his understanding. He felt dazed, barely grasping what the sales consultant was saying. After exiting the BIC 4S shop, he instinctively headed to the Volkswagen 4S shop. Since he had already bought such an expensive BJ90, what was there to ponder about buying a few cheaper Volkswagens? Thus at the Volkswagen 4S shop, Wang Sudong learned that Su Ning had bought them 2 Passats. While even though the Passat seemed unremarkable compared to the BJ90, it is still a proper class car far superior to the several old models parked at the police station. Finally, he made another trip to the Chunchun dealership, where he learned that the police station had added 4 police motorcycles and 5 police electric vehicles. At that moment his heart felt completely numb, devoid of any emotion. He pulled out his phone and directly dialed the chief's number. "Chief Fan, I must first clarify that I am not joking with you. So no matter how absurd it seems, you must let me finish. Recently, I met a designated driver while handling a case, and we became somewhat acquainted. He donated 2 BJ90s, 2 Passats, as well as police motorcycles and electric vehicles to our police station. Absurd, right? But that's the truth, because I am currently at the Auto Trading City, and I just confirmed it. Chief Fan, I am also unclear about the related procedures. Otherwise, would you like to come and see?" Wang Sudong understood Chief Fan's personality well, so he first prepared himself mentally before succinctly recounting the situation without any unnecessary words. However, Chief Fan hung up, directly cursing in his office. "That little rascal. And he says he is not joking. Isn't this just making a fool of me? A designated driver donating several cars to the police station. Why not say this designated driver is an alien? There has almost never been a case of a private individual donating police vehicles to the police station. Even if it did occur, it should be wealthy individuals who could afford to do so. If he has become a designated driver earning nothing but hard-earned money, barely making ends meet, how could he possibly donate police cars to the police station? If your brain isn't working, just go ahead and donate it." At that moment the phone rang again. It was undoubtedly Wang Sudong. "Chief Fan, I am truly not joking. I swear on my police honor that everything I said is true." Wang Sudong was anxious, swearing repeatedly as soon as the call connected. Swearing on police honor is no joke. Chief Fan believed Wang Sudong would not be so ridiculous. Could what he said actually be true? But who would believe such absurdity? Forget it, I might as well go and take a look. If it's not true, he would make Wang Sudong pay for it. Taking 2 officers who had no assignments, they headed straight to the Auto Trading City, soon encountering Wang Sudong, who still wore an incredulous expression. 5 minutes later, just like Wang Sudong did before Chief Fan and the 2 officers he brought felt an absurdity that nearly rendered them incapable of thought. "Are you sure he is just a designated driver?" Chief Fan asked, his expression a mix of disbelief and doubt. Wang Sudong nodded, also finding it hard to believe, saying, "In the cases we've dealt with, he was always the designated driver. But now who would believe he is just a designated driver? He probably is just a rich young master experiencing one." After a long shock, Chief Fan immediately reported to the bureau, as subsequent matters, like vehicle registration, were not something their police station could handle alone. Of course, there was no need to worry about the bureau robbing them, as Su Ning was making a targeted donation specifically to their police station. Regardless, this time the Hanjiang Road police station had truly upgraded. For police cars were more than enough for their daily case management, and the old cars could be directly retired. Not to mention, there were also police motorcycles and electric vehicles. Even the community officers received new equipment. "You should get in touch and see if you can invite Su Ning to our police station. We need to properly thank him. Additionally, we should organize a donation ceremony. It's beneficial for publicity." Chief Fan, being relatively experienced, directed Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong nodded, realizing he indeed needed to contact Su Ning. Not to mention the donation ceremony, he had just donated police cars worth over 1.5 million to the Hanjiang Road police station. They certainly needed to express their gratitude. At this moment, Su Ning received a call from Li Sil. Li Sil was the young man who had a bit of a conflict with Su Ning during the designated driving and ended up barking like a dog. They could be considered acquaintances due to their previous encounters. In the bar, he even helped Su Ning save face. "Young Master Su, am getting married this weekend. Do you have time to attend?" Li Sil said with a smile, but his tone was cautious yet hopeful. Although his family was well off, he felt he could not compare to someone like Su Ning. If Su Ning could honor him by attending his wedding, it would be a great honor for him. Su Ning was taken aback, then asked with a somewhat strange expression, "You're getting married? You seem to be about the same age as me, having just graduated a few years ago. Why are you getting married so early?" Li Sil, hearing Su Ning's question, couldn't help but chuckle. "It's about being well matched, you know." Su Ning realized this marriage was likely arranged by their families, either due to a good relationship or business cooperation, a strong alliance. In such a feudal marriage, it is hard to say how much affection the couple truly has for each other. "Should I express my sympathy for you?" Su Ning joked. But Li Sil immediately retorted, "No need for sympathy. My feelings with Xiaodong are very good. Even without family arrangements, we would still be together, he." Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless. Then why mention a marriage arranged by others? "All right, then I can congratulate you, right? A wedding this weekend." "No problem, I will definitely go. It would be nice to share in the joy." Su Ning replied with a smile. As the saying goes, it takes a village to raise a child. Relationships should be nurtured. Suddenly he thought of something and hurriedly asked, "Have you booked the wedding car yet?" Li Sao didn't think much of it, assuming Su Ning was just curious about the process, so he casually replied, "It's all set. The lead car is a Rolls-Royce Phantom, and the convoy is all Mercedes-Benz S-Class. You know I have a Koenigsegg which is quite flashy, or why don't you use it as your wedding car?" Su Ning joked. Li Sao was instantly taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to be willing to lend him the Koenigsegg for his wedding. Isn't the Rolls-Royce Phantom impressive enough? The pinnacle of luxury vehicles with a price in the millions, it is a super luxury car that everyone dreams of. But compared to the globally limited 6 units priced over 50 million Koenigsegg 1, it indeed seems a bit low. Is there anything more impressive than using a Koenigsegg 1 as a wedding car? However, Li Sao shook his head with deep regret. Although the Koenigsegg is remarkable, it is truly not suitable as a wedding car. It's not just because it has only 2 seats. After all, the groom can drive it himself. The issue lies in the extremely limited interior space, making it impossible for a bride in a wedding dress to fit inside. Su Xiao, you're quite the friend. I appreciate your thoughtfulness. But the bride probably can't sit in the Koenigsegg, so it can't serve as the wedding car. Upon hearing Li Sao's words, Su Ning nodded in realization, understanding the problem. If it's not going to be the lead car, I can drive ahead to clear the way for you, Su Ning said with a smile. Li Sao was almost in tears. Su Xiao was just too down to earth. Such a super-rich young man driving a 50 million vehicle to lead his wedding car parade, what right did he have to accept this? Though he was touched, he genuinely couldn't refuse. He was afraid that rejecting Su Ning would make him unhappy. Then thank you, Su Xiao. With your Koenigsegg leading the way, my father-in-law will surely look at me differently. Huh. The two agreed to meet again on Friday to discuss the wedding details before ending the call. After hanging up, Su Ning couldn't help but frown. The Koenigsegg 1 was indeed impressive, but it wasn't suitable for many occasions. Especially after the novelty wore off, driving it all the time became rather tiring. This type of sports car was far less comfortable than a sedan or SUV. Perhaps he should get another car for daily use. After all, with his current rapid spending rate, no matter how expensive a car was, it posed no pressure on him. He needed to take the time to carefully select a vehicle. By evening, full of energy, Su Ning arrived at Li's private kitchen, as usual waiting near the cash register for work. Around 9 o'clock, he began to receive driving orders one after another. As usual, the first order went smoothly without any hiccups, and he successfully earned 5 million. He loved this guaranteed income. But just like before, the second order started to go awry. "I have a friend who's coming over. Can you help me pick him up?" A young man, clearly drunk, approached Su Ning, slurring. Su Ning didn't think too much about it, and took the keys, preparing to head out. But Master Wang frowned slightly, and quietly pulled Su Ning aside. "Boss, you need to be careful with this order. You might be less experienced with driving services. A situation like this where you are driving alone, without anyone following, could be problematic." Upon hearing this, Su Ning felt a bit more alert. The car owner was still in the store, and driving the owner's car to pick someone up for dinner seemed perfectly normal. But why couldn't the person being picked up just take a taxi? Wouldn't that be faster? Though he couldn't quite grasp the intricacies of the situation, and was unsure of what the other party was plotting. In this case, he couldn't refuse the order. After all, it would affect the restaurant's reputation. After some thought, Su Ning watched as the car owner entered a private room, and then returned to the cash register. "If the car owner tries to settle the bill before I return, stop him. If he insists on leaving, get the security to act, and then call the police," Su Ning instructed the cashier. He believed that as long as the car owner could be found, any issues or traps could be resolved. The cashier nodded seriously, clearly taking the boss' instructions to heart. After giving Master Wang a reassuring glance, Su Ning left the restaurant, found the car owner's vehicle, and drove straight to the destination. After about 10 minutes, he arrived at the destination, which was a street-level shop outside a residential community. The car owner had mentioned that the person being picked up was already waiting there, and could get in as soon as the car arrived. However, at that moment, he saw no one waiting nearby, which only heightened his suspicion and confusion. He turned off the engine and decided to wait by the car. Just as he stepped out of the car, suddenly 3 individuals rushed out from a nearby shop and quickly approached Su Ning. His pupils instantly constricted, and he quietly braced himself. If they meant him harm, he could retaliate immediately and wouldn't be caught off guard. "Why did it take you so long to— I don't want to waste my breath on you, just pay the rental fee quickly." 20 days, a total of 8,000 yuan. As the 3 approached, one immediately opened the passenger door and got in, while the other 2 blocked Su Ning from the front and back, the one in front speaking to him with irritation. Su Ning squinted slightly, glancing at the shop from which the 3 had emerged. It turned out to be a car rental agency. What did this mean? Was this Audi A6 a rental? He vaguely sensed the twist in the situation and couldn't help but feel a mix of amusement and exasperation. Some people really are clever and have their tricks. They rented a car, enjoyed themselves, and then sent a driver to return it without showing up themselves, effectively escaping the rental fee. Is there some misunderstanding here? I didn't rent the car, Bim, just the driver. If there are rental fees or other costs, you'll need to ask the person who rented the car. Also, I can't even confirm if this car belongs to your rental agency. I must return the car to whoever I got the keys from. If you want to find him, you can come with me." Facing the seemingly unfriendly trio, Su Ning remained calm and spoke lightly, then moved to open the car door to get in. However, they blocked the door, preventing him from getting in. Trying to leave. "Do you believe I'll call the police and report you for stealing the car? Let me tell you, this car belongs to our rental agency, and we have all the necessary paperwork for it. I don't care if you are the driver. Oh, just pay up. Who knows if you're in cahoots with that guy? If we let you go, we won't be able to find him again. Who will we ask for the money? So hurry up and pay, or you won't be leaving." The person in front snorted, his expression a mix of ferocity and threat. However, this attitude did not intimidate Su Ning. In fact, it nearly made him laugh. But before he could say anything, his phone in his pocket rang, so he answered it unconcernedly, completely disregarding the three individuals. "Boss, that guy is indeed trying to run. Now our security has stopped him, and he hasn't escaped. Should we call the police?" The caller was the cashier, her voice tinged with tension and excitement, probably because she never expected the boss to have foreseen this. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. Then he said, "Just keep him from leaving. Say there's a financial dispute, but don't resort to violence." There's a financial dispute preventing the customer from leaving. But this hardly constitutes unlawful detention, especially in the absence of physical coercion. Even if someone were to call the police, it would be the other party, not the customer, who would file the report. Of course, whether they dare to call the police is an entirely different matter. After hanging up, Su Ning turned his head, a faint knowing smile curling at the corner of his lips. "Three options: either I drive away now, or I drive away, and you all come with me, or I call the police. You choose." His tone was laced with playful disdain, betraying utter disregard for the three men before him. The rental agency staff exchanged grave, uneasy glances. Something felt deeply off. Just moments earlier, the phone call had mentioned that someone had been blocked from leaving. Though they didn't know who had been detained, the situation had instantly become unmanageable. After all, with the person physically present, there'd be no way to fabricate an alibi or evade verification. And any ordinary person confronted by three intimidating adult men would surely tremble in fear. So why did this young man seem utterly unfazed, indeed radiating quiet eagerness, as if anticipating a confrontation? Little did they know yesterday's takedown of that scam syndicate had left Su Ning thoroughly exhilarated. Under normal circumstances, he couldn't lay hands on anyone, but given a legitimate opportunity for self-defense, how could he possibly let it slip? "Fine, consider ourselves unlucky. Just get out of here now, and don't ever let us see you again." With resigned grumbling, the three men from the rental agency turned and stalked away. Yet that very reaction confirmed Su Ning's suspicion. This was almost certainly a trap specifically engineered to target chauffeurs. Otherwise, why would the rental agency allow him to drive off with the car? At once, Su Ning pulled out his phone and dialed Wang Sudong. Already deep in slumber, lost in dreams, the officer jolted awake at the shrill ring, scrambling upright in bed. Su Ning calling. At this hour, and he's a chauffeur. Something's definitely gone wrong. Better answer immediately. "Where are you right now?" Su Ning watched the three men disappear into the rental office, eyes narrowed, voice light with amusement. "Officer Wang, I've brought you another case to close." What constituted performance for a police officer required no explanation. Hearing those words, Wang Sudong exhaled. Su Ning was safe, at least for now. He couldn't help but chuckle wryly. "How do you keep stumbling into trouble? Most chauffeurs encounter mishaps only rarely, but you, every single night. No wonder your earnings feel like blood and sweat." As Su Ning recounted the incident, Officer Wang, trained to detect patterns, immediately grasped the full scope of the scam. Yet one detail struck him as profoundly unexpected. So much so that he blurted out, incredulous, "Li Ji Private Kitchen intercepted the person. How could a restaurant risk alienating its customers just to obey you? Does Li Ji Private Kitchen really go to such lengths to protect chauffeurs?" Su Ning replied nonchalant, "Because Li Ji Private Kitchen is mine. Do you think the staff would dare defy their own boss?" Wang Sudong froze, his mind short-circuiting segment by segment. "Li Ji Private Kitchen is yours. Then what on earth are you doing working as a chauffeur?" In that instant, absurdity surged beyond all bounds. Yet, if Su Ning owned Li Ji Private Kitchen, then his recent donation of a police vehicle to the precinct suddenly made perfect sense. Utterly at a loss for words, Wang Sudong asked for Su Ning's location and immediately called the station to dispatch officers. Coincidentally, Chief Fan was on duty that night. Upon receiving Wang's call, he mobilized his team. After all, Su Ning had just donated a patrol car worth over 1.5 million yuan to the precinct. While impartiality remained sacrosanct, speeding up response time was perfectly justified. "You must be Su Ning. Thank you for your generous donation to the Hanjiang Road Police Station. On behalf of every officer here, I extend our deepest gratitude." Chief Fan greeted Su Ning warmly, clasping his hand with genuine appreciation. After brief pleasantries and exchanging contact information, Su Ning recounted the entire incident. The rest was straightforward. Chief Fan summoned the three men, and also brought in the so-called car owner still detained at Li Ji private kitchen. As the central witness, and arguably the victim, Su Ning accompanied them to the station to give his formal statement. The investigation concluded swiftly. Indeed, it was a meticulously crafted scam. A decoy hires a chauffeur to deliver a rented car, then the rental agency demands payment from the chauffeur, despite having no record of the actual renter. Even reporting it to the police offered little recourse. To avoid endless entanglement, victims typically paid up, sacrificing money to buy peace. This time, however, the real renter hadn't escaped, and irrefutable evidence had been secured. With the case resolved, Chief Fan couldn't help but marvel. Not only did Su Ning repeatedly deliver solved cases to their precinct, he'd also donated a patrol car outright. To the Hanjiang Road police station, he was nothing short of a benefactor. When Su Ning stepped out of the station, he half expected every on-duty officer to line up and applaud. He laughed, half embarrassed, half amused. Still, the ordeal had cost precious time. Nearly midnight had arrived. He frowned, realizing this had been a classic double loss: no chauffeur fee collected, and worse, hours lost that could have been spent accepting new bookings. A costly misstep. Yet he harbored no regrets. Dismantling this syndicate meant sparing countless others from exploitation, a principle he held unwaveringly. Deciding not to return to Li Ji private kitchen, he opened the Didi Chauffeur app right outside the station and waited for a new assignment. After nearly an hour, just as Su Ning was about to log off and sleep, a notification flashed. He tapped instantly to accept, then stared dumbfounded at the destination. Shanghai. Estimated fare, 5063 yuan. Estimated driver earnings, 3797. 25 yuan. What on earth was this? Only a madman would hire a chauffeur from Beijing to drive 120 kilometers to Shanghai. Yet there it was, on his screen. An utterly bizarre order bordering on mockery. After a long pause, Su Ning dialed the client. Hello, Didi Chauffeur at your service. I see you've placed an order from Beijing to Shanghai. May I ask, is this request genuine, or was it placed by accident? A crisp, confident female voice answered, we genuinely require this service. It's no mistake. Our company driver was scheduled to return the vehicle to Shanghai, but due to personal circumstances, he's unable to drive. Our CEO urgently needs the car, so we've arranged for a chauffeur instead. Can you take this assignment? If not, I'll cancel the order immediately. Su Ning felt a stir in his heart. It didn't sound fake. After all, there were often such messages online, not to mention long-distance driving services, and even long-distance taxis. Moreover, this was a driving task he received through the Didi platform. Even if the car owner maliciously refused to pay, the driver could apply for an advance payment from the platform, and how the platform would collect the money from the owner was their concern. Even if the amount was considerable, as long as Su Ning could provide relevant proof, the likelihood of his advance application being approved was high. It was worth noting that the driver's estimated income was over 3700, which after system enhancement would be 3.7 billion. If he missed such a large order, it would be surprising if he didn't lose sleep for a few nights. Even with such a crazy money-spending system, it would be hard for him to overlook this 3.7 billion. The journey was over 120 kilometers, and if it was all on the highway, it would take at least 10 hours. Adding in break times, arriving in the Magic City by tomorrow night would be considered quick. Although it would be tiring, it would definitely be worth it. No problem, I can drive to the Magic City. Without hesitation, Su Ning immediately responded. On the other end of the phone, the person seemed to breathe a sigh of relief, probably having just found a few driving drivers who had declined. You have 1 hour to prepare. Depart from the starting point on time in 1 hour. Is there any problem? Naturally, Su Ning had no issues. After agreeing, he didn't need to prepare too much as he had all the required documents with him. When he arrived at the starting point, he saw a Maybach S650 parked by the roadside with a professionally dressed woman standing next to the car. Hello, I am the driver from Didi. Is this car going to the Magic City? Su Ning approached and asked politely with a smile. The professional woman nodded. Although she was somewhat surprised by Su Ning's youth, she didn't doubt him. After all, it's common for young people to have side jobs, so there was nothing to question. She pointed to a spot not far away, indicating for him to come over to talk. Su Ning followed, not understanding. The person sitting in the car is our group's chairman, surnamed Wang. If Chairman Wang doesn't speak to you during the trip, try not to initiate conversation. He'll tell you the route plan now, and you must adhere to it. From now until morning, you need to drive continuously. Then we will stop at the Chuanqing service area for breakfast and continue driving. After that, you can take another break at the Jingyi service area or the Guangling service area, and finally go directly to the destination. Once you arrive, there will naturally be another driver to take the car. Just hand it over to him. After the trip is over, call me, and I will pay the driving fee on the platform. Additionally, you can give me your identification information, and I'll have the company administration book a ticket for you to return to the imperial capital from the Magic City. If you have any questions on the way, you can also call me directly. As she spoke, she handed Su Ning a business card. Su Ning couldn't help but curl his lips, thinking that there were indeed a lot of rules. However, since the other party had already arranged everything, he didn't need to think too much, he just had to drive according to the plan. But the fact that the other party wanted his identification information to book a ticket made Su Ning wary. If the other party had ulterior motives, and he was helping them while they had his identification information, it could be very dangerous. Besides, he didn't need to worry about the price of a return ticket, as he had no reason to put himself in a potentially risky situation. I won't need the return ticket. I should spend a couple of days in the imperial capital as well. Su Ning politely declined with a smile. The professional woman didn't think much of it, and casually said, "That's fine. When the driving fee is settled, I'll convert the ticket price into cash to pay you as a tip." With this, Su Ning was completely reassured. This was likely an uncommon long-distance driving task, and there shouldn't be any unexpected issues. Of course, a driving task from the imperial capital to the magic city could already be considered unusual. After the professional woman's various reminders, Su Ning took the driver's seat. Although he was told not to speak first, it was necessary to greet once he got in the car. "Sir, hello. I am Su Ning, the driver from Didi. I will safely and smoothly take you to the magic city. If you have any requests, please feel free to let me know. Now I will start the journey." While speaking, Su Ning observed Chairman Wang sitting in the back seat. He looked to be around 60 years old, with half-white hair, but he still exuded a strong presence. However, perhaps due to the late hour, he appeared somewhat fatigued, struggling to keep his eyes open. "Then I'll trouble you, young. Drive slowly, no rush, just ensure we arrive safely," he said to Su Ning with a smile, his tone lacking in authority and sounding very amiable. "Yes, I will be very careful and try my best to drive smoothly, please rest assured," Su Ning assured. Needless to say, once the driving began, Chairman Wang would surely fall asleep in the back seat. If the ride was bumpy and there were sudden stops, it would be hard for him to sleep soundly. The journey began. Su Ning drove steadily toward the highway entrance. Had it been a regular day, he would have likely been exhausted by this time. But the thrill of 3.7 billion kept him exhilarated, and he felt no drowsiness at all. Most of his attention was focused on the road conditions and driving, but a small part of his thoughts seemed to drift away, yearning for the grand villa he dreamed of. With 2.3 billion in his bank account plus this 3.7 billion, wouldn't that total exactly? Originally, his plan was to gather 3 billion first, and then consider the Longhu Yihuan villas next to the Imperial Capital University, where the villas were all priced above 3 billion. But if he had 6 billion, wouldn't that mean he could directly consider the villa at Yuanyang Levy, which he was more fond of? After all, the Longhu Yihuan villas were situated in a prime location, and while the villas were indeed luxurious and grand, their land area was still relatively small. On the other hand, the Yuanyang Levy villas, not to mention the main villa structure, had an irresistible land area of nearly 7 acres. Indeed, there's a saying that only children make choices, and adults want both. However, the issue is that even with a crazy money-spending system, he still needed time to accumulate capital. Therefore, being able to directly purchase the Yuanyang Levy villa would undoubtedly be the best choice. Then he wouldn't need to worry about any housing issues in the short term. Perhaps he would only consider buying a house in Longhu Yihuan after getting married and having children. Adjacent to the Imperial Capital University and Hucking University, having children experience the cultural and academic atmosphere of top prestigious schools up close from a young age would surely lead them to become top scholars in the future. The journey from the starting point to the highway was smooth, with no unexpected incidents. Even after entering the highway, Su Ning maintained a speed of 110 miles per hour, neither too fast nor too slow, not even overtaking anyone. Of course, if it were him driving the Koenigsegg 1 on the highway, he would probably have already sped up to 180. Wang Dong, who had been sleeping in the back, was not a source of any distraction for Su Ning. 7 hours later, they arrived smoothly at the Chuanqing service area. At this time, Wang Dong also woke up, rubbing his sleepy eyes and surveying the situation outside the car. "Mr. Wang, we have arrived at the Chuanqing service area. According to your assistant's arrangements, we will have breakfast here and take a short rest. Shall we depart half an hour after breakfast?" Su Ning turned around and asked with a smile. Wang Dong rubbed his eyes, nodded, and chuckled. "You've worked hard, young man." When the two of them got out of the car, they both felt a bit wobbly in their legs, especially Su Ning, who was quite tired after driving with such high tension for so long. The breakfast at the service area was decent. After Su Ning finished eating, he washed his face with cold water, as he was feeling a bit drowsy by that time. "How about I drive for a bit while you take a short nap?" Wang Dong, noticing Su Ning's fatigue, said with a friendly. Su Ning quickly shook his head, insisting, "No way. In this line of work, while I can't say that one must love it, at the very least one should have professional ethics and conduct. As a chauffeur, allowing the client to drive would be a complete insult to the profession. How could I let you drive?" "Don't worry, I can handle it, and will ensure your safety to the destination," Su Ning assured, patting his chest. Wang Dong smiled and did not say anything further. After chatting for a while, the two prepared to return to the service area parking lot to continue their journey. When they found the car, Wang Dong had already opened the rear door and gotten in, but Su Ning, who habitually circled the car to check its condition, suddenly noticed a problem. The tires were flat. Both rear tires were deflated. Su Ning was taken aback and quickly crouched down to check the specific situation, feeling an ominous premonition in his heart. It could have been intentional sabotage. After all, they had been on the highway for quite a while, and there generally wouldn't be sharp objects like nails to puncture the tires. Even if they were punctured, one wouldn't be enough. How could it be such a coincidence for both tires to be punctured at the same time? Indeed, after checking for a long time, Su Ning found no signs of punctures. That meant someone had intentionally let the air out of the tires. Mr. Wang, someone has deflated our tires. Su Ning opened the rear door, shaking his head as he spoke to Wang Dong. Wang Dong got out of the car somewhat incredulous and indeed found that, as Su Ning said, both rear tires were flat. With more social experience than Su Ning, he quickly understood what had happened. There are always people in society who make money through underhanded means. While such petty tricks may not be considered heinous, they can be quite annoying. Let's find someone to pump the tires that will just cost a bit more money. Wang Dong said this with little enthusiasm. At his status, it wasn't worth the trouble to haggle over such trivial matters. His time was far more valuable than that bit of money. Since he didn't say anything further, Su Ning naturally didn't take over the matter. He went to the service area to get contact information and find someone to pump the tires. Dark. It was really dark. In a city auto repair shop, pumping tires would only cost about 5 yuan, and if you were a regular customer, they might not even charge you. But here a spirited young man arrived and immediately asked for 200. At that moment, Su Ning really... There was no doubt about it. They had let the air out, and then came to charge a high price for pumping it back up. If it weren't for Wang Dong's intervention, Su Ning would never have let it go so easily. Young man, you need to broaden your perspective. While it's frustrating, this isn't a familiar place for you. Even if you call the police, it may not go as you wish, and it would waste a lot of your time and energy. So it's better to just settle this quickly and avoid the stress. Of course, I'm not saying you should compromise yourself. If you have the confidence to deal with them decisively, that would be best. Perhaps worried that Su Ning might feel uncomfortable after they resumed their journey, Wang Dong cheerfully began to advise Su Ning, sharing his life insights. Su Ning gained something from it. Just as Wang Dong said, some matters should be dealt with more decisively. If you are confident, then go for it. If you're not confident, then don't waste your time. Of course, young people should also have some resilience. If you aren't capable now, then I'll move on when I am. Just wait for my fierce revenge. Finally, feeling a bit relieved, Su Ning repeatedly thanked Wang Dong for his advice. He had initially thought that the next leg of the journey would go smoothly, but he underestimated the potential for further surprises. In the distance, they saw that the barrier had been set up ahead, with several traffic police standing there on high alert. A major traffic accident has occurred ahead, and it is currently under lockdown. All vehicles must exit the highway immediately. After the car in front stopped, they heard a traffic officer using a loudspeaker to announce. There was no choice but to comply and exit the highway. Using GPS on his phone, Su Ning discovered that this was just a small county town, and the nearest place to re-enter the highway was a full 50 kilometers away. Mr. Wang, we can only take a provincial road for a while. It will take about an hour to get back on the highway, Su Ning said to Wang Dong while looking at his phone. Wang Dong, although also feeling helpless, had no other choice and felt a comical sense of absurdity about the situation. Xiao Su, you must have seen the comedy movie Lost on Journey, right? Do you feel that we are somewhat similar? Su Ning smiled as he realized there was indeed some truth to it. But comparing it like this wasn't that making himself into Niu Gong. As he was contemplating, he suddenly raised his eyebrows, instinctively feeling a bad premonition. At that moment, they were waiting at a red light, and there was a Tesla in front of them. This was quite normal, but perhaps because it had just crossed the stop line, the Tesla reversed a bit. If it were just that, it wouldn't be a problem. The key was that after reversing, the Tesla's reverse lights were still on. You can't be. Just as Su Ning had this thought, the red light turned green. The Tesla in front stepped on the accelerator, and then they heard a loud crash. Their car was solidly struck by the reversing Tesla. The force was so strong that Su Ning, who had fastened his seatbelt, was jolted heavily due to inertia, let alone Wang Dong, who had just unbuckled his seatbelt after exiting the highway. Damn! Wang Dong's head collided with the back of the front seat, causing him to curse in pain. Su Ning quickly engaged the parking gear and pressed the electronic handbrake before getting out to assist Wang Dong out of the car. What happened? Did the car in front back up? Wang Dong was both surprised and angry. No one could accept being suddenly hit like this. Su Ning did not respond, but rubbed his neck that had just taken the impact and walked towards the front car. At that moment, the driver's door of the front car opened and a young woman got out. I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry. I truly didn't mean to. I just backed up a bit, and then I forgot I was still in reverse when I started moving. Her panic clearly indicated that she was also shaken by the accident. A female driver. Su Ning had nothing more to say. Interestingly, despite many criticisms of female driver statistics show that the probability of accidents occurring with female drivers is actually lower than that of male drivers. This is because most male drivers tend to drive aggressively and impatiently, which naturally increases the likelihood of accidents. In contrast, female drivers are usually steadier, resulting in a lower accident rate. But why are female drivers often the butt of jokes? It's simply because they tend to make more basic mistakes while driving, and many bizarre accidents involve female drivers. Just like now, starting to move back at a red light is an absurd mistake that not just anyone would make. Ning didn't even know how to express his speechless feelings at this moment. Forget it, let's check the damage. When the front and rear of the cars collide, the front usually suffers more significant damage, and this time was no exception. The Tesla only had a broken rear bumper and a dent in the rear fender. However, the front of the Maybach was significantly damaged, but it seemed unlikely to be driven anymore. Wang Dong approached to take a look and couldn't help but frown. The damage to the car was minor, but the delay to his schedule and time was very bothersome. Ning sighed and turned to the young woman driving the Tesla, asking, "Are you going to take full responsibility?" The young woman nodded eagerly. Although her skills were average, she was not unreasonable. "I'll report to my insurance I have $3 million in third-party liability, which should be enough to cover the Maybach." After saying this, she called the insurance company. About 20 minutes later, the insurance adjuster arrived. Determining the accident's responsibility was straightforward, and the insurance company would not evade compensation. However, a practical problem was now presented to Ning and Wang Dong. The car was definitely undrivable and needed repairs. But where could it be repaired? Should they find a Mercedes-Benz dealership locally for repairs? But fixing a car isn't a matter of a day or two, and they couldn't just wait here, could they? Moreover, even if they changed their mode of transport to leave, they would have to find someone to pick up the car after it was repaired, which was a hassle. They could either find a tow truck to take the car back to Modu for repairs. However, that would incur quite a bit of cost. Fortunately, at Wang Dong's level, he certainly wouldn't mind that little extra expense, so he had the adjuster help arrange for a tow truck. After handling all this, Wang Dong and Ning exchanged glances, both wearing expressions of helpless laughter. They had just talked about being in a jam, and now they truly found themselves in one. The car is gone. What should we do now? Should we take the high-speed train or a plane to Modu? But the problem is Wang Dong was averse to both modes of transport, otherwise he wouldn't have had the driver take them by car from Modu to Daijing. After pondering, Ning forced a smile and said, "Wang Dong, how about we rent a car here and drive to Modu ourselves?" Wang Dong's eyes lit up upon hearing this. Great, let's rent a car. So the two of them wandered around the county town and finally found a car rental agency. Originally, they had exited the highway around 8 a.m., but after dealing with the accident and renting a car, it was already noon. "Let's go, Ning, let's eat first. After lunch we'll get back on the highway." Wang Dong restored his good mood and cheerfully said to Ning. Ning had no objections, so the two found a decent restaurant for lunch. They didn't take too long to eat, and soon they were back on the road, passing through the county town to get back on the highway. Driving once again on the highway, Ning chuckled at himself. This trip was indeed fraught with misadventures. Surely there wouldn't be any more mishaps ahead. But as it turned out, he was too naive. After driving for about another hour on the highway, he suddenly felt a little discomfort in his stomach. Not just any discomfort, but the kind that meant he needed to rush to the restroom. Ning immediately began searching for the nearest service area on the signs. Just then he heard a gurgling sound from the back seat. "Oh no, this is bad. Ning, my stomach isn't feeling well. Hurry and find a service area or the nearest exit to get off the highway." Wang Dong clutched his stomach, frowning. Ning, with a helpless expression, replied, "Wang Dong, my stomach is also feeling off. Could it be that the food we had for lunch wasn't clean?" Upon hearing this, Wang Dong couldn't help but chuckle. "Alright, I'll say we are a real-life version of people in a jam." The closest exit was ahead, so Ning got off the highway and quickly booked 2 rooms at a nearby hotel. After all, it would be a bit excessive to have a chairman of such a large corporation like Wang Dong relieve himself on the roadside. Not to mention, even Ning himself wouldn't feel comfortable doing that. As for why they rented 2 rooms instead of 1, it was obviously because 1 restroom wouldn't be enough. Though there's a saying that good brothers let each other go first when they both have to use the restroom, Ning and Wang Dong couldn't really call each other brothers. Deciding who goes first was a problem. Ning was not Wang Dong's employee, and he had no thoughts of sacrificing his own comfort for Wang Dong. It was even less realistic to expect Wang Dong to voluntarily let Ning go first. So they simply each took a room, and no one would fight for the restroom. After pulling down his pants and sitting on the toilet, Ning finally breathed a sigh of relief. What a comfort! Fortunately, the highway exit was very close, otherwise it would have truly been dangerous. Those damn swindlers, that lunch was not cheap, yet it still left them both with upset stomachs. Truly despicable. After sitting in the restroom for a long time, not long after getting up, he felt the urge again, so he hurried back into the restroom. After several trips, Ning felt like he was about to dehydrate. Suddenly a thought struck Su Ning. What about Wang Dong? If he was struggling at his young age, how much worse would it be for Wang Dong at his age? After such a long time with no noise, what if something happened? He rushed next door, not bothering to knock, and opened the bathroom door. To his shock, he discovered that Wang Dong had collapsed inside. In a panic, he quickly called for an ambulance and contacted the hotel front desk for assistance. After a long ordeal, they were finally taken by ambulance to the hospital. In the ambulance, Su Ning felt as if he was in a surreal experience. Why did this whole trip feel more challenging than a journey to the West? Could it get any more absurd? In a double-occupancy ward of the county hospital, Su Ning and Mr. Wang lay on separate beds exchanging wry smiles. Su Ning was somewhat better off, still capable of movement, while Mr. Wang, weakened by severe diarrhea, lay utterly spent. Given the circumstances, they were certain to miss their scheduled arrival in Modu that night. Someone at the company had to be informed lest they assume something dire had befallen him. Upon learning of Mr. Wang's hospitalization, his assistant panicked and immediately booked a flight, but Mr. Wang gently declined, knowing the assistant would arrive just as he was being discharged. After hanging up, the assistant promptly called Su Ning, earnestly urging him to look after Mr. Wang and vowing generous gratitude in return. Su Ning cared little for rewards. Even without her plea, he would never abandon an elderly man. Intravenous drips continued until evening. As Mr. Wang's condition markedly improved and exhausted, Su Ning hired a night nurse and finally drifted into deep sleep. He awoke the next morning at 8 o'clock. Nurses re-administered their IVs, and the attending physician confirmed that barring complications, both could be discharged once the infusions concluded. Lying idly in bed, the two watched Lost in Thailand on the room's television, a film whose absurd misadventures eerily mirrored their own journey. Xiao Su, "We've forged a bond through shared hardship. Never hesitate to reach out if you ever need anything," said Mr. Wang cheerfully from the rear seat as they prepared to resume their journey after discharge. Su Ning felt a pang of guilt. He knew full well this string of misfortunes likely stemmed from his own presence. With the system active, bizarre incidents were inevitable. Mr. Wang had been unwittingly drawn into trouble because of him, an undeserved calamity. "Understood, Mr. Wang. I'll remember your words. Likewise, if I ever require your aid, I shall not hesitate to ask. And perhaps in many matters, I may even prove unexpectedly helpful," Su Ning added. Sincere. Mr. Wang possessed genuine warmth and humility, never condescending despite his immense wealth, and carried himself with the grace and dignity of a venerable elder, earning Su Ning's deep respect. Though Su Ning had no precise figure for Mr. Wang's net worth, it was undoubtedly measured in billions. Their present disparity meant little. No one could foresee what the future might hold. With the global economy faltering, even Mr. Wang's conglomerate might someday face grave operational challenges, while Su Ning's fortune, amplified by the system's exponential growth, would surge at an astonishing pace. Perhaps one day he truly would have the means to rescue Mr. Wang's enterprise. Hearing Su Ning's heartfelt words, Mr. Wang burst into hearty laughter. "Agreed. Consider it settled. If the need arises, I shall call upon you without delay, though you must promise not to refuse." For the remainder of the trip, Su Ning remained on high alert, bracing for further mishaps. Yet they arrived in Modu safely, if not serenely. A reception team awaited them there, and Su Ning's assignment concluded. "Young man, no thanks are necessary. We shall meet again." With a warm, scholarly bow, Mr. Wang clasped his fists in traditional salutation. Su Ning reciprocated. "Until we meet again." Watching the car recede, he stood quietly, deeply moved. At that moment, another assistant approached and handed Su Ning a substantial gift bag. "This is a Huawei premium gift set from Ms. Xiao, Mr. Wang's executive assistant. She specifically instructed that you accept it without hesitation. In addition, your standard chauffeur fee will be processed via the platform. This extra 300 yuan covers lodging and transportation expenses. You have her business card. Should anything arise, feel free to contact her directly." At that instant, two system notifications chimed consecutively in his mind. "Congratulations, host. You earned 200 yuan, 10,000-fold amplification yields 200 million yuan. Congratulations, host. You earned 4298. 5 yuan, 10,000-fold amplification yields 429.85 million yuan. Su Ning's pupils dilated in stunned disbelief. The sheer magnitude of his earnings left him breathless. The 200 yuan had been a goodwill stipend from Ms. Xiao, the professional woman who met him at the pickup point, now magnified to 200 million yuan. The 4298.5 yuan represented his chauffeur fee, higher than anticipated, likely due to extended service time. Amplified by the system, this sum soared to an unfathomable 429.85 million yuan. Su Ning stood frozen, unable to process the overwhelming shock. The staggering sum short-circuited his cognition. Regardless of the trials endured en route from Diju to Modu, the tangible rewards were extraordinary. 200 million plus 429.85 million, nearly 630 million yuan, equivalent to purchasing a 7-acre oceanfront Levi villa outright. Even a dozen Koenigsegg Jesko or Bugatti Veyron supercars could be acquired. Or in Su Ning's estimation, the famed Tangshan Epine residential complex in Modu paled in comparison. Combined with his existing bank balance, his total assets now exceeded 800 million yuan. Why bother spending money at all? He was seized by an almost irresistible urge to retire immediately. His exhilaration lingered long after the assistant departed. Only then did he recall the Huawei gift bag still in his hand. Opening it, he murmured in quiet admiration, "Truly an executive assistant knows how to cultivate goodwill." Inside lay a Huawei Mate 60 RS Ultimate Edition smartphone, a MatePad Pro tablet, a Watch 4 Pro smartwatch, and a pair of FreeBuds Pro 3 wireless earbuds. This quartet alone approached 20,000 yuan in value. Add a Huawei laptop, and it would rival the standard welcome package for university freshmen. For an ordinary chauffeur, such a token of appreciation was profoundly generous. Over roughly 2 days, he had received not only his platform fare, but also an additional 2,000 yuan stipend. And now this lavish Huawei set. Their thoughtfulness was impeccable. Yet Su Ning could scarcely articulate his profound regret. If only they'd given cash instead of gadgets. Nearly 20,000 yuan amplified would become 2 billion yuan, perhaps exceeding the entire asset base of their corporation. He could only sigh, inwardly powerless to voice such thoughts. After all, it was a gesture of goodwill, one no one could possibly anticipate would clash so dramatically with his extraordinary system. Regardless, this journey had yielded extraordinary returns, far surpassing 2 weeks of routine chauffeuring in Diju. Glancing at the clock, even if he caught an evening flight back, tonight's shifts were forfeit. So Su Ning decided to spend the night in Modu and return to Diju the following day. It was his first visit to Modu. Glancing at the time, he decided to wander the famed pedestrian street and savor the Whitean riverside scenery. He had ample time. Unusually, he did not have to think about taking driver-for-hire orders tonight, nor contend with eccentric car owners. Strolling through the bustling pedestrian street and along the river with the cool breeze on his face, Su Ning felt utterly relaxed and at ease. Because his digestive system had not yet fully recovered, Su Ning did not intend to indulge in a heavy meal. He should find a place to stay. Looking up across the road stood the Bandao Hotel, a top-tier establishment renowned in Modu. Perhaps in the days before he had a system, Su Ning would have taken a detour to avoid it. But now the balance of over 800 million yuan in his bank account gave him ample confidence. With such a sum, not only could he afford a night here, he could easily buy the Bandao Hotel outright. He smiled faintly and crossed the road into the Bandao Hotel. A well-dressed hostess in a tailored jacket greeted him with hands folded and a slight bow, welcoming him as a distinguished guest. Su Ning nodded and followed the hostess to the front desk. The receptionist greeted him politely and asked what type of room he preferred. Her tone was warm and pleasing. Su Ning asked casually what kinds of suites they offered. Su Ning smiled calmly and asked without much concern. Previously, when staying in hotels in Daidu, it was usually because he was exhausted after driving for hire, so he had never been particular about rooms. But tonight was a rare opportunity to relax, and Su Ning wanted to experience top-tier service. The receptionist explained that the Bandao Hotel offered 10 types of suites, ranging from the executive suite at 50 yuan per night to the Bandao suite at 150 yuan per night, each differing in price and layout. She suggested he view the options on the tablet, and as she spoke, handed a tablet to Su Ning. Slightly astonished, Su Ning took the tablet and swiped to the end of the listings. He had not expected the Bandao Hotel to offer rooms at 140 yuan a night. Could this be the fabled presidential suite? He was immediately tempted. "They'll take the Bandao suite," Su Ning said without hesitation, returning the tablet with a faint smile. This time the receptionist was the one taken aback. She had not anticipated that such a young guest would request the Bandao suite. One should understand that a top-tier presidential suite is not something just anyone can afford. Even some senior executives of large firms might think twice. Generally, only tycoons worth hundreds of millions or even billions would check in without a second thought. The young man before her dressed plainly bore none of the usual signs of a wealthy heir. Trained to perfection, the receptionist quickly restored her professional smile and concealed her momentary surprise. "Very well, sir. May I see your ID, please?" "Please wait a moment. The suite butler will come to welcome you shortly. All matters regarding your stay can be entrusted to the butler. Additionally, this is our Bandao Group VIP membership card. You are now one of our esteemed VIP. In the future, at any hotel under the Bandao Group, you will receive our most devoted service, as well as many related benefits and privileges." The receptionist handed back his ID and room card and presented a sleek black membership card. Su Ning toyed with the so-called VIP card with mild curiosity, though he was not particularly concerned by it. After all, barring special circumstances, he rarely stayed in hotels. Once his villa was purchased, he would be even less inclined to do so. Thus, the membership card held little practical significance for him. Before long, a graceful woman in a fitted suit and skirt approached with composed manners and bowed slightly to Su Ning. "Good evening, honored guest. I am Xiaoyu, the butler for the Bandao Suite. I will take care of every aspect of your stay in the Bandao Suite," she continued. "At your service. I hope you enjoy a pleasant evening at the Bandao Hotel." Su Ning appraised the exquisitely featured woman, whose figure was almost model-like, and felt a quiet twinge of admiration. Indeed, in an ultra-luxury hotel's presidential suite, even the butler would be of this caliber. Were she a couple of years younger or styled more innocently, she would undoubtedly be the campus belle. He followed Xiaoyu into the elevator up to the hotel's top floor. At the Bandao Hotel, the higher the floor, the more refined and distinguished the rooms. The top floor actually contained only 4 suites: the Seoul Bandao Suite, a single Huizhong Suite, and 2 Dahua Suites. The Huizhong Suite was priced at 1,230 yuan per night, the Dahua Suites at 1,230 yuan per night. Pushing open the door, the first thing that greeted him was a long corridor. Because we are located on the Waitin, our Bandao Suite is not as vast as some presidential suites elsewhere, but in terms of decor and opulence, it is among the finest, Xiaoyu explained. This presidential suite often receives international dignitaries and social luminaries and has earned widespread acclaim. As she described the suite, Xiaoyu guided him through each space in a brisk tour. The level of extravagance inside left Su Ning speechless. To him, the 400 square meter suite already felt enormous. Their dormitory measured a mere 24 square meters, smaller than this suite's bathroom. 2 bedrooms, 2 parlors, a dining room, a study, 3 walk-in closets, 2 bathrooms, a dressing room, and a vast bathing chamber. For a moment, Su Ning experienced the sensation of window shopping. It was the first time he had ever grown tired merely from walking through a single residence. "We provide 24-hour room service to the Bandao Suite. If you require anything, please tell me. I am in the adjacent butler's quarters and stand ready to answer your summons at any time," she said. Indeed, Su Ning felt somewhat hungry. Since morning, because of his bout of diarrhea, he had not eaten properly. "I'm a bit hungry. Please bring some light dishes," he said, indicating the adhesive dressing that still covered the 4 infusion on his arm. The butler nodded and went to make the arrangements. Su Ning sat alone on the spacious parlor sofa, crossing one leg over the other in comfortable repose. Before him flowed the broad, tranquil Huangpu River. The superb view conveyed a rare beauty. No wonder the wealthy never stint on comfort in their attire, food, shelter, or travel. One should enjoy the life appropriate to one's station. It was only at this moment that Su Ning came to grasp that realization. As Su Ning sat on the sofa admiring the tranquil, picturesque nightscape along the riverbank, Chairman Wang and assistant Zhao had already arrived at the Bandao Hotel. "If we had known, we should have reserved the Bandao Suite earlier. It's not your fault. Who could have imagined that the Bandao Suite, vacant most of the time, would be occupied today?" But Mr. Shirmisai stayed in the Bandao Suite when he accompanied their dignitaries on his last visit and found it perfectly suited to his taste. This time, he expressly requested that same suite by name. "We should see whether we can negotiate with the Bandao Hotel, or perhaps entreat the current suite occupant to change room." Chairman Wang frowned, his face creased with worry. The predicament before him had clearly left him distressed and perplexed. Shirmisai was Wangshire Group's largest purchaser in Europe. More than half of the group's business, and over 75% of its profits, were contributed from that market. It would not be an exaggeration to call Shirmisai the group's greatest benefactor. He had flown from Europe to Modu to discuss the framework for their next phase of cooperation. Thus, Wangshire Group was determined to make Shirmisai feel welcome. Yet unexpectedly, they found themselves unable to fulfill even his first modest request. Shirmisai had specifically requested the Bandao Suite because on his last stay, he loved sitting on the sofa watching the Huangpu River's beautiful nocturnal vista. This request should have been raised during prior communications, but due to an error in Europe, Wangshire Group only received it as Shirmisai's plane was about to land. Assistant Zhao hurried to call and secure the room, only to be informed the Bandao Suite was already occupied. He had no choice but to accompany Chairman Wang to the Bandao Hotel to try to negotiate. Chairman Wang felt equally helpless. Modu did have hotels of the Bandao Hotel's caliber, even establishments more luxurious, so options were not lacking. For example, not far away stood the famed Heping Hotel. The Dongfang Culture Hotel's presidential suite stretched an astonishing 788 square meters, opulent beyond measure. Yet stubbornly, Shirmisai had fixed upon the Bandao Hotel. What could be done? When the two arrived, General Manager Chun was already waiting in the hotel lobby. Wangshire Group wielded considerable influence in Modu and was one of the Bandao Hotel's principal clients, not to mention Chairman Wang's own vast clout. Reasons Chun could not afford to be remiss. "Chairman Wang, hello. Sorry to trouble you with a personal visit." Chun hurried forward and offered his hand. Chairman Wang returned the gesture. "General Manager Chun, we are indeed putting you to trouble this time. General Manager Chen's face showed a weary bitterness. He genuinely wanted to help and avoid losing Wangsha Group as a client, but he had to consider many other factors. Do you expect the current occupant of the Bandao suite to pack up and move? One simply does not do that. If the hotel operated so bluntly, its reputation would be ruined. Moreover, a guest able to occupy a presidential suite is hardly ordinary. If the guest were someone the hotel could not afford to offend, what good would coercion bring? Therefore, the Bandao Hotel could not intervene directly. Chen could not even disclose the occupant's contact details to Wangsha Group. What he could do was have the suite's butler with the utmost humility and sincerity approach the guest on Wangsha Group's behalf to see whether they would be willing to meet. If the guest were impressed by Wangsha Group, that would be ideal. If the guest declined, there was nothing Chen could do. Chairman Wang, I hope you can understand my dilemma. Let us go to the reception room and wait a while. I have already asked the suite's butler to speak with the honored guest in the Bandao suite about this matter. Let us hope everything goes smoothly, Chen said with a smile as he guided Chairman Wang toward the reception room. Chairman Wang understood there was no forcing the issue and could only wait resignedly. At that moment, the butler Xiaoyu rang the suite to ask permission to enter. Su Ning, assuming she was delivering a meal, opened the door for her. Xiaoyu bowed slightly. Her voice was pleasant and deferential. Young Master Su, there is something I need to report. Wangsha Group's major European client has specifically requested our Bandao Hotel's presidential suite, which is this Bandao suite. Our hotel will of course not ask you to change rooms. However, the chairman of Wangsha Group has come in person to the Bandao Hotel, hoping to speak with you face to face. It seems this European client must be very important to them, otherwise their chairman would not have intervened personally. Would you be willing to meet and speak with them? If you are willing, we will arrange it immediately. If you are not, we will refuse Wangsha Group on your behalf. Su Ning could not help frowning slightly. Did this sort of thing really happen to him? He was no longer merely a chauffeur. How could even a stay in a presidential suite attract such complications? He was not angry, but certainly uncomfortable. Is this city so large that there are no presidential suites besides the Bandao Hotel? I've already moved in. There is no reason for me to give up the room. Tell Wangsha Group there is nothing to discuss. Su Ning waved Xiaoyu away, indicating she could leave. He understood perfectly well that Wangsha Group must have a business relationship with the Bandao Hotel, otherwise the hotel would not have conveyed the message. Xiaoyu preserved a pleasantly reassuring smile, nodded, and began to turn away. But at that moment, Su Ning suddenly called after her, "Wait. Wangsha Group? Which Wangsha Group?" He was not familiar with Modu, much less the enterprises there. Besides, he had just endured the arduous chauffeur journey from Daidu to Modu. It had been no easy road. The person he had driven also bore the surname Wang. Could Chairman Wang and Wangsha Group be connected? Thinking this, Su Ning stopped the butler. Then he might as well meet them. If it proved otherwise, it would not matter. But if it truly was Chairman Wang, how could Su Ning deny him that courtesy? Beyond the camaraderie forged on their journey, the fact that Su Ning had earned more than 600 million from Chairman Wang alone made refusal impossible. Very well, young Master Su, please wait. May I arrange for them to come to the suite to talk? Su Ning nodded, and then said, "Prepare some refreshments." After Xiaoyu left, Su Ning returned to the large sofa and watched the Huangpu River shimmer under the night. When the reception area received word that the Bandao Suite's honored guest had agreed to meet Chairman Wang, and Assistant Zhao could hardly contain their excitement and repeatedly voiced their relief. Soon Chairman Wang and Assistant Zhao followed the suite steward Xiaoyu in the elevator to the penthouse level and stood outside the Peninsula suite. Only after Su Ning gave his permission did Xiaoyu open the door and usher them inside, guiding them to the conference room on the right. Although Chairman Wang wielded considerable influence in Modu, he understood that there were always greater powers and so modestly lowered his posture. Perhaps the occupant of the Peninsula suite was some true bigwig. Yet when he saw Su Ning approaching with a faint smile at his lips, he was utterly stunned. What was happening? The one staying in the Peninsula suite was Su Ning, the very driver who had chauffeured him from the imperial capital to Modu. In that instant, he felt his mind momentarily unable to process it. If Chairman Wang was taken aback, Assistant Zhao beside him was even more so. She too recognized Su Ning and stood there so astonished she could not close her mouth. She knew the price of the Peninsula Hotel's presidential suite all too well. Even with a corporate rate from the Wang Group, it still ran above 100. This driver actually lived in the presidential suite. In that moment, an absurd notion crossed her mind. Had the allowance she gave him been not 2,000, but 20 million? In any case, the reality before them far exceeded their comprehension, leaving both speechless. "Good evening, Chairman Wang, Assistant Zhao. I was just wondering whether you might be the one to come in. Lo, and behold you are. Please have a seat, please have a seat." Su Ning, able to sense their shock, smiled and spoke first. Chairman Wang's face still wore a look of disbelief as he asked, "Xiao Suyu?" Su Ning shrugged. He had grown accustomed to such bewilderment in recent times. "Chairman Wang, I know what you want to ask. I am indeed a driver for hire, but I do it not to feed a family. Rather, in truth, I could be said with some generosity to be reasonably well off, though of course I cannot compare to you. He offered no further explanation. It was enough that Chairman Wang understood. Even the worldly wise Chairman Wang could not help the twitch at the corner of his mouth. If one could afford the presidential suite, one must be wealthy indeed. Are all young people today so willful, forsaking a comfortable family enterprise to go out and work as a driver to experience life? He could not fathom it. If his son behaved so, he would give him a severe reprimand. Chairman Wang, are you looking to book this suite? I cannot speak for others, but if you want it, of course it will be arranged. Seeing that Chairman Wang and Assistant Zhao remained stunned and had not yet recovered to discuss business, Su Ning simply smiled and took the initiative to bring up the matter. Chairman Wang suddenly recalled the purpose of his personal visit to the Peninsula Hotel. He grew somewhat excited and moved to stand, taking Su Ning's hand. Xiao Su, I feel ashamed. In the end, we must trouble you. I truly feel a little embarrassed. I will not utter mere thanks. This favor is lodged in my heart. If you ever need anything in the future, speak up. Within my power, I will not shirk. Having said this, Chairman Wang promptly turned to instruct Assistant Zhao. Reimburse Su Ning for the Peninsula Suite's fee and then arrange a Huizhong suite for him. The Huizhong suite is the one room in the Peninsula Hotel ranked immediately below the Peninsula Suite. In a sense, it can also be considered a presidential suite. Su Ning did not refuse Chairman Wang's generosity. For them, a sum of around 100 was trivial. They did not linger long. After agreeing to meet again, when Chairman Wang next visited the imperial capital, Su Ning moved to the adjoining Huizhong suite. The bed in the presidential suite offered him an exquisite comfort that made him loath to rise. He resolved that once he had purchased the villa, he would install the very same bed and mattress. After a quiet night, he rose the next morning, enjoyed a lavish buffet breakfast at the hotel, and then took the Peninsula Hotel's concierge car straight to the airport. By around noon, they had already landed in the imperial capital. When they returned to the dormitory, the three brothers were not particularly surprised, for Su Ning's late-night driving jobs often meant he did not return to the dorm. After some banter, Su Ning used the time to work on his graduation project and thesis, remaining busy until a little past 4 in the afternoon. Let's eat. The eldest Huixiefeng waved his hand. The three had no objection and rose to leave the dormitory. Just then Su Ning's phone suddenly rang. He picked up to see that Ning Bing was calling. As he connected and prepared to tease, Ning Bing cut him off with urgency. Don't say anything. Hurry to Li Ji private kitchen. Then the call was ended. Listening to the dial tone, Su Ning was puzzled. What was going on that was so urgent? Had Ning Bing been wronged at Li Ji? Meeting the doubtful looks from his two brothers, Su Ning smiled and said, "A fair lady has summoned me. I won't be eating with you today. Bye." In reply, the three of them gave him a synchronized middle finger. He laughed and waved as he left the dormitory. At the same time, by the window facing the street in the hall of Li Ji private kitchen, Ning Bing sat with a middle-aged man in a suit and black-framed glasses. Both wore anxious expressions and appeared restless. Some 10 minutes later, a Koenigsegg pulled into Li Ji's parking lot, and Su Ning stepped out of the car. "He's here. That's Su Ning." Ning Bing rose a little excited and pointed at him. The middle-aged man opposite grew even more animated. When Ning Bing had suggested she might bring an LP, he had not been entirely convinced. Now the presence of the Koenigsegg one forced him to accept it as fact. "You're here." Ning Bing made no fuss, stepping forward to link her arm with Su Ning's and guiding him to their table. Su Ning smiled and asked, puzzled, "Why the rush? Is something wrong?" "Allow me to introduce, this is Zheng Qinjie, Investment Director at Lasong Capital. This is my friend Su Ning." Ning Bing made the introductions without further comment. "Hello, Director Zheng." Although Su Ning had no idea what schemes Ning Bing had in mind, he courteously. Zheng Qinjie looked to be about 35 tall and lean, exuding the air of high finance. "Hello, young Master Su, a pleasure to meet you." Zheng Qinjie clasped Su Ning's hand, speaking with excited yet measured courtesy. Su Ning and Ning Bing sat together while Zheng took the seat opposite. "Have you ordered?" Su Ning asked with a smile. Zheng Qinjie was hardly in the mood for food, but since everyone was present, there was no need to rush into business. Su Ning waved at the waiter, asking him to hand the menu to Ning Bing and Zheng Qinjie. "Order anything, don't hold back. Let's eat first, I'm starving." In fact, he had already roughly guessed that their urgency to find him must be related to some investment project. But no matter what the investment was, he needed to fill his stomach first. The emperor wouldn't be worried about starving soldiers. Ning Bing couldn't help but pinch Su Ning under the table, thinking to herself, how could you only think about eating? However, Zheng Qinjie thought that the atmosphere would be more harmonious at the wine table, making it easier to discuss investment matters, so after ordering he smiled and asked, "Su Xiao, would you like to drink red wine?" "Drink." Su Ning shook his head repeatedly. "Sorry, I have to drive later, so I can only be impolite." Zheng Qinjie's mind short-circuited at that moment. What was that? Driving later? Why didn't you say you were digging through trash bins for bottles? Just like many others who reacted similarly upon hearing that Su Ning was driving, they were left stunned. It's not that there was a discrimination against driving, but one should work at a level commensurate with their status. The disparity was too great for others not to be confused. You have a net worth of hundreds of millions driving a sports car worth 50 million, yet you're out every night working as a driver for money. Can you even earn back the fuel costs of your supercar? It just felt completely out of touch. Ning Bing beside him also rubbed her forehead. She had gotten used to it. Oh, then I won't drink. After a while, Zheng Qinjie finally regained his composure and awkwardly chuckled a few times. It wasn't until the waiter brought the dishes that he regained the aura and appearance of a financial elite. Su Ning, let me speak. Ning Bing took a sip of fresh orange juice, glanced at Zheng Qinjie, and eagerly spoke up. Zheng is our investment director at Ulsan Capital, but he has just left for certain reasons. The reasons are not convenient to elaborate on now, but I assure you that Zheng's integrity and professional ethics are beyond question. The reason for this meeting is that he is planning to establish an investment company and would like to invite you to be a GP. As Ning Bing reached this point, Zheng Qinjie pressed down his hand and smiled at her, saying, "Let me explain." He then turned to Su Ning, trying to speak in as calm a tone as possible. "I plan to start my own investment company, but my funds are limited. Generally, the funding model for investment companies involves a founder plus several GPs and a variable number of LPs to ensure capital operation. I can personally invest 80 million. At the same time, I hope to bring in 23 GPs to jointly invest 200,000, 300 million. Once the funds reach this scale, initial investments won't be tight. When the reputation is established, LP investments can reach a scale of 1 billion. At that time, the investment company will have a certain status in the industry. I wonder if Su Xiao is interested in being a GP." After briefly explaining the situation, Zheng Qinjie looked at Su Ning with an eager and expectant gaze. Su Ning's expression remained unchanged, smiling calmly as he turned to Ning Bing. Because he didn't understand. Even though Ning Bing had previously explained it to him, he was still vague about it. Moreover, whether the other party was trustworthy also required Ning Bing to provide him with an answer. Ning Bing naturally understood Su Ning's intention in looking at her and nodded seriously. "I don't care whether you were joking about being able to invest 120 million. But Zheng's trading ability and investment acumen are very well known in the industry. And you can fully trust Zheng's character. He is highly regarded. If you have a large amount of idle funds, I recommend you collaborate with Zheng. After all, wealthy individuals often don't let their funds sit idle. They either enter the stock or futures market or invest in private equity funds. Zheng needs capital scale, and you need investment channels. Your collaboration is a win-win." Ning Bing's words made Su Ning nod in agreement. He had previously considered matters regarding funds. Once he bought a large villa and had a crazy money-making system in place, the scale of funds would only increase. At that time, how to manage these funds would become a pressing reality. He had considered private equity as it was the easiest way for him to accommodate his funds. However, private equity carries certain risks, and once the money is with the other party, you have no say in it. So he had always been hesitant. Yet today, Ning Bing presented him with an investment method that suited him perfectly. "How much funding do you need?" Su Ning turned to Zheng Qinjie, asking in a calm tone. Although his demeanor was indifferent, his words carried an exciting message for Zheng Qinjie. "In my plan, it is best for each GP's funding to be above 100 million, and 2 to 3 of them will be enough. 100 million. Though this figure seemed simple for most people, it was likely unimaginable wealth for a lifetime. However, at this moment, it was hard for Su Ning to feel much tumult inside. He pondered for a moment, recalling how Ning Bing had previously complained to him about a minor leader at Ulsan Capital making things difficult for her regarding GPs. "How about this? You don't need to find other GP partners. Whatever funding gap you have in your plan, it'll cover it, and I won't participate in the company's daily operations or project investments. However, there is one condition, Ning Bing, as my full representative, needs to hold an executive position in the investment company with the authority to supervise the company's investment activities." Su Ning's assertive declaration left Zheng Qinjie and Ning Bing stunned, their faces filled with ink. Ning Bing almost lost her ability to think, shocked to the point of questioning her life. Was Su Ning really that wealthy? Zheng Qinjie had at least a funding gap of 200,000, 300 million, yet Su Ning casually said he would cover it all. To casually pull out 2 or 300 million, one would likely need assets of at least a billion. Even many billionaires would find it challenging to take out 2 or 300 million in cash. What moved her even more amidst her shock was that Su Ning actually let her be the full representative. What a level of trust this was. Initially, she had only spent a passionate night with Su Ning, a driver, because she was drunk, never intending to pursue anything further. But who would have thought this driver was actually a super-rich heir? She later indeed learned that Su Ning was wealthy, but she never expected him to be wealthy to this extent. What a fantastical encounter this was. At this moment, Su Ning, who appeared calm but exuded an overwhelming aura, made Ning Bing feel utterly captivated, her gaze towards him brimming with affection, unable to help but cross her legs. At this moment, Zheng Qinjie was completely dumbfounded, utterly unable to respond to Su Ning's audacious demands. How could he directly ask to cover the funding gap? You need 300 million and you expect me to just hand it over without batting an eye. Initially, when Ning Bing mentioned introducing him to a potentially wealthy friend, he didn't take it seriously. What does it matter if someone is wealthy? Can they just casually pull out 100 million? Yet the reality proved that the fool was actually him. What potentially wealthy? That person was clearly a super rich heir. He had seen many big shots before, frequently encountering executives from top investment banks or firms. However, the nonchalant aura that Su Ning exuded regarding a few billion was far beyond what they could compare to. Judging by the heir's demeanor, he seemed unconcerned about investment returns, as if he was merely spending a few billion to win a smile from a beautiful woman. Perhaps even if this investment turned out to be a loss, he wouldn't even furrow his brow. Yet the more this was the case, the more Zheng Qinjie felt that he had to be more cautious with his upcoming investments. Even if it was just to earn the heir a little pocket money, establishing a good relationship with him would be an immeasurable boost to his future development. Not to mention that most heirs are capricious. If he lost money and angered the heir, what good would come of it for him? Unknowingly, Zheng Qinjie, who had initially held a low posture in front of Su Ning, had become increasingly humble, almost as if he had transformed into Su Ning's subordinate. The establishment of the investment company was quickly settled in just a few words. The two partnered to create an investment firm named Houting Capital. Zheng Qinjie invested 80 million, holding a 25% stake, and served as the president of the investment company, fully responsible for its operations. Su Ning invested 2.4 billion, holding a 75% stake, not responsible for company management, but having veto power over investment projects. Ning Bing, as Su Ning's full representative, would serve as the vice president of the investment company, assisting Zheng Qinjie with operational projects, while also holding supervisory responsibilities. As for the direction of the investment company's operations and future LP recruitment, Su Ning wouldn't interfere. After discussing the formalities, Su Ning had eaten enough and stood up with a smile. From now on, we are all on the same side, so I won't stand on ceremony with you all. You all take your time, I need to go wait for the ride-hailing order. With that, he stood up, shook hands with the dazed Zheng Qinjie, and gave him a kiss before heading towards the cash register. Ning Bing was accustomed to this. After all, her first encounter with Su Ning was when he drove her home. Although it felt quite strange, it was normal for people to have some unusual quirks. Perhaps Su Ning simply enjoyed the feeling of being a ride-hailing driver. But Zheng Qinjie was different. What? Did I hear wrong? Just finished discussing an investment of over 2 billion with me, and now you're saying you want to go drive for ride-hailing. There's no way this is happening. Why don't you just drive your 50 million Koenigsegg for ride-hailing instead? Is this a quirky hobby or some kind of performance art? Zheng Qinjie felt that he had experienced more moments of mental short-circuiting tonight than in half his life. However, watching Su Ning walk towards the cash register, he suddenly remembered that they still needed to settle the bill. He couldn't let Su Ning pay the bill. Although the heir surely wouldn't mind the cost of this meal, he needed to maintain his stance. So he quickly ran to the cash register and shouted to the cashier to settle the bill before Su Ning could. The cashier glanced at Su Ning, then looked at Zheng Qinjie with a strange expression, as if asking what he was trying to do. Eating with the boss, and then rushing over to pay. Zheng Qinjie was afraid that Su Ning would foot the bill, and seeing that the cashier wasn't responding, he urged hurry up and settle the bill. The cashier, somewhat speechless, turned to Su Ning. Boss, he wants to pay, should I accept it or not? Zheng Qinjie was taken aback, looking at Su Ning in shock. What does this mean? Is Su Ning the owner of this restaurant? Instinctively surveying the dining hall, his sharp investment instincts allowed him to quickly gauge the investment cost and profitability of this restaurant. This prime location alone was probably worth over 30 million. As for profitability, judging by the restaurant's pricing and the fact that there were already people waiting for tables, the monthly revenue must exceed 3 million. This is a cash cow. While he was overreacting, after all, he was a super rich heir. What's wrong with having a bit more industry? At this moment, Ning Bing, who was still unaware, was also quite surprised, as she had just heard that this Li Ji private kitchen actually belonged to Su Ning. You truly have a creative flair working as a resident ride-hailing driver in your own restaurant. Zheng Qinjie and Ning Bing watched as Su Ning donned a reflective vest emblazoned with the restaurant's name and sat on a small stool beside the cash register waiting for ride-hailing orders. At that moment, an overwhelming sense of incongruity washed over them, leaving them speechless. Even though they already knew Su Ning was going to drive for ride-hailing, it was truly hard to calmly accept the scene before them. Have you all been drinking? Otherwise, how about I drive you back? At this moment, Su Ning suddenly had a bright idea and blurted it out. Since I have to wait here anyway, why not take the opportunity to run a ride? But first, let me make it clear, I am a ride-hailing driver, so you must respect my labor and pay me for the ride. It seemed like he had remembered something as Su Ning's conversational tone shifted. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her beautiful eyes at him, then burst into laughter. Just moments ago, you were discussing a business worth billions without batting an eye. Now you're so stingy, over $100 for the ride. The contradiction made it hard to imagine that this was the same person. Are you sure you don't have a split personality? As for Zheng Qinjie, he was gradually able to keep up with Su Ning's train of thought. So carefree. Truly carefree. The heir was simply playing a game of life. Unrestrained, free-spirited, doing as he pleased. To reach such a state is truly worth the journey through life. Alright then, I'll trouble you, esteemed driver. Drive safely. If you drive well, not only will you receive the ride fee, but also a tip. Zheng Qinjie first made a playful face at Su Ning, then pretended to be serious. Ning Bing couldn't help but roll her eyes at her old boss, thinking he was just joining in on the fun. But Su Ning gave Zheng Qinjie a thumbs up. Indeed, those who can make a name for themselves in the investment circle have a discerning eye. Of course, Su Ning couldn't just demand a tip, as the system wouldn't acknowledge it. Otherwise, if he were to ask Ning Bing for a few million in ride fees and tips, wouldn't he instantly become the world's richest man? Zheng Qinjie's car was a Range Rover, and Su Ning had driven it many times over the past few days. He was quite familiar with its operation. However, this brand of car generally has quality control issues, often encountering various problems and malfunctions. Otherwise, why would there be that saying? Since buying a Land Rover, you're either repairing it or on your way to repair it. Recently, Su Ning was contemplating buying a vehicle for himself, but he had never considered a Land Rover. Ning Bing also owned a Range Rover Vogue, though its interior design differed entirely from this one. Su Ning mused that he might as well gift her a car when purchasing his own, since he held little affection for this particular vehicle. After dropping Ning Bing off, Su Ning drove Zheng Qinjie home. As Zheng stepped out of the car, he emptied over 100 yuan in cash from the center console into Su Ning's hands. Young Master Su, here's your chauffeur fee. Su Ning accepted the money with a cheerful grin, then patted Zheng Qinjie's shoulder in farewell. At that very moment, a familiar system notification chimed within his mind. Congratulations, host. You have earned 148 yuan through diligent work, multiplied 10,000-fold, yielding a reward of 14.8 million yuan. Another windfall exceeding 10 million yuan. This sum was more than enough to purchase a car each for himself and Ning Bing. Taking a taxi back to Li Ji Private Kitchen, he found Master Wang already out on a chauffeur assignment, while another newly hired driver still waited idly for work. Su Ning, ever respectful of protocol, quietly took his place behind the newcomer. Yet strangely, business remained unusually sluggish that evening. The other driver had long departed, Master Wang had even returned, but Su Ning still hadn't received his second assignment. As he stood there bored and idle, a middle-aged man strode fiercely into Li Ji Private Kitchen. Ignoring the host greeting, the man swept his gaze across the dining hall before marching straight towards Su Ning. It's you, he barked. You were the chauffeur who drove me home the other day, weren't you? He loomed before Su Ning, his face contorted with hostility as he demanded answers. Su Ning recognized him instantly, the very client he'd served just days earlier. That had been his first assignment of the day, flawless and uneventful. So why had this man now stormed and seething with rage? Puzzled but courteous, Su Ning nodded with a polite smile. Yes, I drove you home that day. Hearing Su Ning's admission emboldened the man further. His voice sharpened with accusation. Good. Then tell me, shouldn't a professional chauffeur deliver his client safely and without incident? Yet you not only scratched my car, but never mentioned it. I wouldn't have known at all if I hadn't inspected it before driving today. He sneered, voice dripping with contempt. How utterly devoid of professional ethics you are. A torrent of vitriol left Su Ning both irritated and bewildered. Speak civilly, he retorted. State your grievance plainly. If you can't speak like a human being, then stay silent. Su Ning frowned sharply, refusing to tolerate such insolence. There was no reason to resolve issues by hurling insults first. True chauffeuring was a service profession, but did earning a modest fee obligate him to kneel and beg forgiveness? The rebuke ignited the man's fury anew, and he lunged forward, aiming a vicious blow at Su Ning. Dare you talk back? Refusing to admit it, are you? I'll slap you, and you'll believe me. But this was Li Ji Private Kitchen, Su Ning's domain. No need for Su Ning to act himself. Two security guards surged forward, seizing the man before he could so much as brush against Su Ning. Hey, what the hell do you think you're doing? Let me go now. You're shielding your chauffeur, aren't you? Fine, this isn't over. If you don't make this right, I'll take your name. Struggling wildly, yet helplessly restrained, the man drew a deep breath and bellowed across the restaurant. Everyone look here. Li Ji Private Kitchen is assaulting people. Would you dare dine here knowing they beat the next victim might be you? A restaurant like this deserves to shut down. Come see for yourselves. Assaulting people? Surely not. Patrons dining in the main hall turned startled to see a man physically restrained, leaving them baffled and uncertain. Li Ji Private Kitchen, violent. Unlikely. Some patrons were longtime regulars who knew well the establishment's excellence, not only in cuisine but in impeccable service. Such baseless aggression made no sense. Others, however, newcomers to the restaurant, watched warily, half convinced, half skeptical. Su Ning almost laughed aloud at the man's shameless theatrics. Though still ignorant of the man's motive, Su Ning recognized this spectacle threatened both Li Ji's reputation and its daily operations, leaving no room for further tolerance. Remove him immediately, then call the police. I will retain counsel and sue him for reputational damages. His financial ruin may be spared, but the memory will scar him for life. Su Ning spoke coldly. The guards responded instantly, dragging the sneering man out of the restaurant. When he attempted to force his way back, and they seized him again, delivering several discreet, forceful shoves along the way. After all, should officers arrive later, the guards could plausibly claim he'd merely stumbled during resistance. Stung and furious, the man realized entry was impossible, and instead clenched his teeth and died. He too had called the police. Moments later, a gleaming new BJ-90 patrol vehicle arrived, imposing and authoritative. Two such BJ-90s, donated by Su Ning to the Hanjiang Road Police Station, had been assigned exclusively to frontline response units. Officer Wang Sudong descended from the cruiser, surveyed the tense standoff, and frowned. Before addressing your dispute, disrupting a business's operations makes you an easy target for retaliation. Approaching with formal impartiality, he addressed the man directly. They had just received two concurrent reports, one from Li Ji Private Kitchen, reporting malicious disruption of business order, the other, presumably from this man, alleging assault by the restaurant staff. Though details remained unclear, the sight of the man shouting unharmed and unrestrained, save by two guards blocking his entrance, quietly confirmed their suspicion. This was no victim, but rather an instigator. In this era, who would recklessly strike another person, especially in a service industry where such violence would guarantee professional obliteration? Yet duty demanded resolution. Officer, look, they assaulted me. Wang Sudong cut him off. Come inside. We'll sit down somewhere quiet so I can hear both sides. Then he led the way into Li Ji Private Kitchen. Upon entering, his eyes landed on Su Ning seated on a small stool beside the cashier's counter, and his lips involuntarily twitched. Without cause, he sensed, intuitively, that Su Ning lay at the heart of this affair. Su Ning, spotting Officer Wang, simply raised a hand in friendly acknowledgement. Manager Lu stepped forward. Officer Wang, this individual caused a disturbance in our restaurant, prompting our call to report it. Wang, trained to weigh evidence, listened to neither side uncritically. He waved a hand dismissively. Please arrange a quiet private room. I must interview both parties separately. Understanding procedure, Manager Lu immediately prepared a reserved banquet room. Upon entering the private room, Officer Wang sat in the center with the middle-aged car owner on one side, and Su Ning alongside Manager Lu on the other. After 2 uneventful days, they unexpectedly met again today, due to a police incident. He couldn't help but smile wryly, wondering if they were destined to deal with each other every day. It was simply surreal. However, after numerous encounters over the days, he had a clear understanding of Su Ning's character. He was quite rule-abiding. Even if he had the power to break the rules, he would never do so. If conflicts arose with others, it was likely the other. Let's hear it. What exactly happened? Wang Sudong said to the middle-aged car owner. You go first. The car owner slammed the table, filled with righteous indignation, as he began to speak. A few days ago, I was dining at this restaurant. After drinking, I called for a designated driver, and it was him. I hadn't used my car until today when I discovered it had been scratched. The parking spot on that side had a pillar. There was no way other cars could have hit it. So there is only one possibility. It was scratched while he was driving. I came to the restaurant to find him, and it's one thing for him to deny it, but the restaurant actually sheltered him. I called for an expensive designated driver at your restaurant precisely for peace of mind. Yet when trouble arose, you all pushed the blame around. Even worse, the restaurant staff assaulted me and kicked. Officer, you don't need to mediate today. Oh, I definitely want settle. Whoever laid hands on me earlier should be locked up for 15 days. And I demand compensation for my damages. Su Ning coldly watched the self-proclaimed victim, unable to suppress a sneer. To be fair, this guy was quite eloquent. His passionate accusations might easily lead one to believe he was the pitiful victim. However, some matters aren't resolved just by saying so. Wang Sudong felt somewhat speechless at this moment. Regardless of the truth of the situation, who did he think he was to say that someone should be locked up for 15 days? Turning to Su Ning and Manager Lu, he said seriously, you both should explain the situation as well. Just as Manager Lu was about to speak, Su Ning pressed his hand down, stopping him. Officer Wang, my lawyer will be here shortly. Once he arrives, I will elaborate. Wang Sudong's expression suddenly stiffened. He was completely thrown off by Su Ning. Did you really call a lawyer over such a trivial matter? Is being wealthy just an excuse for caprice? However, he realized that the middle-aged car owner must have angered Su Ning, who intended to pursue the matter more thoroughly. Otherwise, there would be no need to insist on having a lawyer present. At this moment, the car owner across the table had a question mark hovering above his head, looking puzzled. A lawyer? Regardless of the matter's size, was it worth hiring a lawyer? Hiring a lawyer as a designated driver seems absurd, doesn't it? The fee for the lawyer could cover months of designated driving. However, the term lawyer still carried some weight, making the car owner feel that the situation was taking a turn for the worse. Suddenly, the atmosphere in the private room became extremely strange. After a while, there was a knock on the door, and a waiter led two impeccably dressed individuals inside. Su Xiao, I'm here, Lawyer Hua said with a smile. Su Ning stood up, shook hands with Lawyer Hua, and thought, I'm truly sorry for troubling you at such a late hour. Don't mention it, Su Xiao. It's my honor that you sought me out, Lawyer Hua replied, blinking. After releasing their handshake, Lawyer Hua pointed to the person beside him and introduced him to Su Ning, saying, Su Xiao, let me introduce you. This is our firm's elite lawyer, Lu Qiming. He will be your dedicated legal advisor, handling all your cases in the future. In order to win Su Ning over, Lawyer Hua had discussed with his partner and specifically arranged a dedicated legal advisor for Su Ning. Of course, there was another reason behind this. After all, Lawyer Hua was a well-known lawyer, while Su Ning typically handled small cases. It would be a waste to have Lawyer Hua represent him all the time. With a dedicated lawyer, it would not only relieve Lawyer Hua, but also provide Su Ning with better, more comprehensive service, a win-win situation. Naturally, if a major case required Lawyer Hua's involvement, he would not refuse. Su Ning smiled and shook hands with Lu Qiming, saying, Hello, Lawyer Lu, I hope for your guidance in the future. It's you who should guide me, Su Xiao. Lu Qiming hurriedly shook hands, adopting a very humble posture, stating, My phone is on 247. Whenever you need me, I'm at your service. Wang Sudong was not overly surprised, but the car owner was taken aback. Not only had a lawyer arrived, but two individuals with a commanding presence accompanied him. The key point was that the lawyer addressed the designated driver as Su Xiao. What did that mean? Could it be that this designated driver was someone of significant status? But if he had status, who would be driving a designated driver? Watching this scene unfold, he felt it was utterly absurd. After Su Ning and the others got acquainted and took their seats, the atmosphere in the room became even stranger. Wang Sudong sat in the center as the police officer with the car owner and the restaurant representatives sitting opposite each other. However, now the car owner was alone, while the restaurant side boasted a formidable lineup of 4 individuals. Just the sheer presence made it hard for the car owner to maintain his composure. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle lightly before slowly speaking. Let me explain the situation. On the day of the designated driving, everything went smoothly. There were no scratches along the way. I have video evidence from my action camera to prove it. However, that's not the main point. Regardless of the car owner's intentions, he could have come to me to inquire or negotiate, instead of barging in and shouting. I had no idea why he came to find me only to start cursing. Naturally, I would have the security throw him out. At that moment, he was causing a scene in the restaurant, maliciously attacking us and severely impacting our establishment's reputation. Lawyer Lu, I may need your help with what comes next. You will represent me fully in suing him for public defamation and demanding compensation for the damage to my reputation as well as for the harm he caused to the restaurant's reputation. I want to ask, is there any possibility of bringing him to financial ruin? By the end, Su Ning's words were already laced with a chilling undertone. He had always felt he had been too kind, always thinking it better to forgive and let go. But he gradually realized that some people only admit their mistakes not because they recognize their wrongdoing, but because they fear the consequences. For such individuals, there was no need to show mercy. Some violations have a low cost, such as insulting others in private settings, which generally won't lead to detention. However, if it escalates to a public setting, one must face administrative penalties, and if no reconciliation is reached, a 5-day detention is normal. When the car owner rushed in to confront Su Ning, he claimed it was acceptable if it was just the two of them, or if it was in a public setting. The boundaries are hard to define. Fortunately, Su Ning did not plan to make a big deal about it. He had Lawyer Lu file a lawsuit just to annoy the car owner. In fact, his real trump card was aimed at the negative impact the owner had caused to Li's private kitchen. After all, there were so many customers in the restaurant at that time, and there were also waiting customers. His malicious defamation of Li's private kitchen was a damage to its reputation. One must understand that Li's private kitchen has a monthly profit of at least $1 million. If this were to be pursued, it would certainly be enough to make him pay dearly. Although the losses are also difficult to define, at least the restaurant can provide accurate data on reduced revenue, which the court will generally accept. If Su Ning were a bit ruthless and sold the restaurant cheaply to someone else, the car owner would have no place to cry. Just imagine Su Ning had only bought the restaurant a few days ago, and prior to that the restaurant had not reported a significant drop in revenue. Now that Su Ning sold the restaurant at a low price, how did the price difference arise? I can clearly tell you it was caused by your malicious defamation of the restaurant. No need for much. If the price difference is a few million, you should be ready to pay. Not to mention going bankrupt, you would definitely suffer a serious setback. Do not think that the capital city is filled with wealthy people. Aside from valuable real estate, most families are burdened with mortgages that are suffocating. Su Ning would not soften his heart now, as he knew that some people simply do not deserve sympathy. At least it was hard to say what kind of malice this car owner was harboring. He had been using a chauffeur for 3 days, and now he found that the car was scratched, then came to seek an explanation. One could tell there was something fishy. If it had been another chauffeur without any footage, it would have been hard to argue, and perhaps he would have truly been at the mercy of the owner. Ning would not let him off, and he might as well be doing a service to the public. Lawyer Lu nodded upon hearing Ning's words. He could easily drag the other party into exhaustion with such a minor case, then bite off a large piece from him. The middle-aged car owner on the opposite side was now feeling flustered, panicking immensely. On one hand, the fact that the other party had called in 2 lawyers was indeed intimidating. On the other hand, he genuinely did not expect that the chauffeur had a sports camera recording. Why did he not notice it? In fact, as Ning said, that driving journey went smoothly, and the car did not encounter any scratches at all. The reason he came to find Ning was that this morning, when his wife prepared to drive out, she accidentally hit a wall due to carelessness. Unfortunately, the car's commercial insurance expired last month, and he did not renew it. The car only had basic liability insurance left. The left front headlight needed to be replaced along with the bumper and body paint, totaling about $20,000. He was somewhat reluctant to pay this amount. While furrowing his brow, he suddenly remembered the chauffeur from a few days ago, and an idea popped into his mind. After all, there were no surveillance cameras in that parking spot, and it would be hard to clarify the situation with the chauffeur. Even if the police mediated later, both sides would share some of the losses, and he might end up losing less. Thus the scene unfolded where he came to Lee's private kitchen to find Ning. However, he never expected that the chauffeur had a recording. If it were just this, he wouldn't have suffered much loss. At most, he would just pay for the repair. But the problem is the restaurant had actually brought in 2 lawyers fixating on his defamation of the restaurant and wanting to sue him. If the court ultimately ruled that he had to compensate the restaurant for reputational damages, it would be hard to say how much he would have to pay. Thinking of this, the car owner felt flustered, and even his body couldn't help but tremble. Seeing his demeanor, Ning was even more convinced that he had come to extort him, and he felt no psychological burden. When Wang Sudong looked at him, Ning gestured towards the car owner with a mocking expression. Wang Sudong understood. After so many years of handling cases at the grassroots level, he had seen more of such things than Ning. Clearing his throat, he looked back and forth at both sides, slowly beginning to speak. Regarding the vehicle collision, responsibility needs to be determined by the traffic police. This is not within our police station's scope of work. I am now mediating the matters that occurred at the restaurant. I believe I do not need to retrieve the restaurant's surveillance footage. If you indeed came and insulted Ning, then just apologize to seek forgiveness. Similarly, your disturbance at the restaurant affected its normal operation, and this also requires an apology to seek forgiveness. As for Lee's private kitchen, if you laid hands on the car owner, then you also need to apologize. As soon as Wang Sudong finished speaking, the car owner immediately stood up, panicking as he said, "I apologize. I'm sorry, I was impulsive. I deeply apologize to you and Lee's private kitchen." However, neither Ning nor manager Lu showed any expression, nor did they react. Having been so arrogant before, almost wishing for the restaurant's closure, now he thought a mere apology would suffice. That was truly a naive thought. "Officer Wang, we do not accept the apology. We will pursue legal avenues to uphold our legitimate rights and interests. Let's end the mediation here." Ning stood up, smiling as he spoke to Officer Wang Sudong. After saying this, he turned and coldly looked at the car owner, throwing out a final remark. "Wait for the court summons." Wang Sudong felt somewhat helpless. Although he found the other party truly hateful, it would be troublesome for Ning to pursue the matter to the end. However, he could not interfere with Ning's decision. At this moment, the car owner saw that the situation was irretrievable, and his expression turned extremely ugly, gritting his teeth as he said, "Then I will wait. You can hire a lawyer, can I? I don't believe it. Let's see what you can do to me then." Lawyer Lu couldn't help but snicker. Did he think lawyers were cheap? Let me tell you, even for the most common defamation case caused by insults, the lawyer's fee starts at $50,000. Not to mention that it concerns the restaurant's reputational damages due for a case valued at $1 million. Without at least $200,000 in lawyer fees, no lawyer would even bother with you. However, as an elite lawyer, he was well aware of what he needed to do to satisfy Ning. Thus, he turned to Officer Wang Sudong and spoke in a businesslike manner. "Officer Wang, right? I am here to file a report on behalf of my client. I strongly suspect that the car owner intentionally framed my client to escape responsibility after damaging his own vehicle. If the facts hold, this will involve extortion. Extortion is a public prosecution case that requires police investigation and verification. Officer Wang, are you processing the case now, or do we need to report to the police station ourselves?" Lawyer Lu was unaware of the relationship between Wang Sudong and Ning, so his attitude remained strictly professional. Wang Sudong couldn't help but sigh. Indeed, dealing with lawyers was the most troublesome. However, since the lawyer was reporting the case for Ning, he had no reason to refuse. As for the outcome, that was beyond his control. Ning blinked, not quite understanding the meaning. Lawyer Hua quickly covered his mouth, and whispered an explanation in his ear. Su Xiao's lawyer Lu said, "We suspect he damaged his own car and falsely attributed the responsibility to you seeking compensation for the loss. In such a situation, it constitutes extortion. According to the law, extortion of public or private property in significant amounts can result in imprisonment for up to 3 years detention or probation. In any case, once evidence is found, he will truly face dire consequences." Su Ning nodded in realization, his eyes lighting up. Indeed, lawyers were the most professional in handling such matters. Initially, he thought it was merely a case of defamation, but now it had escalated into a criminal case. Although it might not be guaranteed that evidence could be found, there was still hope, wasn't there? According to the law of material exchange, if a crime occurs, there must be a process of material exchange. This meant there would definitely be evidence. Even if there were no surveillance at the scene, the police had various scientific methods to extract evidence. Who knows, they might really send the opposing party to jail. Su Ning felt no psychological burden regarding this. After all, the other party showed no compassion when attempting to extort him. If it were another driver, he might have to pay a hefty repair bill. Drivers work tirelessly day and night to support their families, earning every penny with sweat. Such people should not receive any sympathy. Moreover, the law is the law. One must pay the price for their illegal actions. At this moment, the car owner was frozen in fear. What? Am I implicated in extortion? I might face criminal liability and imprisonment for up to 3 years. Am I mistaken? I just wanted to reduce my losses. Why is it so serious? Just thinking about possibly being locked up made him tremble uncontrollably. I no longer want the car repair costs. How about we just let this go today? There's no need to waste energy over such a trivial matter. Officer Wang, look, I sincerely apologize to them. The car owner's voice trembled as he repeatedly expressed. However, the few people at the restaurant couldn't help but snicker in unison. Let it go. It's not that simple. Just like the news I saw a few days ago, a young man speeding killed an entire family of 3. During the case review stage, the perpetrator's family shamelessly claimed that the victim's family not only refused their apology, but also did not provide a letter of understanding, making them seem very aggrieved. You killed 3 people. Why should they forgive you? Even at this point, they still didn't think killing 3 people was a major offense. They probably didn't even apologize sincerely. It was merely to seek leniency in court. This was strikingly similar to the current scene. Perhaps the car owner didn't believe he did anything wrong. His apology was just an attempt to avoid prison. You may not want to, but I will ensure you go to prison. Su Ning calmly addressed Wang Sudong. Officer Wang, since you have accepted the report, we will await the police station's investigation results. As for any related mediation, don't waste your time and energy, or we will not settle. Wang Sudong nodded and handed the case receipt he had just written to Su Ning. Then it's settled. We will conduct the investigation as soon as possible. After speaking, he nodded to both parties and was about to leave, but the utterly panicked car owner grabbed him as if holding onto a lifeline. Officer Wang, you can't leave. The mediation isn't finished yet. I've apologized, and I also don't want him to compensate me. Why is the case still being filed? Officer Wang, this might just be a misunderstanding. Can we not file the case? Wang Sudong couldn't help but feel speechless. Did you think the decision to file a case was up to you? With that time, you should rather go home and pray that we don't find evidence. Not wanting to explain further, he stated seriously, I am merely following the procedure. If there are any questions, you can understand them in detail at the police station. Wang Sudong left, and the car owner sat in the chair, lost and lifeless like a walking corpse. At this point, he could no longer decide his own fate. Su Ning smiled faintly, a hint of sarcasm at the corners of his mouth, and turned to call 2 lawyers. Lawyer Hua, Lawyer Lu, shall we grab a late-night snack together? It's too late, Su Xiao, we won't delay your rest. Lawyer Hua and Lawyer Lu glanced at the time. Although they wanted to communicate more with Su Ning, it was simply not the right time. We can gather again when you have time. After saying that, the 2 took their leave. After seeing the 2 off, Su Ning noticed there were still about 10 tables of customers in the restaurant. He simply returned to the cash register area, sitting on his small stool waiting for the next driving order. Master Wang and another driver had already completed 2 orders today, so Su Ning would be the first to accept the next one. Soon a woman in her 30s came to call for a driver. Hello, I am here to serve you wholeheartedly. Su Ning greeted her with standard service language. The woman nodded indifferently, got into the car, and did not say much. She opened her laptop and began working while sitting in the passenger seat. As Su Ning drove, he couldn't help but feel that she was really working hard. After socializing and drinking, she still had to handle work on the way home. What was the difference from the 996 work culture? The car was a new energy electric vehicle. Although Su Ning didn't know the brand, it felt luxurious and high-tech. Should he consider buying an electric car for himself? He originally wanted to ask about the brand, but seeing the woman so focused on her work, he wisely chose not to disturb her. About 20 minutes later, they arrived at the destination smoothly. This surprised Su Ning, who had been somewhat anxious during the ride. What was going on? This was already the 2nd order of the day, and there were no unexpected incidents. Could it be that the system was modified? While he was lost in thought, he reached out to open the car door, but after a few attempts he stopped his movements. Ning realized he had celebrated too soon. Ning realized that he had been too optimistic. The car door wouldn't open. The door handle could be pulled, but the door remained unresponsive. At first Ning thought it was a special setting after the electric car was turned off, so he restarted the vehicle. However, to his surprise, the door still wouldn't open. Recently, the new electric vehicles from emerging car manufacturers have been criticized for their bizarre ways of opening doors, sparking heated discussions online. Could it be that this car also had a special way to open the door? It's not embarrassing to ask if you don't understand. Excuse me, miss, how do you open the door? Ning asked somewhat shyly. The female owner had just put away her laptop and almost instinctively replied, just pull the door handle. At the same time, she stretched out her right hand and pulled the door handle. Pull harder. No response. Pull again. Still no response. The female owner froze, turning to look at Ning with an expression of utter disbelief, as if murmuring to herself, why won't it open? Ning shrugged and opened his palms, his expression one of exasperation. What did you think I was asking just now? Are you sure pulling the handle will open the door? As he asked, Ning continued to pull the handle with his hand. But it was still futile. It was as if a massive stone was blocking the door from the outside, rendering it immovable. The female owner grew anxious as she kept pulling the door, seeming to put in even more effort than Ning. What's going on? Why can't we open the door? The more anxious she became, the more she babbled incessantly. For a while, Ning tried various methods. For example, he tried to open the back door from the rear seat, attempted to find a way from the trunk, and even dug out the vehicle's manual, hoping to find more ways to open the door. But whether it was a mechanical failure or an electrical issue, the result was that the two of them remained trapped inside the car. Ning was genuinely baffled. This car could start and drive, could stop and turn off, and even various functions were working perfectly. The only problem was that the door wouldn't open and the windows couldn't be rolled down. This was probably a bizarre malfunction that wouldn't be encountered in hundreds of years. And yet here he was experiencing it. If he were to say there was no system interference involved, he wouldn't believe it. Call the manufacturer's 400 hotline. Ning said helplessly to the female owner. Meanwhile, he attempted to turn on the air conditioning for ventilation. But after completing the operation and feeling the air vent, his expression suddenly grew serious. No air. The ventilation function had also failed. The car was starting to become stuffy, and with two people breathing in the enclosed space, it wouldn't take long before they began to suffer from oxygen deprivation. This also meant that they couldn't hold out for long. If they remained trapped inside without ventilation, there was even a risk of suffocation. Feeling the crisis, Ning's earlier calmness gradually retreated, replaced by urgency and seriousness. Hurry and call. If we can't escape soon, we are all in danger. His voice grew somewhat hurried, and the tone was significantly higher than before. However, the female owner might not have grasped his meaning, her way of thinking completely at odds with Ning's. Yeah, if my husband knew I was trapped in the car with a handsome guy, I wouldn't be able to explain it. While saying this, she was secretly eyeing Ning's handsome face, her cheeks flushing with shyness, as if she was thinking that this wasn't too bad. Ning was speechless, feeling a black line appear on his forehead. What do you mean by this flirtatious look? Unable to help himself, he took a deep breath, trying to calm down, and spoke in a serious tone. This is not the time for jokes. The door won't open, and the ventilation function has failed. If we remain trapped in the car, we could suffocate. Don't think I'm trying to scare you. Everyone has been to school. You should understand this logic. Hearing Ning's serious words, the female owner finally realized the danger of their situation and became flustered. What should we do? I don't want to die. Hurry and think of a way. While saying this, she grabbed Ning's arm and shook it vigorously. Ning knew that at this moment he couldn't rely on the woman, so he took out his phone and called the car manufacturer's 400 hotline. After being transferred to an operator, he was connected almost immediately. Hello, employee number 9527 is greeting you. How can I assist you? A pleasant, sweet female voice reached Ning's ears. However, at this moment, he had no mood to consider whether the voice was sweet or not. He just wanted to save his life. After explaining the situation with the car, Ning urgently asked, what should I do to get out? The operator hesitated for a moment before finally responding. I'm sorry, sir, this situation has never happened before, and I don't know how to open the door. I will report the situation to the technical department, and once a solution is found, they will contact you directly. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Ning. So what should I do now? Ning raised his voice. Am I supposed to just sit here and wait for death until you find a solution? The customer service representative hesitated again. You can go to the nearest authorized experience store, but at this time there probably aren't any technicians available to resolve your issue there. Ning took a deep breath, trying to calm down, but his anger still surged uncontrollably. So you're saying your suggestion is for me to wait until I die, eh? The customer service representative paused for a moment and replied sweetly, No, I didn't mean that. but I really can't provide you with a solution right now. Su Ning finally understood the helplessness and frustration many people feel when dealing with customer service. He seriously wanted to smash the phone in his hand. Is there anything else I can assist you with? Seeing that he was silent, the customer service representative continued to smile. Su Ning weakly grunted, no. Then please rate my service, and I look forward to your 5-star review. Her already sweet voice had a playful and cute lilt at the end. At that moment, Su Ning admitted that he couldn't hold back any longer and slammed his hands down hard on the steering. He had once thought it was impossible to encounter such situations while watching a funny video of Lao Luo slapping himself on short video platforms. But now he truly wished he could slap himself a few times. After hanging up, Su Ning looked at the female owner's gaze, which was filled with hope pinned on him, and felt utterly helpless. Is there a glass-breaking tool in the car? In this situation, breaking a window was the only way out. After all, compared to life, the loss of a piece of car glass was negligible. The female driver blinked her big eyes innocently at Su Ning, saying no. This time Su Ning felt no surprise at all, nor did his heart stir even slightly. At this moment, it would be strange if there were no window-breaking tools, right? There was no choice but to seek help. He opened the map on his phone to find the nearest fire station and police station, only to discover that the closest one was actually the Hanjiang Road Police Station. Let's just go straight to the Hanjiang Road Police Station. They are all old acquaintances, so there's no need for pleasantries. The car started and headed directly to the Hanjiang Road Police Station. At this moment, although it was already late at night, the police station was still brightly lit with all the duty officers present. Wang Sudong was also busy, as the case he was handling was precisely the dispute between Su Ning and the middle-aged driver. After reviewing the surveillance footage along the way, he needed to confirm whether Su Ning had not scraped the car during his drive. Just then a vehicle drove into the yard, attracting the attention of all the police officers, including him. Here comes some action. While the civilians who came to the police station during the day might not necessarily report a case, those arriving at this hour must certainly have something serious. However, what surprised Wang Sudong was that after the car stopped in the yard, no one got out. What was going on here? A police officer walked over and, peering through the car window, saw a man and a woman inside, their hands moving quite animatedly, appearing very excited. But the soundproofing of this car was so good that he couldn't hear what was being shouted inside. For a moment, the officer even imagined all the possible crimes the two might be committing, yet he still felt completely baffled. At this time, Wang Sudong also stepped out. But when he looked through the car window and saw Su Ning, he instantly felt unwell. How old are you? Why is it always you? They had just parted ways from Li Ji Private Kitchen not 2 hours ago. How did you come back? And you came directly to the police station. He was genuinely impressed by Su Ning's special ability to attract trouble. He approached to open the car door, but after several attempts he couldn't get it open, causing him to frown. But at this moment, Su Ning had already taken out his phone and gestured to him from outside the car. Soon the phone rang, and Wang Sudong reluctantly answered it. The car door won't open, hurry and think of a way. Su Ning got straight to the point without any unnecessary chatter. Wang Sudong saw that Su Ning did not look like he was joking, and since he indeed couldn't open the car door just now, he was convinced this was the truth. You really are. There's never a quiet moment. How come you run into trouble with everything? Wang Sudong grumbled while trying to think of a solution. Su Ning shrugged innocently from inside the car. He didn't want this either. But what could he do? You all prepare for protection, I'll just smash the window. Wang Sudong signaled to a deputy officer to fetch a wrench, and then said to Su Ning. Su Ning nodded. He had come to the police station precisely to have the police break the window. Although the female driver felt a bit sorry for her car, her life was more important, so she could only nod in agreement. Bang! With a swing of the wrench, the glass shattered. After clearing the window, Su Ning first let the female driver crawl out while he supported her from behind. With combined effort, the female driver finally escaped. Su Ning climbed out, as well, regaining his freedom. Thanks for your hard work, officer. Su Ning joked with Wang Sudong. Wang Sudong's mouth twitched uncontrollably, wishing he could send Su Ning to a special department for dissection. Although he was a police officer and should not indulge in superstitions, he couldn't help but speak up. Why don't you find a master to take a look? There must be something unusual about you. Su Ning couldn't help but chuckle. He indeed had something on him. Isn't it just the system? Is this another drunk driving incident? If you keep talking like Detective Conan, I think we should assign a dedicated police officer to you at the station. That way many accidents could probably be avoided, and even if something happens, it can be resolved quickly. Or should I apply to the higher-ups for it? Wang Sudong teased Su Ning with a wink. Su Ning pouted and retorted, then I'll tell Director Fan tomorrow to assign you to me, so you can follow me for designated driving from now on. You guy. Wang Sudong shook his head in helpless laughter. Since they had already escaped the predicament, the remaining matters had little to do with Su Ning. He was even less concerned about how the female driver would go about causing trouble for the car brand and sales store tomorrow. Sorry driver, could you please settle the designated driving fee? Su Ning stepped forward and smiled at the female driver. She had just finished calling her husband to report her safety and casually took out 100 yuan from her pocket and handed it to Su Ning, thanking him with a smile. "Thank you for today, otherwise I truly wouldn't know what to do." In response to her gratitude, Su Ning waved his hand, feeling somewhat guilty. It was probably the system controlling things behind the scenes. If it had been another designated driver, perhaps this issue wouldn't have arisen. Perhaps she was also a victim. Congratulations, host, for working hard to earn 100 yuan, with a 100-fold reward of 10 million. Su Ning had long been unfazed by the crazy money-making prompts from the system, having grown accustomed to them. Can't spend it all. There's simply too much. Even after just investing 240 million yuan to partner with Zheng Qinjie to start a capital investment company, there was still over 600 million yuan left in his bank account. It was more than enough to buy the villa he had been dreaming of. Looking at the time, it was already quite late, and he had also wasted quite a bit of time, resulting in only 2 orders completed that night. He quietly washed up and climbed into bed, afraid of waking his 3 roommates. The next morning he woke up in a daze, still feeling very tired, certainly due to the lack of sleep from driving designated cars every night. He couldn't help but think that after this month of making money through designated driving ended, he would definitely not choose such a tiring profession next time. It would be best if he could comfortably lie down and earn money. "I say, third brother, do you have any plans for today? In a bit both of them are accompanying me to the computer city to buy a computer. You should come too." "Buy a computer?" Su Ning blinked in confusion. "Isn't it better to buy online? Why do you have to go to the computer city specifically?" Deng Zihao, the fourth brother, who was brushing his teeth while supporting himself against the edge of the upper bunk, seemed a bit awkward, as if he had something difficult to say. Ding Zihue, the second brother, chuckled. Beside him, fourth brother recently met a girl. "It's her computer that's broken," and fourth brother voluntarily offered to help her pick one out. "I see," Su Ning realized, but then became even more puzzled. Fourth brother had a somewhat peculiar taste. While everyone else drooled over innocent schoolgirls, he was particularly fond of mature older sisters. Almost all the girlfriends he had dated in college were sexy upperclassmen. But now that they were in their 4th year, where were there any upperclassmen left to pursue? This was the part that left Su Ning utterly confused. It was evident that Ding Zihue noticed Su Ning's confusion and immediately clarified. "She is a senior in her 2nd year. So that makes sense." Otherwise, Su Ning would have thought that the fourth had changed his character. Compared to many people's capricious views on love, the fourth was indeed steadfast. After all, he only liked older women. However, Su Ning found himself in a bit of a dilemma because he had already scheduled to view a property with an agent today. Yes, he was going to look at villas. "Fourth, how about I skip today? I have an appointment to see the house, and it's not good to break it." But as soon as he finished speaking, the other 3 in the dormitory widened their eyes and stared at him in shock. "You want to buy a house, third?" It's no wonder they were shocked. After all, the capital city is not like other places where housing prices are at the top in the country. Even in the less desirable areas, the price is still around 40 to 50,000 per square meter. Without a few million, you wouldn't even dare to think about it. However, he soon felt relieved. After all, they couldn't judge Su Ning with outdated views. The third, having inherited his great-uncle's fortune, was already the richest in the dormitory. Lending the eldest brother 200 million without batting an eye, buying a house was nothing to fuss about. Suddenly, the other 3 became interested, and Hu Xiefeng eagerly spoke up. "When can't we buy a computer? Buying a house is a big deal. Quick, fourth, call your senior sister. We won't accompany her to buy a computer today. We'll help the third look at houses instead. As the saying goes, 3 zhuge are better than 1 craftsman. We can help the third come up with ideas." Deng Zihao clearly thought the same. Although the senior sister was appealing, nothing was more important than brotherhood. He immediately took out his phone and went to the balcony to call his senior sister. 2 minutes later, Deng Zihao returned to the dormitory, a look of excitement on his face. The senior sister said she has nothing to do and can come along to see the house. Moreover, she's bringing a friend, someone with a sexy and pure vibe. Her friend has been having trouble finding a job lately, so she just wants to get out and relax. The senior sister said that if you guys are a bit more gentlemanly, you might have a chance. Ding Zihua's eyes lit up. A sexy and pure vibe was exactly his type. He quickly turned to Hu Xiefeng and Su Ning, warning them vigilantly, "Don't steal her from me." Su Ning and Hu Xiefeng couldn't help but laugh. "It's all yours, we won't take her." After a burst of laughter, they went to the cafeteria for breakfast and prepared to set off. Ding Zihue rushed to drive Hu Xiefeng's BMW 5 Series to pick up people, even showing more enthusiasm than Deng Zihao. Hu Xiefeng had no choice but to drive the Koenigsegg with Su Ning in the passenger seat, heading straight for the destination. The Yuanyang Levy is not far from the capital's airport, and due to its unique geographical location, the villa area is scattered like stars, considered one of the most livable areas in the capital. After parking nearby, they waited in the shade of the trees for Deng Zihao and the agent to arrive. It wasn't long before the agent arrived. 2 people arrived in total, 1 male and 1 female. "Hello, mister. Su, I am your sales consultant Wang Bo. You can just call me Xiao Wang. Let me introduce you. This is our company's property consultant Chen Feifei. Today the two of us will be serving you. The male agent quickly greeted him and introduced his colleague. For a true wealthy client like Su Ning, they must treat him with the utmost reverence and attentiveness, as if he were a god. If it weren't for the crowd, the sales director would have personally come. After all, this is a super luxury house priced at hundreds of millions. Even in the current real estate environment, they dared to spend like this, which shows they didn't take a few $100 million seriously. As for whether they would doubt Su Ning's ability to buy the villa, they might have had those thoughts before arriving, but once they got on site, no such thoughts would linger. A globally limited supercar, the Koenigsegg One, was parked here. Isn't that enough to speak volumes? This thing can only be owned by individuals. Whether you want to borrow it or rent it, you can't get it. If you can afford a supercar worth 50 million, then a villa worth a few $100 million is naturally nothing to worry about. Soon Deng Zihao and the others arrived. Su Ning and Hui Xiefeng saw Deng Zihao walking ahead with a tall girl with long black hair, and Deng Zihao was joking from time to time, making the senior sister cover her mouth and laugh. Following Deng Zihao and the senior sister was the relatively awkward Deng Zihui and the senior sister's friend. The senior sister's friend wore a white dress with an orange shawl, a simple yet fresh and lively look. However, this pure outfit could not hide her fiery figure, which showcased her sensuality and charm. The two styles, which are difficult to reconcile, were harmoniously unified in her, not to mention her already captivating and exquisite appearance. Su Ning and Hui Xiefeng couldn't help but sigh. They initially thought Deng Zihao was talking nonsense, only to find that calling her sexy and pure was somewhat conservative, far from enough to describe the beautiful friend of their senior sister. What puzzled both of them was that Deng Zihui did not seem to be the one they imagined, constantly fawning over the girl, but was instead chatting blandly. If it weren't for the fear of awkwardness, he would probably be completely silent. Let me introduce, this is our senior sister Qin Xiaoan. This is the senior sister's friend Su Jiafei. Deng Zihao introduced the two senior sisters, and then briefly introduced Su Ning and Hui Xiefeng. After some casual chatting, the group prepared to enter the villa area. Su Ning quietly fell behind, approached Deng Zihui, and asked curiously, "What? No thoughts about the seniors? Does it even matter if I have thoughts?" Deng Zihui smiled bitterly upon hearing this. The senior sister told me right off the bat not to waste my energy. I'm not her type, not her cup of tea. Su Ning couldn't help but be speechless, but he had nothing to say. If you really think about it, Deng Zihui was probably among the four in the dormitory. It was undisputed that Su Ning was the most handsome. Next, Deng Zihao was also a sunny and handsome guy. Hui Xiefeng had thick eyebrows and bright eyes, with a decent temperament. Deng Zihui, while not ugly, couldn't be called handsome either, just an ordinary look. This led to the fact that whenever the brothers went out together, the attention of the girls rarely lingered on him. Goddesses like Su Jiafei, who are both pure and desirable, have probably been showered with love confessions since childhood, and upon seeing Deng Zihui, she would immediately understand his intentions. Therefore, to avoid more awkwardness and trouble later, it's best to be clear from the start. However, while Su Ning sympathized with his brother, he looked a bit higher at Su Jiafei. At least, she wasn't a green tea bitch. After all, many girls who rely on their looks can be quite skilled at turning a bunch of simps into their personal admirers, which is a high level of skill. While Su Ning and Deng Zihui were talking, Qin Xiaoan and Su Jiahui, the pair of best friends, were also whispering to each other. Deng Zihao said he was accompanying the third roommate to look at houses, but I never expected it would be a villa. That guy Su Ning is quite capable. The key is he's really handsome. Jiahui, why don't you consider him? Qin Xiaoan tugged at Su Jiahui's sleeve and whispered. Su Jiahui bit her lip and shook her head. You know me, if I relied on men, would I still be waiting until today? I'm not saying you should rely on a man, but Su Ning is really handsome. As Qin Xiaoan spoke, she cast a glance at Su Ning. Su Jiahui followed her gaze and had to admit that Su Ning was indeed more handsome than Deng Zihao, who was pursuing her best friend. But I really don't have the mood right now. Work has been driving me crazy. Lu Mei frowned slightly. Just thinking about the trouble she faced during her internship at the big company made her feel anxious. She was about to graduate from her master's program and had successfully signed with a major company, already starting her internship. However, her direct supervisor was a middle-aged sleazy guy. Even without blatant harassment, his constant subtle hints were enough to make her feel disgusted. Moreover, because she was too beautiful, she was neglected and ostracized in the department, making it impossible for her to carry out any work smoothly. She wanted to quit, but good jobs were hard to find, so she felt very hesitant and troubled. If it weren't for her best friend inviting her out to relax today, she would have surely stayed in her dorm all day. Alright, I'm fine. If it doesn't work out, I just won't serve anymore. What can I do? Seeing her best friend's concerned expression, Su Jiahui couldn't help but laugh. I heard from Deng Zihao that their dorm leader seems to have a real estate company of considerable scale. If it doesn't work out, let Deng Zihao ask if you can go work at his family's company. After all, you're doing planning work. Our real estate companies also need project planners. Qin Xiaoan pondered for a moment, her eyes suddenly lighting up as she exclaimed. Without waiting for her friend to respond, she rushed to find Deng Zihao. Hey! Su Jiahui wanted to pull her back, but was a step too late, and exclaimed, Xiaohan, don't. Deng Zihao, ask your dorm leader if our Jiahui can work at his family's company. Jiahui can definitely get an offer from a big company. Her capabilities are unquestionable. It's just that because she's too beautiful, her boss harasses her, and her colleagues ostracize her, making work difficult. Just ask, okay? Deng Zihao looked at Su Jiahui, who seemed anxious and a bit embarrassed, and pondered. Normally, he shouldn't bring this up with his brother. But as the senior sister said, her best friend could get an offer from a big company, so she could be considered a talent. Recommending talent to a brother's business shouldn't be a problem, right? So Deng Zihao smiled and nodded, pulling Hua Xiefeng over to explain the situation. However, Hua Xiefeng seemed a bit troubled. It wasn't because he was angry about his brother casually recommending someone, but rather because his family's real estate company had no need for planning talent. To be honest, I'm not trying to dodge the issue. The main thing is that my family's company has outsourced all advertising, planning, and sales operations. My dad does need a general manager assistant, but you're too beautiful, and I'm not sure about my dad's reaction. Hua Xiefeng couldn't help but smile bitterly. If he really helped his dad find such a beautiful female assistant, his mom would kill him. It's fine, oh, we shouldn't have asked in the first place. Su Jiahui quickly spoke up, feeling a bit embarrassed. At that moment, Su Ning was resting his chin on his hand, deep in thought. He needed an assistant. Previously, due to various trivial matters, he had been wanting to find a personal assistant. However, he hadn't encountered a suitable candidate and couldn't specifically recruit someone, so it had been delayed. Since Su Jiahui managed to get into a big company, she must be extremely capable and surely competent. But he didn't know if she would be willing, and he also needed to assess if she was a good fit. Just then they arrived at the main entrance of Yuanyang Levy, and everyone tactfully skipped the topic, starting to talk. I believe you are familiar with Yuanyang Levy. The overall architectural and landscaping design of the community incorporates European style, and of course the most famous aspect is the unique island design in the lake. Each villa is built along the lake, possessing its own water area, and features unimaginable gardens. In comparison, while other famous villa communities in the capital have their own noteworthy attributes, the villas at Yuanyang Levy remain the dream of all the wealthy. You probably also know that several celebrities live in the community. The property consultant was detailing the situation of the community, and the sales pitch indeed made one feel that missing out on such a house would be a lifelong regret. Meanwhile, the sales consultant was already registering at the gate. Such a top-tier villa community naturally wouldn't allow just anyone to enter, even if you were an agent entrusted by an owner. Furthermore, even if granted entry, one could not drive their own car. Instead, they had to be transported into the community by property staff in a shuttle. The purpose of this is to prevent unnecessary individuals from loitering in the community, as one could imagine that if you were an owner, you wouldn't want all sorts of people wandering around in the community. After waiting for a while, they noticed that the sales consultant seemed to be having a dispute with the property staff. We in Ning Real Estate have already registered with your property, and we also presented the owner's authorization letter. Why are we still not allowed to bring clients in to view the house? Do you really expect the owner to call you personally? The sales consultant was arguing with a property staff member who looked like a butler in a suit. However, the property staff member remained unyielding, his tone carrying a hint of mockery. Sorry, I couldn't find your company's registration information. Moreover, I don't believe the people you brought have the capability to buy a villa at Yuanyang. Therefore, I have reason to suspect that your entry into the community may have ulterior motives. The sales consultant was furious, pointing at the other person, almost losing his temper. Su Ning couldn't help but squint slightly, wondering if they were looking down on him and his group. As a property staff member, it was fine for him to say the first sentence with due diligence. But what did the next two say? Looking down on others. Do you really think that just because you work for the villa community's property, you are on the same level as the owners living inside the villas? Just then a Rolls-Royce entered the community, and the guy immediately changed his demeanor, bowing and scraping at the Rolls-Royce, showing a complete servant's demeanor. What a sycophant, flattering the rich while looking down on the poor. Just as Su Ning was about to speak up after a cold snort, Su Jiahui, with her eyebrows raised, couldn't help but step forward. Zhengxiang, what do you mean? Zhengxiang, what do you mean by this? Su Jiafei pointed sharply at the man across from her. Impeccably dressed in a suit, his smug, self-satisfied grin unmistakable, as her voice rang out clear and furious. That single sentence left Su Ning and the others momentarily bewildered. The name had been spoken outright. Did they actually know him? What could I possibly mean? I simply doubt you can afford a villa here. Zhengxiang snorted dismissively. Su Jiafei's delicate face flushed crimson with rage. Beside her, Qin Xiaohan could no longer bear it. She thrust her finger toward him and lashed out, voice sharp with indignation. Zhengxiang, Have you harbored resentment ever since Jiafei rejected you? So now you presume anyone you fancy must inevitably submit to you. If she refuses your advances, you persistently torment her. Your heart is narrower than any woman's. Do you even qualify as a man? Let me be blunt, Jiafei's decision to stay away from you was unquestionably the wisest choice she ever made. Your hypocritical, contemptible facade is utterly revolting. Qin Shaohan pierced his pretense without mercy, sparking his fury. Nonsense. I harbor no grudge whatsoever. Humph. Looking back, I must have been utterly blind to ever consider you worthy. Back then I thought you were some pure innocent girl, but now you shamelessly flit among countless men. You wretched harlot. Go on, name your lover. Silence all of you. Whatever you intend today, you will not step foot inside this compound. Get out now. If you persist in causing trouble, I'll summon security to haul you away. Enraged, Zheng Xiang abandoned all restraint, his words coarse and venomous. After all, he judged them unlikely to be heirs or scions wealthy enough to purchase such villas, so he felt utterly unassailable. Even with a registered real estate agent escorting them, what difference did it make? Lately, numerous internet celebrities had schemed relentlessly to infiltrate the elite Ocean View Levy residential enclave for live streaming, seeking nothing but virality. Some agents even deceived property owners by smuggling in so-called group-buying socialites to photograph inside the villas. Was it truly unreasonable for him to deny entry to an obvious group incapable of affording such luxury? How could he be certain they weren't colluding with the agent, entering solely to photograph or broadcast? Watching them fume and falter under his barbs filled him with visceral, full-bodied satisfaction. As Qin Shaohan had implied, Zheng Xiang had pursued Su Jiafei relentlessly during university, attentive, eager, incessant. Yet Su Jiafei, wholly devoted to her studies, had dismissed him as decisively as she had every other suitor. Undeterred, Zheng Xiang continued his obsequious courtship. Any ordinary girl might have toyed with him endlessly. But before Su Jiafei, his efforts proved futile. Outwardly sunny, yet inwardly twisted, Zheng Xiang nursed bitter resentment. And throughout their university years, he secretly spread malicious rumors to tarnish Su Jiafei's reputation. After graduation, Su Jiafei pursued graduate studies, while Zheng Xiang joined a property management firm, climbing swiftly to manager within 2 years through sycophancy and flattery. He fantasized endlessly about ascending to prominence. Perhaps like some melodramatic television plot, Su Jiafei would one day falter humbled and beg for his aid. How then would he humiliate that detestable, shameless woman, reveling in her abasement? Little did he imagine that day would arrive so soon. Though it fell short of true humiliation, wielding his authority to obstruct her at every turn, and indulging in scathing verbal barbs, finally vented the acrid bile he'd swallowed for years. Exhilaration surged through him. What then can you possibly do to me? Having delivered his scornful tirade, Zheng Xiang's gaze swept over them, dripping with derision. At that, Su Ning's dormitory quartet erupted. Cold mockery, they could endure. But insulting a woman, that crossed every line. Go to hell. Deng Zihao, the most impulsive, launched a furious kick, sending the sanctimonious Zheng Xiang sprawling backward. Oof! Zheng Xiang crumpled onto the ground, clutching his abdomen, struggling to rise. The blow had struck hard. Su Ning and the others arrived a heartbeat later, only to be blocked by several security guards. Seeing the guards tense, ready to intervene, Su Ning spoke, cold, commanding. This is a private matter. Stay out of it, unless you wish consequences. Think carefully before acting. At Su Ning's words, the guards instantly stilled. After all, risking their lives for a few thousand yuan monthly salary made no sense. And clearly this was personal, not professional. Intervening on Zheng manager's behalf would amount to unlawful assault. If detained, would the property company even defend them? Worse, what if someone among them held genuine influence? Retribution, delayed but inevitable, would crush them utterly. Thus, the guards abandoned intervention, but still stepped between the parties, maintaining plausible deniability. Damn you. You'll pay for this. This isn't over, not by a long shot. Zheng Xiang staggered upright, humiliated and seething, already dialing emergency services. Deng Zihao's eyes blazed. He lunged forward again, only to be restrained by Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei. Don't touch him. It'll complicate things if the police arrive. Su Ning himself remained unfazed, but he refused to let Deng Zihao suffer detention even for a day, and merely kicking him. Far too lenient for such a wretch. You claim today isn't over. How convenient. I'm not finished with you either. Su Ning tossed the Koenigsegg's keys to Deng Zihao. Brother Two, drive it here. Block the main gate. Deng Zihao instantly grasped Su Ning's intent to escalate matters dramatically and hurried off to fetch the car. Su Ning turned to the sales consultant, his expression grave and unyielding. I won't tour the property. Can you contact the owner? Call him immediately and have him come sign the contract now. The consultant, stunned by such audacious purchasing behavior, stood frozen, speechless. Snapping back to reality, she urgently contacted the sales director. Upon hearing of the confrontation, and learning a client had committed to purchase without even viewing the property, the sales director declared he would arrive instantly, then dialed the owner himself. Meanwhile, Zheng Xiang had just ended his emergency call, and upon hearing Su Ning's words shuddered involuntarily. Even the most modest villa in the enclave exceeded 100 million yuan, purchasing sight unseen. What kind of power backed such brazenness? Had he unknowingly kicked the steel plate? No, impossible. They were surely bluffing, utterly devoid of means. Zheng Xiang repeated the mantra inwardly, yet his face had paled to ash. Now his sole prayer was for the police to arrive swiftly, to expose their charade and lock them away. Before the police arrived, a dazzling supercar that was impossible to divert one's gaze from had already arrived. It parked directly in front of the main entrance of the Linghai Levy community. Although the main entrance of the community is quite grand and spacious, the Koenigsegg Park there could still block a considerable amount of space. The car door opened, and Ding Zihui stepped out gracefully, his gaze towards the property management, filled with amusement. Although Su Ning felt it was sad that sometimes people had to prove their strength through external possessions, at times it was indeed very useful. Just like now, when Zheng Xiang saw that one of the group opposite was stepping out of the Koenigsegg, his face instantly turned ashen. The Koenigsegg 1, limited to the world, valued at 50 million. Each label signifies that it is a toy only for the super rich. His heart sank. He knew he had kicked the iron plate. Regardless of how today's events concluded, even if the police took the other party away, he would undoubtedly face fierce retaliation. For those who truly wield power and influence, there are countless ways to deal with you without breaking the law. It's over. All over. At this moment, Zheng Xiang seemed to foresee his extremely tragic end, as if his soul had been drained, turning him into a walking corpse. A few security guards were also stunned. Even if their knowledge was somewhat lacking, they certainly knew that the more eye-catching a car was, the more valuable it likely was. He couldn't help but secretly rejoice that he hadn't acted earlier, otherwise he would have faced a very embarrassing end. However, now another problem arose. The supercar had parked right at the entrance of the community, blocking other residents' cars from entering. As security, one of their jobs was to ensure smooth traffic in and out of the community. What to do? Clearly the driver had no intention of being courteous. Could they really foolishly approach to drive the car away? Normally, this would be the responsibility of the property manager to coordinate communication, but this incident was caused by the property manager himself. The security team leader quickly called the area manager of the property group to report the situation. At this moment, the sales director of the real estate company rushed over and immediately noticed the flashy Koenigsegg blocking the road. After confirming who Su Ning was with the sales consultant, he hurriedly jogged over to Su Ning. Mr. Su, hello, I am Wang Ning, the sales director of the real estate company. The homeowner is not in the capital, but the homeowner's assistant will be here shortly with the authorization letter to sign the contract with you. Su Ning nodded. Owning a villa worth hundreds of millions in Linghai Levy was a sign of immense wealth, and it was perfectly normal for a busy person not to be in the capital. Weren't you here to look at the house? Since your real estate company has already registered, please come in. Shall Lu quickly bring the shuttle vehicle to transport our honored guests? Today was just a misunderstanding, and because too many people have been trying to sneak into the community recently, we must enhance our vigilance. It was all my oversight, I apologize to everyone. I'm sorry, please forgive me. Zheng Xiang, coming back to his senses, seemed to grasp for the last straw of salvation, rushing to Su Ning and bowing deeply. At the end, he bent at a 90-degree angle. If there hadn't been so many people around, he would have truly knelt. Zheng Xiang managed to climb to the position of property manager in a short time by flattering others, so he was naturally quite skilled at it. Such a sycophantic person, if born in a time of war, would undoubtedly be rare, the kind who bends and bows to lead the enemies. Facing the shameless hypocrite who had been arrogant before, Su Ning couldn't help but let out a cold snort. Now you know fear. Where was this fear earlier? Moreover, you only bow to power, not even recognizing what mistake you made. Do I need your apology? The one who should kneel and apologize is Su Jiafei, whom you just humiliated with your words. At that moment, a Mercedes-Benz E-Class sedan stopped not far away, and a woman dressed in professional attire stepped out of the car. Su Ning was taken aback. Wasn't this Zhao Dongzhu, the assistant of Chairman Wang? Could it be that the villa belongs to Chairman Wang? That would be too much of a coincidence. Zhao Dongzhu headed straight for the sales director of the real estate company, but at the same time, she spotted Su Ning, who was exceptionally eye-catching in the crowd, and was momentarily stunned. Why is this driver also here? Although after their last meeting Chairman Wang had mentioned Su Ning to her, she knew Su Ning was not an ordinary driver. He must have come from a wealthy family. However, the label of driver had left a deep impression on her. Her first reaction upon seeing Su Ning was still that of the driver. Zhao Dongzhu, you're here. Let me introduce you. This is Mr. Su, who is looking to buy a house. The sales director greeted her with a smile and immediately introduced Su Ning. Su Ning couldn't help but smile. He had indeed guessed correctly. Yet Zhao Dongzhu was shocked as she never expected that the one looking to buy Chairman Wang's villa was Su Ning. Others might not know the price of Chairman Wang's villa, but she was completely aware as she had handled all the paperwork during the house purchase. Su Ning is actually so wealthy. This is absurd. Zhao Dongzhu, it's nice to see you again. Seeing Zhao Dongzhu slightly dazed from surprise, Su Ning smiled and greeted her first. Oh, nice to see you again. Almost instinctively responding, Zhao Dongzhu was still overwhelmed with. However, at this moment, the sales director of the real estate company was dumbfounded. He had not anticipated that they would actually know each other. If the two parties knew each other, it meant that they could completely bypass the agency and deal directly, which would mean no business for their real estate company. This villa had a commission of 8 million agreed upon during the signing of the contract, which was not a small sum. This house is Chairman Wang's? Su Ning asked, giving Zhao Dongzhu a moment to digest her shock, then spoke calmly. Yes, the house belongs to Chairman Wang. Zhao Dongzhu took a deep breath, slowly regaining her composure. Since you're the one looking to buy, I need to call Chairman Wang to report the situation. After saying that, she took out her phone and called Chairman Wang, clearly explaining the situation once connected. Okay, Chairman Wang. Zhao Dongzhu seems to have received instructions and handed the phone to Su Ning. Chairman Wang would like to speak with you. Su Ning took the phone, put it to his ear, and said with a smile, Hello, Chairman Wang. Ha. Xiao Su, you truly surprised me. When Xiao Zhao just told me, I couldn't believe it. What a coincidence that you want to buy my house. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't be willing to negotiate on price. But since it's you, let's skip the formalities and go straight to the bottom line. But remember, next time I come to the capital, you have to treat me to a meal. The cheerful voice of Chairman Wang came through the phone, seemingly in a good mood. Su Ning could not help but laugh, but once the laughter subsided, he voiced his question. Chairman Wang, why are you buying property here? You scarcely come to Daidu for more than a few days each year. Wouldn't a presidential suite at a top hotel suffice? Su Ning's question left Chairman Wang momentarily silent, but he soon replied. This house was originally bought for my younger daughter. At the time, she was studying in Daidu, and I thought she would stay after. Unexpectedly, after graduating, she went straight to work in Tianfu. The house remained vacant, and I figured it was useless to hold on to it, so I might as well sell it. Su Ning felt a sudden clarity. He recalled that on the trip from Daidu to Modu, Chairman Wang had already spoken of his daughter. He could not help but marvel. Truly a wealthy family. Before the child had even graduated, they had prepared a villa in Daidu worth hundreds of millions. How could those who had toiled in Daidu for over a decade, yet still could not afford a home, bear it? Oh, by the way, if you can afford such an expensive villa, your assets must be even greater than I imagined. I am currently planning a chain of large-scale themed amusement parks. Would you be interested? Investment matters cannot be summed up in a few words. When I come to Daidu, let's meet and talk it over. Chairman Wang seemed to recall something and spoke with lively interest. Su Ning's mind stirred with interest. A chain of large-scale theme parks, like Disney or Universal Studios. These days, everyone enjoys travel. Tourism has become one of the fastest-growing industries, and its scale is staggering. At peak times, Disney and Universal can have hours-long queues for a single attraction and rake in vast profits. Second-tier parks may not match them, yet quietly they are making fortunes. At least Su Ning knew that under the siphoning effect of Universal Studios, large parks in Daidu, such as Wanlagu, were always packed and showed astonishing revenue capabilities. If one were to develop chains like Fangta or Wanlagu and operate them, while they could continuously produce mirrors. He nodded, with cash on hand and nowhere pressing to put it. Such a theme park project would be a money-devouring behemoth during preparation, capable of absorbing vast sums. Very well, Chairman Wang, I will await your arrival, Su Ning smiled. After a few more words with Chairman Wang, he handed the phone back to Assistant Zhao. It was clear Chairman Wang had instructed Assistant Zhao by phone. Assistant Zhao nodded repeatedly. Mr. Su, Chairman Wang says the contract can be signed at any time. The total purchase price is 550 million, and we will take care of all the associated fees. Though Assistant Zhao appeared calm, he was inwardly stunned. She had handled the purchase of this super mansion when it was bought, and the sale had been notarized and authorized to her, so she knew the price better than anyone. The house had been listed at 600 million, or it was by no means overpriced. Even if the broader property market were sluggish that applied to ordinary segments, a super mansion like this remained entirely unaffected. Perhaps a buyer might nibble at the price, conceding 20 or 30 million, but it was nearly impossible to reduce it to 550 million. Although Chairman Wang would not lose money, business was not conducted in that manner. It seemed he truly regarded Su Ning as a cherished friend across generations. Su Ning understood this perfectly. He had no need to refuse Wang's goodwill, who a gracious acceptance would do. Very well, then let's sign the contract now. Su Ning spoke decisively. Assistant Zhao, who had worked beside Chairman Wang for years and was known for his efficiency, produced the contract, and the signatures were completed on the spot. Everyone around felt the scene was absurd, almost childlike. This was not 55,000, but 550 million. A supermansion worth 550 million bought, without so much as a blink. Do the very wealthy truly treat money as though it meant nothing? They had never felt the world's inequalities so keenly. And at this moment the hardest to accept was Zheng Xiang, who had earlier worn an expression of petty triumph. If moments before he had been dazed and despondent, now he seemed to have fallen into an endless abyss. The last shred of his fantasy had been completely destroyed. Even a man who could only produce 50 million was someone he could only look up to, let alone someone who could spend over 500 million to purchase a supermansion. He had offended someone he could not afford to offend, and done so grievously. His end seemed not far off. As he wandered like a shell of a man, the regional director of the property management hurried onto the scene. The Yuanyang Levy estate was managed by a large property group called Shunqing Property. The regional director was in charge of all Yuanyang properties across Daidu. Among all the properties under his oversight, Yuanyang Levy was undoubtedly the one he cared about most. After all, the residents here were uniformly wealthy. If he could cultivate a relationship with one of the big players, even a token favor might be more than enough to secure his comfort. So when he learned that Zheng Xiang had a confrontation with a man who had arrived in a supercar to view a property, he dropped what he was doing and rushed over. When he arrived, he happened upon the scene of Su Ning and assistant Zhao signing the contract. He recognized assistant Zhao, the assistant to the super-rich chairman Wang, and knew that many matters related to the property had been handled by him. He also knew that Chairman Wang's house had recently been put up for sale with an asking price of 600 million. He had assumed such a supermansion would not be sold so quickly, yet this young man signed the contract with complete nonchalance. Even though the formal procedures at the Property Transaction Center had yet to be completed, in essence this young man was already the owner of the supermansion and a distinguished resident of Yuanyang Levy. The young master. The super young master. There could be no doubt. The regional director wore an ingratiating smile and hurried forward to offer his greetings. Good day, honored resident. Welcome to Yuanyang Levy. I am the Daidu regional director of Shunqing Property Group. My surname is Qian. Shunqing Property will wholeheartedly provide the most earnest service to all residents. Su Ning turned to regard the regional director with a half smile, a hint of mockery at the corner of his mouth. The most earnest service. I rather doubt that. Your manager, Mr. Zheng, looked down on us. Not letting us into the estate would be one thing, but he arrogantly humiliated us with his words. It feels as if your staff are here not to serve residents, but to govern them. I won't waste words. I demand an explanation today. If I am not satisfied, believe me, I will see Shunqing Property expelled from Yuanyang Levy. Even from the entire city of Daidu. Su Ning said coldly, his face expressionless. Exaggerated. Not at all. Su Ning's mindset has gradually shifted from that of a common citizen to that of the wealthy elite. Some people are just inherently lowly. If you treat him kindly, he might think you're easy to bully and become arrogant. But if you turn your kindness into sternness, he will develop a sense of awe towards you. As expected, Director Qian was chastised by Su Ning to the point of trepidation, not daring to retort. Perhaps in Director Qian's eyes such an attitude from Su Ning was warranted. He wouldn't think that Su Ning was just boasting. Shunqing Property is indeed considered a large property group with some degree of influence. However, such influence is utterly insufficient when faced with true top-tier tycoons. Not to mention the owner of Shunqing Property can't even afford a 600 million villa, which speaks volumes. They have their ways, and it might only take a word for Shunqing Property to be sent packing from the Yuanyang Levy. It seems even being expelled from the capital isn't out of the question. If that happens, not only would the company suffer losses, but he as the regional director would also see his career come to an end. Perhaps the boss would kill his entire family. Su Xiao, please calm down first. I will look into the situation and definitely give you a satisfactory response. Director Qian nodded humbly, becoming even more submissive under Su Ning's powerful aura. Turning his head, when he looked at Zheng Xiang again, his gaze seemed to want to devour him whole. Originally, he thought that Zheng Xiang, being a young man who knew how to handle things, was deserving of being promoted to property manager, thus making him one of his own. But he never anticipated that this scoundrel would land him in such deep trouble. Don't you even realize where you are? Who here can you afford to offend? If you want to die, I certainly don't. At that moment, he even felt like killing Zheng Xiang. To say he would understand the situation is utter nonsense. There is no need to even ask. Let's not even mention that Zheng Xiang must have caused trouble. Even if he hadn't, having a conflict with a wealthy young master is already your issue. Are you looking for death? I won't waste words with you. Hurry up and apologize. If you don't get forgiveness, just get the hell out. Director Qian's eyes were ablaze as he sternly scolded Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang's expression was as if he had just lost his father. He truly wanted to grab Director Qian by the collar and loudly question this fool. Do you think I didn't apologize earlier? If apologies worked, would there be so many subsequent issues? But reality forced him to lower his head, suppressing the endless rage in his eyes as he approached Su Ning. This time he truly intended to kneel and beg for mercy. However, before he could act, Su Ning spoke first. Director Qian, I don't want to waste more words. I said you do it. Fire him and let him go. If other property companies in the capital come for due diligence later, just say he was fired. Can you do that? Normally, when joining a large company, HR will call your previous company to inquire about your work situation and conduct, which is known as due diligence. If the results of your due diligence are unsatisfactory, such as having previously harmed the interests of your former company, then your new employer will naturally not want you. Su Ning's intent was clear: to ensure that Zheng Xiang could no longer stand in the property industry in the capital. You must understand, Zheng Xiang has been working in property since graduation, and he has already forgotten most of what he learned in university with no relevant experience. If he can't continue working in property, he is very likely to find himself unemployed. It's not that Su Ning is cruel, he simply lacks compassion. For someone like Zheng Xiang, he must be given a lesson that he will never forget. Su Ning's words carried an irresistible, powerful aura that left Director Qian with no heart to argue. All right, Su Xiao, I will do as you say. Director Qian nodded without a hint of hesitation. Just then a police car rushed over. It goes without saying that it was responding to Zheng Xiang's report. Needless to say, the Yuanyang Levy area is not under the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station, so it wouldn't be Officer Wang Sudong responding. Of course, he couldn't laugh now either. After all, Dong Zihao had just taken action. If Zheng Xiang pressed charges, Dong Zihao might end up being detained. After a moment of contemplation, Su Ning slightly turned his head to Director Qian and said, "You handle it. It's best if he keeps his mouth shut." After nodding at Su Ning, he walked back to Zheng Xiang. Let's treat this as if nothing happened. If you don't want the company's integrity department to conduct a detailed investigation into the procurement process of Yuanyang Levy properties, I think you should understand my meaning right. Director Qian didn't waste words, directly pointing to the key point that could control Zheng Xiang. Zheng Xiang's pupils constricted, and then his eyes completely lost their luster. How could there be no corruption in property procurement? As the property manager of Yuanyang Levy, he had often meddled in the procurement process. If you don't investigate carefully, it's fine, but once you do, it's a sure thing. Don't think that getting kickbacks in a private company is without consequence. There is a crime known as bribery of non-state personnel, which specifically targets people like him. Of course, he could hold on to the issue of being assaulted, but the most that could happen to the other party would be a few days of detention. But if he were truly convicted, it wouldn't be as simple as detention, it would be a prison sentence of less than 3 years. Thus, he completely lacked the courage to resist. After the police officer approached Zheng Xiang in a daze, stepped forward and directly stated that he had been too angry during the conflict, which is why he reported being assaulted, but in reality, it hadn't escalated to a real fight. Upon hearing this, the police officer reprimanded him sharply before driving away in the police car. Dong Zihao also breathed a sigh of relief. Though the action was exhilarating, dealing with the aftermath was indeed troublesome. Let's go take a look at the house. I haven't really checked the house yet. Su Ning smiled and called everyone over. The situation had developed to this extent, which was quite unexpected for everyone, especially for Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei. Their hearts were filled with shock. While Dong Zihao was cool when he acted, kicking Zheng Xiang was very satisfying, but that was merely the most basic form of revenge. It is the calm and collected handling, like Su Ning, who skillfully controlled every aspect, that is truly the most difficult to achieve. Losing the job that Zheng Xiang took pride in while being forced to endure humiliation is undoubtedly a greater blow than simply being beaten up. This is true vindication. The few of them chatted and laughed as they entered the district, while Zheng Xiang, who was like a dead dog at this moment, was no longer a concern for anyone. In the Lavi complex, the land area of each villa varies. Wang Dong's mansion occupies an area of 7 acres, making it one of the 4 largest villas in the complex. Due to the gentle slope, the villa's architectural design is front 2 and back 3, with a building area exceeding 200 square meters. It's no wonder that the building area is almost close to 2 acres. It wouldn't be excessive to have a yard of 5 acres. Everyone present was genuinely amazed by such an extravagant mansion, and even Su Ning couldn't help but gasp. The large yard and lawn were almost large enough to serve as a football field. The only regret is that the mansion is still in an unfinished state. Not long after it was purchased, Zhao Dong's assistant had already contacted an interior design studio to prepare for the renovation, but Wang Dong's daughter went to Tianfu at that time, so the renovation plans fell through. In fact, this is also for the best. Not to mention a super luxury mansion. Even when buying an ordinary villa, people prefer to design and decorate it themselves rather than use someone else's decor. As for spending tens of millions to renovate the mansion, it really isn't a big deal for Su Ning. It's just a matter of driving for a few more days. Hold 3, this will be our base in the capital from now on. Although after graduation, everyone will go their separate ways, it's not easy to gather together, but as long as we return to the capital, you must host us here. Right? Too old for, don't you think? The eldest Huasiefeng couldn't help but express his sentiment while putting his arm around Su Ning. Ding Zihui and Deng Zihao looked at Huasiefeng with strange expressions, leaving him bewildered. Old boss, it seems like you're the only one not in the capital after graduation. Old 3 has bought a mansion, and there's no need to mention that Old 4 and I are staying in the capital for our careers. In other words, we can come to Old 3's mansion whenever we want, but you're the only one who can't. Ding Zihui's words immediately left Huasiefeng speechless. Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle, also feeling moved by the bond among the 4 brothers. Su Xiao, just let me know when it's convenient for you to handle the relevant procedures, and you can just call me. I'll take my leave now. Zhao Dong's assistant spoke at the right moment. Su Ning nodded. Since the contract was signed and the house was still in an unfinished state, there was really no reason to stay, so he left with his brothers. Old boss, you all go eat. I have someone to meet, so I won't join you. Remembering that he had an appointment with Li Xiao, he casually tossed the car keys to Huasiefeng. However, before leaving, Su Ning had one more thing to do. That was to ask Su Jiafei if she was interested in being his assistant. It must be said that sometimes a good personal assistant is incredibly important. Especially in recent encounters with Zhao Dong's assistant, the latter's competence left a deep impression on him. Having such a capable assistant could save him a lot of trouble. If it weren't for feeling guilty towards Wang Dong, he would have been tempted to poach Zhao Dong's assistant directly. Of course, Su Jiafei is also quite good. Not to mention her abilities, she is also very pleasant to the eye. The key is that Su Jiafei's character is definitely not bad, as evidenced by her not being a gold digger or a green tea bitch. As for her abilities, she probably wouldn't be lacking either. She is a graduate student with strong learning capabilities and will definitely grow quickly. So he turned his head and smiled as he asked Su Jiafei. Sister Jiafei, what is your monthly salary at the big company? Su Jiafei was curious about why Su Ning asked this question, but she didn't hide it, saying, my monthly salary is 18K with 124. This means a monthly salary of 18000, and 124 indicates that there are 4 months of year-end bonuses. In total, that amounts to 2800 a year, nearly 300 in annual income. It's not particularly high or low, it's about the base salary level for a planning position in a large company, but in other industries, it would be considered a high salary. After a moment's thought, Su Ning smiled and asked, I'm looking for an assistant who I wonder if you're interested. I can offer you a yearly salary of 30000 along with bonuses based on your performance. What do you think? This statement left everyone present stunned, all looking at Su Ning with astonishment. The 3 brothers had an astonishingly unified thought, believing that Su Ning was just using the pretext of hiring an assistant to get closer to girls. Otherwise, why would he need an assistant? Su Jiafei frowned slightly, her beautiful eyes looking at Su Ning, seemingly trying to discern his true intentions. Personal assistant sounds too easy to lead to assumptions. Although the pay is decent, she would never sell herself out for a little money. Hurry up and agree. Qin Shaohan was anxious for Su Jiafei from the side. With a high salary and little work, and the client being a handsome guy like Su Ning, what more could she want? Who knows, you might even have the opportunity to marry into a rich family. Su Ning looked at everyone's reactions and couldn't help but smiled bitterly, thinking they were overthinking it. You should have felt Zhao Dong's assistant's competence just now. What I need is just such an assistant. I already have some businesses and I will gradually take over more, but these businesses are all disorganized and unrelated. If I had to manage each one, I would be exhausted. So I need one or even several capable assistants to help me. It's that simple. Upon hearing Su Ning's explanation, everyone finally understood. Perhaps Qin Shaohan and Su Jiafei didn't know, but the 3 brothers had heard Su Ning talk about it before. Even now, Su Ning already has a high-end restaurant in the capital, invested in a movie, and co-founded an investment company. If there are more businesses in the future, it would indeed be difficult for one person to manage them. Su Jiafei could sense Su Ning's sincerity, so after a slight hesitation she nodded. Then I'll have to call you Su Zong from now on. Su Jiafei said with a smile. And you don't need to call me Sister Jiafei anymore, oh, just call me Jiafei. Su Ning nodded non-committally. Privately, he had no problem calling her Sister Jiafei, but in public it wouldn't be appropriate for him to call his assistant Sister Jiafei. Now I'll give you your first task. As I mentioned earlier, my businesses are all over the place. Think about how to effectively integrate them together. As everyone walked out together, Su Ning smiled at Su Jiafei. Su Jiafei was slightly taken aback, not expecting Su Ning to give her a task right away. But it was just a moment of surprise as she quickly provided an answer. In that case, a group company can be established as the headquarters. Each business can be considered a subsidiary. For example, Su Zong, you mentioned investing in a movie. You could establish a film company under the group to specifically handle future film-related business. The same goes for the restaurant industry. Our restaurant company can be established to place leased private kitchen under it, allowing future chain stores or acquisitions of other hotels and restaurants to be conducted under the restaurant company's name. As for the investment company you co-founded, a similar operation can also be carried out. You can establish an investment company under the group, transferring your shares in the partnership investment company to the group investment company so that all future investment activities can be conducted through the group investment company. This is the structure of a typical large group. Perhaps your businesses are not that extensive yet, but the framework can certainly be set up in advance. Listening to Su Jiafei's confident and eloquent exposition on the proposed corporate structure of the headquarters, Su Ning nodded thoughtfully. Indeed, she possessed exceptional talent. So much so that assigning her merely as a planner felt like an underutilization of her capabilities. She'd be better suited as an executive assistant. Then it's settled. You'll secure a floor in a premium CBD office building for our group headquarters. And you'll also build out the organizational framework from scratch. Those who excel bear greater responsibility, and outstanding performance will earn you a bonus. Su Ning laughed heartily. Su Jiafei felt no resentment at being entrusted with such extensive duties before even officially assuming her role. On the contrary, the sheer breadth of opportunity ignited her enthusiasm. Though outwardly elegant and alluring, she was in truth a fiercely driven career woman. Understood, President Su. Su Jiafei instantly slipped into her new role, responding with crisp professionalism. Qin Xiaohan watched her best friend's sudden transformation in demeanor with bewildered fascination. Words failed her entirely. Just like that, she'd been recruited. And wasn't Su Ning's phrasing eerily reminiscent of workplace psychological manipulation, offering grand visions to inspire blind commitment? A bonus. The wealthier the boss, the more frugal they tend to be. All that dazzling rhetoric might culminate at year-end in little more than an extra month's salary. Qin Xiaohan silently seethed inwardly, but said nothing aloud, only tugging gently at Su Jiafei's sleeve and casting her a discreet cautionary glance. Yet at that very moment Su Ning continued unperturbed, as if oblivious to the unspoken tension. By the way, you do know how to drive, don't you? Go ahead and select a vehicle. Assistant Director Zhao drives a Mercedes-Benz E-Class, so aim for that benchmark. Naturally, should your performance exceed expectations, upgrading to a Bentley won't be out of the question. At these words, both Su Jiafei and Qin Xiaohan froze in stunned silence. Was this irony incarnate? She'd just declared bosses stingy and suspected covert manipulation, only for the stingy boss to immediately assign her a Mercedes-Benz. Granted, the Bentley remark still sounded like distant promise, but against the backdrop of a genuine Mercedes assignment, it no longer seemed wholly implausible. Though slightly taken aback, the three brothers accepted it without astonishment. Given Su Ning's current fortune, such generosity was hardly surprising. Deng Zihao, feigning girlish coyness, lightly tugged Su Ning's arm and teased in a falsetto, "Brother Su Ning, I want to be your assistant too. I demand a Mercedes as well." Su Ning recoiled with visceral discomfort, shuddering as though warding off contagion and jerking his arm free. The others burst into unrestrained laughter. After exiting the compound, Su Ning hailed a taxi straight to the restaurant Li Sile had reserved. "Young Master Su, another billion-yuan deal sealed." As Su Ning stepped out of the cab, Li Sile was already waiting outside, greeting him with playful banter. He found it curious. Why take a taxi when one owned a hypercar? Su Ning chuckled mischievously. Actually, yes, a 550 million yuan deal. Was he bluffing? Not at all. He'd just acquired a palatial estate for precisely that sum. Surely a transaction worthy of the term. Li Sile blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected Su Ning to actually close a deal. Yet he never doubted the claim. After all, driving a Koenigsegg One made negotiating deals worth hundreds of millions seem perfectly ordinary. Li Sile ushered Su Ning into the private dining room where his two brothers soon arrived, breathless from tasks Li Sile had assigned them earlier. Su Ning had met them before. Li Sile had dispatched them on errands moments earlier. They dined and conversed warmly. Having pledged to lead the wedding motorcade in the Koenigsegg, Su Ning intended to honor that commitment without reservation. The procession would unfold, thus the Koenigsegg would spearhead the convoy, setting the course. Behind it followed a G-Class SUV serving as the filming vehicle. Next came the flagship Rolls-Royce, trailed by a flawless line of Mercedes-Benz S-Class sedans, concluding with a Range Rover Velar acting as rear guard. Even in the capital, such a procession would evoke widespread envy. Unfamiliar with local roads, Su Ning would have one of Li Sile's brothers accompany him tomorrow, whom he'd call Lao Wu. Once dinner concluded and details were largely settled, Su Ning rose with a smile to head back to his dormitory for a restful nap. After all, he'd be chauffeuring tonight and rising early tomorrow. Without seizing this afternoon's quiet hours for proper rest, he'd surely falter by morning. He awoke at 5 p.m., refreshed and ready. After a quick freshen up, he headed directly to Li Ji private kitchen, his de facto canteen, where he'd enjoy dinner before tonight's shift. He'd anticipated another day brimming with absurdities, not necessarily perilous, yet certainly far. Yet by midnight, having completed 3 chauffeur assignments, Su Ning stood incredulous. Not a single complication had arisen. It defied cosmic law. He could accept the first assignment proceeding flawlessly, but the second and third, navigated with white-knuckled vigilance, also concluded without incident, leaving him utterly astounded. It made no sense. Leaning against a roadside tree, Su Ning furrowed his brow, mentally retracing every detail of those final 2 assignments, searching for overlooked clues. After prolonged reflection, however, nothing surfaced. The second client was a man in his 40s requesting transport to a spa center. Throughout the ride, the man held forth like a seasoned sage, recommending specific masseuses by number among other esoteric insights, while Su Ning politely feigned incomprehension. Even if police raided the venue tonight and apprehended him mid-visit, it bore no relevance to Su Ning. He was merely a chauffeur, not a procurer. The third assignment involved a young couple who spent the entire ride locked in affectionate embrace. Su Ning simply averted his gaze, maintaining professional discretion. Delivering them to their hotel marked the end of the job. What harm lay in lovers checking into a hotel? Even law enforcement wouldn't intervene. Thus it held zero bearing on Su Ning whatsoever. A wry, self-deprecating smile crossed his lips. He'd grown paranoid, warped by the system itself. He booked a nearby hotel room for the night, rose early the next morning, and drove the Koenigsegg to Lieseil's residence. Upon arrival, the bridal entourage stood fully prepared, ready to depart at any moment. Su Ning climbed into the driver's seat. Lao Wu took the front passenger seat to coordinate the motorcade. Young Master Su, I must tell you, several stunning beauties serve as bridesmaids. If any catches your eye, ask the bride to introduce you. Or tell me directly. I'm dating one of them, and she knows them all intimately. Lao Wu grinned slyly. Su Ning almost chuckled. Was this subtle boasting about his girlfriend's own? At the bride's residence, the groomsmen endured arduous challenges, finally breaching the last barrier to escort Lieseil triumphantly before his bride. Su Ning's attention, however, lingered not on the bride, but on the bridesmaids. Remarkably, Lao Wu hadn't exaggerated. All 5 were exquisite, so uniformly radiant that absent Lao Wu's assurance they were the bride's closest friends, Su Ning might have mistaken them for hired professionals. Young Master Ning, the second girl on the left is my girlfriend. Lao Wu nudged Su Ning with his elbow, whispering. Part boast, part quiet declaration of ownership, warding off potential interest. Su Ning glanced toward the second bridesmaid on the left, and his eyes narrowed. Familiar. He'd seen her somewhere before. Memory flickered, fragmented scenes coalescing, until his pupils contracted sharply. He remembered. This bridesmaid was none other than the young woman from his 3rd chauffeur assignment yesterday, the same girl he'd delivered to a hotel with her boyfriend. Yet yesterday's companion hadn't been Lao Wu. A faint involuntary twitch curled Su Ning's lip as he turned to regard Lao Wu, not with mockery, but with profound, silent pity. Under the hall lights, Lao Wu's pomaded hair gleamed. Yet inexplicably to Su Ning, that luster now shimmered with an unsettling verdant hue. Su Ning was certain he had not been mistaken. The bridesmaid Lao Wu mentioned was unmistakably the same woman from yesterday, yet the man from yesterday was not Lao Wu. Su Ning quietly shifted his feet to put a little distance between himself and Lao Wu. He feared the stain of that green would spread to him. After a few simple games, the wedding reception segment concluded. As everyone descended and boarded cars, the bridesmaids immediately noticed the Koenigsegg leading the wedding convoy. There was nothing to be done. The supercar's design was outrageously showy. Seeing Su Ning and Lao Wu climb into it, each of them could not help widening their eyes. One bridesmaid nudged the woman beside her. Tang Yao, how did your Lao Wu get into a sports car? Is that handsome man Lao Wu's friend? Tang Yao, Lao Wu's girlfriend, and the woman from the couple seen yesterday, scratched her head and tried in vain to recall. She finally decided she truly did not recognize Su Ning. I don't know him, but he must be Li Li's friend. Lao Wu probably knows him, Tang Yao mused. The bridesmaid who had asked leaned in with a coquettish laugh. Hey, this handsome man is exactly my type, but don't any of you dare steal him from me. Tang Yao sniffed disdainfully. What handsome man is your type? I think the supercar is your real love. The bridesmaid, touching up her makeup with a small mirror, replied indifferently, so what? You've got no shot anyway. Who says I've got no shot? Maybe he doesn't even know Lao Wu. I'll hook my little finger, no matter how handsome. Tang Yao was provoked. The bridesmaid turned away with an exasperated look. Please give it a rest. You cling to Lao Wu and flirt with every handsome man you see. Aren't you busy enough already?
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
She glared at the bridesmaid and snapped, can you close your filthy mouth and stop spouting nonsense? The bridesmaid, indignant, muttered, aren't you the one doing all the shameful things? Tang Yao shot back, have you done fewer shameful things than me? The bridesmaid huffed, fine, I won't argue. Just so you know, you can't take this handsome man from me. The rest of the wedding proceeded smoothly. The only problem was Su Ning did not know how to broach the matter. At the banquet, Li's groomsmen and Su Ning sat at the same table. As Su Ning contemplated how to begin, Tang Yao and the other bridesmaid approached. Darling, the groom definitely won't be tending to us tonight. Shall we go to Gongdi? Tang Yao said, her gaze casually sweeping towards Su Ning as she added with ulterior intent, is he your new friend? This had been arranged with her best friend. Tell Lao Wu they were going out and invite Su Ning along so it would not. Her friend's eyes shone with eager expectation. Lao Wu did not overthink it and simply looked to Su Ning. Su Ning's lips curved in a faint smile. I won't go. I have to do a driving for Ire gig tonight. Lao Wu, familiar with Su Ning's peculiar habits, nodded without a second thought. But to the two girls' ears, those words took on a completely different meaning. Driving for Ire? Do they mean that kind of chauffeur work? And the Koenigsegg, rented? Could this handsome man not be a super-rich heir driving his own Koenigsegg, but merely a lousy hireling driver? Fine, then we won't hold you up from your brick moving. The bridesmaid's face unconsciously showed a trace of contempt. Lao Wu's mouth twitched at the side. He did not know what to say. He knew that friend of his girlfriend's disposition well enough. She might not be a thorough mercenary, but she certainly despised poverty and worshipped wealth, insufferably vain. So as soon as she heard Su Xiao was a hired driver, she adopted that impatient, disdainful attitude. But did she really think Su Xiao was merely a driver? He was the sort to feign weakness to conceal his strength. You took him for a fool and treated him like a hired hand. Very well. If you have no eye for people, that's on you. After the women left, Lao Wu offered a sheepish smile to Su Ning. Ignore them. Sila will come around to tell. Su Ning blinked thought for a moment, then smiled. Lao Wu, I have a friend whose girlfriend is cheating on him, and he doesn't know. Should I tell him? Lao Wu, simple-minded and undramatic, did not overanalyze or imagine himself implicated. Of course you must tell him, he replied without hesitation. But if I tell him, won't that ruin their relationship and leave them blaming me? Su Ning asked, feigning real indecision, as if seeking Lao Wu's counsel. Lao Wu chuckled. Su Xiao, you don't have to be so blunt. Just hint at it. Su Ning made an O of sudden realization, nodding as he considered how best to hint. The banquet was sumptuous. Among the dishes there was only one vegetable course, lily bulbs stir-fried with celery. By chance that dish landed right in front of Su Ning. Ever considerate, Su Ning took a pair of chopsticks and placed a portion onto Lao Wu's plate, saying with concern, Lao Wu, eat more green vegetables. They're good for you. Yet his subtle hint produced no effect. Lao Wu was moved and, hardly chewing, popped the food into his mouth and swallowed. Thank you, Su Xiao. After all, someone of Su Ning's stature still bothered to serve him. How could he not be touched? Su Ning felt a surge of speechless exasperation and served him a few more mouthfuls. Subtlety was wasted on such single-minded creatures. He resolved to edit the footage from his action camera later and send it to him. When the banquet concluded and the ceremonies finished, guests gradually departed. Su Ning greeted Li Lo and then left. After Su Ning left, Tang Yao and the other bridesmaid changed and went over to Lao Wu. Lao Wu, why do you and Li Lo have a friend who's a hired driver? What do you rich kids now enjoy lowering yourselves? Tang Yao's corner of the mouth carried a hint of scorn, her tone acid. The other bridesmaid immediately chimed in with even more disgust. Could it be you simply hired a substitute driver as your chauffeur? She sneered. You rented a Koenigsegg and still let a hired driver behind the wheel. Aren't you afraid the driver will damage the car? The other added. Even if your family is wealthy, paying compensation would still sting, wouldn't it? Watching his girlfriend and her friend sneer at Su Xiao with that poisonous tone, Lao Wu's face darkened. Shut up, he snapped. What do you two know? You really believed Su Xiao when he said he was a driver for Ire, he continued. The man is a super wealthy young master. The Koenigsegg is his. Being a driver for Ire is just Su Xiao's peculiar hobby, like some people enjoy fishing and others. I was even thinking of matchmaking for a few single bridesmaids. If one of them succeeded, she could marry into a wealthy family and transform her life. But you went and treated him like an ordinary driver. With that sneering attitude, you deserve no chance at all. Lao Wu's blunt retort left the two girls stupefied. What? He wasn't a mere driver, but a super wealthy young master. And the Koenigsegg wasn't rented, but his. This. Tang Yao was fortunate. She had a boyfriend. Yet her friend felt a sudden painful regret deep in her gut. Their circle resembled faux socialites who lived to attach themselves to wealthy men. That they had failed to recognize someone like Su Ning, a true affluent young master, stung like a humiliation. At the thought of what they had missed, mansions, exotic cars, a lifetime of splendor, she felt as if all hope had died within her. Lao Wu, could you invite your friend out to meet us? She pleaded. Let us get acquainted, just chat a little. I just wasn't feeling well earlier. I didn't say anything extreme, she protested. Look, him single, he's single, you're our mutual friend. Can't you set us up? She persisted, biting her lip and beseeching Lao Wu, but he only curled his mouth in contempt and refused to set you up. Don't be ridiculous. Su Xiao treats me like a brother. He even serves me at meals. Introducing a gold digger like you to him would be betraying that brotherhood. I may not be the cleverest, Lao Wu declared, but I have principles. Meanwhile, Su Ning returned to his car, retrieved the action camera, and copied the driving service footage from the previous night. The footage was crystal clear clips of the supposed couple entering the car, of them leaving the car, and finally of them walking into a hotel. He wondered what Lao Wu's reaction would be. In any case, he had to send it. He could not pretend nothing had happened. After all, Lao Wu was a friend. He could not stand idly by while his friend was toyed with by a woman. Whether Tang Yao in a fury would call the police to claim invasion of privacy was of no concern to Su Ning. It was not a criminal matter, merely civil. At worst, she would apologize and compensate. He hit send, then shut his phone off, only powering it back on that evening. He was not afraid, he merely did not want to expend needless words. Lao Wu did not contact him, and many days later Su Ning heard the whole story from Li Xiao. Lao Wu had nearly gone mad. Had others not restrained him, he might have assaulted Tang Yao. The breakup was inevitable. Heirs like Lao Wu never lacked companions, his only grievance being the humiliation of being cheated on. Tang Yao's loss was devastating. She had relied on her looks. Losing a wealthy patron like Lao Wu meant she could no longer afford her pampered life. She could not even afford her cosmetics. Worse still, her reputation in those circles was ruined. She could no longer remain. Su Ning naturally paid little mind to any of it. Having purchased the mega mansion, his sole focus became making money. The villa's renovation alone would cost nearly 100 million if he wanted the proper effect. Moreover, Director Wang seemed intent on proposing a joint project. If it proved worthwhile, Su Ning would not miss the opportunity. He would invest. That promise likely entailed another considerable sum. Time flew. After another diligent half-month of driving work, his first month of money-scraping drew to a close. It was not world-shaking, yet it had its thrills. As before, bizarre people and incidents appeared daily, leaving him mentally drained. Some passengers demanded he drive them to meet their mistresses, boasting openly about their affairs. Others wanted him to sing while he drove to enliven the mood. One vomited and then accused Su Ning of causing it. One fellow insisted on pledging sworn brotherhood and absurdly offered to give his car to Su Ning to prove his loyalty. He even encountered uncouth foreigners muttering in an incomprehensible tongue, who then refused to pay. He faced danger when a drunken owner attempted to rob him. And most exasperating of all, he was propositioned by a male cross-dresser who asked if he was interested in a same-sex encounter. While making money was not easy, though his body ached and his spirit was more weary, the rewards were pleasantly. After buying the mega mansion, leaving only 100 million in his bank card, he earned another 400 million over the following half-month. It was less than the previous half-month because the earlier period had yielded several big clients, such as Xiao Dong's parents, Director Wang, and the elderly man who compensated him for emotional distress. Su Ning was already more than satisfied. Summing up the month's gains, he had scraped together over 1.7 billion in cash, a staggering total. After investments and expenditures, his bank card still held 500 million in cash. The scale of his spending and investments on close accounting was also formidable. Villa 550 million, investment company 240 million. Loans allowed to 200 million, a donation to schools 60 million, a purchase of a supercar 50 million, a acquisition of Li Ji Sifangkai 42 million, a film investment 40 million, a watches 20 million. The remainder, donations of police cars and the like, were trivial sums. Given a month by the system, Su Ning's life had undergone earth-shattering change. Even if the system vanished, he could live very comfortably on his current assets. Yet evidently the system was eager to have him experience the next money-scraping project. So as soon as the driving service run ended, the system immediately sent a prompt. The system informed him that the first money-scraping experience had concluded and urged him to begin the second. The choices were limited to graduate advisor, marriage broker, or fitness coach. Facing these three options, Su Ning's expression grew oddly perplexed and helpless. He had thought the career choices in the first round were outrageous. He had not expected the second set to be even more absurd. How was he supposed to choose? The three options in the first round were already outrageous, and the system even suggested that he deceive retired old men and women. Little did he expect the three options in the second round were even more exaggerated. Not to mention anything else, just this graduate school mentor. He isn't even a graduate student, yet he could be a mentor for others. It's simply absurd beyond absurdity. What the hell is a marriage intermediary? I'm still single myself, and you want me to play matchmaker for others? And a fitness coach? That's even more ridiculous. Although Su Ning has a decent physique, he has never trained, so he really lacks muscle and knows nothing about. Other jobs might allow for coasting through life, but fitness involves certain risks. What if he injures a client? A sense of disillusionment swept over him, feeling as if the system was toying with him. If it weren't for the real money he had earned, he would have suspected the system's intentions. Of course, Su Ning didn't ponder the three options for too long, and quickly chose the marriage intermediary, abbreviated as marriage agency. It's not that the marriage agency industry is particularly good, but he had to pick the best option among the worst. He couldn't be a graduate school mentor, nor could he be a fitness coach. Even if he wasn't keen on being a marriage intermediary, he had no other choice. Besides, he was curious about how to make money as a marriage agency. Could it be that the rewards were tenfold income? The host chooses to make money through the marriage agency. The host's income will be rewarded based on marriage progress. If both parties are willing to continue after a blind date, a reward of $2 million will be granted. If they become a couple after the blind date, a reward of $10 million will be granted. If they reach a marriage agreement, a reward of $50 million will be granted. If they become a legal couple, a reward of $200 million will be granted. Reminder: the marriage situation must be real and valid. False relationships will not be rewarded. Ning pondered for quite a while and finally understood the money-making model of the marriage agency. First, he had to become a matchmaker, whether by opening his own marriage agency or finding a job at one. The system's rewards were divided into 4 stages, progressing step by step, with rewards varying significantly. Generally speaking, if both parties do not find each other appealing after a blind date, they would just return home with nothing to say. If both parties are not averse to each other and are willing to pursue further contact, they would continue to meet a few more times. When they get to know each other better and feel suited for each other, then they could be considered together. Continuing further, if they have thoughts of forming a family, they could meet parents and friends and get engaged. Ultimately, they would naturally obtain a marriage certificate and become a couple. The system's rewards at each stage cannot be described as anything less than generous. Ning even felt that if he continued for long, his income might surpass that of a chauffeur. But the problem arose: the system only allowed a month for making money, which felt too short during the marriage process. Not to mention, who gets married just a month after a blind date? Even if some do, that would be an exception, a rarity. Even getting engaged isn't easy to achieve. Therefore, Ning believed that the 2 stages of continued contact and becoming a couple would be his main focus for making money. Estimating the efficiency, it seemed that making money would be less efficient than being a chauffeur. However, he wasn't too discouraged. It was still better than being a graduate school mentor or a fitness coach. As for the system's final reminders, Ning figured that it didn't want him to find loopholes. Without this restriction, if he spent money hiring someone for blind dates, or even marriage, the money-making could be limitless. Alright, since a choice has been made, he would strive to stick to it. He believed that there would be a day of reward. The system was somewhat humane. As long as Ning ensured to have money-making experiences at least 3 times a year, there was no need for them to be seamless. So although Ning had made a choice, he didn't start immediately. On one hand, he had to face his graduation project defense, and on the other hand, he needed to prepare for a marriage agency. After spending about half a month to finalize these 2 matters, he could officially start the second wave of making money. Jaffe, am planning to open a marriage agency. Please help me find a prime storefront, preferably one that is simply decorated and can open quickly. Also, could you take care of the business registration as well? Of course, your most important task is to familiarize yourself with the marriage agency market and process, and be ready to act as a matchmaker. Ning called Jaffe directly and got straight to the point. Jaffe. The confusion was evident on the other end of the call. What? Ning wants to open a marriage agency. Is this super rich second generation's thought process so peculiar? What kind of eccentric boss has she followed? Rich second generation starting businesses are usually in high-tech or finance, discussing high-end rounds A and B. But here he is tired of being a chauffeur, now wanting to open a marriage agency. Do you even hear what you're saying? The most crucial part is I have to follow you to the marriage agency as a matchmaker. At this moment, Jaffe felt an absurd sense of hopelessness. A terrifying thought even crossed her mind. Would Ning one day take her to rummage through trash cans for bottles? That image was too abstract. Just thinking about it sent chills down her spine. Well, at least a marriage agency is a legitimate profession, better than picking up bottles. All right, President Sue. Jaffe gritted her teeth and replied with great determination. After hanging up the phone, Ning strolled back to his dorm. After running as a chauffeur for a month, he hadn't spent much time in the dorm, but now he could finally spend more time with his 3 brothers. Facing graduation, the paths of the 3 brothers were already decided. Eldest brother Hsiefeng would naturally work at home in the family business, gradually taking over the entire operation. Second brother Ding Zihui was dragged by Ning to join his soon-to-be established group responsible for financial matters. After all, Ning still needed to make money and couldn't invest too much energy in the group. Ding Zihui had no negative feelings about relying on his brother for support, as he was well aware of Ning. Even if he worked in Ning's company, their relationship wouldn't change. As for the 4th brother Ding Ziho, as a minor rich second generation, he was preparing to start a gaming business in the capital with the $5 million his father gave him. Of course, $5 million probably wouldn't be enough, so Ning invested another $5 million, causing Ding Ziho to excitedly call him dad on the spot. I'm planning to open a marriage agency. I'll officially open once the defense is over, and you all come support me then. Ning said with a grin to his Hsiefeng. Ding Zihui. Ding Ziho. Just like Su Jiafei, who had just heard the news, the three brothers were also left in shock. Even if you continue being a chauffeur, that's fine. What the hell is opening a marriage agency? It's no wonder that the three brothers were as shocked as if they had encountered aliens. Su Ning was simply too unconventional. Although they understood that Su Ning was accustomed to working part-time jobs and tutoring, this was beyond their expectations. But what on earth is a marriage agency? This thing is completely unrelated to their work and daily lives. Let's be honest, third brother, if you're really bored, why not learn to fish? They truly found it hard to comprehend Su Ning's thought process. To make matters worse, Su Ning actually wanted them to help at the marriage agency. It felt a bit like he was asking them to become marriage brokers. A marriage broker is someone that marriage websites or agencies specially package as high-quality individuals to attract clients. If Su Ning really made them meet various older women for blind dates, it would be too hilarious. Third brother, I just want to know what you're thinking. Hua Xiefeng took a deep breath and asked. Of course, Su Ning had already prepared an excuse for this. The state is currently encouraging marriage and childbirth. The marriage market is bound to be a hotspot for a long time to come. If I start a marriage agency now and gradually understand this industry, perhaps I could enter it on a larger scale in the future. Upon hearing Su Ning's words, Hua Xiefeng and Deng Zihao nodded in realization. Only Deng Zihao's eyes flickered deep in thought. Su Ning's words sounded familiar. He remembered that when he first started as a chauffeur, Su Ning mentioned he was personally investigating this industry and did not rule out the possibility of investing in it in the future. Now he was talking about investigating the marriage market. This was completely unbelievable. However, Ding Zihue didn't say anything and just treated it as a quirky little hobby of his brother. In the following days, the four brothers were busy with their final preparations for graduation. Even though Su Jiafei had already found a shop and started setting it up, Su Ning didn't have time to check it out. Finally, a week later, the four brothers successfully passed their graduation defense and received their diplomas and degree certificates. Interestingly, the school hoped Su Ning could pursue further studies, and several leaders took turns trying to persuade him. However, considering that he was busy making money and had no time to study, he could only apologize to the leader. While other dorms were filled with feelings of separation, Su Ning's dorm showed no signs of sorrow. After all, the three of them would stay in the capital so they could meet at any time. Even the eldest, Hua Xiefeng, lived close to the capital. It was just over an hour's drive to come back. Whenever he felt like drinking, he could just call in the afternoon, and they would gather in the evening. What was there to be melancholic about? Come on, let's go check out my marriage agency. Su Ning waved his hand and said with a grin. He was too lazy to drive, so the four of them hopped into Hua Xiefeng's car and headed straight to the agency. Su Jiafei was very capable, and under Su Ning's complete lack of involvement, she had nearly completed the preliminary preparations for the marriage agency. The location chosen was quite strategic, situated in the middle of an old district covering a large residential area. Moreover, within the coverage area, there was a large park which featured a dating corner, making it very advantageous for expanding the client base. At the same time, the marriage agency was located within the jurisdiction of the Hanjiang Road Police Station, so if any trouble arose, they could quickly call on old acquaintances to resolve issues. The shop's area was a spacious 240 square meters divided into several sections. There was an elegant reception hall, 4 separate meeting rooms, and a large conference room. The meeting rooms, needless to say, could be used for detailed communication with clients or arranging meetings between men and women. However, the large conference room was not intended for meetings. After all, the usual morning and evening briefings in the industry could be held in the reception hall. The large conference room was designed to serve as a board game room. Marriage centers often host various small or large collective dating events. When it came to large events, small collective dating activities could easily be organized in the form of board games, allowing a dozen people to get to know each other while playing, perhaps leading to mutual attraction. For Su Ning, the marriage agency itself didn't need to be profitable, so he wasn't particularly concerned about the small gains. What mattered was that it could bring single men and women together, which was his way of making money. Su, is there anything else that needs to be arranged? Su Jiafei had fully stepped into her role as assistant, and even though Su Ning's requests were extremely abstract, she tried her best to fulfill them. After all, a salary of 300 a year is real, and the Mercedes-Benz E300 she currently drives is also real. With little work and high pay and not much pressure, Su Jiafei reminded herself to cherish this job. Su Ning and his brothers took a tour around the marriage agency, nodding in satisfaction. The hall not only had a reception desk, but also 5 workstations clearly prepared for the matchmakers. In addition, the hall still had a large area appearing clean and elegant. Su Jiafei also arranged for several potted plants, adding vitality to the space and preventing it from feeling too solemn. Although the meeting rooms were not large, they were uniquely decorated and didn't feel oppressive. As for the large conference room, it was almost set up like a script-killing venue, sure to be popular among young singles. The preparations are excellent, and I commend you for it. Su Ning nodded and smiled at Su Jiafei. He then called the others to the large conference room. Eldest brother, aren't you anxious to return home? Stay here and help me as a matchmaker for a month. Second brother, you don't need to say anything. Since the group company hasn't set up yet, you can also stay here as a matchmaker. Fourth brother, although you and Qin Xiaohan are busy preparing for the game company, you should have some time, right? Come over and be a part-time matchmaker. Jiafei, you don't need to say anything. You have to be a matchmaker here too. By the way, didn't you recruit a receptionist for the group company? Since there aren't any business transactions, now bring her over here to be a receptionist for a month. Su Ning confidently sat in the middle and began assigning tasks. The others couldn't help but twitch at the corners of their mouths, not knowing what to say. This was too childish, wasn't it? How could they just stay here as matchmakers? Calling it a matchmaker sounds nice, but frankly, isn't that just a matchmaker? Speaking of matchmakers, that's not a good title, as the image of Wang Mama immediately comes to mind. Of course, Wang Mama had a rather tragic fate, as she was killed by Wu Song, right? The few of them were both amused and exasperated, never having thought they would end up in such a profession. However, since they were all brothers, they could only indulge him. As for Su Jiafei, holding Su Ning's salary, she had even less courage to resist. Su Ning was the boss and chief matchmaker. Hu Xiafeng was the matchmaker and driver. Ding Zihui was the matchmaker and accountant. Su Jiafei was the matchmaker and chief housekeeper. Bai Roland, the newly hired receptionist from the group company, was the receptionist. Deng Zihao and Qin Xiaoan were part-time matchmakers. Thus, the marriage agency's makeshift team was formed. The first general meeting of the Jinshinjuan marriage agency officially convenes. After all, it will only operate for a month. The name itself is not important. Su Ning sits in the center, speaking eloquently. Let's discuss our operational goals first. The business cycle is paused for 1 month. The marriage and dating process can be divided into 4 key stages, and our targets will be based on achieving the numbers for these 4 stages. First, the point where both parties express a desire to continue after their initial meeting. We shall refer to this stage as the acquaintance point. I hope to achieve over 300 individuals reaching the acquaintance point within a month. After continuing their interactions, they officially become a couple. We will call this stage the romantic point. I hope to have more than 40 individuals reaching the romantic point within a month. After developing into a couple, they begin discussing marriage and engagement, reaching what we call the engagement point. I hope at least 4 couples reach the engagement point within a month. The ultimate goal of marriage and dating is to legally register as a couple. However, given that 1 month is too short a time frame, it may be difficult to achieve, so we will not set a target for this. Of course, if we can facilitate both parties becoming legally married in a short time, that would be even better. Do you have any questions or additions regarding our operational goals? In terms of operational goals, he has actually calculated this carefully. If everything goes as planned, he could potentially generate 1.2 billion in just 1 month. While it may not compare to driving, it is still a vast fortune that countless people could only dream of. At this moment, after listening to Su Ning's presentation, the 3 brothers were fine, as they were completely unaware of what the marriage market was really like. But Su Jiafei was different, as she had conducted prior research on the marriage market. Regarding Su Ning's goals, she could only describe them as fanciful, refraining from calling them unrealistic out of respect for the boss. In an ordinary marriage agency, achieving even 1/5 of the targets Su Ning just mentioned would not be an easy. Not to mention, reaching what Su Ning referred to as the acquaintance point actually means completing a precise matching between a man and a woman. 300 matches in a month. That averages to 10 matches a day. Such an exaggerated goal is no different from nonsense. Boss, why not just go back to driving instead? However, despite her inner criticisms, Su Jiafei wouldn't actually voice any objections. Even without professional experience, she had some emotional intelligence. When the boss asks for feedback, are you really going to give it? That would be a bit misplaced. Well, since there are no issues, I will continue discussing my formulated operational strategy. After all, this foray into the marriage market is not aimed at profit. It is simply to gain a deeper understanding of the industry's operational rules and insider information. Thus, regarding charges, I have decided to make the initial phase free, with clients allowed to pay any amount after a successful introduction. Some convenience stores or tea shops operate on a similar model, allowing customers to pay whatever they wish. We will adopt the same strategy, though otherwise offering free services might easily be perceived as a scam. Additionally, I plan to implement an incentive strategy. As long as couples are introduced through our agency and get engaged within a month, we will reward them with a 3,000 yuan romance fund. If they directly register their marriage within a month, we will reward them with 1,000 yuan for wedding expenses. What do you think? Su Ning has also thoroughly considered this. Charging up front would face difficulties in acquiring clients, needing to compete with other agencies and dating sites. However, starting free can lower the threshold for attracting clients and quickly build a customer base. As for how much they choose to pay later, Su Ning really does not mind. Regarding the rewards for the subsequent 2 stages, they will neither be too little to be insignificant nor too much to attract people to fake engagements or marriages for money. At least he could not think of a better operational strategy. Meanwhile, the others scratched their heads, feeling that this was somewhat frivolous. It is one thing if the marriage agency doesn't make money, but there's no need to throw out more cash, right? However, given Su Ning's wealth, let him play around, it's not harmful. Thus, everyone unanimously raised their hands to approve Su Ning's operational strategy. The opening date was set for Saturday noon. What we urgently need now is a large amount of information on single men and women. Jiafei run around the parks and matchmaking corners more. I believe those elderly folks worried about their sons' and daughters' marriages will be more than willing to take advantage of our free services. Additionally, look for any marriage agencies that have recently closed down or are about to close. Try to buy some clients. After all, with an assistant, these trivial tasks can just be handed over to them. Su Jiafei, though slightly amused, knew she had to carry out the tasks assigned by the boss. After the final 2 days of preparation, the Jinshinjuan marriage agency officially opened. Due to the prohibition of fireworks in the city, they used string poppers for the opening ceremony. Congratulations on the grand opening. As everyone shouted in unison, the red cloth hanging over the storefront sign was torn down, revealing the true face of the shop sign. Naturally, many people gathered to watch. Su Ning and the others stepped forward to distribute flyers emphasizing their agency's free services and reward policies. After the opening ceremony, everyone eagerly awaited clients to arrive in the lobby. Sure enough, not long after, a woman in her 30s walked in. Her appearance was decent, although she looked well-groomed. The marks of time could not be completely erased. Su Ning and the others felt a rush of excitement, sensing the start of business. You really don't need to pay anything at the beginning, and after a successful introduction, I can pay whatever I want. The woman seemed skeptical about such a windfall and asked suspiciously upon entering. Hello ma'am, please have a seat. Our promotions are entirely true. You don't need to pay any money before a successful introduction, and how much you decide to pay afterward is completely up to you. Here he comes. And here he comes. Not true, eccentric has arrived. And for over a week, Su Ning hadn't taken any designated driving jobs, and thus hadn't encountered a single bizarre client. He'd nearly forgotten the most vexing feature of his system. And yet the very first client walking into his newly opened matchmaking studio instantly revived that long-dormant sensation. And don't be deceived by this woman's calm, nonchalant tone as she listed her requirements, as if each were utterly trivial. But remember, this is the imperial capital, and owning both a home and a car, free of debt, is beyond the reach of most men of marriageable age. And those who do meet such criteria are practically modern-day diamond bachelors. In truth, that wasn't even the strangest part, merely an unusually high bar. And what left Su Ning and everyone else in stunned silence was her next demand. She wanted a man who was infertile. What on earth did that mean? And even if she herself wished to remain childless, to embrace a dink lifestyle with her future partner, couldn't they simply agree not to have children? Why insist on infertility itself? And Su Ning took a deep breath, then gulped down a large swig of water to steady his nerves before speaking slowly. I'm sorry, I didn't quite catch that. Did you say you're seeking someone who is infertile? The woman seemed displeased at being interrupted, replying in an affected, overly refined tone, because I've already given birth once, and I absolutely refuse to endure childbirth again. Su Ning nodded in sudden understanding. It was simply about avoiding another pregnancy. And there's no need to seek someone infertile, just find a divorced man with a child of his own, he added, puzzled. Yet her next words left him utterly speechless. And that won't do. And I refuse to become a stepmother. If he already has children, he'll never devote himself wholly to our new family. And people are inherently self-interested. I must prioritize my child and our future household. Is that unreasonable? She declared it with such unshakable conviction, as though reciting universal truth itself. And Su Ning nearly choked on his own breath. He swore he'd never felt such an overwhelming urge to strike someone. So intense, he almost lunged for the computer to smash it in frustration. His expression cycled rapidly through disbelief, outrage, and resignation. Silently reciting, "Don't get angry" 100 times, he finally regained a sliver of composure. Rising to his feet, Su Ning gestured politely toward the exit. "And I am sorry, madam, but we're afraid we cannot accommodate your request. Perhaps you might try the matchmaking agency down the street." And the woman gave Su Ning a dismissive, scrutinizing glance and curled her lip. "I knew it. Their so-called new agency lacks real competence. And offering services free of charge, who knows what hidden agenda lies beneath? There are countless high-quality single men on dating platforms. I'll just sign up for a premium membership instead. Better than getting scammed by unreliable matchmakers like you." With that, she rose, exaggeratedly swaying her hips as she strode out the door, leaving everyone in the reception hall exchanging bewildered glances, struck by a profound sense of absurdity. How utterly heartless can one person be? And where's basic human kindness? And so now, when someone offers to raise her child, he's not even allowed to have one of his own. I've never met anyone whose moral compass is so catastrophically askew. And my guess, Once she's finished using him to raise her child, and he's no longer useful, she'll serve him a cup of tea and say, "Brother Lang, it's time to take your medicine." Qin Shaohan bit her lower lip in fury as she spoke. Ding Zihui glanced at Su Ning and sighed, "Third brother. If every client walking through your door is like this, I truly fear you won't last long." Su Jiafei shared the same dismay. After all, their very first walk-in client had been this venomous, and who knew how many more like her would arrive over the coming month. Exhaustion weighed heavily upon them, not merely physical but existential. And worse, still prolonged exposure might even warp their own moral bearings. Su Ning recognized the gravity of the situation, but having launched the venture, there was no turning back. All right, shake off the gloom. Remember, such eccentrics are surely the exception, not the rule. And let's move swiftly. Aim to successfully match several couples today. He clapped sharply to rally morale. Ding Ziheo and Qin Shaohan headed out to distribute flyers while Hou Xiefeng and Ding Zihui ventured to the park's matchmaking corner to gather profiles. Truly diligent staff members. Su Ning, Su Jiafei, and the receptionist remained behind to greet clients. And by 4 p.m., the 4 field agents returned, each bearing profiles of single men and women they collected. Meanwhile, several walk-in clients had also left personal details and their ideal partner criteria, and everyone hurried to collate the data, hoping to identify compatible matches across all key dimensions. Yet 30 minutes later they exchanged blank stares, each silently questioning reality itself. And they'd uncovered a fundamental problem. Unless resolved, matching would remain impossible, and those seeking marriage as a vehicle for social mobility could be set aside, for now. Among single women seeking partners, most criteria exceeded their own baseline qualifications, some by several degrees. For instance, a woman earning $1 monthly sought a man with an annual income of $5. A woman without property sought one who owned a home. A woman with a junior college diploma sought a bachelor's degree holder. A woman standing 1.6 meters tall sought a man at least 1.8 meters tall. And rarely did any woman specify preferences aligned precisely with her own profile. As for those whose standards appeared reasonable, certain inherent traits inevitably diminished their appeal in the marriage market: age, appearance, and more. And meanwhile, some single men did propose criteria grounded in their own circumstances, yet these rarely overlapped with women's expectations. Take this example: a woman earning $1 monthly sought a man earning $5 annually. Yet men meeting that income threshold demanded partners earning $4 per year. Such mismatches were irreconcilable. And even if some men were willing to downgrade, they invariably imposed compensatory conditions, beauty, youth, or other attributes, compounding the dilemma. A segment of single men themselves harbored fantasies of becoming Phoenix men, and thus demanded partners far exceeding their own standing. It was simply unsustainable. And after hours of painstaking analysis, not a single viable match emerged. And we'll call each one tomorrow and ask whether they'd consider lowering their standards. Without compromise, not even we can help them, nor could any matchmaking agency in existence. Su Ning spoke with quiet resignation. He'd never imagined his matchmaking studio's inaugural day would end in such a resounding failure, a crushing blow. And without an effective solution, the entire month risked becoming a futile endeavor. Yet what he'd never anticipated was the dramatic reversal that would unfold that very evening. At 8 o'clock in the evening, with no customers having entered the shop for quite some time, they decided to close up and take a break. No matches had been made that day, not even a single arranged meeting, leaving everyone in low spirits. Just then Su Jiafei suddenly spoke up. Although short video platforms have passed their era of wild, unregulated growth, they remain a powerful trend. Many brick-and-mortar business owners have no choice but to shift their mindset and embrace these platforms, tailoring their content to short video audiences. It's not just major influencers. Barbershops, pancake stalls, and countless other small businesses are now live streaming. Such efforts not only attract potential customers, but may even carve out an entirely new path to success, if the streams resonate. In fact, during my preliminary research, I discovered that several physical matchmaking agencies were already live streaming on these platforms. I believe we should do the same, conducting online matchmaking while simultaneously drawing clients to our physical storefront. Of course, my suggestion may not be perfect, Mr. Su. The final decision rests entirely with you. Su Ning blinked in surprise. Then his eyes lit up and he slapped his thigh hard. That's right. Live streaming. How could I have overlooked this? It wasn't merely about matchmaking as a profession. It extended far beyond that. He'd pondered this very question earlier while working as a ride-hailing driver. Without grasping the system's underlying logic, it was impossible to predict which professions it would offer him each month. He ought to cultivate a short video account first. Its utility would inevitably arise later. Yet various distractions had pushed the idea aside. Little did he expect that the second, money-earning experience would demand it immediately. After all, the system only specified matchmaking as the profession, not that it must be conducted offline. Facilitating connections digitally could generate revenue just as explosively, and he absolutely could not miss this opportunity. Jiafei, your insight is brilliant. I'll credit you with this contribution. I'll start live streaming tomorrow. Su Ning burst into hearty laughter. Su Jiafei smiled serenely, deeply gratified and proud that her opinion had been taken so seriously. Yet beside her, Qin Shaohan couldn't help muttering inwardly, credit me with a contribution. You've already credited Jiafei before. What good does that do? These capitalists only know how to deploy psychological manipulation. No tangible rewards whatsoever. My naive best friend is already sated by Mr. Su's grand promises. Just as she fumed silently, Su Ning spoke again. Jiafei, given your outstanding performance, what reward? Su Jiafei was momentarily stunned, caught off guard. Sensing her hesitation, Su Ning smoothly took up the thread himself. Never mind. I suspect you'd struggle to name specifics anyway. Very well, your annual salary increases by 100,000 yuan. Additionally, please record your own bonus. 3 extra months' salary added to your year-end bonus. Simply tally it up and report it to me when bonuses are distributed. This left Su Jiafei utterly speechless, and Qin Shaohan even more so. So, the fool was herself all along. Su Ning wasn't manipulating, he was genuinely generous. Her original salary had already been set at 300,000 yuan annually, a figure considered exceptionally high even in the capital. Yet within half a month of joining, her pay had risen by a staggering 100,000 yuan. A 400,000 yuan annual package was enough to make anyone envious to the point of cellular dissolution. Even more astonishing, 3 additional months' salary added outright to her year-end bonus, amounting to 125,000 yuan. Remarkable. That brought her total annual income above 500,000 yuan. By contrast, Qin Shaohan's newly signed employment contract stipulated a monthly salary of 14,000 yuan, just 168,000 yuan per year. A mere third of her best friend's earnings. Truly, comparing oneself to others invites despair. In that instant, Qin Shaohan's gaze upon Su Ning shifted entirely. Sir, may I serve as your assistant too? Psychological manipulation. Merely motivation to spur our growth. Promises. As long as they fill my belly, I'm satisfied. Unaware of Qin Shaohan's inner transformation, Su Ning was already planning tomorrow's stream. Back in his dormitory, he searched the short video platform, and indeed found several matchmakers currently live streaming. They all operated physical matchmaking offices, either online streaming, served primarily to gather momentum and public attention. Human behavioral patterns are peculiar. If one watches a particular host's videos and streams consistently, that host becomes the instinctive first thought whenever a related issue arises. Su Ning lacked formal training in psychology. He couldn't articulate the underlying principle, but he felt its truth viscerally. For instance, he'd long followed a travel guide's videos. When planning a group tour, he instinctively sought the agency where that guide worked. Thus, Su Ning resolved to study diligently. He watched streams late into the night. Until drowsy and unfocused, he drifted into sleep. He rose neither early nor late the next morning, quickly freshened up with his roommates, and hurried to the matchmaking studio. Su Jiafei and Qin Shaohan had already arrived and were tidying the space. I brought breakfast. Help yourselves, Su Jiafei said cheerfully while wiping the table. Su Ning picked up a cup of water, recognized it as fermented soybean milk, and quietly set it back down. Jiafei, there's no need for you to handle cleaning personally. Find a professional cleaner when you can. After breakfast, Deng Zihao dragged Qin Shaohan outside to distribute flyers. Whether their outing was truly for promotion or merely a pretext for private time remained ambiguous. Likewise, Hua Xiefeng and Deng Zihao headed to the park to continue gathering client information. Su Ning, after considerable mental preparation, finally launched his live stream. His stream's title read Comprehensive Occupational Immersion, this cycle matchmaking consultant. Though the platform required 1,000 followers before permitting live streaming, such restrictions held no weight against his extraordinary ability. He had decisively purchased 1,000 followers, instantly securing streaming privileges. At launch, the stream stood utterly empty, not a single viewer. Sitting before the camera, Su Ning felt as though cobwebs were already forming around him. What now? Should he patiently accumulate viewers over time? He had no such luxury. The matchmaking window for generating income would close long before a substantial audience formed. Gritting his teeth, he poured a large sum into the platform, spending aggressively on traffic acquisition, directing the platform to push his stream to users scrolling through short videos. Precision was uncertain, but after investing 1,000 yuan, viewers began trickling in. Many swiped away instantly, yet a portion remained. After all, a strikingly handsome man gleaming boldly on screen proved irresistible to the eye. Welcome everyone to the live stream. The host is the matchmaker of an offline matchmaking agency. In his spare time, he streams to answer matters of the heart, helping people walk the path of blind dates with greater ease. I will also arrange connections during the stream according to people's needs, trying to bridge hearts in real time. At that moment, with Su Ning's narration, the on-screen chat filled with messages. Wow. The host is it real or fake? Is the host playing matchmaker or trying to find someone for himself? Am just missing a match as handsome as the host. Am taking him home, you all be careful. Those who stayed fell into several categories. Some were drawn by Su Ning's handsome face, some by the giveaways, and only a small handful were genuinely seeking a match. Even leaving other matters aside, the giveaway alone was enough to attract people. Compared to the meager gifts elsewhere, Su Ning's offering was alarmingly generous. Many viewers were already rubbing their hands in anticipation, eager to win something they could use to tip the female streamers. As for the larger prize, it had begun to tempt some, and not always with honorable thoughts. In any case, so long as people remained in the stream, Su Ning had achieved his purpose. Take it slowly. If you have questions, speak up. If you want to be matched on the stream, send your personal details to the backstage, and be sure they are truthful. If someone matches the criteria, well, connect them live at once. Just then, a middle-aged man of roughly 40, the receptionist by Roland, immediately went to greet him. Sir, hello. Su Ning smiled at the livestream camera and said, something interesting has arrived. I can stream this for you so you can see how a real matchmaking agency operates. He rose with his phone in hand and stepped into the reception area. Polite to the man, he said, hello, sir. I'm the studio's chief matchmaker. My surname is Su. May I ask how you should be addressed? The middle-aged man glanced aside and nodded. My surname is Zhang, Gongchang Zhang. Su Ning set down his phone, sat opposite him, and continued with a polite smile, Mr. Zhang, I'm streaming right now. Would you mind appearing on camera? This might help us find a suitable match more quickly. The man looked at the phone, seemingly uninterested, but did not refuse. I'll tell you about myself first. I'm single and unmarried, 39 years old, height 1.72 meters. I hold a bachelor's degree and work at a private firm in Daidu, earning around 200,000 a year. I have an apartment in the 6th ring with a mortgage. Su Ning recorded as he spoke, smiling ruefully to himself. Indeed, people like to package themselves. Especially in such settings, they present what is presentable, often with a degree of embellishment. 39 is not an age easily falsified, but who knew whether he might be turning 40 next month? 40 and the 30s sound like completely different things. His claimed annual income of about 200,000 was probably on the optimistic side. Apartments in Daidu are mostly small, around 50 square meters. In the 6th ring, one could likely buy such a unit for under 1,500,000. Daidu's mortgage rules set the minimum down payment at 50%. He had likely only paid the minimum. What troubled Su Ning most, however, was the height the man had reported. 172. Su Ning doubted he was even 170. When they prepared the studio, Su Jiafei had discreetly placed a height measure sticker on the inside of the door frame. When the man entered, Su Ning had already estimated his height by eye. With shoes on, he looked about 175, but his shoes clearly had lifts. You could tell at a glance. He wasn't being truthful. While Su Ning observed the man from every angle, the chat was lively. Is there anyone from Daidu who can tell us honestly what this uncle's real conditions are? Thanks for asking. Judge his looks and height yourselves. In other respects, he seems decent. His income is above average, and even a mortgaged apartment counts as property. Only his age is a bit on the higher side. Average appearance and no baldness counts for something. To be honest, he's a bit short, still below the national male average height. I think he's acceptable. As long as one's expectations aren't unreasonable, a suitable match can still be.
我们相信每一个灵感都值得被看见。
But what followed next left everyone in the live stream dumbfounded. Even Su Ning almost lost his composure. Mr. Liu, please tell us your mate preferences. After saying that, his gaze flicked towards Su Jiafei. Su Ning fell silent, speechless. The remark froze several people in the room, and the chat fell into a brief hush. Then the live stream erupted. What the hell? How dare he say that? He's almost 40 and wants someone under 25. Can he possibly be any more outrageous? Host, are you staging this for the stream's effect? Can't he look at himself in the mirror? If that were true, I'd as well be able to find someone under 25. Su Ning ignored the uproar and drew in a deep breath, forcing himself calm. Through gritted teeth, he asked, Mr. Liu, why do you think that's easy? The man looked slightly taken aback, perhaps not expecting that question, but he remained arrogantly assured. Don't young girls all like older men? I'm the uncle type, aren't I? Besides, my conditions aren't bad. Finding a young pretty girl should be easy. Su Ning fell into silence. He found himself at a loss for words, unable to respond, but with silence. System, come out. I see you simply don't want me to make any money. What on earth are these bizarre creatures? If all clients are like this, he even felt he wouldn't be able to spend a single penny in a month. This is simply outrageous. This uncle, I feel that young and beautiful girls are unworthy of you. You should ascend to the heavens to seek a fairy. At this moment, the audience in the live stream was also shocked, causing a stir. Heaven, please open your eyes and take this monster away. I just wanted to snatch a fortune bag. Why do I have to suffer such a blow? If I am guilty, let the law punish me, not let me be disgusted to death by this weirdo. From now on, the term uncle is unbearable to look at. Host, if you don't match him with an older woman, I will As Su Ning was constantly recalling the beautiful moments of his life, to dispel negative feelings, the middle-aged man confidently set his sights on Su Jiafei. Little sister, do you have a boyfriend? Su Jiafei instantly felt goosebumps all over and couldn't help but shiver. Su Ning's mouth twitched uncontrollably, unable to stop. You are no ordinary toad, you are practically the Toad King. Mr. Liu, she has an annual salary of 4,000 and drives a Benz E300. Su Ning scoffed directly, using the most devastating way to obliterate the middle-aged man's beautiful illusions. The middle-aged man was indeed taken aback. He never expected that this seemingly fresh graduate girl would have such impressive qualifications. However, this only fueled his imagination. If this beautiful little sister also liked older men, wouldn't he be the one to gain both wealth and love? He firmly believed that these little sisters all liked uncles like him. Aren't dramas always acted this way? As he daydreamed, Su Ning decided not to spare him even the slightest dignity. With a cold snort, he spoke sarcastically. Mr. Liu, first of all, you are not wrong. Many young girls do indeed like older men. But do you know what the standard for uncle is in their eyes? Not every man older than them can be called uncle. In the hearts of young girls, they feel that those under 35, who can pamper them like daughters and provide them with a sense of security, are the ones who can be called uncles. Or those who are talented, humorous, handsome, and manly. That is what an uncle is. Besides being of uncle age, you are also over the limit. How do you resemble an uncle? I am in a matchmaking studio serving those who are genuinely looking for a partner. I am not responsible for helping wishful thinking toads get swan meat. After saying this, Su Ning scoffed mockingly, and then ignored the middle-aged man, picking up a glass of water. Such a blunt and merciless reprimand led to cheers in the live stream. Well said. Well said. Your remark that he is old, yet doesn't resemble an uncle is truly powerful. Ha, the host is really awesome, love it. Feeling relieved. For such toads, they must be made to see. Although it feels scripted, I still enjoy it so much. The middle-aged man was left blushing, his complexion alternating between green and white as he glared at Su Ning, then turned and left in anger. Su Ning couldn't help but snort. If this guy didn't leave, he would have to drive him away himself. He had seen wishful thinking before, but never to such an exaggerated extent. Why don't you say you want to find a fairy sister? No, this is too bizarre. He needs to take a breather. Su Ning sighed and bitterly smiled as he began to vent to the camera. This is really unlucky. Brothers, if all the customers from the matchmaking agency are like this, it is likely to go bankrupt. God bless, let a normal customer come in. I'm just an ordinary profession in matchmaking. Can't you stop causing me trouble? Walking to the reception desk, he couldn't help but speak to Bai Roland somewhat speechlessly. From now on, you handle the incoming clients. First, roughly ask about their basic conditions and requirements for a partner. If they are too outrageous like this, do not let them in. Clearly, with Bai Roland screening, many oddballs could be filtered out, and he wouldn't feel so exhausted. Bai Roland nodded, having no objections to Su Ning's instructions. Returning to the reception area, Su Ning returned to the live stream phone, wanting to see if there were any matching opportunities online. However, at this moment, a message on the public screen caught his attention. Host, take a look at this video and comment on it. The message was accompanied by a link. Alright, if a fan left a message, let's watch the video together. Let me say this first, if the video content makes everyone uncomfortable, please don't blame me, go find trouble with him. Without thinking too much, Su Ning chuckled and clicked on the video. In the video, a woman with her face blurred was speaking confidently to the camera. Divorced women are simply irresistible. I am a divorced woman, so what? I found someone who has never been married, a tall guy at 188 meters who is very handsome and a 3-time national Sanda champion. He has his own gym, which is doing very well. The key is that he not only loves me, but also loves my child dearly. I share my real-life experience to tell everyone that divorced women should not have any psychological pressure. We divorced women have a very clear understanding of our future lives. We know what kind of person to look for in our next marriage. The key is that we have experience everywhere, because we know how to educate children and how to let our children grow up in a loving environment. We also know how to get along with family members to better manage this family. We will live very happily. At the beginning, Su Ning wore a smile on his face. However, as the video progressed, the smile gradually faded, becoming strange, and finally, it was beyond words. Not only was he shocked, but it was simply apocalyptic. Biting his lip, he wanted to say something, but didn't know how. For a moment, he fell into a long silence. The reaction in the live stream was similar. Everyone seemed to have opened their eyes today, speechless in shock. After an unknown amount of time, Su Ning finally smiled bitterly at the camera. To the brother who left the message, you've gone a bit too far. I was full of expectations, thinking it was a matchmaking video, only to be shown this. Do you think my matchmaking studio doesn't have enough oddballs already? Do you want to shock me to death and then inherit my matchmaking agency? Well, since we've finished watching, let's analyze the statements made by this divorced woman in the video. According to her, a second marriage has more experience than a first marriage. So by that logic, wouldn't a third marriage be more experienced than a second, and a fourth even more than a third? What if you were to find someone who has been married 6, 7, or even 8 times? Wouldn't that be quite appealing? So in her view, the more marriages one has, the better they are. I don't deny that there are certainly people who don't mind this, but to impose such values and hope to make it a universal perspective is absurd, isn't it? It's utterly ridiculous. I refuse to believe that most people would choose someone who has been married multiple times over someone who is unmarried given the option. Even more laughable is her claim that her second husband is a 3-time champion in Sanda at the national games. I must look this up today to see exactly who this 3-time champion is. Saying this, Ning took out another phone and began searching. After a while, a smirk crept onto his face, hinting at something intriguing. Turning the phone towards the live stream camera, he said, "Everyone take a look. The most recent national games was the 14th edition. That's not in question, right? Note down the names of the champions in the 3 categories of Sanda from this edition." Now, looking at the names of the champions from the 13th national games, indeed there are 2 athletes who are consecutive champions. However, if you continue to look at the 12th national games, you will find that 3 different individuals won the championships in those 3 categories. This means that in the most recent 3 national games, there cannot possibly be any of the Sanda champions she mentioned. Perhaps some viewers will wonder, could it be from earlier editions of the games? No worries, today we will dig deeper into this matter. Take a look at the gold medal list for Sanda from the 11th national games. Although there were 6 categories in this edition, none of these champions overlap with those from the subsequent edition. Continuing to dig, the 10th national games also had 6 categories, but there are no names that match those from the 11th edition. Moving further back, there is indeed an athlete who won consecutive championships in the 10th edition, specifically in the category above 90 kilograms, but we won't mention names in the live stream. However, if you look at the 8th national games, you will see that there were no individual events for Sanda, only team events. That's as far as we will go back. Even if there were individual Sanda events in earlier editions, and an athlete won 3 consecutive championships, that person would now be nearly 60 years old. The woman in the video appears so proud and happy. It can't be that she married an old man who is nearly 60, right? In other words, she is simply talking nonsense. Creating a narrative of a divorced woman marrying a 3-time Sanda champion is either extreme vanity delusion or a desperate ploy for attention and traffic. Don't try to claim that you're doing this to boost the confidence of your sisters. You just want to earn traffic. It's the same as that influencer who fabricated a story about a primary school student losing their homework during winter break to gain followers. That influencer seems to have been detained due to the negative impact caused by the widespread dissemination of false videos. As for this divorced woman, reporting her would be entirely justified. It's even questionable whether she is actually a divorced woman. By the end, Ning shook his head in disbelief, truly detesting such individuals. For a bit of traffic, they truly abandon all moral standards. The audience in the live stream was also left reeling from the video's content, especially after Ning meticulously analyzed it, causing quite the uproar. How can some people be so shameless? I've reported it, and I'll return to the live stream to update everyone once I receive a response. And yet a 3-time Sanda champion. Why not just hit you 3 times in a day? The online atmosphere has been ruined by such individuals, and I feel there are many divorced women who have been led astray by her starting to fantasize. I find it incredibly difficult to find women with aligned values nowadays. They have all been misled by these. As a matchmaker, Ning certainly couldn't forget his duty to educate everyone about the views on marriage and relationships at this moment. First of all, I want to clarify that I do not discriminate against women who have been divorced. After all, marriage and love are free. If someone feels they cannot spend their life together, divorce is also normal. However, I must say that according to statistics from the marriage market, women who have been divorced and have children are among the hardest to find partners for. Let me explain a simple principle that you will understand. A woman who has divorced and has a son should generally be prepared not to remarry. If she insists on remarrying, what are the chances? It's likely that she hopes to provide better living conditions for her child, or perhaps she cannot independently support her child. Thus, the marriage partner often plays the role of a provider. In order to ensure that he supports her and the child, women often have to endure and compromise, doing many things they do not want to do. As a result, during the boy's growth, he becomes very sensitive, perceiving his mother's grievances and harboring rejection or even hatred towards his stepfather. Once he achieves success in the future, he will definitely kick his stepfather out. Men inherently understand this in their genes or subconscious. Therefore, unless it is true love, generally men are not willing to be that provider. I advise all female friends to ensure before marriage that they can truly spend their lives with their partner. If not, don't rush into marriage out of a moment's impulse. If after marriage things become unbearable and divorce is the only option, either leave the child with the ex-husband or be mentally prepared for a lifetime of singlehood. Though my words may sound harsh and are not absolute, they certainly reflect a common phenomenon. It is not to say that as the woman in the video claims a second marriage can be treated like a little princess, it's not that there are no exceptions, but if you think about it, you know how low the probability is. How can you be so sure that you will encounter such a windfall? So do not hold on to such fantasies. It's better to... Su Ning shook his head, speaking earnestly. He was not just talking nonsense, but rather sharing some industry data and insights he gathered when preparing to establish a matchmaking agency. In fact, just in the past few days, the client information and standards for choosing a partner collected by their matchmaking studio show that there are indeed many divorced women with children who are utterly unrealistic and filled with delusions. Romance is founded on mutual consent. Only when you possess something that draws me and I possess something that draws you does the possibility of walking together arise. Yet so many people fail to grasp this truth. It was like when they took on clients these past 2 days, among them a divorced woman raising a child. Her demands were almost unbearable to behold. 30 years old with a 4-year-old son, her appearance was passable, but her work ordinary, and her annual income only 80,000 yuan. If she could face reality and look for a partner earnestly, it would not be impossible. For example, she could seek someone similarly divorced or a man slightly older and refrain from setting such lofty income expectations. But she would not relent as she insisted on a 30-year-old who had never married, who owned a house and a car and earned well. Su Ning was speechless. If there truly were single men who fit that description, why would they choose you? Their assets may attract you, but what do you possess that could attract them? Is it merely that you look a bit better than ordinary people? Absurd. Su Ning's frank words unexpectedly struck a chord with many in the live stream. Someone who had clearly been through a similar blind date experience immediately vented. The disreputable matchmaking agency near my place introduced me to a twice-married woman with a child not long ago. I'm only 27, never married, and suddenly I'm supposed to raise someone else's child. What's worse, she's full of herself, demanding the house and car be registered under her name and for my salary to be handed over to her. I feel like I've been castrated, destined to serve these queens and their princes. For heaven's sake, I only hope she never lowers her standards. Let anyone who wants to be a fool go ahead and be one. I certainly can't stand it. Seeing his rant, others in the chat immediately began riffing along. Yes, they must never lower their standards, right? In my village, there's a 48-year-old who's been divorced twice. A little while ago, she married a 20-year-old rich heir. Tall and handsome. Goodness, the betrothal gift was 8 million plus a villa and 2 large city flats, all written in her name. And several first-class Bentleys besides. Oh really, there's no end to it. So by all means do not compromise your standards. Your happiness will find you in time. Tisk sisters, don't listen to their nonsense. You must never settle in marriage. In my village there was a woman of plain looks, poor and rural, who never settled her whole life and died unmarried in her 80s. One day a Taoist priest passed by her grave and was struck by her visage. Guess what happened? He was the supreme celestial master. He dug her up, fed her the great rebirth pill, and revived her. As a betrothal, she received 20-odd gene of heavenly spirit pills, 2 nine-tailed phoenixes, and he even helped her break through foundation establishment. Now they live happily together. So never settle. You deserve something better. Watching the chat brim over with florid jokes, Su Ning could not help but be amused. You are all wildly inventive. Alright, let's not dwell on this topic any longer, lest it truly warp some people's outlook on life. At that moment a young woman entered through the doorway, and Su Ning fell silent. He shot by Roland a look signaling her to screen the visitor first. He did not wish to receive any more monsters. After about 5 minutes, Roland returned and placed a folder before Su Ning. The profile is acceptable, the demands aren't high. Su Ning, surprised, took the folder and found an ordinary, reasonable person. Not exceptional, but far from absurd. Hello, Ms. Phone. Let us speak in the consultation room. Su Ning smiled and gestured, then asked, do you mind that I am live streaming? Feng Shui seemed a little absent-minded and nodded blankly without speaking. Su Ning narrowed his eyes, sensing that she might carry a story. He quickly let the thought go. Life rarely unfolds as one hopes, and who among us does not bear some history? Feng Shui was not startlingly beautiful, but of the kind whose looks grew on you. Tall and slender, she was at least above average in outward appearance. Ms. Feng, I will verify your information and your expectations. You are 28, hold a college diploma, and currently work as a consultant at a chain early education center, earning around 150,000 yuan a year. Your expectation is a partner with at least a university degree, taller than 175 centimeters, under 35 years old, healthy, and earning no less than you. With those criteria, we could immediately match you with many suitable candidates. But with your qualifications, if I may be frank, your expectations could reasonably be raised a bit. Su Ning was not lying. After seeing so many wildly fanciful demands these past days, this was the first time he had encountered such modest marriage requirements. She required no house, no car. Even income was not rigidly stipulated. It felt as though she simply wanted above all to marry someone quickly. A less charitable thought sprang into Su Ning's mind. Perhaps she was looking for someone to take on her burden. He involuntarily glanced at Feng Shue's abdomen. Nothing was obvious to the eye, at least he could not tell. But who could be certain? The livestream audience voiced the same suspicions in abundance. Those requirements are practically non-existent. You could find someone on the street by chance. This makes no sense. Be wary of deception. Don't doubt it. If they register the marriage tomorrow, in 7 months he'll be an unexpected father. I wonder which honest man will take on such a burden. Host, stop asking questions and get her out of here. She seems worse than that twice-married woman. Su Ning had no time to read the chat. He was still studying Feng Shui to judge whether his suspicion held. Feng Shui lifted her head slightly and bit her lip. What she said seemed to confirm everyone's doubts. I don't know if my goal is too low, but right now I only want to find someone I can marry as soon as possible. Su Ning frowned. A wave of distaste rose in his chest, and his tone turned cool. Why such haste to me? You're not yet 30 in the capital. This hardly counts as late marriage. Could it be? When Feng Shui mustered the courage to look at Su Ning, her eyes were already rimmed with red, and Su Ning found himself momentarily at a loss. Had his tone been too harsh? Yet Feng Shui's subsequent explanations, which bordered on anguished pleading, filled Su Ning with righteous indignation, so much so that he nearly cursed aloud. I broke up with my boyfriend last month. We were together for 6 years, a span that encompassed nearly all of my youth. I am already 28 and friends back home are sending their children off to school. If I cannot find someone to marry soon, once I pass 30, I will lose even the advantage of youth. I only need a man whose circumstances are not terrible and who has ambition. No house we can save for a down payment together. No car we can squeeze onto buses and ride the subway together. With effort, life can be made good. As Feng Shui bit her lip and spoke, Su Ning clearly saw her already reddened eyes on the verge of tears. He unconsciously rubbed the teacup on the table, his curiosity growing. If a couple had been together 6 years, they would almost certainly have been heading toward marriage. Absent some extraordinary cause or accident, how could they simply break up after 6 years? Having recently learned some industry inside information, Su Ning had seen a news item that pushed his mind in a certain direction. Could it be that the woman's family had demanded an exorbitant bride price, and the man could not pay, forcing? Taking a deep breath, Su Ning asked softly that since they had been together 6 years, why they were breaking up. At his question, Feng Shui finally lost control and buried her face on the table, sobbing uncontrollably. Su Ning, who hated to see a woman cry, fumbled to soothe her and asked by Roland and Su Jiafei to look after Feng Shui. The sudden turn of events left viewers in the live stream baffled. How did she suddenly start crying? Could it be that her boyfriend cheated on her? I used to think she wanted someone to take over, but now it seems she is the one who has been hurt in this relationship. The host urged someone to ask what had happened. Gradually, Feng Shui stilled her tears and somewhat calmer offered Su Ning an apologetic smile. I am sorry for losing my composure. We met in university. He studied at a medical college. He was tall, handsome, and witty, very alluring. But his family was poor. His parents had gone into debt from business and could not even afford his tuition. After we got together, I had graduated from a technical college and could work, so I scrimped and saved to support him through his master's and doctoral studies. After earning his doctorate, he joined a major hospital, apparently as a contracted physician without formal tenure, yet his future seemed bright. Then he began to disdain me, saying our educational levels were mismatched, that our thoughts and ways of thinking were on different planes, and we could not be soulmates. He told me that many girls superior to me were pursuing him and that he wanted someone who matched him in every respect. The most ironic thing was that he said he would repay all the money I had spent on his education because he did not want to owe me. Only now do I realize he always knew exactly what he wanted. And I was a complete fool, a simpleton. I was blind, I deserved it. Ha ha ha. By the end, her state verged on hysteria. Only then did Su Ning learn the full extent of her story. He struck the table in uncontrollable fury and spat the word scum. How could her ex have stooped to something so despicable? He had thought that remarried women were the worst, but he had not imagined something so nauseating. He had assumed such absurdity belonged only in films. Now he knew that films draw from life, and life can be even more grotesquely spectacular. He had always believed that higher education was meant not only to teach a profession, but also to cultivate decency and gratitude. So you read a few more years and feel superior. When you were happily accepting the money she scrimped to pay for your studies and living expenses, why did you not say this then? Were you with her merely to have her cover your tuition and keep you afloat? Shameless beyond measure. And you talk of repaying because you do not want to owe her. Her 6 years of youth and love. What could you possibly use to repay that? Even a stray dog knows gratitude. Feed one, and it wags its tail at you. You are less than swine or beasts. Su Ning's anger flared until his chest felt ready to burst. Such a wretch may not have broken the law, but his conduct violated the limits of human decency. If he were allowed to go on unpunished, Su Ning would never be able to accept it. The viewers in the live stream were furious as well. This is utterly shameless. How can there be such people? Do not be sad, think positively. It is a blessing you parted, otherwise your life would have been ruined. Why does he not just disappear? Host asked which hospital that bastard works at. Letting such a man be a doctor is an insult to the white coat. Yes, he must never be allowed to practice medicine. If he thinks he is of a higher echelon, now make certain he can never rise again. Ning noticed the flood of comments and clenched his fists. Indeed, allowing such a man to serve as a doctor would be a disgrace to the profession. Ms. Feng, our matchmaking studio will arrange the most suitable prospects for you based on your criteria. Also, please tell me your ex-boyfriend's name and workplace. I do not trust that such a man would be fit to treat others. Consider it a warning for the public. Ning did not directly say he would take action, but offered it as a pretext. Before she could reply, a young man burst into the studio. Roland was about to receive him when he announced himself. Hello host, I was watching the live stream, and since it was nearby, I came straight over. Ning smiled faintly. The live stream was proving effective. But the young man was not there seeking a match. He had come to help the unfortunate young woman. My family has connections within the health system. I just heard what that beast of an ex did to you. People like him must be dealt with harshly, so they can never give me his information, and then you do not need to worry. I promise to make him regret it for the rest of his life. Feng Shui looked at the young man, who suddenly ran over, astonished, not expecting him to be here to stand up for her. Her beautiful eyes sparkled, filled with gratitude and comfort as she gazed at him. Ning stood by, unable to help but scratch his head secretly, giving a thumbs up to the young man. Although it seemed he had taken over his role since the young man was willing and capable, there was no need for Ning to intervene further. After all, he only wanted the final outcome. In the live broadcast room, emotions surged and the atmosphere became lively. Awesome. You young man teach that inhuman thing a good lesson. Young people should be so passionate. That's what youth is about. If it weren't too far away, I'd definitely go help. Suddenly a bold thought crossed my mind. I feel this young man and lady make a great pair. Yes, I also feel they are a good match. Ning noticed the comments on the screen, and his eyes brightened. Indeed, Feng Shui was quite attractive, and a very down-to-earth girl, genuinely capable of giving for love. Although the young man seemed a bit younger than Feng Shui, he definitely had a good character, and wouldn't be a scumbag. If he didn't have a girlfriend, Ning might actually play matchmaker for them. However, for now, they should focus on the main issue. The young man, upon receiving information about the scumbag, immediately looked delighted. My third uncle is the vice president of that hospital. I will call my third uncle right now. Seeing the young man so eager, Ning couldn't help but be stunned. Previously, he had mentioned having someone in the health system, but it seemed he had connections throughout the entire system. With so many large hospitals in the capital, it was surprising that he casually mentioned a relative being in one of them. After the young man called his third uncle to explain the situation, his uncle did not agree immediately, but said he would report to the hospital director first. However, he smiled and reassured his nephew, stating that the hospital was strictly enforcing medical ethics. Although character does not equate to medical skill, a doctor with poor character would never be a good doctor. Especially someone like that inhuman thing becoming a doctor could lead to countless patients suffering in the future. Unless something unexpected happened after careful verification, if the situation was true, the hospital would definitely fire him. Consequently, he would gain a bad reputation in the industry, and no hospital would want him. It is crucial to note that communication within the medical field is quite extensive. Even if one is a renowned doctor in the capital and the other is a small-town doctor, they can establish connections through just one or two doctors. Being expelled from the hospital due to poor character would mean that his bad reputation could spread throughout the medical community in just a few days. For a scumbag who had studied medicine for a full 10 years and had just entered the hospital, this would be the most devastating blow. Wonderful. Ning couldn't help but applaud the young man. In fact, if it had been him taking action, he would never have achieved such a thunderous effect. Originally, he planned to hand it over to a lawyer for a lawsuit and create a public opinion environment online to gradually destroy the scumbag. About half an hour later, the young man received a call from the hospital asking Feng Shui to come to the hospital quickly, as they needed to verify the truth of the matter. Feng Shui was so overwhelmed with emotion that she could barely speak, as if all her suppressed feelings had been released at that moment. Thank you. She was somewhat at a loss, not knowing how to express her gratitude to the young man. She wanted to say something, but couldn't get the words out, turning and running out of the matchmaking studio. The young man stood there seemingly touched by something, dazed. Ning couldn't help but feel speechless. He walked over and nudged the young man, saying, "What are you still doing standing there? Why aren't you going after her?" The young man snapped out of his daze, nodded at Ning, and ran outside. Ning hurriedly shouted after him, "When everything is settled, you both come back and sit for a while." The young man didn't look back, just raised his hand to signal that he had heard Ning. This event had a strong after effect. When Ning returned to his seat in front of the live broadcast screen, neither he nor the viewers in the live chat had fully recovered yet. Sigh, I hope there are fewer scumbags in the world. Sometimes I really want the country to legislate on a moral level. For scumbags like these, not sending them to work a sewing machine is a huge favor. Alright, let's continue the live broadcast. If anyone has questions about love and marriage, feel free to leave a message. While he was speaking, a request to connect came in. Ning clicked to accept, and the screen immediately split in half, revealing a young girl on the other side. Hello, are you looking to find a partner online? Ning greeted with a smile. Hello host, that's right, I am looking to find a partner online. I see there are quite a few people in your live broadcast room. The girl replied succinctly. She was quite attractive with fair skin, shoulder-length hair, and well-defined features that made her look very fashionable. However, given that this was the internet, one could only imagine how much she had edited her appearance. Then please introduce yourself and your expectations for a partner. I hope to match with a suitable partner in the live broadcast room. Ning was very pleased as this was the first online matchmaking in the live broadcast room. The girl tossed her hair and smiled brightly as she began to speak. I currently work in the capital, and I am 29 years old. You can see my height and appearance, and I am quite confident in that. As for my income, it's about 3. However, I have never met a suitable partner and have been pressured to marry by my family, which is quite stressful. Now let me talk about my expectations for my future partner. First, he must be at least 180 centimeters tall. Second, he should be emotionally stable, have high emotional intelligence, be humorous, and be able to make people happy. I don't want a blunt man. Third, he should have a decent job, preferably a civil servant or a supervisor in a state-owned enterprise. Of course, if he is self-employed and an entrepreneur, that works too. Fourth, in terms of appearance, he must be somewhat good-looking, at least of average level, not too ugly, otherwise it wouldn't be a good match. Fifth, he must have a house in the capital. Sixth, he should at least have a bachelor's degree, preferably from a prestigious university like 985 or 211 schools. Seventh, he should know how to cook and do housework. I am somewhat lazy, so I can't find someone lazier than me. Eighth, he shouldn't smoke or drink, must have ambition, and cannot be content with the status quo. In summary, I'm just an ordinary person and not that particularly outstanding, so finding a regular person who meets these requirements will be sufficient. The girl was very talkative, speaking in a logical and articulate manner. She clearly listed her points from the first to the eighth. Ning fell silent. Jaffe also fell silent. The netizens in the live stream fell silent as well. For a moment, the atmosphere became oddly quiet. Ning scratched his head again and again, unable to stop doing so. The absurdity in his heart had left him at a loss for words, especially the girl's last statement that she was just an ordinary girl, so she only needed an ordinary person. This nearly made Ning question his life. Do you want to listen to what you were saying? The key was that he saw the girl's face, which bore an unpretentious calmness, as if the conditions she listed were truly quite ordinary. Ning finally understood why so many eligible young men remained single. Certainly part of it was due to the men's own issues. On the women's side, sometimes things were indeed ridiculous. Some fantasized about changing their fate through marriage, just like the women who proposed many outrageous partner requirements. And another part must be girls like the one in front of him. She might truly be unaware. Perhaps she genuinely believed that the conditions she proposed were ordinary. She completely did not understand that those who could meet her ordinary conditions were truly rare, absolutely the sought-after ones in the marriage market. They might not even fall into the marriage market at all, having already been secured by some discerning girls. In the live stream, the netizens who had regained their composure couldn't help but react. Goodness, these requirements are truly ordinary, so ordinary that I don't meet a single one. I thought I had decent conditions, but here with this girl, I fall far short of ordinary. I just want to know how many in the entire capital can meet all the conditions set by the girl. From the confident look on the girl's face, I feel she might genuinely believe this, and isn't intentionally setting such outrageous conditions. Regardless of whether it's intentional or not, she's destined to remain single for life, becoming an old maid. No wonder I can't find a partner if everyone thinks like her. Humanity is likely to go extinct. What's wrong? Is it because you just started your business, so there aren't many resources available? It's okay. What's wrong? Is it because you just started your business, so there aren't many resources available? It's okay, I'm not in a hurry. I can wait. She was quite understanding. Ning couldn't help but smile wryly. He felt obligated to correct this girl's bizarre perception. Well, miss, let me first help you filter through some data calculations. First, the total permanent population of the capital is about 22 million, with half being male, around 11 million. And since you didn't specify the age of the partner, let's take a range based on your age, 28 to 38 years. The population ratio for this age group is approximately 17 to 18, so we'll calculate based on 18, which gives us about 2 million. The average height of adult males in the capital is 175 centimeters. If you require 180 or above, calculating with a 15 proportion for 180 centimeters and above means excluding 7 million, leaving only 3,000. Next, calculating your requirement for an annual income exceeding 300, even with an exaggerated 20 proportion, only 600 remain. According to national statistics, less than 25 of adult males do not smoke or drink, leaving only 15000. Out of these 15000, how many are civil servants or management and state-owned enterprises? Not to mention, you also require that they have a house in the capital, a good personality, and can do housework. Filtering through all your conditions, there are probably only a few dozen people in the entire capital who meet your requirements. Though the calculations may not be entirely accurate, it should be close enough. Don't even mention the luck required to encounter these few dozen individuals. Even if you do, they are definitely the hottest commodities in the marriage market. Are you sure you can compete with those outstanding girls? If you do not change your perception of what is ordinary, our matchmaking studio certainly cannot help you. In fact, it can be said that no marriage website or matchmaking agency can meet your requirements. No matter how grand their promises are, they are merely to deceive you out of your money, nothing more. After speaking for quite some time, Su Ning felt parched and quickly took a sip of tea to ease himself. The girl was stunned by Su Ning's words, probably because she had never considered how terrifying the combined effect of her 8 criteria could be. Though she lacked understanding, she wasn't foolish. Even if Su Ning's calculation method wasn't completely reliable, as he said, the margin of error wouldn't be too large. If there were only a few hundred, or even a few dozen males in the entire capital that met her standards, she knew how difficult it would be to find a partner. So what should I do? The girl asked anxiously, her face turning pale. You can only lower your standards, there's no other way. Su Ning shrugged and joked. Or you could choose to remain single forever. In truth, the girl's own qualities were quite good, and having more requirements in love wasn't unreasonable. But you cannot be blind and completely unaware. You can list your 8 criteria in order of importance. For example, if the most important is being over 180 centimeters, then place it at the top of your list. You might consider whether some conditions can be removed or relaxed a bit. That's up to you to think about. Hearing Su Ning's words, the girl fell into deep thought, clearly considering which of her conditions could be relaxed. In the live stream, discussions were lively. The girl is really different from those frogs trying to eat swan meat. I think she can drop the civil servant requirement and the height requirement of 180 centimeters. Those two have too much impact. Removing the civil servant requirement makes sense, but why remove the height requirement? Are there number 180 cm options above that hurting self-esteem? I meet all the conditions except for not being a civil servant and not having a house in the capital. Miss, would you At that moment, another request to join the live stream came in. Su Ning accepted it, and a young man with a relatively sunny face appeared on the screen. Hello, host. Hello, miss. The young man greeted politely with a smile. Su Ning asked suspiciously, do you also want to propose marriage online? Or, I'm somewhat attracted to the miss. Besides, my conditions are not bad. Although I can't fully meet her requirements, I still have something to offer. So I'm here to give it a try. The young man exuded confidence. Otherwise, he would not have dared to join the live call after the young lady had listed her 8 conditions. Su Ning could now clearly see that the girl who had looked flustered moments ago had adopted an intrigued expression. Indeed, in matters of courtship, you must be bold. Then tell us about your situation. Su Ning, like a host on a matchmaking show, began to guide the process. I am 29 this year, currently living in the capital. I have not met every one of the young lad's conditions, but I am not far off. For example, I am 179 centimeters tall, just 1 centimeter shy of 180. I am a civil servant, but my annual salary does not reach 300,000, and that is something I cannot change. I hold a bachelor's degree, having graduated from a 985 university. I own a modest flat in the capital, and my parents paid the down payment to help me buy it, and I pay the mortgage each month. I do not smoke, and I only drink lightly when socializing with friends. Oh, I am not an alcoholic. As for temperament, I am sunny and cheerful, certainly not a blunt and sensitive sort of man.